Chen Zhou has acquired an infinite duplication system, enabling him to create millions of avatars. He infiltrates densely populated industries, leaving unscrupulous bosses unable to maintain their livelihoods. A formidable organization has descended upon foreign lands, casting them into shadows. Sometimes, one merely requires a modicum of courage. Thus, from this moment forth, I shall commence the dismantling of the world. In the year 3018, mid-September in Chengdu, the blazing white fireball hung high in the sky, unleashing waves of heat across the nation, as if intent on roasting all living beings. The cicadas chirped feebly, and even people found themselves drifting into a drowsy stupor. Yet within the female dormitory of Chengdu University, a lively chatter erupted. "Hey, Shiro, are you truly planning to break up with Chen Zhou?" A girl adorned with a bow lazily leaned against the bed, scrolling through her phone as she posed the question. "That can't be true. Chen Zhou is quite a catch, handsome and treats Shiro so well. How could you bear to part ways?" chimed in another girl, seated at a chair, applying her makeup. Upon hearing this, she immediately smiled widely. How could it be false? I, Yue Er, have made my decision. I'm just struggling to find a reason to break up. Sisters, I need your help. Yue Er lamented, rubbing her temples in distress. Why on earth? The makeup-applied girl was taken aback by the seriousness of the breakup, increasing her grip and causing her makeup to smudge. She exclaimed in surprise and hurriedly turned to the mirror to rectify her appearance. Why else? My family introduced me to a blind date, and during the summer vacation I met him. He's quite charming, so you're falling for someone else? What a wicked woman. Chen Zhou has treated you so well, teased the girl lounging on the bed. Oh, let's not dwell on that. What good is kindness? He takes ages to save up for a phone I want. It's rather dull. Yue Er furrowed her meticulously shaped brows. Oh no, oh no. The campus belle is about to dump someone. This will surely stir up excitement at school. Both roommates laughed simultaneously. Yue Er tightened her brows further, feeling a headache coming on. If the breakup wasn't handled delicately, it could easily become the talk of the entire school, tarnishing her reputation. Sisters, please think of a way. In a short while, my blind date will be transferring here, and if all goes well, he'll gift each of you the latest model of a fruit phone. A flicker of surprise crossed her roommates' faces. The ability to transfer schools so casually and offer the latest phones suggested an extraordinary family background. The two roommates furrowed their brows in deep contemplation. Just then, another girl entered the room, noticing the three deep in thought. She curiously asked, "What are you all doing? Why so quiet?" The three girls' eyes brightened simultaneously, and Yue Er exclaimed, "Cici, you're resourceful, please help me." She then recounted her earlier words. The girl named Cici was tall and voluptuous, her makeup slightly bold, exuding a nightclub vibe. "Nothing to worry about. You mentioned it, the latest fruit phone." After a moment of hesitation, Cici agreed, as a smartphone costs over 10,000. "And ours too." The other two girls chimed in eagerly that as long as it works out, everyone will get one, Yue Er said with pride. Chen Zhou gazed at the transfer information on his phone, consisting of two transactions. The first was from the 20th of last month, a transfer of 5,100 yuan. The second was today, a transfer of 4,000 yuan. The transfer was from Hui Electronic Intelligent Technology Company, Limited. After 2 months of grueling labor in the electronics factory, the money had finally arrived. Yet, recalling his experience at the factory sent shivers down his spine. Those days were utterly terrifying. He had heard of the infamous death assembly line, but only through personal experience could one truly grasp the horror. In his view, such a life could drive a person to madness, exhausting, busy, and devoid of any human dignity. A minor supervisor could freely berate employees in front of everyone without a second thought. Moreover, the compensation was entirely disproportionate to the effort exerted. Take him as an example. He entered the workshop punctually at 7:50 a.m., attended the morning meeting, and then worked tirelessly until 9 p.m., with only an hour for meals, effectively. Toiling for 12 to 13 hours each day. Yet, the meager income barely exceeded 5,000 yuan each month. Nevertheless, Chen Zhou endured it for his girlfriend's birthday gift. At that moment, his phone beeped. A message had arrived, and upon reading it, he smiled, quickly tidying up before heading out. Damn it. The third one is off to flaunt again. Look at that smug smile. Among the four roommates, Chen Zhou was the third. The other three looked on with envy as he left, for none of them had girlfriends. Hey, put in some effort. I'm off to enjoy myself. Chen Zhou chuckled with satisfaction and closed the door behind him. I've arrived. Where are you? Chen Zhou scanned his surroundings but could not spot a familiar figure. Just a few minutes late. Hang tight. Zhou Yuru replied promptly in a voice message. Chen Zhou responded with a cheerful acknowledgement. Leaning against a wooden pillar in the corridor, he began playing with his phone. A piercing scream erupted, followed by a gathering crowd. Half a month later, Chen Zhou emerged from the school restroom with a broom, weary as he sank onto a bench by the playground. These past 2 weeks felt like a lifetime. The disdainful glances from his beautiful girlfriend, the stern reprimands from the headmaster, the unabashed mockery from classmates, and the humble figures of his parents apologizing everywhere tormented his soul. What if he were wealthy? Would she dare to let him suffer such humiliation? What if he held power? Would they dare entertain such thoughts? What if he were ruthless enough? Would they not consider the consequences? Ultimately, the cost of self-deprecation was too trivial, almost negligible. Yet, in the current society, achieving success is exceedingly difficult for men. Transcending social strata is a Herculean task compared to women. I vividly recall my father's poignant words as he departed. Child, this is not your fault if blame must be assigned. Let it rest upon your father and me for our inadequacies that have allowed you to be bullied at school. Isn't this the notorious rogue of our school? What's the matter? Have you cleaned the restroom thoroughly? I shall inspect it, and should I discover even a trace of uncleanliness, I shall file a complaint against you, exclaimed a robust classmate clad in a sporty shirt, a grin plastered across his face. This provoked a chorus of laughter from the surrounding students. Get lost, you scoundrel. Believe me, I will wipe this freshly used mop across your face. A flash of fury crossed Chen Zhou's expression. Following that incident, Chen Zhou's demeanor underwent a transformation, adopting a rather unabashed posture. The onlookers dispersed in haste, while the male student, wearing a grimace, retreated at that moment. A girl and a boy approached. Ro, is this your ruffian ex-boyfriend? Chen Zhou looked up to see a couple, the girl with her head bowed and the boy wearing a condescending smile, gazing down at him. Yes, I didn't expect it to turn out this way, the girl responded, her voice tinged with disappointment. Zhou Yuro, must you? Chen Zhou frowned at the girl. Taken aback, she found his tone unusually foreign. He had never spoken to her in such a manner before. Zhou Yuro furrowed her brow. Please don't misunderstand, it is merely my boyfriend who wanted to see you. Why bother? Once certain actions are taken, there's no need to feign ignorance. Thank you for helping me discern the harsh realities of this world. Without wealth, one should not entertain notions of affection, especially towards certain despicable women. Chen Zhou replied with a faint smile, yet his words were sharp and caustic, causing Zhou Yuro's complexion to pale as she bit her lip. The boy standing beside her sneered, You do have quite the tongue. As you aptly stated, without money, one is unworthy of fine things, easily snatched away, much like you, a pitiful wretch. Upon hearing such an insult hurled at him, Chen Zhou, who would have previously laughed it off, now, emboldened by recent experiences, was determined to retaliate. He grasped the mop and advanced. The boy, holding Zhou Yuro, narrowly dodged the foul mop as it swung towards him, yet still found some of its stench affixed to him. Glaring at the stains on his expensive attire, his expression flickered with rage, nearly unhinged however. Wary of the mop in Chen Zhou's hands, he refrained from using his years of boxing training to deliver a swift blow to this boy. How bold of you to initiate an attack. I shall await you by the school gate after classes. I hope you possess the same audacity then. By the way, I am Zhang Han, he coldly remarked before departing with Zhou Yuro. Chen Zhou watched their retreating figures, his brow knitted in contemplation and this dismal school and this unforgiving society. Zhang Han's threat could not go unanswered, yet he pondered how he might confront and resolve this impending crisis. At that moment, a beep resonated, signaling the arrival of the system. Infinite cloning system. Host, Chen Zhou. Species, Earth human. Age, 19. Gender, male. Physical qualities, average human. 010000. Note: physical fitness encompasses strength, speed, endurance, and so forth. Mental quality, average human being .010000. Note: Mental quality includes IQ, resilience, emotional intelligence, and more. Skills acquired. Infinite clones 100100. Skill level. Bronze level distance to silver level. 010000. Infinite clones. Based on the host's various attributes, clones are generated possessing 70% of the host's qualities, with their attributes determined by the host and the skill itself. Currently possessing bronze level clones. 0. In the realm of infinite replication, Chen Zhou had been seated for quite some time before he rose and ventured to the restroom. Observing the absence of any other patrons, he activated the infinite duplication skill. Instantly, an odd sensation washed over him, and within moments, 20 individuals appeared in the restroom, each mirroring his attire. Although their appearances varied distinctly, collectively they presented no significant flaws. However, their expressions were rather vacant. Chen Zhou hastily summoned the interface. Apart from the alterations to his skills, a new taskbar had emerged. Development task, strength in numbers. The host is urged to enhance both quality and skills promptly to unlock additional system privileges. Main task, ensure that each duplicate generates a benefit. Task reward, each duplicate's output will grant the host 1 physical attribute point and 1 mental attribute point. Physical attribute point, enhances physical capabilities. Mental attribute point, enhances mental acuity. Astounded, Chen Zhou spent considerable time examining the system, only to discover its remarkable flexibility. It did not impose any specific tasks but rather provided broad objectives for personal development. To his astonishment, he discovered that each duplicate possessed an identification card within their pocket. The extraordinary nature of this system left him astounded. At that moment, hurried footsteps and voices echoed from outside the restroom. "Hurry up, I can't hold it any longer." Chen Zhou, startled, quickly commanded his duplicates to conceal themselves within the stalls. Just as they hid, a man burst in, his face flushed with urgency, bending over and frantically trying each stall door. In a moment of desperation, he cried out, "Please, kind sir inside, I can't hold it, let me in, and I promise to repay you in my next life as a humble servant." Chen Zhou, taken aback, instructed one of his duplicates to open the restroom door. The man, overjoyed, rushed in, only to be met with a muffled groan as he collapsed to the floor. "What a disgrace," he lamented. "My entire reputation is ruined by my trousers." Chen Zhou commanded the other 19 duplicates to emerge, instantly filling the restroom to capacity. "Please, my good fellows, keep this a secret. I will repay you in my next life," the man pleaded, his face a picture of anguish. With a chuckle, Chen Zhou exited the restroom and ordered his 20 duplicates to guard the school entrance. With such an army at his disposal, he felt confident against any challenges posed by Zhang Han. Returning to the classroom, he scrolled through his social media feed and discovered a recruitment post from a previous agency. Gray Electronics Company seeks several assembly line workers for day shifts of 12 hours, offering 15 per hour, with meals and accommodation provided, along with the option to pay social insurance and advance wages. Recognizing the company he had previously worked for, he felt a surge of inspiration and promptly sent a message. "Are you still hiring?" "Yes," came the reply. "How many do you need?" "As many as you have." "Well, I have 90 individuals. Can you accommodate them?" After dispatching this message, he awaited a response, which eventually came after a lengthy pause. "Sure, when can they start?" In the office of the Labor Service Company, Zhang Chong, suppressing his excitement, replied with an enthusiastic okay, unable to contain a burst of laughter. 90 individuals all at once. One must understand that their intermediary earns a commission. If each person can bring in 10 yuan on the first day, then, if these 90 individuals are indeed genuine, that amounts to 900 yuan in a single day. My goodness, as a newcomer in the intermediary business, could it be possible to earn over 10,000 yuan monthly so swiftly? He could not help but indulge in visions of a promising future. Chen Zhou put away his phone, acutely aware of the peculiar gazes around him, eyes that scrutinized a perceived failure, but he remained unfazed. Enduring until the class concluded, he noted that tomorrow was Saturday, thus planning to return to the small rental apartment he shared with Zhou Yuru, a haven of their budding romance. Just a short distance from the school gate, Zhang Han and 3 burly men obstructed Chen Zhou's path. Well, well, young man, you possess quite the audacity to come alone. Should I label you foolish or simply naive? Zhang Han taunted, his face a mask of mockery, toying with Chen Zhou like a cat with a mouse. Is this all the company you have? Chen Zhou scoffed at the 3 hulks behind Zhang Han. So brazen even at death's door? This street is bustling with people. Soon you shall learn what true humiliation feels like. Seize him and expose his face. I intend for him to comprehend the consequences of crossing me. As Zhang Han's words fell, the 3 brutish men charged forward with malevolent grins, seasoned in their role as henchmen. However, as they approached, Chen Zhou silently issued a command, and 20 clones swiftly surrounded them. Hey, disperse. Onlookers, keep your distance to avoid innocent casualties. None of us can afford to compensate, one of the thugs barked, only to suddenly feel his legs ensnared, before being flipped onto the ground. A glance revealed that the other 2 were similarly subdued. Zhang Han froze, witnessing his henchmen being pinned to the ground by a suddenly materializing crowd. What the hell are you doing? Who dares meddle in Zhang Han's affairs? Beware. I shall pay a visit to each of your families to settle the score. Do not presume that wealth grants you impunity. Look, these are likely concerned citizens, unable to tolerate your nefarious deeds, stepping forth to enact justice. Chen Zhou proclaimed, simultaneously issuing a command. Instantly, 10 clones lunged at Zhang Han, stripping him bare and suspending him from a tree amidst his screams and threats. A naked man hanging from a tree. A bizarre spectacle. The crowd erupted in shrieks, recording videos that swiftly took over local headlines, destined to go viral nationwide. Zhang Han's face morphed through a spectrum of colors. White, red, black, green, and the hue of excrement, before he erupted into a frenzied scream. You are finished. Chen Zhou, you will pay. Zhang Han howled, madness evident in his voice. And what of these concerned citizens? Where in this world do such altruistic souls exist? With a cold laugh, Chen Zhou departed, returning to his rental, where he lay for some time before rising to prepare a meal, only to be interrupted by a cacophony of fierce arguing outside. Upon stepping outside, Chen Zhou discovered that it was his neighbor, a young married woman, embroiled in a heated argument. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that a colleague had come to her door, persistently inviting her out for drinks. Hey, 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 what are you doing? Don't resort to violence, Chen Zhou shouted. One of the men, grappling with the woman, shot Chen Zhou a fierce glare and snarled, mind your own business, scram, or I won't be so accommodating. This blatant disrespect irked Chen Zhou. It was one thing to harass a woman, but to insult him as well? Instantly, he commanded his 20 avatars to converge on the scene. Who do you think you're talking to? Chen Zhou glared at the man who had just insulted him. Faced with the sudden appearance of over 20 individuals, the group quickly wilted, apologizing profusely. We're sorry, brother. We've been drinking and didn't mean to disturb you. We'll leave right away. They bowed 3 times before hastily retreating. The neighbor, Lin Yulu, observed Chen Zhou with astonishment, her disheveled attire doing little to conceal her fair skin. Xiao Chun, who were they? Oh, they're merely my friends, Chen Zhou replied. And what were those ruffians after? Colleagues from the factory, insisting I join them for a meal. They thought they could get handsy after a few drinks, Lin Yulu explained. Having lived as neighbors for several years, they had only exchanged nods and pleasantries. She was taken aback that he had come to her aid. Just as she intended to express her gratitude, Chen Zhou quietly retreated into his home without uttering a word. One must not indulge in fanciful thoughts without strength. This was the decree Chen Zhou imposed upon himself. After a modest meal, he acknowledged that his avatars also required sustenance. However, he had insufficient provisions for them all. A missed meal or 2 would pose no issue. He would wait until tomorrow to see which unsuspecting soul would treat them. As Chen Zhou was indulging in a deep slumber, the Zhang family mansion was ablaze with light. Zhang Han, dejected, stood before his parents, Zhang Yaozu and Lu Yulan, who bore expressions of grave concern. Zhang Yaozu furrowed his brow and admonished, a real man does not wallow in despair upon facing setbacks. What kind of person are you? Zhang Han's complexion turned ashen, and upon hearing his father's harsh words, his pent-up resentment erupted. It's easy for you to say. You try it. I assure you, you would fare even worse. You worthless child. I invested in your education to achieve greatness. Yet the moment you encounter adversity, you falter. Zhang Yaozu was taken aback by his son's audacity to retort, and his temper flared, causing him to erupt in anger. You will understand when you face challenges yourself. Wait until you reach my age. Zhang Yaozu was momentarily perplexed by his son's words, pondering what calamity could have befallen him to elicit such a response. Meanwhile, seated beside them, Lu Yulan suddenly gasped, her face a mixture of shock and disbelief as she gazed at her phone. Old Zhang, come here and look. Is this news about Han? Chen Zhou, lost in thought, jolted upon hearing his mother's words, covering his face with his hands and rubbing vigorously. Zhang Yaozu leaned in to examine the distressing headlines on his wife's phone screen. Naked man spotted hugging a tree outside a university, suspected to be a student facing romantic failure. Just sensationalist headlines. A few minutes later, the couple stared in astonishment at their son. What on earth is going on? Zhang Yaozu exclaimed. Zhang Han recounted the events in detail. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Yaozu absorbed the gravity of the situation. Well, what's done is done. Consider it an experience. It serves to remind you that children from impoverished backgrounds sometimes face such circumstances. You must strive to avoid similar situations in the future. Dad, you must help me, Zhang Han implored. You must resolve your own issues. Do not always rely on others. A man should not be so dependent. Zhang Yaozu replied firmly. Lu Yulan pinched her husband, prompting Zhang Yaozu to glare at her. I want to transfer schools.
Zhang Han declared.
Foolishness. When faced with a setback, you think of escaping. Chen Zhou is just a rural boy. What can he possibly compare to you? Have you lost your mind? Zhang Yaozu scolded him vehemently. Zhang Han's blood boiled at the criticism, yet he also mocked himself for his lack of ambition, realizing that a man's worth is often measured by societal status. Chen Zhou was abruptly awakened by the blaring alarm. It was already 7:30. He hastily rose, for he had an interview scheduled with the agency. After a quick wash, he stepped outside. The meeting place was not far, just a 30-minute walk. As he made his way, he noticed an increasing number of people surrounding him. By the time he reached his destination, he found himself amidst a throng of 100 individuals, resembling a gathering of the underworld, causing others to flee in fear. Upon arriving at the designated location, Chen Zhou sent a message, and before long, a familiar figure hurriedly emerged. Zhang Chong was taken aback upon seeing the throng of people densely packed in front of his company. My goodness, there are indeed so many. Where on earth did this brother gather such a crowd? Hey brother, do you know all these guys? Zhang Chong couldn't help but inquire. Of course, they are all my good friends. They expressed a desire to follow me, so I must ensure everything is arranged clearly. Chen Zhou replied. Impressive. Leading them into the electronics factory, you truly have a knack for this. However, he kept this thought to himself. Zhang Chong, with a beaming smile, reiterated the benefits and rules to the crowd of dozens, even hundreds. He intended to win over these individuals, but after several attempts to engage them, he realized they were utterly indifferent, leading him to abandon the idea. At that moment, a figure resembling a supervisor approached and asked, Xiao Zhang, are these your clients? Upon seeing the individual, Zhang Chong's brow slightly furrowed, and he forced a smile, replying, Yes, Supervisor Wang, they are all my clients. Good. Supervisor Wang, exuding authority, patted Zhang Chong on the shoulder and continued, Considering you have so many people, you must be overwhelmed. How about you allocate 50 of them to me? Their company operated under a system of personal accountability. Each intermediary earned commissions based on the workers they recruited, with the company taking the lion's share. Supervisor Wang, noticing that this newcomer had managed to attract such a large number of individuals, was immediately intrigued and eager to partake in the bounty. Zhang Chong's expression shifted to one of distress as he protested, Supervisor Wang, that doesn't seem appropriate. This. Wang's demeanor darkened as he retorted, What's inappropriate about it? If I say it's acceptable, then it is. He then turned to Chen Zhou, stating, You brought these people here, right? To be frank, the factory doesn't need this many workers, and there are other labor companies vying for entry. If you wish to join us, you must heed my arrangements. What kind of arrangements? Chen Zhou had no interest in their disputes. All must sign contracts, and the work period must be a minimum of 3 months. Otherwise, the salary will be halved, Supervisor Wang declared. Chen Zhou naturally would not object. However, upon examining the contract, he frowned and said, "Wasn't it agreed upon that the wage would be 15 per hour? Why is it now 14? At this, Supervisor Wang smiled and replied, 15 was yesterday's rate. Today it's 14. Wages fluctuate daily. If you're dissatisfied, you are free to leave." Supervisor Wang looked at the young man with a sense of triumph, thinking such a newcomer fresh to the workforce would be easily manipulated. Chen Zhou, gritting his teeth, commanded his subordinate to sign the contract, deciding to focus on earning some money for now, leaving future considerations aside. Supervisor Wang was pleased, while Zhang Chang's expression soured. Not only were the individuals he had recruited being taken from him, but the wage was also being pilfered. Damn it, such dishonesty was ultimately going to fall on his shoulders. Zhang Chang cursed silently at the unscrupulous Supervisor Wang. After the contracts were signed, the next step was to process the entry procedures, which were completed swiftly. The Gray Electronic Company is not particularly large. It is a low-end manufacturing firm specializing in the production of electronic circuit boards. The company employs over 300 permanent staff and more than 200 temporary workers. Chen Zhou has thoughtfully arranged for only 80 of his duplicates to be assigned, as he believes it prudent to retain some personnel close at hand, especially considering his adversary, Zhang Han. Chen fears that after having offended him, Zhang will not easily relent. Today, Li Chongyang, the workshop director of Gray Electronic, is in a remarkably jubilant mood. The recruitment notice dispatched yesterday has attracted over 100 applicants today, allowing the backlog of production tasks to finally progress smoothly. Just yesterday, they faced scornful accusations, with some denouncing their factory as a heartless establishment unworthy of even a dog's labor. Yet today, more than 100 people have arrived. Indeed, while our nation may lack many resources, it is never short of manpower. As some depart, others inevitably arrive. Li has summoned the leaders of each production line to collect their new recruits. In an instant, over 100 individuals are whisked away, leaving only around 40. This remaining number is just sufficient to open 2 additional lines, and fortuitously, there are 2 spare line leaders available. He calls these 2 into his office to deliver a motivational speech. You 2, as spare line leaders, have been in this role long enough. Today is the moment to test your learning. We have just welcomed a fresh batch of recruits. You will each take half and establish a new line, Li Chongyang declares with a serious tone, reminiscent of a high-ranking official addressing subordinates, exuding an air of authority. The 2 spare line leaders, Zhou Qingyang and Yang Guangzhou, are brimming with excitement, embodying the spirit of those entrusted with great responsibilities. Zhou Qingyang, of petite stature, has green hair that obscures much of his face, and a mask seems to be affixed to his visage, revealing only his keen eyes. In contrast, Yang Guangzhou, tall and fair-skinned, sports a middle-part hairstyle, his face radiating a subtle confidence as he assures, "Rest assured, Director Li, my management of a production line will be effortless and enjoyable. I guarantee we will lead in all metrics next month." Zhou Qingyang casts a disgruntled glance at Yang Guangzhou, feeling somewhat irked but unable to articulate his thoughts, stumbling over his words without clarity. Li Chongyang glances at his 2 subordinates and claps his hands, instructing, "Now go forth, commit yourselves to your tasks, and do not betray the trust and cultivation bestowed upon you by your leadership." The 2 leaders each take about 20 individuals back to their stations. Zhou Qingyang ponders for a moment, then claps his hands, commanding, "Stand in a line, and listen as I impart some words of wisdom." In the electronics factory, talent was abundant, yet when Zhou Qingyang issued his command, the desired outcome eluded him. Approximately 20 individuals stood in a disorganized line, their postures askew. A motley crew indeed. Frustration brewed within Zhou Qingyang. As someone who prided himself on his capabilities, he could not tolerate a band of misfits undermining his authority. The sight of them resembling bedraggled dogs was utterly unacceptable. With a resounding voice, he exclaimed, "Look at yourselves. Can you not stand a little straighter?" The group shifted awkwardly, but the effect was negligible. Zhou Qingyang felt a twinge of annoyance, Clearly, they did not regard him as their leader. You there, let me make myself clear. When I instruct you to stand properly, I expect compliance. Do not assume I am oblivious to your defiance. If you choose to disregard my words, feel free to voice it. I will arrange for your immediate dismissal. Zhou Qingyang seized one individual, whose shoulder sagged as if he might topple over. This tactic was known as exemplifying a typical case to frighten others into submission. The person being reprimanded was none other than one of Chen Zhou's avatars, who, while controlling from outside the factory, could witness the scene through this avatar's perspective. Just moments ago, he had been distracted and failed to manage his avatar properly, and he recognized Zhou Qingyang well. Only 2 months prior, he had been joyfully working on the assembly line, but now, having been promoted to a new leader, he found this rapid ascent quite astonishing and even amusing. How dare you speak to my avatar in such a manner? You truly believe you are a leader? Under his control, the avatar suddenly perked up and retorted, Hello, Team Leader Zhou. Might I inquire why standing properly is required for a task as mundane as assembling screws? Are we, perchance, representatives of the nation? Zhou Qingyang was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that a randomly chosen example would possess such eloquence. However, given his own limited education, he struggled to formulate a response. After a long pause, he finally managed, Are you questioning my authority? What qualifications do you possess to challenge me? The avatar shot a glance at Zhou Qingyang and continued, In this ragtag assembly, what do you think you are? Just because you hold the title of team leader, you believe yourself superior? I refuse to leave. What will you do about it? Zhou Qingyang was astonished that this individual dared to speak back, and his anger rendered him incoherent. Am I the team leader or are you? My position as leader is inherently superior to yours. Get lost. I do not require your presence on this line. His voice boomed, drawing the attention of onlookers from other lines, including the imposing figure of the chief team leader, De Bing, who was on an inspection round. What is going on here? De Bing inquired, arms crossed and belly protruding, his demeanor serious. Chief, this fellow dares to talk back to me. I want him dismissed. Such insubordination is unacceptable. Zhou Qingyang articulated hastily. Is it as simple as declaring a dismissal? I have a signed contract. Dare you try? The avatar responded with a sardonic smile. Upon hearing this, De Bing chuckled coldly. I won't dismiss you. Instead, you will move boxes for me. If you fail to meet today's production quota, I will dock your hours. How dare you speak to me in such a tone? I will not let this slide. As the chief team leader, De Bing had encountered countless individuals like this. He knew well over 100 ways to compel someone to resign voluntarily. What use was a contract in the face of his authority? Turning to Zhou Qingyang, he remarked, One must not be excessively harsh with subordinates. There are times to be lenient. However, in situations like the recent one, you must adopt a firm stance, or else you risk losing control over them. Zhou Qingyang nodded thoughtfully. Dabin continued sternly, Hurry up. The tasks today are quite demanding. Our second workshop has a production target of 30,000 boards, but for your newly established line, producing just 2,000 will suffice. However, if we fail to meet our production obligations, I won't face a pleasant outcome, and you shouldn't blame me for being harsh. Zhou Qingyang's expression revealed a sense of determination. In contrast, Chen Zhou wore a cold smirk. Most of his 80 clones were assigned to the third workshop, leaving only 20 in the second, scattered across various production lines, with merely 8 on Zhou Qingyang's line. Yet 8 were sufficient. He and Dabin could manage this. It was time to demonstrate what it meant to be a disruptive element and a mere nuisance. Zhou Qingyang organized the positions, placing the women at the forefront to assemble the boards, while the more experienced roles were filled by Chen Zhou's clones assigned to the back. Can you manage this? Zhou Qingyang frowned at an employee who fumbled with the task. I've taught you several times. How can you not even screw in a bolt properly? What else can you possibly do? Goodness! He rubbed his forehead in exasperation. As he observed the boards accumulating on the assembly line, he noted the adjacent frame was also piling up. Growing increasingly anxious, he shouted, Get lost! Go to the back and package. You! Come here and screw this in. Unable to tolerate the incompetence any longer, he replaced the worker with someone who seemed more capable. 2 minutes later, What the hell? Is screwing in a bolt really that difficult? Zhou Qingyang felt a headache coming on and pushed the person aside, saying, "All right, let me demonstrate once more. Pay close attention." He settled into position, picked up the electric screwdriver, and instructed, "Keep your hand steady. Align it with the screw, then press here. When you hear that click, release it. Did you understand? Shall I demonstrate again?" "Got it," the worker replied. "Now, hurry up. The boards are piling up." Zhou Qingyang stepped aside to watch the individual attempt the task, but even the first step made him nearly lose his temper. He could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Are you an idiot? After multiple instructions, you still can't manage to screw in a bolt? What else can you do? Get lost. Go to the back and trim the edges." His voice was loud enough for nearly the entire second workshop to hear. Dabin nodded in satisfaction, evidently pleased that Zhou Qingyang had grasped his intent. This child can be taught. Zhou Qingyang, infuriated to the point of bloodlust, cycled through workers until, "What is going on here? Is this acceptable?" A stern rebuke suddenly reverberated through the second workshop. Quality Inspector Duan Tianrong stared in shock at the mountain of boards accumulating on the newly opened assembly line. The line was cluttered. The frames were overflowing. Even more outrageous, a large pile of boards was carelessly stacked on the floor, adjacent to the assembly line, layer upon layer. "What is going on here, Zhou Qingyang? Is this how you conduct your work? Call your supervisor over. I want him to see how his subordinates operate." Duan Tianrong showed no mercy to the newly appointed team leader, vociferously holding him accountable. Zhou Qingyang's cheeks and neck flushed crimson, a mix of anger and embarrassment washing over him. He was both furious and anxious. Who could have anticipated that this group of newcomers would be so incompetent, unable even to manage the simplest task of fastening screws? After trying one after another, he was left with no choice but to step in himself. Faced with accountability, he dared not retort, lowering his voice in submission. "Sister Duan, please, it's a special circumstance. I will arrange the boards immediately. In the electronics factory, circuit boards must be stacked one layer at a time with cardboard separators. Hurry up. What sort of team leader are you? With boards piled up like this? Be careful. I might file a complaint against you." Seeing the young man so submissive, Duan Tianrong decided not to press him further and granted him a temporary reprieve. Zhou Qingyang glared fiercely at the few workers fastening screws, barking, "What are you standing around for? Get over here and arrange the boards." The backlog of boards had halted the assembly line, leaving little work to be done behind. After assigning a few people to tidy up the boards, Zhou Qingyang finally exhaled in relief. As long as no complaints were lodged against him, the accumulation of boards was not a grave concern. Although it was somewhat excessive, he would likely only receive a few reprimands. A complaint, however, could cost him dearly. Who could bear that? With him, the team leader, stepping in. He believed the piled-up boards would soon be cleared away. Just look at how he was swiftly organizing the boards at hand. At that moment, a voice called out, "Team leader, come quickly. There seems to be a problem up ahead." Zhou Qingyang felt a surge of satisfaction. Being called a team leader was rather pleasant. He summoned someone to cover his position and stepped forward to inquire, "What's the matter?" No sooner had he asked than he caught a whiff of something burning, and upon closer inspection, his face turned pale with fright. What on earth is happening here? He hurriedly questioned the personnel at the station responsible for placing the boards onto the conveyor belt for anti-moisture coating. "I don't know. It just got stuck and one T-move," the worker replied innocently. Zhou Qingyang shut down the line and leaned in for a closer look, his anger boiling over as he cursed. "How could you place it backwards when it was fine before? Even if it was an accident. You saw it was stuck and still put more in. Are you out of your mind?" Gazing at the mangled boards crushed by the moisture spray machine, the faint acrid smell making his stomach churn, he felt a pang of distress. "I don't know. It just got stuck by itself. I have no idea what happened." Zhou Qingyang glared at this individual, his frustration escalating to the point where he contemplated violence. At that moment, a group of 3 or 4 engineers clad in blue anti-static suits rushed over, drawn by the burning odor. Upon assessing the situation at the source, they too stood in stunned silence. An older individual inquired with a tone of disbelief, "What on earth is happening?" "Zhou Qingyang, you and your team are truly impressive. managing to render this machine utterly inoperative. Remarkable. Zhou Qingyang appeared visibly embarrassed and at a loss for words. Dabing, you must come and take a look at this situation immediately. The leader of the group contacted Dabing, crossing his arms and waiting with a mocking smile. Before long, a somewhat breathless Dabing hurried over. Lao Zhang, what's the matter? I was quite busy. He had just been reprimanding a newly hired employee who had proven resistant to countless instructions, even causing him to raise his voice in frustration. But thankfully, he had finally managed to impart the necessary skills. Just take a look for yourself, Lao Zhang replied, casting a cold glance at Zhou Qingyang. What? Dabing felt an ominous premonition as he approached, catching a whiff of a burnt odor that caused his heart to sink. Upon fully grasping the situation, he instinctively exclaimed, "What the hell?" His breathing quickened, his face flushed, and his expression contorted as he turned to Zhou Qingyang, glaring fiercely and shouting, "Zhou Qingyang, what is going on here?" In the midst of a chaotic situation, the soldier found himself engulfed in confusion. How could such an event transpire? It was indeed rather absurd. "Zhou Qingyang, what is going on?" he demanded, struggling to steady his rapid breaths, fearful that he might choke on his own anxiety. Zhou Qingyang, drenched in sweat, his face concealed behind a mask, stammered, "I am not sure. I was working at the back. I am not fully aware of what transpired at the front." Upon hearing this, several engineers gathered nearby erupted into laughter. The soldier, suppressing his urge to curse, retorted, "As a team leader, how can you neglect the overall situation? You claim to be working at the back, yet you allowed this machine to fall into such disarray? I am truly astonished." Zhou Qingyang, feeling a surge of urgency, sensed that his competence was being questioned. "Team leader," he protested, "this is genuinely not my fault. The component was functioning perfectly at the front. Who could have anticipated that it would malfunction from behind?" He refrained from admitting that, as the team leader, he had spent the entire afternoon tightening screws at the back. The soldier, now agitated, turned his gaze towards a young worker at the moisture-proof coating station and inquired, "What is your explanation?" The young man fumbled, "I don't know. It just reversed itself while I was working. How could I have known it would get stuck? I truly had no idea." A heavy silence enveloped the room. The soldier's stare bore into the young man, who, despite his decent appearance, appeared utterly incompetent. "How can you not differentiate between the front and back? It got stuck, and you still continued to push it in? Are you out of your mind? It was nearly on fire, and you kept feeding it? Are you completely foolish?" His voice thundered like a bull, echoing through the workshop, startling those in adjacent lines. They were intrigued, having never witnessed anyone lose their temper so spectacularly. The young worker, seemingly intimidated by the soldier's fierce demeanor, eventually muttered, "I didn't notice. I don't know." Feeling a wave of suffocation, the soldier's temples throbbed. He leaned against a nearby surface, took a deep breath, and chuckled. "What a talent you are. After all these years in this factory, you are indeed a rarity. Truly impressive." Those in the adjacent lines, witnessing the usually arrogant team leader now reduced to a figure of ridicule, began to share amused whispers, spreading the word that the team leader had been rendered speechless by frustration. Meanwhile, the young worker wore a barely perceptible smirk, for he was, in fact, one of Chen Zhou's avatars. As a result of the malfunctioning spray machine, Line 10 had no choice but to halt the assembly line. The soldier reported the situation to the workshop supervisor, Li Chongyang, who chastised him severely and subsequently deducted 200 yuan from his pay. The soldier hung up the phone, his face flushed with anger. He had been unjustly penalized 200 yuan, and naturally he was displeased. However, he dared not express his frustrations to Li Chongyang. Thus, he directed his ire towards Zhou Qingyang, stating, "You owe me 200 yuan. Make sure to hand it over before the end of the day." As he turned to leave, he added, "Your talents are abundant online. If you can navigate this arduous challenge, I believe you will soar to great heights, achieving success that rivals my own." As for how to deal with the employee, he left it to Zhou Qingyang's discretion, but emphasized that dismissals should not be arbitrary and to employ some tactics. Understood? The soldier, ever the instructor, bestowed another round of advice upon Zhou Qingyang. Zhou Qingyang, feeling like a mute suffering in silence, managed a forced smile and replied, "I will remember your words, and I will return the 200 yuan by the end of the day." "Very well, promising," the soldier replied, equally burdened as he walked away. Today had been a particularly painful day for him. However, what was a little pain to a man? "Keep it up, soldier. You are formidable," Zhou Qingyang thought as he gazed at the soldier's broad back retreating into the distance, feeling inexplicably disheartened. "Damn it, I worked all afternoon tightening screws and still got penalized 200 yuan. Where can I seek justice?" As he pondered this, a realization struck him. He was the foreman, overseeing so many beneath him. His risks should be shared by them as well. Consequently, he called a brief meeting and declared, "Today's production shortfall was due to individual incompetence, which has affected everyone's workload. Therefore, I have decided to impose a 50 yuan fine on the spray painting position, with the remaining 180 yuan to be equally distributed among the rest of you. Any objections?" Immediately, the remaining 10 or so individuals, excluding Chen Zhou's doppelganger, cast disapproving glances towards Zhou Qingyang, while a few others glared menacingly at Chen Zhou's counterpart. "What are you staring at? Do you have objections? This is a decision made by the factory leadership, and it is my decision as well. You have no right to negotiate." Zhou Qingyang's eyes, glaring fiercely, radiated an authority he had never wielded before, causing the dissenters to lower their heads in submission. Feeling a surge of pride at his newfound authority, he thought, "Of course I am the foreman. While I may hold the most basic level of management, it is akin to being a regional governor." In the realm of production, Zhou Qingyang was akin to a local emperor, wielding the power to determine an individual's workload. He felt quite accomplished in his role as foreman. However, he pondered, why was there no official fine notice from the factory? Just then, a somewhat awkward voice broke the silence. Zhou Qingyang suppressed his breathing and glanced over, frowning as he asked, "What is your name, and do you realize what you are saying?" Reporting, "Foreman. My name is Li Ba, hailing from Sichuan, 18 years old, and currently single. I am aware of what I am saying. I disagree with your fine because I have no money." Li Ba was, of course, another incarnation of Chen Zhou. Zhou Qingyang was taken aback, then retorted, "I don't care where you are from. My orders cannot be contested. Who do you think you are? If you have no money, it will be deducted from your wages. I am Li Ba. If you dare to deduct my wages, I will certainly give you a beating as you leave the factory." Li Ba exclaimed. "Ha ha ha." Zhou Qingyang was so infuriated that he laughed. He had encountered many such individuals in the electronics factory, who were quick to resort to violence yet possessed no real skill, merely relying on intimidation. He approached Li Ba, fixing his gaze upon him, and said, "I am right here before you. Go ahead and hit me, the harder the better." No sooner had he finished speaking than 2 resounding slaps landed on his face, leaving his ears ringing. For a long while, he stared incredulously at Li Ba, his face burning, his heart a tumultuous mix of emotions. How could he truly have struck him? This was not how things were supposed to unfold. Those 2 slaps, the only ones he had ever received in such a manner, were from his father. His eyes reddened instantly, and he lunged at Li Ba, grappling fiercely. Given that Li Ba was but a fraction of his full self, he was naturally at a disadvantage and soon found himself on the losing end, blood appearing on his face. At that moment, other workers who were pulling wires noticed the commotion and rushed over to witness the spectacle, yet none dared intervene to separate the 2 combatants. After several minutes of chaos, Bing finally arrived at the 10th line, observing the 2 entangled on the ground with a headache. This 10th line was indeed teeming with hidden talents. Just as he had stepped away for a few minutes, yet another brawl had erupted. Fearing that the situation might escalate and draw the attention of the supervisors, leading to reprimand, he hurriedly stepped forward to separate them. He then turned to the onlookers, shouting furiously, "What are you staring at? Do you want to lose your wages? Get back to work." The crowd instantly dispersed like startled birds. Bing, fuming, led Zhou Qingyang and Li Ba into his workshop office. "Speak up, why were you fighting? You do realize that fighting in the factory leads to dismissal?" Bing inquired. "He disobeyed my decision and he struck first." Zhou Qingyang quickly replied. Li Ba, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, stared blankly and said, If anyone dares to deduct my money, I will strike them. Oh really? So you hit anyone who deducts your wages? What about me? De Bing naturally sided with his subordinate. You two are no exception, Li Ba retorted. Ha! This is amusing. However, you violated company policy by fighting, so I have decided to terminate your employment. Now leave. De Bing's face was set in a hard, cold smile. You want to dismiss me, but I was attacked. He should also be fired. Li Ba pointed at Zhou Qingyang. Zhou Qingyang scoffed, glaring at him with disdain from behind his mask. Get lost. I have no time for you. De Bing waved him off. Very well, I shall call the police. Having been beaten like this, I will expose this on the news, Li Ba declared. De Bing's impatient expression shifted to one of amusement, and after a moment's thought, he replied, You don't wish to leave, do you? Well, calling the police won't benefit either of you. Very well, you may proceed with your tasks. Upon hearing that the sergeant would not expel him, Zhou Qingyang grew anxious and exclaimed, But, Sergeant, this. The sergeant raised his hand to silence Zhou Qingyang and, after Li Ba had departed, spoke earnestly, I do this for your own good. You have inflicted significant harm. If he reports this to the authorities, you will undoubtedly face financial repercussions. But we cannot allow him to remain. He dared to strike me, Zhou Qingyang retorted. Foolishness. If this fellow is permitted to stay, he must be prepared to endure severe consequences. Assign him the most arduous and grueling tasks on the line. Should he fail to meet expectations, berate him incessantly, force him to work overtime and deduct from his hours. By the end of the month, his wages will dwindle to a mere 2,500. You are still too young. You must learn more. The sergeant continued to instruct his subordinate. Zhou Qingyang suddenly realized, feeling as though he had awakened from a stupor, acutely aware of his own naivety, and silently vowed to diligently strive for improvement. But what if I scold him daily, and he retaliates? Zhou Qingyang inquired hesitantly. Are you truly so dim-witted? Why not cultivate a few loyal subordinates on the line? Let them create discord among themselves. As the sergeant, they will be eager to curry favor with you, the sergeant replied. Once again, Zhou Qingyang experienced an epiphany, recognizing his own shortcomings. The sergeant's words were profoundly insightful. With his position, many would seek his favor. How could a mere Li Ba possibly dominate an entire line? In due course, when he exerted his authority, it would be utterly assured. Chen Zhou retracted his gaze from the avatars he controlled. He could manage one individually or multiple at once, though the latter often resulted in a chaotic visual experience that proved quite exhausting. The optimal state was to issue commands and allow them to move freely. Even if it rendered him somewhat absent-minded, it at least resembled normalcy. As dusk approached, the electronics factory mandated overtime until 9 o'clock, and given the complications he had caused with Zhou Qingyang, it was likely he would be working until 10. He stretched languidly, reveling in the newfound comfort. Just then, a message arrived on his phone. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from his mother, Li Wenlan. My son, how have you been lately? Have you found a girlfriend yet? Without hesitation, Chen Zhou replied, Mom, why bother with a girlfriend? Right now, I need to focus on my career. Once I'm wealthy, I'll find you a dozen daughters-in-law, whether they be mature queens or youthful lolas, so you and Dad can have a bit of prestige. Meanwhile, in their rural home in Dashishi, Li Wenlan read her son's response, her eyelids twitching with concern. Suddenly, she lamented, That wretched Zhou Yuru. My son treated her so well, and she just discarded him like that. Even a dog would have formed a bond. Oh dear, look at the state my son is in. Beside her, Chen Depeo, Chen Zhou's father, glanced at the phone with a stern expression, interjecting, I told you to advise him against being that. What do they call it online? At that moment, he struggled to recall the term. Simpy, Chen mother, who frequently surfed the internet, managed to reply amid her sorrow. Yes, a simp. We provide him with 1,500 a month for living expenses, and most of it goes to that woman. And what did he do? He worked himself to the bone at the electronics factory for 2 months just to buy her a phone. Why must a phone be so expensive? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Their son had never contributed a single penny to them. Do you think girls today are like those of the past? Times have changed, yet you still spend all day online. Chen mother sighed helplessly, taking a long moment before responding. How was I to know? I thought since Xiao Zhou treats girls well, she should reciprocate. Who would have guessed? As her words trailed off, tears welled in her eyes. Her son was a decent and honest boy, yet he had suffered great humiliation at school. Then she must be a beast. Chen father retorted angrily. After both parents sighed in unison, Chen mother hesitated before suggesting, what about Luo Luo? Perhaps. No way. Our son is unworthy of her. Don't even think about it. Besides, Luo Luo has practically been raised as our daughter. She's like his sister. How could that ever work? Chen father firmly rejected the idea. Luo Luo, formerly known as Luo Xingmei, had been saved from a human trafficker by Chen father 14 years ago and had been raised as his daughter ever since. They had attempted to locate her biological family, but aside from discovering a slip of paper with her name and birth date sewn into her clothing, no further information had surfaced. What do you mean unworthy? I see that Luo Luo quite likes our Xiao Zhou. Why should the good fortune flow to outsiders? Chen mother contended. Luo Luo is the most intelligent child I have ever encountered. Had it not been for our family's circumstances, she would surely surpass Xiao Zhou in accomplishments. From a young age, Luo Luo exhibited a remarkable business acumen, possessing both eloquence and a swift capacity for learning. Over the past few years, her earnings have even outstripped those of Chen's father, who toils away at his job, thereby affording him more time to care for his wife. Alas! Chen's mother let out a heavy sigh. She suffers from a severe leg ailment, restricting her ability to travel and care for herself, while her husband must go out to work and their son pursues his studies. The weight of all these burdens has fallen squarely on Luolua's shoulders, and the hardships they endure are known only to the elderly couple. Yet, they are not afraid of hardship. However, they are deeply plagued by guilt. Luoluo has even delayed her studies to care for me. Chen's mother's eyes were red, and Chen's father mirrored her distress. Mom, Dad, please do not say such things. I chose this willingly. I was never particularly adept at academics, so it makes more sense for me to step out into the world, and over these past few years, I have earned a considerable sum, all the while being able to care for you, Mother. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the door. As a girl of approximately 17 or 18 stepped in, her eyes slightly reddened and her cheeks flushed. Clad in simple attire, she could not conceal her ethereal beauty. Her features were exquisite. With a slender figure, her waist curved delicately, and her legs were both shapely and elongated. The skin visible beneath her trousers was fair and smooth. Chen's mother wiped her tears and said, "But in today's society, one cannot make strides without a diploma. Luoluo, I have always felt so guilty towards you." "It's all right, Mother. Haven't I earned a lot of money over these years? Even the college students in town haven't made as much as I have." Luolua's beautiful eyes sparkled with vitality, reminiscent of a pristine spring. "Besides, my brother is a university student. He will manage." Chen's parents were momentarily rendered speechless, and after a long pause, Chen's mother finally remarked, "Your brother isn't faring well out there. The world is quite challenging." She hesitated to reveal that her son had been outwitted by a woman. Brother has merely been deceived by a woman. How could he compete with such treachery? Luoluo pouted her delicate lips. "You are aware of that, are you?" The elderly couple felt helpless. "Mom and Dad, may I discuss something with you?" Luoluo smiled, deftly shifting the topic. "What is it?" Chen's parents inquired, puzzled. "I wish to find my brother. He must not be bullied by those women any longer. I need to protect him," Luoxingmai declared, raising her fist. The elderly couple hesitated, their concern for their beautiful daughter venturing into the vast city evident. "I have heard everything you said." Luolua's words caused Chen's mother to feel a twinge of embarrassment. This mischievous girl had been eavesdropping for who knows how long. As they gazed into Luoxingmai's hopeful eyes, they felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. Thus, Chen's father picked up the phone, adopting the most serious expression he had ever worn, and dialed. In Rongqing, Chen Zhou glanced at the caller ID displaying his father's name and answered the call. "Xiao Zhou, Luoluo is coming to find you." Chen Zhou was astonished. "Why would she come? Isn't she doing well at home?" Cough, cough. What could she possibly want from me? It's not like I have anything entertaining here. This matter is already settled. Let me tell you, if I find out that Luo has faced even the slightest hardship, you can forget about calling me dad. I'm laying it out for you right now. Also, you ought to aspire for greater things. Do not even think about relying on her money. How could you even consider it? Chen Zhou felt a wave of embarrassment. After all, he was still a student. He quickly replied, Dad, times have changed. I promise to ensure that Luo and you live a life of luxury, especially for her. Chen Zhou felt a sense of guilt towards his younger sister. Here he was, a grown man still in school, while she was out working and barely keeping up with her studies. This was supposed to be his responsibility, yet however, he had to thank that wretched woman, Yue Er, otherwise he would still be foolishly lost in thoughts of love. Now, with the system at his disposal, he felt confident that he could provide Luo with a life akin to that of a princess, compensating her for the hardships she had endured over the years. I hope you can deliver on your words. Luo will depart tomorrow and should arrive by the afternoon. You'd better be at the station waiting for her in the morning, Chen's father commanded. In truth, society is generally safe, especially in large metropolitan areas, but it was understandable that Chen's father was overly anxious about Luo. So urgent Chen Zhou patted his chest, assuring that he would fulfill the task, and only after multiple reminders from his mother did he hang up the phone. Under the pressure from his parents, Chen Zhou felt a wave of overwhelming stress, acutely aware that good times were drawing to a close. Ding dong! A sweet smiling emoji from Luo appeared on his phone. Chen Zhou replied with a playful tap. Well, brother, you hit me. I'll be there tomorrow. What do you plan to do about it? Chen Zhou thought that he indeed should express something meaningful. However, he had very little money left. The meager earnings from his job at the electronics factory had already been spent on that woman. Now, he only had a few hundred yuan on him and felt too embarrassed to ask his parents for more. No, from now on, he couldn't ask them for a single cent. Where on earth was he going to get the money? After contemplating for a while, an idea struck him. He had just signed a contract. Although he was newly employed, he had already worked for a day. If he could get advance payments from 7 or 8 co-workers, 100 each would amount to a considerable sum. He immediately approached Zhang Chong to explain his intention. Zhang Chong, who was still working overtime, frowned and pondered for a moment before responding. Bro, technically you need to be employed for 7 days before you can request an advance on your salary. However, since you're a major client, go speak to Supervisor Wang. He has the authority to approve that. After saying that, he pushed a WeChat contact to Chen Zhou. Chen Zhou successfully added the contact and reiterated his request for an advance. Supervisor Wang, who was comfortably seated in the office sipping tea, raised an eyebrow at the audacity of this newcomer requesting an advance on his very first day. Was he joking? Without hesitation, he replied, You can only request an advance after 7 days of employment. You signed the contract. Chen Zhou furrowed his brow and replied, I'm in urgent need of money. Could you make an exception? Supervisor Wang chuckled, well aware of how to handle these fledgling newcomers to society. Brother, I am at a loss as well. The rules are in place and I must apologize. His tactic, a blend of softness and firmness, could almost universally subdue 99% of such novices. Chen Zhou clicked his tongue. Had it been the former version of himself, he would have surely devised an alternative plan. However, at this moment, Supervisor Wang, I wish to discuss a matter with you. My 80 brothers are entirely obedient to me. When I instruct them to leave, they depart immediately. You are aware of the contract signed with Hui Electronics, correct? You know how to proceed. Supervisor Wang was taken aback but quickly responded with a cold smile. Young man, that is not how one should phrase such matters. The rules are established. Your words lack substance. He did not believe this fellow's claims. 80 individuals obedient to him? Who did he think he was? The President of the United States? Even he had to attend classes daily. As expected, after a brief pause, the young man ceased to reply, prompting another chuckle from Wang. However, his phone rang immediately. Upon answering, he saw it was Li Chongyang from Hui Electronics. Why is he calling at this moment? Hello? Supervisor Wang, what is going on? Several individuals who just started today suddenly declared they would not continue. Li Chongyang's voice was filled with both anger and urgency. Having just received a report from below, and promptly contacting Supervisor Wang. Their factory had a deep collaboration with Aology Labor Services. What? They suddenly refused to work? What is happening? Supervisor Wang's body trembled, a sense of foreboding washing over him. I was just about to inquire with you. They claim your agency is of low quality and they no longer wish to work. Hey, Supervisor Li, please remain calm. I will communicate with them immediately. Supervisor Wang hung up and hastily sent a message to Chen Zhou. Brother, everything is negotiable. Each person can receive a prepayment of 200. Otherwise, I will instruct them to leave right now. You have 2 seconds to consider. 200 per person for 80 individuals amounts to 16,000. Nevertheless, after a moment of contemplation, he grit his teeth and transferred the 16,000 to Chen Zhou, unwilling to part with this golden goose. As he sent the money, his hands trembled, and his face turned pale, a vague sense of having boarded a pirate ship creeping over him. In this tale of audacity, Chen Zhou returned to his rented apartment, preparing for the arrival of Luo the following day. He resolved to meticulously tidy up the space. After a night devoid of conversation, he faced another day filled with classes at school. However, after 2.5 years of servile devotion, his academic performance had plummeted to an abysmal low, leading him to embrace a sense of resignation. Compounded by his father's insistence on picking up Luo the previous day, he felt justified in his lack of effort. At the Huaihua Electronics Workshop, Supervisor Li Chongyang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his slightly darkened visage exuding an air of authority as he surveyed the clusters of gathered employees. Today marked a significant assembly for Huaihua Electronics, and as the workshop's overseer, it was his duty to preside over the proceedings. As the clock struck the appointed hour, he noted with displeasure that individuals continued to trickle in through the entrance, disregarding the directive from higher-ups to arrive 5 minutes early. Determined to address this insubordination, he seized one individual for questioning. Are you aware of the factory regulations? The apprehended individual was none other than Li Ba, who appeared momentarily taken aback. Nearby, Zhou Qingyang felt a sense of foreboding. Li Ba was indeed a character of considerable talent. The thought of being entangled in this predicament sent a shiver down his spine as he glanced pleadingly at De Bing, who, maintaining a stoic expression, feigned ignorance. What regulations? Li Ba asked, his confusion palpable. Li Chongyang's dissatisfaction deepened. This individual clearly displayed a lack of regard for factory mandates, treating them as mere trifles. What regulations? How long have you been here? What did the factory leaders convey to you? Have you taken their words to heart? His voice crescendoed, causing Zhou Qingyang's complexion to pale. He harbored an intense disdain for Li Ba, thinking that if he were to become implicated, it would surely lead to Li Ba's regret for ever stepping foot in the factory. I don't know what regulations you're referring to, Li Ba replied, bewildered. Li Chongyang fixed him with a stern gaze, convinced that his authoritative demeanor would compel compliance. He believed that a mere look could instill submission, an insight he had cultivated over years in his role. After staring intently for what felt like an eternity, he began to feel a sting in his eyes, fearing that tears might betray him. Should anyone witness such a lapse, it would tarnish his reputation. He pressed his fingers against his eyes, realizing he had underestimated the caliber of individuals in the electronics factory. Li Ba was a prime example of this. Though he longed to unleash his anger, he restrained himself. Engaging in a confrontation with a brash youth would ultimately bring shame upon himself. All right, you may go. He relented, but added, the factory has its rules, and I shall refrain from elaborating further. I hope some individuals can exhibit a sense of self-awareness. Li Ba returned to his designated line, and Zhou Qingyang, noticing the fierce glare directed at him, felt a sense of dread wash over him. He had inadvertently caught the supervisor's attention, who had observed Li Ba joining his team and then cast a glance in his direction. This realization ignited a fear within him, and as Li Ba shot him a murderous look, he leaned in and whispered, You think you're something special, don't you? Just wait. There will be consequences for you. No sooner had he uttered his threat than he felt a sudden shove from behind, causing him to lose his balance and lurch forward. Today, during our assembly, I would like to briefly address a few points. Firstly, yesterday's production did not meet expectations. Certain team leaders must exert more effort. I sincerely hope that by the end of the month, our output will not fall short. Just as I was about to continue, a figure with green hair abruptly burst forth from the crowd, colliding with the shelves with a resounding crash. Instantly, a wave of laughter erupted, sporadic yet unmistakable. Zhou Qingyang, hearing this, felt his face flush crimson, a sense of breathlessness washing over him, as if he wished to hide his face amongst the shelves. The laughter from the crowd was relentless, and Li Chongyang's expression twitched as he finally managed to exhale through his nose, stating, "What are you laughing at? Zhou Qingyang, what on earth are you doing? Return to your position." Though his tone remained calm, the laughter gradually subsided. Zhou Qingyang, with a face as red as a beet, squeezed back into the throng. Just as Li Chongyang prepared to voice his thoughts once more, another round of uproarious laughter erupted from the assembly. The laughter was akin to the spark igniting a powder keg, and soon hundreds of individuals in the workshop were laughing uncontrollably. Li Chongyang stood there, suppressing his urge to react, while De Bing held back a smile, and the other team leaders bowed their heads in silence. As for Zhou Qingyang, his complexion shifted from a deep crimson to a dark shade of red, as he remained frozen in a corner like a statue. The laughter persisted for several minutes before gradually waning. Li Chongyang finally licked his lips and continued, "The issue of production has been reiterated countless times, and I need not elaborate further. The quality concerns are equally crucial. We will have clients visiting the factory this week, and we must ensure both production and quality are tightly monitored. Should any issues arise, the penalties within the factory are exceedingly severe. All right, the meeting is adjourned." The crowd dispersed, returning to their respective stations. "Goodness, Zhou Qingyang, what on earth were you doing just now?" Yang Guangzhou laughed heartily as he inquired. A few team leaders remained in place, free from the pressure of work and thus unhurried. Zhou Qingyang, finally emerging from his earlier embarrassment, exclaimed, "Damn it, someone just shoved me. If I find out who it was, they'll regret it. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. Don't tell me you still can't manage your employees properly. They dared to push you? If it were me, they wouldn't even dare to utter a word." Yang Guangzhou, in his early 20s, stood tall and spoke with a certain fierceness. "You wouldn't understand. We have plenty of talent online. You know nothing," Zhou Qingyang retorted. "Humph, that's just because you're inept. I'm not discussing this further. The best line award this month is certainly mine." With that, he strutted away. Zhou Qingyang cast a disdainful glance at him, thinking, "What an arrogant fool. If you were on my line, you wouldn't stand a chance." Upon returning to his own line, he recalled the humiliation of the morning and began to ponder who had been behind him. "Hey, it was you who pushed me this morning, wasn't it?" he queried, targeting a seemingly innocent individual. "No, it was him," the man quickly denied, pointing to another. "What are you saying? It was him. Don't mislead. It was him. It was definitely him. We saw it with our own eyes." 7 or 8 people simultaneously pointed at a man with dyed red hair. The individual wore a bewildered expression, poised to offer an explanation, when he was met with the resentful gaze of Zhou Qingyang. "Damn it, you lot, remember this," shouted the red-haired man known as Huang Feifei. Zhou Qingyang regarded him with a few intense glances, already contemplating how to deal with him. However, he prioritized today's assembly line tasks, deciding to postpone addressing this individual. Yet, the sight of the few people on his line filled him with a sense of dread. Fortunately, today's tasks were straightforward, devoid of complex procedures, thus alleviating the fear of encountering issues like those faced the previous day with the screws. Go to the back and label, bag, and box the items. Zhou Qingyang assigned Li Ba his duties, observing his compliant demeanor. A cold smirk emerged on his face. He intended for Li Ba to shoulder the workload of 2 people. "You won't die from it, but if you fall behind later, don't blame me." The simplicity of the task suggested that the assembly line would operate at a rapid pace, with each worker wearing a serious expression. Each board required only a few seconds of handling time. Exceeding this limit would lead to a backlog, which would only grow larger. Wang Yang glanced at the individuals ahead of him, each executing their tasks swiftly, sweat glistening on their brows, all appearing overwhelmingly busy. In contrast, he felt quite at ease, even finding time to check his phone. "Hey, luck is on my side today. I have fewer tasks," he thought to himself, but then he sensed someone approaching. Looking up, he saw the foreman, causing his heart to skip a beat and a wave of nervousness to wash over him. Work diligently, and in time, I'll promote you to assistant foreman. Zhou Qingyang observed the oldest man, who bore a somewhat intimidating demeanor, feeling a sense of satisfaction. This fellow looked formidable and had likely been a troublemaker in the past. If managed well, he could effectively oversee the line. At 25 years old, Wang Yang found himself limited due to a lack of education and a troubled past, relegated to small factories. He was content at the gray electronics where, despite the low wages, they did not scrutinize backgrounds, making it suitable for him. Moreover, there were plenty of women there, and with some clever tactics, he could save money even on dating. The prospect of being promoted by the foreman instantly filled him with joy, deepening his sense of belonging to the factory. Zhou Qingyang noted the glimmer of ambition in Wang Yang's eyes and conducted a satisfied survey of the area. Li Ba, what on earth are you doing with this mountain of boards? Zhou Qingyang scolded, glaring at the towering stacks at Li Ba's station. What? You expect me to handle the workload of 2 people? How can I manage that? Li Ba retorted, sarcasm dripping from his words. Are you unhappy with my assignment? What are you even doing here? Can't handle this little bit of work? How did your mother give birth to such a waste? Zhou Qingyang's loud and unpleasant reprimands drew the gaze of numerous onlookers, who cast sympathetic glances in Li Ba's direction. When I come back, if you still have piled up boards, don't blame me for cutting your hours. Once he had vented his frustrations, the green-haired Zhou Qingyang walked away with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Li Ba continued his work at a leisurely pace, stacking the boards he could not manage to the side. Wang Yang could no longer restrain himself and remarked, Can you speed it up a bit? Just look at the mountain of work you've accumulated. Mind your own business, you hypocrite, Li Ba retorted. Hey, you scoundrel, I was merely trying to help you, yet you fail to appreciate my good intentions. When the supervisor returns, I'll be eager to see how you handle this. Wang Yang scoffed dismissively. Zhou Qingyang returned to the 10th line and immediately inspected Li Ba's station. Observing the towering pile of materials, he coldly remarked, Li Ba, what on earth are you doing? Do you even care about your salary? At this rate, I'll have to dock you 2 hours of wages. Any objections? What objections could I possibly have? But I see the supervisor over there, and it won't look good if things are stacked up. I don't care about my wages. I can endure the reprimand. In the end, your supervisor will still be the same. Li Ba responded, his hands moving slowly while his words flowed rapidly. Threatening me? Do you think I'm afraid of threats? Zhou Qingyang retorted with a snort. If you can't manage, that's solely your issue. Your responsibilities are yours to bear. Don't think you can shirk them. Li Ba shrugged, clearly unfazed. Meanwhile, Wang Yang acted as a sycophant. Li Ba, aren't you part of our 10th line? Don't you understand the concept of shared glory and shared disgrace? Where's your sense of responsibility? Zhou Qingyang glanced at him with satisfaction. Yet Li Ba remained unmoved. The supervisor is coming. We have a problem here, someone shouted. Zhou Qingyang scoffed and walked away. Li Ba smiled slyly at Wang Yang and returned to his work. Half an hour later, De Bing wandered into the 10th line. Upon seeing the towering stack of materials, he erupted in anger. Are we even capable of working here? Of course we can. Li Ba replied loudly, as if energized by a sudden burst of enthusiasm. His voice was booming, yet the speed of his work did not improve. De Bing, hands behind his back, watched with increasing irritation. What kind of talent is this? He began to question his own existence. Is there truly someone so shameless? Report to the supervisor. Someone is targeting me. I'm doing the work of 2 people. This guy over here has made 8 trips to the restroom and spent half an hour on his phone. Just as De Bing was about to lose his temper entirely, Li Ba shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice resonating throughout the entire workshop. In the bustling workshop, where the atmosphere was chaotic and filled with people, the voice of Li Ba rang out with unparalleled intensity. De Bing fixed his gaze upon this individual, utterly bewildered by the existence of such a person. Did he not possess a shred of shame? De Bing, exasperated, remarked, You are quite the comedian. How is it that you alone are unable to keep up, while others manage just fine, and you dare to cast aspersions on your colleagues? Wang Yang, initially fearing he would be caught in the crossfire, was taken aback by De Bing's words, and was instantly moved, silently vowing to perform admirably. Is this the level of your management? It is evident that the distribution of tasks is grossly uneven. That fool, Chu Qingyang, is targeting me, and you are complicit? I foresee our second workshop's demise with you lot in charge. Li Ba scoffed in disdain. Ah, I must commend your ability to be such a useless fool. You speak a great deal while understanding so little. Young man, take your time. As long as you do not voluntarily exit, we shall have our fun at your expense. De Bing wore a smile, yet his words were laced with contempt. Li Ba, equally smiling, placed his hand on De Bing's shoulder and said, Dear leader, this is rather uninteresting. Are you concerned with production goals or merely with tormenting others? One must broaden their horizons. De Bing disdainfully shrugged off Li Ba's hand, retorting, And you think you are worthy of discussing perspectives? I have told you before, in this electronics factory, our leaders reign supreme. Even if your parents were here, they would have to bow down. Do not test me, you insolent brat. Then let us test it. Let us see who yields first. Li Ba replied with a smile. De Bing scoffed, unable to fathom the source of this individual's confidence, but he was determined to make him aware of the harsh realities of the factory life. He surveyed the room, noticing that the eyes of others were drawn towards them, and cleared his throat before proclaiming, Li Ba at the 10th line is not diligent in his work, resulting in a backlog. Fined 100. After stating this, De Bing glanced at Li Ba and asked, Do you have any objections? None. Li Ba declared loudly. De Bing was taken aback. Had he capitulated so swiftly? The moment felt rather dull, as the higher echelons of power can indeed feel isolating. You were so arrogant before. Now that your wages are docked, you do not utter a word? De Bing mocked. Deduct my wages, use it to buy medicine for your family. You think you're so powerful, don't you? Go ahead. Deduct what you like. Li Ba muttered quietly. Was this truly an imbecile? De Bing, feeling disgruntled, decided to walk away. Engaging with a person of such limited intellect was beneath him. As De Bing departed, the other workers cast sympathetic glances at Li Ba, interspersed with many mocking looks. Some individuals simply could not comprehend the difference between themselves and those who were oppressed. They merely found it amusing. Wang Yang, gazing at Li Ba as if he were a fool, taunted, I thought you were something special, but it turns out you are just this. Pathetic. Li Ba looked at Wang Yang, his eyes filled with pity, and replied, People like you are quite tragic. Alas. Wang Yang, boiling with anger, shouted, Stop pretending. I'll make you regret this once we clock out. Li Ba let out a cold laugh, and from a distance, Chen Zhou also chuckled derisively. In the second workshop, he has dozens of avatars all meant for earning money, so they shouldn't be mismanaged. However, the few individuals on line 10 need not be concerned. Zhou Qingyang sauntered behind Li Ba, observing his laboring figure, a mocking smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. I expected you to accomplish something significant, yet this is all you can manage. I am genuinely disappointed. Nevertheless, while you take a break, I will not. If I don't outshine you, I shall not be called Zhou Qingyang. Li Ba, hurry up. Are you truly this useless? Zhou Qingyang sneered. Li Ba turned to glance at him and said, You should go up front and take a look. Something serious has happened. Zhou Qingyang scoffed coldly, about to hurl another insult when a piercing scream echoed from ahead. Head over there. Quick. Something's gone wrong. A female voice called out to Zhou Qingyang, laced with urgency. What is it? Zhou Qingyang shot a menacing glare at Li Ba before darting off. Upon arriving, he found a group of people huddled together, gesturing animatedly. What's going on? He inquired. Head. Look. A girl handed him a board. Zhou Qingyang, puzzled, took it and examined it closely, yet he couldn't discern any faults, flipping it over in his hands without understanding the issue. Head. Our boards have been mixed up with those from line 9. The girl's words struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him pale with disbelief as he scrutinized the board again, ultimately slumping against the production line, exhaling a long breath. This is a disaster. How could the boards have been confused? This is the most elementary blunder imaginable. How many have been produced? He asked in a hushed tone. The girl furrowed her brow, contemplating, then replied, Approximately 1,000 boards. 1,000. Zhou Qingyang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his breath quickening. To have 1,000 boards rendered useless was a burden he could not bear. Yet, as the line's supervisor, there was no escaping accountability. What should we do? After pondering for a while, he resolved to inform Dabin first and see if he had any solutions. Moments later, Dabin ambled over, seemingly carefree. However, upon hearing Zhou Qingyang's account, his expression transformed dramatically, oscillating between pale and purple, ultimately settling into a deep scowl as he forcibly suppressed his anger, growling, "Well, to have concocted such a situation, Zhou Qingyang, you certainly are impressive." Zhou Qingyang's face was ashen, feeling utterly overwhelmed. He pleaded softly, "Dabin, what are we going to do?" Dabin suppressed his fury and contemplated, "You cannot escape this responsibility, but remember not to push it onto me. If you don't shoulder it yourself, do not expect me to assist you in the future." As the chief of the second workshop, his responsibilities were substantial. The consequences could range from reprimands to fines. Being a seasoned veteran, he immediately began to devise strategies to deflect blame. I understand. I will take full responsibility." Zhou Qingyang, not lacking in wits, grasped the implication. "Do you know what needs to be done?" Dabin asked quietly. Zhou Qingyang possessed a considerable intellect, yet his thoughts seemed to falter as he pondered for an extended period without arriving at a satisfactory solution. Awkwardly, he turned his gaze toward Dabin. "What are subordinates for?" Dabin inquired, ready to impart further wisdom to his subordinate. "To be scolded and berated," Zhou Qingyang retorted. With a heavy sigh, Dabin replied, "You have yet to grasp the essence of leadership. Subordinates are not solely for reprimand. More often, they should be nurtured. A few kind words can inspire your diligent subordinates to alleviate your burdens." Zhou Qingyang nodded thoughtfully. Sensing his understanding, Dabin continued in a hushed tone, "Who claimed that board?" Zhou Qingyang gestured toward a rather dazed individual. "Hey, you over there. Come here." Dabin beckoned in the direction Zhou indicated. The man, still bewildered, asked, What's up? I called you over." Dabin expressed his irritation. Once the man approached, Dabin shot a knowing glance at Zhou Qingyang. "Did you take the board?" Zhou Qingyang quickly inquired. "Yes, I did. I can't be blamed for this. You all." The man appeared anxious. Zhou Qingyang scoffed. "If not you, then who? Is it not your responsibility? I am asking you." His tone grew increasingly stern, and a fierce expression crossed his face. How can I be at fault?" The man stammered. "Humph. Here's your chance for redemption. If you wish to fare better in the future, you will claim it was an oversight on your part. Understand?" Zhou Qingyang said coldly. I. The man hesitated. "What are you stammering for? I am giving you an opportunity. Henceforth you shall be under my command. Do you comprehend? By the way, what is your name?" Zhou Qingyang inquired. "Li Chong, is that true what you're saying?" Li Chong responded, bewildered. "Li Chong? Huh? Remember this. Opportunities must always be seized by oneself. Your superior is willing to grant you this chance, so you must grasp it and not squander it. Many in this factory would covet such an opportunity." Dabin remarked. "You need only shoulder this burden for your superior, understand?" Dabin observed the conflict of hesitation and yearning on the man's face, secretly amused by their gullibility. "All right, you said it. Don't backtrack later." Li Chong resolutely bit his lip, as if making a decision. Dabin smirked with irony. "Rest assured, you won't be shortchanged." Zhou Qingyang gazed at Dabin with admiration. Once everything was settled, Dabin made a phone call to inform the workshop supervisor, accurately reporting the situation at hand. "Well, when the supervisor arrives, you'll likely face a fine, but you will be safe." Dabin concluded the call, addressing Zhou Qingyang. Little did they realize, behind them, the man bore a sinister smile at the corners of his mouth. In the midst of Zhou Qingyang's anxious waiting, he couldn't help but muse to himself, "Is this the taste of power? How delightful!" Soon, Li Chongyang's figure appeared before the group, rushing in with a serious expression. Zhou Qingyang felt as if his courage had retreated, hiding behind the soldiers. "What is going on? Is this how you conduct your affairs, Zhou Qingyang?" Li Chongyang's first words were a direct reprimand. Zhou Qingyang, feeling increasingly small, stammered, "Supervisor, this and that, I had everything arranged, but I don't know how it went wrong. I've been busy behind the scenes." His explanations only seemed to darken Li Chongyang's countenance further. "Supervisor, the 9-line supervisor didn't even remind me about the wrong board, and it was so close." Zhou Qingyang glanced at the 9-line supervisor nearby and continued. Li Chongyang took a deep breath and said, "Are you implying that the 9-line supervisor bears some responsibility for this? Very well, I shall summon her." The 9-line supervisor, a woman who was watching the commotion, was abruptly called over and appeared utterly bewildered. Upon hearing Li Chongyang's comment, she became furious and exclaimed, "Zhou Qingyang, what the hell are you talking about? You're the one who messed up the board and are now shifting the blame onto me? Are you out of your mind?" Lei Mengna, the 9-line supervisor, was quite beautiful and had a fiery temper. Not at all regarding Zhou Qingyang, the newly appointed supervisor, with any respect. Zhou Qingyang, chastened, tried to defend himself, saying, "That's not what I meant. I was suggesting that we are all colleagues and should assist one another. You didn't help me at all to this." Lei Mengna couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. "Zhou Qingyang, you need to understand something. I am not your mother. Remember that." After delivering her sharp retort, she fell silent, merely staring at the soldiers. The soldiers felt a chill run down their spines, realizing that Zhou Qingyang had poorly attempted to shift blame. Hey, don't be angry. Zhou Qingyang is still young. Lei Mengna, you can return now. I know this doesn't involve you." The soldier then quietly addressed Li Chongyang, saying, "Supervisor, although Zhou Qingyang is inexperienced, he typically handles matters well. How could such an error occur?" Afterward, he exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Qingyang, who promptly replied, "Supervisor, it's all his fault. He deliberately took the wrong board. There must be something wrong with his head." Zhou Qingyang pointed at Li Chong. Li Chongyang regarded Li Chong with suspicion, noticing his rather dull expression, yet doubting it could be that absurd. Sensing Li Chongyang's skeptical gaze, Zhou Qingyang quickly added, "Supervisor, this guy is just a fool. He kept making mistakes this morning, and out of pity, I didn't scold him. I never imagined he would cause such a significant blunder." The soldier chimed in, "Indeed, Supervisor, I've seen this guy's foolishness firsthand. Zhou Qingyang can't be expected to monitor him constantly, leading to such a grave error. What do you think?" Li Chongyang approached Li Chong and furrowed his brow, asking, "Did you deliberately take the wrong board?" Upon hearing these words, Li Chong raised his gaze towards the soldier and Zhou Qingyang, only to find menacing glints in their eyes. "Oh, Supervisor, it was clearly Zhou Qingyang's blunder. How could I possibly misinterpret? Just this morning, Zhou Qingyang was online berating the foreman for being a fool, aimlessly wandering about, and even remarked that the supervisor's wife was rather provocative, with a figure that could level mountains. Perhaps this misunderstanding stemmed from that." The soldier stared blankly at Li Chong, then shifted his gaze to Zhou Qingyang, and finally to Li Zhongyang. Zhou Qingyang was utterly bewildered. This was nothing like what had been planned. He exclaimed in a panic, "Li Chong, you better not spew nonsense. When have I ever uttered such words?" Li Zhongyang cast a penetrating glance at Zhou Qingyang. Truth be told, he was skeptical but decided to keep his silence for the moment. "Oh, but you did say that this morning. Don't believe me? Ask them." Upon Li Chong's utterance, 3 or 4 individuals nodded in unison. Zhou Qingyang's face turned a deep shade of red, while the soldier's expression soured, and Li Zhongyang shot a cold glare at Zhou Qingyang. Zhou Qingyang widened his eyes in disbelief, feeling utterly wronged. When had he ever uttered such statements? How could he possibly have said anything about the supervisor's wife being provocative? "No, I truly did not say that. How could I ever say such things?" he vehemently protested. "Supervisor, I have something else to report. This morning, while in the restroom, the foreman remarked that the supervisor's mother was rather appealing, wearing black stockings, and..." Li Zhongyang found himself engulfed in profound suspicion. Were his colleagues truly of such a nature? This was unbelievable. The soldier was internally shaken. When had he ever made such comments? Though Li Zhongyang was indeed commendable, he was over 40. This was simply inappropriate. "Soldier, what do you mean by that? What's my mother's appeal?" Li Zhongyang demanded, suppressing his anger. "Supervisor, I did not say that. When have I ever uttered such words? This is a frame-up. You must see through this clearly. The soldier desperately defended himself. Indeed, you did say it. If you don't believe me, ask the people on the 7th line. They will confirm that the soldier claimed in the restroom that the supervisor's mother, clad in black stockings, appeared quite enticing, and even mentioned something about a seafood scent. I don't quite understand, Li Chong interjected. Zhou Qingyang looked at the soldier in shock, thinking to himself, this foreman is incredibly bold. This is too much. The soldier's face turned ashen, feeling utterly lost. What on earth was happening? Had he lost his mind? He truly had not uttered those words. Li Zhongyang was equally taken aback and astonished. Although he did not know what the soldier was thinking, he was inexplicably shocked. Fan Dabin, Zhou Qingyang, your inability to separate personal matters from work has resulted in production issues. I have decided to impose a fine of 1,000 each on you. Li Chong will be fined 50, and a notice will be sent throughout the factory. Suppressing his rage, Li Zhongyang growled the verdict and then glared fiercely at Zhou Qingyang, stating, if you cannot manage your production line, what business do you have being a foreman? If you make another mistake, you can go work as a laborer tightening screws. You are utterly useless. Soldier, come to my office. After reprimanding Zhou Qingyang, Li Chongyang bellowed at the soldier. The soldier, with a face ashen as death, departed in silence. Zhou Qingyang, slumped against the production line like a lifeless dog for what felt like an eternity, suddenly erupted in a frenzied outburst, exclaiming, I didn't say anything. Damn it. You all are a bunch of fools. If we don't finish the boards today, no one is leaving. He was acutely aware that he had teetered on the brink of peril, having already offended the soldier and the supervisor alike. In such dire circumstances, his only recourse was to labor tirelessly to produce the boards, exceeding the task requirements to safeguard his own position. 0010 The Understanding Luo Luo. These chapters were written by my younger brother. You may skip to chapter 13. Zhou Qingyang glared fiercely at Li Chong. His teeth clenched in silent fury for a while before he averted his gaze. He secretly resented this individual. Had it not been for his careless words, he would not have offended so many people. Not only did his supervisor see him as a deviant, but even the production manager regarded him with suspicion. Damn it! He muttered under his breath, vowing to reclaim his dignity in due time. However, having wasted so much time, he realized the output for today was now precarious. He prioritized preserving his position as the production manager over any thoughts of revenge. Everyone listen up. If today's output fails to meet the standards, none of you will leave until it's done, even if it means working through the night, he declared emphatically. Instantly, the previously lively atmosphere on the assembly line turned tense. Who wished to stay late? The hours in the electronics factory were already long, typically from 8 to 9, and by the time one returned home and washed up, it was nearly time for bed. If they had to stay even later, it would push their departure to 11 or midnight. The workers fell silent, quickening their pace, and the assembly line began to operate at an astonishing speed. Zhou Qingyang felt a slight alleviation of his stress. Yet, as he wandered to the packing station, he couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. With the accelerated pace of production, the boards piled up even more at the packing station. Li Ba, can you speed it up a bit? Do you want to leave early or not? Zhou Qingyang scolded. Damn it, I stand by my previous statement. I'm not in a hurry. If I have to work through the night, so be it. What do I have to fear? Li Ba replied nonchalantly. Before Zhou Qingyang could respond, Wang Yang, fueled by anger, interjected, Can you not exhibit some team spirit? The boss pays you to work, not to talk back. If you don't want to contribute, then get lost and don't affect everyone else. Go to hell. If you're so capable, come and do it yourself, Li Ba retorted. Wang Yang's temper flared at the insult. I'll do it. Do you think I'm as useless as you? You can't even handle this. Fine. You two switch positions. Zhou Qingyang, unable to intervene further, allowed the two to exchange roles. Wang Yang shot a cold glance at Li Ba. Drawing on his extensive experience in the electronics factory, he knew that although the position was demanding, with a little skill, it could be managed efficiently. That fool thinks I'm just as inept. Damn it. I aim to ascend to the upper echelons of gray electronics. A trivial challenge will not deter me. With a smirk of confidence, he began to work adeptly, and Zhou Qingyang nodded in satisfaction, reflecting on the competence of his team. They were not all inept. Li Ba, do you see how others are performing? Look at your pile. Is the disparity between us really that vast? Zhou Qingyang taunted. Production manager. Don't compare me to such a loser. That's an insult. Wang Yang disdainfully regarded Li Ba. Li Ba scoffed and fell silent. Chen Zhou withdrew his gaze from Li Ba, glancing at the time, silently contemplating that Luo Luo should be arriving soon. As I contemplated, a charming figure rushed towards me. Luo Xingmei, while running, waved her hand and exclaimed, "Brother, I'm over here." This drew the attention of passers-by, and as they beheld her, expressions of astonishment graced their faces. Her visage was as radiant as a flawlessly edited photograph, and her figure was nothing short of perfection. Slender waist, rounded hips, long legs, and a bosom that seemed at odds with her delicate frame. Upon seeing his sister once more, Chen Zhou couldn't help but marvel internally at her extraordinary beauty. What merit did he possess to deserve such a sister? Luo Luo dashed to Chen Zhou's side and hugged his arm tightly. A genuine smile spread across Chen Zhou's face, as if he could hear the sound of countless hearts shattering around them. "Are you tired?" he inquired. "Yes, I'm exhausted from the ride, but thankfully I've arrived," Luo Luo replied, her face contorted in a pitiful grimace. Chen Zhou tenderly patted her head, and she seemed to revel in his affection. "Come, let me take you to enjoy some delicious food," Chen Zhou said, guiding her out of the waiting area. A wave of heat greeted them as they stepped outside, causing Luo Luo to instinctively shrink her neck. Chen Zhou noticed and, with a gentle smile, hailed a taxi, and they quickly squeezed into the vehicle. "Luo Luo, what do you want to eat?" he asked. Frowning in contemplation, she finally declared, "I want KFC. What's so special about that? I'll take you somewhere better," Chen Zhou replied, exasperated. "Oh, KFC is fine. Besides, other food is so expensive. We might as well cook at home and save some money," she argued. Chen Zhou felt a pang in his heart and instructed the driver to the Royal Garden Hotel. Upon hearing this, Luo Luo became anxious. "That Royal Garden Hotel sounds so pricey. Let us not go there. True, it is a bit expensive, but if I take you to KFC, my father would surely scold me," Chen Zhou retorted. "Do you even have money?" Luo Luo questioned. In the past, Chen Zhou would have acquiesced to her, for she was indeed more formidable. Part of his tuition was earned by her. However, after he had recently secured an advance of 16,000 from an agent, money was no longer an issue. "Don't worry, I have money," he replied with a smile. Luo Luo lowered her gaze, appearing somewhat disheartened. "Where's your money?" "I'm not oblivious." Chen Zhou, oblivious to her tone, continued to smile. "Haha, if you knew that, how would I manage? Rest assured, I have it." Leaning against Chen Zhou, Luo Luo whispered, "Just don't boast. Where do you earn your money?" That's a secret," Chen Zhou whispered back. Before long, the car came to a halt beneath a towering building. Instantly, an air of luxury enveloped them, and before they even entered the lobby, a refreshing breeze invigorated their spirits. Luo Luo tugged at Chen Zhou's arm, saying, "Brother, let us leave. This place is beyond our means." She glanced at the elegantly dressed men and women in the lobby, her voice barely above a whisper. However, Chen Zhou firmly grasped her delicate hand and declared, "Humph, why can't we be here?" As she spoke, she pulled Luo Luo inside, who, feeling helpless and unable to resist, reluctantly followed. In her heart, she realized that a single meal here could equate to her family's income for quite some time. Yet, she was aware of the need to maintain appearances in public, so she chose to remain silent. It was all that woman's fault for leading her brother to believe that women were enamored with superficiality. Upon entering the grand hall, Luo Xingmei immediately felt a sense of discomfort, as if countless pairs of eyes were scrutinizing her, which made her quite uneasy. Observing her distress, Chen Zhou chuckled and gently patted her hand, assuring her, "Luo Luo, just stick with me. I will treat you to something wonderful." With a furrowed brow, Luo Luo reluctantly boarded the elevator to the 6th floor of the hotel, a designated dining area. As soon as they entered, a well-dressed, pleasant-looking waitress warmly guided them to their seats. As Luo Luo gazed at the opulent decor of the hall, She felt like a country bumpkin, overwhelmed by her surroundings. This was Chen Zhou's first visit as well. He had only heard about this place from Yue Er, who had mentioned that her best friend and others had dined here, posting about it on social media for several consecutive days. At that time, he had even contemplated saving money to bring her here for a meal, reflecting on how foolishly devoted he had been. It was astonishing to think that a meal here could easily cost 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. And yet he had entertained the notion of dining here back then, completely oblivious to the reality of his financial situation. Before long, the menu arrived, and as Chen Zhou flipped through its pages, Luolua's eyes widened in astonishment. In a hushed voice, she exclaimed, "Let us leave. Each dish costs several hundred yuan, enough to cover our family's meals for several days." Although her voice was not particularly quiet, it caught the attention of a nearby table of 2 or 3 women, who looked over only to express disdain upon noticing Luolua's humble attire. In the bustling atmosphere, Chen Zhou ordered several dishes, while Luoluo frowned and remarked, "For just a few dishes it's already 1,000. This place is outrageously expensive. Indeed, it is costly, but the food is exquisite. You will understand shortly," Chen Zhou replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Hey, look at those 2 fools over there. They seem so pained by ordering just 2 dishes. I bet they've saved for months to come here and show off." A group of women at a nearby table sneered. "Ha, you're spot on. I agree. That young girl is quite unfortunate. Girls should be pampered to avoid such situations." Another woman, dressed in a tight-fitting dress and heavily made up, chimed in. "What's so unfortunate about it? That girl is simply naive. She is easily deceived by a few meals. It's quite unappetizing to watch." Her disdain only deepened as she noticed the men at several tables sneaking glances at the girl. "Humph. Ladies, I shall give them a piece of my mind. Watch closely." The woman in sunglasses proudly stood up and approached Chen Zhou's table, lowering her head to peer at him through the edges of her shades. Her gaze lingered on Luoluo for a few moments, her teeth clenched in irritation. "Little sister, who is this young man to you?" the woman in sunglasses asked coyly. Luoluo was taken aback, unaccustomed to the fashionable woman initiating conversation. She glanced at Chen Zhou, who merely smiled in response. "Oh, he is my brother," Luoluo replied. "Your brother, is he?" The woman in sunglasses chuckled lightly, taking a seat next to Luoluo and scrutinizing her before continuing. "You just arrived from your hometown, I presume?" Luoluo nodded. "This is your first time dining in such a high-end establishment, isn't it?" Luoluo nodded again. "Dining here may not be a big deal, but for your brother it might be quite extraordinary. Don't let him deceive you." Luoluo pondered for a moment, realizing her brother's monthly allowance was quite limited, and it would take several months of saving to afford a meal here. She nodded once more. The woman in sunglasses smirked slightly and said, "I recently read a news article about those who specifically invite young girls to upscale hotels to dine. And, you understand, don't you?" Luoluo's face flushed instantly. Though her family may not be affluent, being looked down upon in her presence was intolerable. She furrowed her brow and demanded, "What exactly do you want?" "Simply put, I find your prospects promising and wish to introduce you to an upscale social circle, to escape the hardships of life." The woman produced a business card for Luoluo, which detailed her information. "He see you, manager of Shangshi Cultural Media Company." Luoluo frowned and pushed the card away, stating, "I'm not interested." What a naive bumpkin. He Yuyen thought inwardly, but maintained a smile, saying, "Little sister, consider this carefully. Such opportunities are rare. In today's society, a girl's beauty is her greatest asset. Yet one must choose the right circle. I have already stated I am not interested." Luoluo's frown deepened. "Do you know about celebrities? How about luxury cars and mansions? Have you ever perused high-end hotels abroad online? I must say, given your circumstances, those things should not be taken too lightly. Consider well what I can offer you." Isiu coaxed gently. "This girl possesses exceptional qualities. Once she is under her control, she is bound to be a lucrative asset. I've expressed my disinterest. Why can't one rely on oneself?" Luoluo stated earnestly. "Sister, in this society, self-reliance is exceedingly challenging. If you doubt it, consult your brother and see if he has any pathways to wealth." Isiu couldn't help but chuckle, further convinced that this extraordinarily beautiful girl was rather naive. How could such a valuable resource not captivate her? Humph, you needn't concern yourself with that, Luo Luo replied. I certainly shan't worry about it. Since he is your brother, perhaps you will rely on him for a turnaround in the future. He assessed Chen Zhou up and down with a playful smile, inquiring, this young gentleman is merely in his early 20s, I presume? At such an age, he should still be pursuing his studies. May I ask which university he attends? Chen Zhou cleared his throat and replied, Rongqing University. Rongqing University? Haha. As far as I know, it's merely a mediocre institution. Even upon graduation, one might only secure a job that pays a few thousand to 10,000 a month, toiling away as a corporate drone, with little prospect for the future. He stated bluntly. Luo Luo paused momentarily, unsure of how to respond, but eventually said, as long as one is diligent, what kind of life is unattainable? Her words were resolute, yet to others, they lacked conviction. After all, society is not so forgiving. He scoffed with disdain, directing her gaze at Chen Zhou. This young gentleman must be aware of the harshness of society, right? Perhaps you should advise your little sister. I assure you, she could earn hundreds of thousands a year. Moreover, her future would be boundless. In Hisu's eyes, this lad, lacking wealth yet dining in such a place, was undoubtedly struggling. How could he not be moved by her words? Chen Zhou took a sip of the hotel-provided water and cast a confident glance at Luo Luo before saying, had you said this 3 days ago, I would have certainly agreed. Indeed, achieving success in this society is exceedingly difficult. Hsiu smiled confidently. Having encountered a myriad of individuals, she could easily discern who had true substance and who was merely posturing. However, I must kindly ask you to keep your distance. We do not require your so-called assistance. I will ensure my sister enjoys a good life without your input. What are you, anyway? Chen Zhou responded with equal candor, realizing that he had never possessed the audacity to speak so boldly before. Hisu's expression stiffened, her anger flaring. She hadn't anticipated such insolence from a country bumpkin, and with a cold smile, she remarked, don't be obstinate. Stubborn men, in my opinion, are the most inept in this society, wouldn't you agree? I am not the most obstinate. There are other areas where I am much more resolute. Chen Zhou chuckled lightly, unfazed. How intriguing, truly fascinating. I sincerely hope you prove to be steadfast when the time comes. Hsiu scoffed once again, choosing not to engage further as she returned to her seat. Sister, what has transpired? At that moment, a young man in his 20s, adorned with stylish attire and piercings in his ears and lips, also took a seat. Humph, I spotted a rather impressive girl and attempted to recruit her into our union, only to have her boyfriend rebuff my efforts and scold me, Hsiu remarked. The pierced young man followed Hsiu's gaze and was instantly entranced, his eyes fixated on Luo Luo. After a prolonged moment, he swallowed hard and exclaimed, damn, I've never encountered such a stunning woman before. Is that guy her boyfriend? Damn. His exclamations revealed the intensity of his jealousy. Noticing the man's reaction, Hsiu's eyes gleamed mischievously as she inquired, does Li Xiao have any thoughts on this? Observing the fire of indignation in Hsiu's eyes, Li Xiao felt a surge of intrigue and leaned closer. Hsiu whispered to him for a while, and soon, Li Xiao's eyes, accentuated by eyeliner, began to sparkle with excitement. Finally, he slapped his thigh and gave Hsiu a thumbs up. Sister Hsiu, you're formidable. No wonder you're hailed as the woman broker. After showering her with praise, Li Xiao eagerly pulled out his phone and sent a message. Shortly thereafter, a hotel executive, impeccably dressed in a well-fitted suit and exuding charisma, approached Li Xiao. He bent down to heed Li Xiao's instructions. Li Xiao patted the man's shoulder and said, go ahead. If you accomplish this task, I will ensure you receive a raise. The man departed, his face radiating delight. In a private room, Chen Zhou noticed that Luo Luo appeared somewhat out of sorts, her expression tinged with discontent. What troubles you? He inquired. Why do these people look down on others so easily? Luo Luo expressed her grievances. Chen Zhou felt a warmth in his heart and replied, what does it matter? The world of adults operates this way. Just look at us. Our attire clearly indicates we do not belong to this circle. Naturally, they will scrutinize us. Luo Luo gazed at Chen Zhou in surprise, recalling that he usually did not take such matters lightly and would often react with ire. "Brother, you seem entirely unconcerned," she exclaimed. "What good does it do to care? People will perceive you as they will. Even if you had 1,000 words to defend yourself, actions speak louder. With actions, they will think twice before speaking ill of you. Without action, you merely lie there. It's that simple." Chen Zhou chuckled. As they conversed, an array of exquisite dishes began to arrive at their table. Chen Zhou eagerly served Luo Luo, though a single dish could be consumed in just a few bites. The abundance of food was overwhelming, yet both indulged heartily. Luo Luo, having just savored a piece of grouper, suddenly furrowed her brow and asked, "Brother, did we order this dish?" Chen Zhou, equally perplexed, replied, "Did we not order just 7 dishes? There must be at least 10 on the table now. What is going on?" He turned to the waitress who was still bringing more dishes and asked, "Excuse me, did we not only order 7 dishes?" The young waitress glanced at the order and replied, "Sir, according to the menu, you have ordered a total of 15 dishes." Confusion washed over Chen Zhou, and just then, another waitress brought out a sizable yellow croaker. Alarmed, Chen Zhou exclaimed, "I did not order that. Please check if there has been a mistake." After a brief moment, the waitress returned, apologizing, "Sir, I regret to inform you that you indeed ordered 15 dishes." Chen Zhou exchanged glances with Luo Luo, sensing something amiss. "Please do not present me with these. I only ordered 7 dishes, and I will not pay for the extras." The waitress appeared distressed. "Very well, I shall fetch the manager for you." Before long, a well-dressed man approached, wearing a polite smile. "How may I assist you today, sir?" After Chen Zhou explained the situation, the manager looked at him and asked, "Are you suggesting that our restaurant delivered extra dishes to you?" His voice, neither too loud nor too soft, attracted the attention of other patrons, who began to observe with interest. "I only ordered 7 dishes. The extras are not ours," Chen Zhou replied, his brow furrowed in displeasure. The manager crossed his arms, his expression turning grave as he let out a scoff and declared, "Our hotel is absolutely incapable of making mistakes. If you believe this exceeds your budget, feel free to express it. We are not an unreasonable establishment." Chen Zhou was taken aback, feeling a surge of indignation. Did this man truly think they were here to indulge without consequence? The commotion quickly attracted the attention of several onlookers, who eagerly grabbed their phones to capture the spectacle for online amusement. "How ridiculous! I only ordered 7 dishes, and now you're trying to shift the blame onto me? Expecting me to be the scapegoat? Not a chance." Chen Zhou resolutely refused to back down. "Oh, you ordered the dishes and now you're having second thoughts? A better attitude could go a long way. You should pay for the dishes that haven't been served. Young people should not let pride dictate their actions. You still owe for the dishes." The manager spoke with a glint of amusement in his eyes, his tone calm and measured. "Indeed, young man, it's only fair to pay up. After all, you can't have your cake and eat it too." He chuckled, prompting laughter from the gathered crowd. Chen Zhou's face flushed crimson as he glared at the manager, who calmly observed him. Amid their argument, the dishes continued to arrive. As the number of spectators swelled, Chen Zhou took a deep breath and said, "Fine, fine. Just tell me how much it is." The manager smirked coldly and replied, "Please hold on. The total bill amounts to 20,000 yuan." Both Chen Zhou and Luo Luo widened their eyes in disbelief. What on earth costs 20,000 yuan? The manager, noticing their shocked expressions, chuckled derisively. "This large yellow croaker is 8,000, and the rest of the dishes add up to just over 20,000. I've even rounded it down for you. Now, shall we settle the bill?" Chen Zhou had only 17,000 on him, leaving him far short of the total. "Brother, do you have enough money? I only have 2,000 left," Luo Luo whispered, biting her lip. Chen Zhou fixed a fierce gaze on the manager, who merely smiled in disdain, feeling superior in dealing with such common folk. "How amusing! Do you really think you can intimidate me?" Meanwhile, at another table, He Siu and her companions observed the unfolding drama. Li Xiao, with a grin, remarked, "He Jie is impressive. With this simple maneuver, that young man will never lift his head again. Just wait and see." He Siu scoffed back. Just wait until I perform my heroics to rescue the damsel in distress. Li Xiao chuckled, his eyes filled with desire as he glanced at Luo Luo. Short on funds. Are we? What business do you have dining in such an establishment? The manager stated bluntly. Oh, what are you saying, dear manager? This friend doesn't he seem like the type to dine and dash? Perhaps he's encountered some unforeseen circumstances? Li Xiao interjected at the opportune moment, brandishing 20,000 yuan in front of Chen Zhou as he prepared to settle the bill. With a gentle smile, Li Xiao approached Chen Zhou and Luo Luo, saying, "Fear not, my friend. It's merely 20,000 yuan. I can cover it for you." Chen Zhou gazed at the suddenly appearing dandy, perplexed by his intentions. Could it be that there truly exist benevolent souls in this world? That won't be necessary. I appreciate the kindness, Chen Zhou politely declined. What a fool. Do you not recognize the stature of young Master Li? He offers his assistance, and you dare to reject it? Truly ignorant, the manager mocked from the sidelines. A subtle smirk crept across Li Xiao's lips as he discreetly observed Luo Luo, noting her anxious demeanor, which filled him with a sense of triumph. Who said I would not help? It is merely that your establishment exploits people too shamelessly. At that moment, 20 men silently entered the hotel lobby, quietly taking a seat to one side. Kid, young Master Li is willing to help you. Yet you show no gratitude? What are you being obstinate for? Are you too proud to lose face in front of this lady? He see you joined the fray, unreservedly ridiculing Chen Zhou. Other patrons eagerly watched the spectacle unfold, finding it quite amusing. Chen Zhou's gaze shifted between he see you, the hotel manager, and the so-called young Master Li, and he instantly grasped the situation. They dared to conspire against him. Observing Li Xiao's furtive glances at Luo Luo ignited his ire. A cold smile crept onto his face as he remarked, "So this is how it is, colluding together. I heard that your Royal Garden Hotel is quite principled, even treating the wealthiest with respect. Who would have thought that a hotel manager would stoop to such tactics?" The manager sneered, "What a naive boy. That standard applies to individuals like us. What makes you think you qualify?" Li Xiao chuckled. "My dear, your boyfriend cannot even afford a meal. Why not come with me? My family earns millions each year. My father is Li Gang, and I am his only son," Li Xiao boasted, hoping to win over the lady with his wealth. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the hotel dining area, as a group of about 20 men began shouting in unison, "Royal Garden Hotel, the manager colludes with outsiders to trap guests." Their voices were synchronized, as if rehearsed countless times. The manager was taken aback but, upon realizing the group did not appear affluent, barked, "Leave at once. Stop spreading lies. Anyone not spending in this hotel, get out." Instantly, a group of 7 or 8 security personnel rushed in to escort them out. Undeterred, the 20 men grew louder, their voices swelling like a tidal wave, reverberating throughout the Royal Garden Hotel. "To dare to create a ruckus in my royal garden is simply suicidal." The manager glared at Chen Zhou, his expression indicating that he was doomed. Luo Luo clung tightly to Chen Zhou, who embraced her and said, "Please, do not say anything rash. I know nothing. What are you arguing about? If you don't pay today, you won't be leaving. I have plenty of ways to ensure you spend time behind bars. Think carefully. Once you enter, your life as you know it will be over." The manager sneered. "Indeed, my dear, you wouldn't want him to end up in prison, would you? At that time, the school would expel him, and he would emerge with a tarnished reputation, rendering him incapable of finding employment. His life would be irrevocably ruined." He kindly offered words of comfort. Just then, a somewhat familiar voice resonated. "What is happening?" Upon hearing this voice, the manager's heart sank in trepidation. The sounds of overtime were not loud, yet they exuded an undeniable authority. Shin Baiyu, resembling a queen, commanded the room with her presence. Upon her arrival, Manager Wang lowered his head deeply, while he Siyu, Li Xiao, and the others dared not cast a lingering glance in her direction. The guests, who had been recording just moments before, hastily tucked away their phones, fearful of revealing any hint of disturbance. Yet, there remained many oblivious individuals present, such as Chen Zhou, Luo Luo, and the 20 subordinates, who gazed at the woman on stage with the blank expressions of bewildered geese. True to her name, Shun Baiyu possessed skin as flawless as white jade and radiated a magnetic allure akin to the precious stone itself, her features exquisitely refined, and her attire rivaling that of the most celebrated actresses. Luo's eyes sparkled with admiration as she whispered, "She is so beautiful." Chen Zhou echoed her sentiment, acknowledging the woman's extraordinary beauty, accentuated by an air of dominance that further enhanced her charm. Shun Baiyu's gaze swept over Chen Zhou and the others, lingering on Luo for several seconds longer. "Manager Wang, is this your level of management?" she inquired. "Boss, they are dining and dashing while inciting chaos with a group of idle individuals. I was just about to call the police." Manager Wang's face turned pale, his head remaining bowed. It was then that Shen Baiyu's attention settled on Chen Zhou, asking pointedly, "And you?" Chen Zhou replied, "We did not dine and dash. Your employees conspired with outsiders to set me up. If you have the capability, pull up the surveillance footage." "Do not speak nonsense, boy. What leverage do you think I have to plot against you?" Manager Wang retorted. "Surveillance? Our hotel caters to high-end, cultured clientele. We do not require it." "Very well. If there is no surveillance, then remember that one cannot hide their deeds unless they have committed none. Do you dare to claim you have not?" Chen Zhou scoffed. "It is evident that the hotel manager is bullying an honest person." At that moment, the 20 subordinates chimed in unison, their synchronized voices lending an impressive weight to their declaration. Shen Baiyu narrowed her eyes dangerously. "Are they your people? You are engaging in a foolish endeavor." "No. They are merely concerned citizens, unable to tolerate the bullying of an honest person by such nefarious forces. They have organically banded together," Chen Zhou asserted with righteous indignation. "Indeed, we cannot abide the mistreatment of the honest. We are simply dedicated citizens." Shen Baiyu's lips twitched. "Enough! Those who dare to cause trouble in my hotel have yet to be born. You certainly possess great audacity." Shen Baiyu approached Chen Zhou, locking her gaze with his. The two held their stare for an extended moment. Witnessing this, many onlookers expressed their astonishment, inwardly marveling at the audacity of youth, unafraid to meet the gaze of such a formidable figure as Shen Baiyu. Chen Zhou felt as though he was under an immense pressure, one far greater than that experienced during childhood mischief. Just a few days prior, he would not have dared to even speak to someone of her caliber, let alone maintain eye contact. Shen Baiyu eventually withdrew her gaze, regarding the young man with newfound respect. "Sister, we truly only ordered 7 dishes. We are quite frugal when visiting places like this. How could we possibly order so many?" 20,000. At this moment, Luo weakly chimed in. Previously, Shen Baiyu had been indifferent to the matter, but now it piqued her interest. "Manager Wang, I am granting you a single opportunity to clarify whether this situation is as you described. Think carefully. This is your one chance." After contemplating for 2 seconds, Shen Baiyu addressed the bowed Manager Wang. Manager Wang trembled slightly, and after a moment of struggle, he lowered his head even further, saying, "I apologize, boss. It was my mistake." Shen Baiyu's expression turned frigid as she replied, "Why are you apologizing to me?" Manager Wang, shuddering, turned around and deeply bowed to Chen Zhou, saying, "I am truly sorry. It was my fault. Please do not blame the guests. I will make every effort to compensate." Chen Zhou, observing the astonished and envious gazes around him, and then glancing at Manager Wang's deep bow, felt a surge of pride in wealth and power. Moments ago, he had been exchanging banter, and now, with the mere presence of the boss, a formidable man was reduced to the posture of a subservient dog in a matter of seconds. "Weren't you quite arrogant just now?" Chen Zhou muttered. "I beg your pardon. Please forgive me." Manager Wang remained deeply bowed. Shen Baiyu looked at Chen Zhou and remarked, "This incident is indeed a fault of our hotel. However, how do we account for your group causing a ruckus?" "Huh? What group? They are merely bystanders. Look, they have all disappeared," Chen Zhou responded. Shen Baiyu turned her gaze. Just moments ago, a crowd had gathered, and now only the fading silhouette of a figure could be seen vanishing through the restaurant door. Shen Baiyu widened her eyes slightly. Could it be that they were indeed mere spectators? How professional of them to leave immediately after finishing their meals. "What is your name?" Shen Baiyu inquired. At this question, everyone present was taken aback. Chen Zhou was actually asking for someone else's name, and it was a male, which was unprecedented. My name is Chen Zhou. I did not ask you. I am inquiring about this young lady, Chen Zhou said, directing her gaze at Luo Luo, a rare smile gracing her features. Simply put, Luo Luo was exceptionally beautiful. Sister, my name is Luo Xingmei. Luo Luo replied with grace, feeling quite fond of this woman. A splendid name. I find you quite remarkable. Have you considered joining me? Chen Zhou proposed. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, as everyone was astonished at her unexpected invitation. This girl is quite fortunate. No, sister, I would prefer to stay with my brother. Luo Luo shook her head in refusal. Chen Zhou was taken aback. Do you understand what you are saying? I do. I only wish to stay with my brother. Luo Luo asserted resolutely. Chen Zhou felt a surge of emotion. Indeed, family is the most important. Can you truly protect your sister? With her attributes, there will surely be numerous challenges ahead. Are you capable? Chen Zhou questioned, looking at Chen Zhou. I can undoubtedly safeguard her. Chen Zhou replied calmly, yet a sense of unexplainable confidence emanated from him. As Luolua's heart swelled with sweetness, particularly at the phrase my person, a blush crept across her delicate features, and her fair fingers, akin to green onions, entwined with Chen Zhou's large hand. Very well. Here is my business card. Should you find it unsatisfactory in the future, feel free to call me. Chen Zhou remarked nonchalantly, handing Luoluo a card. This gesture instantly widened the eyes of those present. How could Chen Zhou, after being rebuffed, still offer her card? Why was this girl not a child of their family? Damn it! Chen Zhou departed, leaving behind a remark that plunged manager Wang into despair. Chen Zhou, accompanied by Luo Luo, entered a taxi but did not instruct the driver to start the engine. Instead, he tossed 100 yuan at the increasingly impatient driver, causing him to fall silent. This incident was far from trivial. Manager Wang had already faced consequences, seemingly destined for a difficult future. However, Chen Zhou was unwilling to let Li Xiao and he see you off the hook. After a 10-minute wait, he finally spotted them emerging, their faces clearly etched with displeasure, which only heightened Chen Zhou's irritation. Damn it, that fool has such luck. Li Xiao cursed vehemently. Enough already. Did you not see how good Boss Shin is to that young lady? It would be unwise to provoke him now. Once that girl realizes what a useless person he is and leaves him, you can take your frustrations out on him then. He see you advised. That girl is truly stunning. What a pity I cannot have her. Li Xiao lamented, more concerned with this than anything else. Just as they reached the roadside, preparing to open the car doors, a group of individuals suddenly surged forward, restraining the still cursing Li Xiao. A flurry of slaps ensued, knocking out a few of his teeth. He see you gasped in shock, attempting to evade. Yet two assailants seized her hair and delivered several hard slaps, leaving her nose crooked. They continued to pummel the pair with fists and feet until they begged for mercy. Incredible. In this so-called lawful society, they dare to assault us. There are cameras everywhere. I know who orchestrated this. None of you will escape. Li Xiao, battered and bruised, glared at his assailants. His family held some influence, and targeting someone was usually effortless, especially now that there was evidence. Hurry! Call the police. I simply want to beat you because I dislike you, the leader of the group commanded. Li Xiao was immediately engulfed in existential doubt. What on earth was happening? At that moment, Chen Zhou was already en route home. Even if they were to alert the authorities, they would not seek him out, unless Li Xiao had sufficient power to make that happen. By the time they returned home, it was already 8 o'clock. After a quick wash-up, they each retired for the night. In the gray electronic factory, the atmosphere in Workshop 2 was stifling, overshadowing every worker present. Many faces twisted in resentment. Some individuals furtively checked the time. It was already 9 o'clock, with no sign of an end to their shift. Damn it! As the clock struck 9:30 in the evening, the second-floor workshop was sparsely populated, with only a few individuals laboring on the assembly lines, while Line 10 was bustling with activity. Each face was drenched in sweat, bearing expressions of discontent and frustration. Damn it! Someone muttered under their breath. What are we still doing here at 9:30? Minutes ticked by, and as the hour approached 10, A young woman could no longer restrain herself and inquired of Zhou Qingyang, the supervisor, "When are we finishing, boss?" "It's almost 10. Zhou's eyes widened as he replied, "Production targets have not been met. We'll be working until 11. 11? That is so late. I have children waiting for me at home." The young woman, named Xieli, in her 20s, instantly wore a crestfallen expression upon hearing Zhou's words. "Humph, your children are your concern. If production is below standard, you can't leave no matter what. Quit your whining and get back to work. Do you expect to finish at midnight?" Zhou's eyes gleamed with a sense of satisfaction hidden beneath his green hair. Who were these workers to disregard his authority? But the production had indeed met the standards, Xieli protested. "It's for tomorrow's targets," he retorted sharply. "Are you so easily pleased? Get back to work." Zhou had no desire for further discussion. With a flushed face, Xieli returned to her station, seething with indignation. "We're merely workers. What right do we have to resist?" A nearby woman lamented. "It's truly unfortunate to be under his command. Look at other lines. They finished at 9. Xieli remarked. "Just consider ourselves unfortunate. A few of the older workers on our line are dissatisfied, and Zhou is merely exerting his authority over us. We are the ones who suffer." Xieli nodded in resignation, glancing at the troublemakers from earlier in the day, feeling a surge of resentment. They had caused such a ruckus, resulting in a late finish, yet now they seemed to have lost their nerve. The thought deepened her frustration. Get a move on. Look at how others have already finished. You lack both quality and quantity. You're all a bunch of useless fools, stirring up trouble. Zhou's gaze was fixed on Li Ba and Li Chong as he scolded. Li Ba was an old adversary, and Zhou had thought that having one troublemaker on the line was sufficient, only to find another even more formidable. This had jeopardized both his and the senior supervisor's standing. How would he face the senior supervisor tomorrow? The thought only fueled his anger further. "Under my supervision, you must comply. Do not forget your place. You are but a group of laborers, unqualified to challenge the factory." He paced back and forth, his words incessantly spilling forth. Is this guy out of his mind? What is he trying to prove? Someone whispered. "Let it go, he is the supervisor after all. We can't afford to provoke him. Let us just get on with our work, even if it means staying late." Two men murmured quietly. Zhou Qingyang approached Li Ba and remarked, "Observe how diligently people are occupied." In the afternoon, the two exchanged roles. Li Ba was tasked with labeling while Wang Yang engaged in packaging. Upon inspection, the disparity between individuals was glaringly evident. Wang Yang had not even stacked a single pallet. Li Ba let out a cold snicker, fixing his gaze on Wang Yang, and said, "Some people might just faint from shock." Wang Yang lowered his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Zhou Qingyang squinted for a moment before suddenly noticing the numerous stacks of pallets behind Wang Yang, his expression shifting to one of incredulity. "Wang Yang, what are those large crates behind you?" Wang Yang smiled awkwardly and replied, "As you can see, they are pallets. You stacked these? So many? What on earth are you doing?" Zhou Qingyang was utterly astonished. "It's not my fault. Li Ba is being uncooperative. He is deliberately sabotaging me." Wang Yang pointed an accusing finger at Li Ba, who simply smiled faintly and retorted, "Blaming me for your own incompetence? I had not stacked as many as you." Wang Yang, already simmering with frustration from the afternoon, yearned to confront Li Ba. However, with Zhou Qingyang present, he felt emboldened to exclaim, "If it weren't for your chaotic antics, I wouldn't be in this predicament. You truly are worthless. You've ruined the entire line. Just so you know, Line 10 is on the verge of collapse. You need to find a way to rectify this quickly." Li Ba shrugged nonchalantly. Zhou Qingyang, now amused by his own ire, said, "Are you suggesting that I lack the courage to assert that my line is failing? Ha! Let us see if anyone else shares your opinion." After saying this, he turned to the other employees. "If you have an opinion, speak up. Let us see if my line is indeed the one in jeopardy." Zhou Qingyang's tone turned icy, and the previously indignant employees immediately lowered their heads, as if they had not heard a word, and returned to their tasks. Observing this, Zhou Qingyang smirked at Li Ba. Li Ba shrugged again. "Why are we not allowing everyone to clock out at this late hour? I have no intention of letting you leave. Is that a problem?" Zhou Qingyang boldly tore away the facade. What if I insist on leaving? Li Ba scoffed. Then you can try. Let us see if you walk out now and I 1T dock your pay for 3 days. Zhou Qingyang secretly hoped that this fellow would leave at that moment. Am I supposed to be intimidated by your threats? If you decide to withhold my wages, so be it. But mark my words. How you treat me now will dictate how miserable your future will be. Zhou Qingyang's eyes widened in disbelief as he feigned disbelief, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Gentlemen, did I mishear? This fellow actually thinks he can retaliate against me? Really? Is he trying to make me laugh? Before you consider revenge, you should reflect on whether you possess the capability. Zhou Qingyang exclaimed, prompting a few nearby to chuckle, gazing at Li Ba as though he were a fool. Even though they were equally displeased with Zhou Qingyang, one of them mocked, "You absurd fool. Do you truly believe you can retaliate against the supervisor? Have you lost your mind? You're merely a screw-tightener. What leverage do you have? You've entered the factory and still cling to your schoolboy fantasies. Wake up, fool. This is a factory. This is reality." Wang Yang sneered derisively. Li Ba cast a disdainful glance at him, then fixed his gaze on Zhou Qingyang, enunciating each word with emphasis. "Zhou Qingyang, remember this. When I come for you in the future, do not beg for mercy. Ha ha ha, I shall deal with you right now." Zhou Qingyang responded with a laugh, finding the situation amusing, and was about to take action. At that moment, Xieli rushed out to separate the two, saying, "La Chong, do not be angry. This fellow may have some issues. Li Ba, you should also refrain from speaking too much. It does not serve you well." Zhou Qingyang was not foolish enough to strike, and with the intervention providing him a convenient excuse, he retorted, "Aren't you quite arrogant? Weren't you supposed to clock out? Why haven't you left yet? Do you think you are indispensable? Even without you, our production will remain sufficient." Li Ba shot him a sidelong glance and strode toward the workshop entrance, leaving behind a parting remark. "Perhaps you are right. However, who can predict what tomorrow holds?" Observing Li Ba's retreating figure, many sighed, while a few regarded Zhou Qingyang with expressions of disbelief. Zhou Qingyang muttered a curse under his breath, already contemplating how to maximize the repercussions of this encounter. In the early hours of the following day at 7:50 a.m., at Rongqing University, Chen Zhou was slumped over his desk, while a portion of his consciousness was meticulously controlling his doppelganger to observe the unfolding situation. In the gray electronic workshop, line 10, 2 rows of individuals stood facing each other with military precision, a total of 20 young men and women, their expressions grave as they listened to their superiors' admonitions. "Good morning, everyone." Zhou Qingyang initiated the routine morning meeting after taking attendance. "Good. Very good, excellent." The responses from the line 10 employees were lackluster, devoid of energy. "Have you not eaten? Let me hear it again." Zhou Qingyang expressed his dissatisfaction with the employees' lackluster demeanor. "Good. Very good. Excellent." This time, the volume was considerably louder, and Zhou Qingyang nodded with approval, continuing, "Let us discuss yesterday's events. I am extremely dissatisfied with the numerous incidents that occurred. If such mistakes as misplacing the materials happen again, it could lead to significant losses for the factory. Be cautious of the consequences." As he spoke, Zhou Qingyang cast a fierce glance at Li Chong before proceeding. "Furthermore, our production output yesterday failed to meet the standards. I have issued a military order to our supervisor, demanding an increase in our output. You all understand the repercussions if we do not meet the targets." The employees of Line 10 instantly looked disheartened. After an exhausting day yesterday, with barely any time to drink water, the prospect of increasing production today felt utterly overwhelming. "What is this? This is my decision. If anyone disagrees, feel free to voice it." Zhou Qingyang scoffed, having already assured his supervisor that the targets would be met. Otherwise, he was willing to forego his performance evaluation for the month. Seeing no one daring to oppose him, he smiled with satisfaction and shifted his gaze towards Li Ba, grinning as he declared, "Next, I announced the disciplinary action regarding Li Ba's early departure yesterday. Employee Li Ba failed to adhere to the management's directives and left work early, and thus, he will face a deduction of 3 days' wages and a month's performance bonus." "Li Ba, do you have any objections?" Zhou Qingyang said, reveling in his authority. "The rules were set by you all. I had already left work as per the schedule and yet am accused of leaving early. What objections could I possibly have?
Li Ba rút nôn cha lên.
Many employees of Line 10 looked on with sympathy for Li Ba, lamenting his fate. Previously, he had faced a deduction of working hours, which was manageable, but now with 3 days' wages and performance deductions, it seemed he would only take home a meager sum of 2,000 or 3,000 yuan for a month of grueling work. 28 days of 12-hour shifts for such little compensation was indeed disheartening. Everyone silently mourned for Li Ba. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingyang felt a surge of satisfaction within himself, thinking, so, you thought you were quite something, didn't you? With a slew of empty words, he emphasized the heavy tasks at hand, urging everyone not to disappoint the leadership. All right, let us get to work. With his command, Line 10 immediately immersed themselves in their industrious labor. Zhou Qingyang patrolled the area, determined to prevent a repeat of yesterday's mishaps. Should another occur, he too might face dismissal. Supervisor, we've run out of materials. Someone called out. Go get them yourself. Zhou Qingyang replied. I can't leave my station. Zhou Qingyang furrowed his brow as he approached, observing the towering stack of boards before the man, and felt an immediate surge of irritation. Why have you piled up so much? What on earth are you doing? Apologies. Heh. I'm just not in the best form today and working slowly. The man seemed somewhat sheepish. I'll cover your position. Hurry back, Zhou Qingyang commanded. Once seated at the workstation, Zhou Qingyang felt a renewed confidence as he faced the assembly line. After all, he had been at this for several years, earning the title of a seasoned craftsman. However, as he continued his task, he began to sense something amiss. Things were moving alarmingly fast. The workload intensified. Beads of sweat began to form on his brow, and as the piles of boards grew, he found himself cursing inwardly. Where on earth is that guy? Has he been gone forever? He muttered countless insults towards the man's family in his mind until, at last, he spotted the fellow sauntering back leisurely. The sight only fueled his anger further. Did you take a leisurely stroll, or what? Heh, my apologies, I was a bit slow, the man replied, not daring to show any displeasure. Zhou Qingyang's expression softened slightly as he glanced at the towering stack of boards. Look at this mess you've created. Hurry up, or I'll dock your hours. Yes. The man nodded eagerly and resumed his work. Zhou Qingyang nodded in satisfaction, feeling a surge of confidence. The method of being assertive truly yielded results. Li Ba's suggestion had made his subordinates more compliant. If this momentum continued, winning the Outstanding Production Line Award in the second workshop would be a breeze. At that moment, he imagined himself gaining considerable esteem in the eyes of his superiors, perhaps even earning a promotion. Lost in this delightful reverie, Zhou Qingyang felt a shiver of excitement, as if he were entering a state of bliss. However, such feelings are fleeting. Can you speed it up? Look at the mountain of boards you've created. Wang Yang's irritated voice jolted him back to reality. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Qingyang was taken aback. In just a few hours, Li Ba had amassed an enormous pile of boards. Witnessing Li Ba's nonchalant demeanor, he quickly deduced that the man was slacking off. Damn it, Li Ba. What the hell are you doing? Are you deliberately trying to sabotage me? Zhou Qingyang berated him without reservation, perceiving Li Ba as utterly inconsequential, akin to a mere dog in his eyes. I just can't keep up. What do you want me to do? Call your mother? Li Ba shrugged indifferently. You think this is going to work against me? That's laughable. Zhou Qingyang retorted coldly. Wang Yang, take over his position. Wang Yang's face darkened at the command, but he dared not show Zhou Qingyang any disrespect. Instead, he glared fiercely at Li Ba, cursing, You worthless piece of trash. You can't even handle this little bit of work. Li Ba merely shrugged, unfazed. As Zhou Qingyang observed the two swapping positions, he resumed his watchful oversight of Li Ba, wary that he might create chaos again as he had the previous day. However, seeing the production line gradually return to normalcy, he felt a sense of relief. It appeared that Li Ba was aware of the stakes after all. At that moment, someone in the front shouted, I can't handle this any longer. Who can lend a hand? Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingyang immediately rushed over, only to find that this station was also overwhelmed with a mountain of boards. He felt an urge to scold them, but thought better of it. Thus, he personally stepped in and declared, Watch closely and learn. Working efficiently requires quick hands. While he was busy, another voice called out, "I'm struggling too. Hurry! Someone help me." Zhou Qingyang gazed into the distance, noting that the pile there was even larger. Taking a deep breath, he reassured, "Keep pushing through, and I'll increase your wages." He then dashed over, muttering under his breath, "You're all a bunch of useless slackers, unable to manage this little work." After just a few minutes of assisting, yet another shout rang out from the front. "Oh no, I can't keep up either. Is there anyone available to help? I'm going to be overwhelmed." Zhou Qingyang felt a demon roaring within him, urging him to grab the stool beneath him and unleash his fury. However, reason reminded him that such a reaction was unwise, so he suppressed his rising anger and hurried towards the source of the call. Hardly had he settled down for 2 seconds when another voice cried out, "Oh no! I have a pile of boards here. Someone come quickly. I can't manage this." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingyang felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his eyes turning red with frustration, and he shouted, "What the hell is wrong with you all? For heaven's sake!" His voice echoed like a banshee's wail, hauntingly fierce and pitiful, transforming the entire second workshop into a scene reminiscent of a madhouse, with Zhou Qingyang standing as its sovereign. All eyes were fixed upon him in astonishment. The workshop fell into a momentary silence as the onlookers observed Zhou Qingyang, who sat on the ground in a frenzied state, their expressions filled with confusion. Zhou Qingyang, noticing the crowd gathered around him, erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "You know nothing. All you do is watch the spectacle. Do you have any idea how many talented individuals I have at my disposal? You are utterly oblivious. Ha ha ha." At that moment, the crowd's expressions shifted to one of relief, realizing that he indeed had capable subordinates. However, was such a revelation deserving of their previous expressions? "Zhou Qingyang, what are you up to?" Dabin glared at him, still recalling his words from the previous day, where he had contemptuously referred to Zhou as a fool. "Damn it, what is this kid up to all day long?" Upon seeing Dabin approach, Zhou Qingyang was abruptly jolted back to reality and quietly explained, "It's nothing, just a bit overwhelmed. Come to my office. You all get back to work. There's nothing to see here." In the office, Dabin scrutinized Zhou Qingyang from head to toe, beginning to doubt his own judgment regarding Zhou's capabilities. After all, he had watched this young man grow, yet he seemed to be faltering. Even Yang Guangzhou has managed to get on track. How is it that this fellow still hasn't gained control over his subordinates? Not only that, but Zhou's incompetence had also resulted in Dabin receiving a significant reprimand from their supervisor, causing him considerable trouble. "What is happening now?" Dabin inquired. Zhou Qingyang sniffled and replied, "I've submitted a military order to the supervisor, proactively requesting to increase production today. Isn't that a good thing? Why are you acting so mad?" Dabin responded, "Ha ha ha. I have too many talented individuals under me. If something goes awry here, it's bound to happen there. I genuinely don't know what to do." Zhou Qingyang lamented with a grim smile. "What to do? You, as the team leader, should impose strict penalties until they comply. Don't worry, the factory leadership will support you," Dabin advised. "I will impose penalties, but I don't understand how these people operate. It seems they are unfazed by reprimands. No matter how much I scold or punish them, they remain unchanged." Zhou Qingyang expressed his confusion. Dabin pondered seriously for a moment and remarked, "Perhaps it's due to the current employment pressures that there are more fools around. Anyway, you should head back and focus on completing today's tasks. The supervisor is already dissatisfied with you." Zhou Qingyang felt a chill run down his spine, suddenly acutely aware of his precarious situation, feeling as though life held no hope. "Go back for now. I will speak on your behalf. I've always believed in you, so don't let me down," Dabin said, patting Zhou Qingyang on the shoulder earnestly. Zhou Qingyang was profoundly touched and replied, "Thank you, boss. I will definitely repay your kindness." Dabin waved him off, and Zhou Qingyang left with a heart full of gratitude. Watching Zhou's retreating figure, Dabin's thoughts became somewhat complex. Zhou Qingyang was like a half-disciple to him and was generally obedient, unlike some of the other team leaders who did not show him the same respect and were more challenging to manage. No need to overthink it. I'll speak well of him. I still believe he can handle the situation. After all, He has weathered many storms and should be maturing by now. Upon returning to the production line, Zhou Qingyang was confronted with a mountain of boards, his scalp tingling with anxiety. He immediately began to brainstorm, but after much contemplation, he found himself at a loss. As the day approached its midpoint, the production output still fell woefully short, igniting a sense of urgency within him. He declared with a stern warning, "Let me make myself clear. If the production does not meet the required standards today, I will work through the night to ensure it is achieved." No sooner had he uttered these words than he caught sight of Li Ba smirking at him coldly, which only fueled his frustration. Why was this fellow, whom he had not sought out, now interjecting? "Do you have a problem?" Zhou Qingyang inquired. "Indeed I do. Look at you, incapable of even managing a single line, unable to meet production quotas, and failing to uphold quality standards. Apart from barking orders, what else can you do? Do you dare to suggest working overtime? Haven't you learned your lesson from today?" Zhou Qingyang was taken aback by this insinuation. Wang Yang could no longer contain his anger and retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting all day?" Li Ba turned to glare at Wang Yang, his patience waning as he prepared to execute his own plans. Addressing Wang Yang with an icy tone, he warned, "Try uttering another word. I dare you." "Ah, am I afraid of you, you fool?" Wang Yang scoffed, his disdain for Li Ba evident. However, as the words escaped his lips, he sensed an unsettling shift. He was suddenly surrounded by 7 individuals, all fixated on him, speaking in unison. "Try saying another word. I dare you." Wang Yang swallowed hard. "What do you mean?" The group, resembling a troupe of clowns, made it clear that they had no intention of engaging with him. "If you dare to speak again, you will indeed regret it tonight." Wang Yang's expression drained of color, his bravado deflated. Li Ba, having made his point, turned his focus back to Zhou Qingyang and commanded, "Come here." Zhou Qingyang, bewildered by the sudden shift in demeanor from the group, began to understand, excitement building within him. "So, you all know each other. This was all intentional. I knew you had the audacity." Li Ba scoffed dismissively. "Let us set aside the theatrics and discuss terms, or your future days will be quite unpleasant." "Threatening me? Do you think I fear you?" Zhou Qingyang retorted. "Do you still wish to fulfill today's production targets?" Li Ba's casual remark caused Zhou Qingyang's expression to shift dramatically, his face a mask of uncertainty. He inhaled deeply and asked, "What is it you desire?" Li Ba replied, "I simply need you to provide specific information regarding several individuals at Hui Electronics, who intends to resign and who stands in their favor." "Why do you need this information?" Zhou Qingyang queried, perplexed. "That is none of your concern. Will you agree or not?" Li Ba pressed. This is merely a transaction. Just ensure your people do not cause any trouble. Don't assume I'm intimidated by you," Zhou Qingyang asserted. "Oh, our official business has concluded. Now, let us address personal matters. Given how you have targeted me, insulted me, and deducted my wages these past few days, what do you propose we do about it?" Li Ba said, draping an arm over Zhou Qingyang's shoulder. "What do you expect? Do not think that a few allies will change anything for you. Have you not grasped the situation? This is Hui Electronics. I have the backing of my superiors. What do you amount to?" Zhou Qingyang chuckled at Li Ba's naivety. "Is that so? We shall discuss tomorrow's matters when the time comes. For now, focus on completing today's tasks," Li Ba replied with a smile. Zhou Qingyang gritted his teeth and fixed his gaze intently on Li Ba, contemplating deeply within himself. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. Is it not merely a matter of enduring humiliation for a day? Once today has passed, he would settle the score with this bunch. For now, he would submit. "All right, you think you're something special. What do you want?" Zhou Qingyang inquired. "Nothing much. Just that you've withheld so much of my money these past few days and berated me daily. I've lost all my dignity in this factory." Li Ba responded with a smile. "And what do you intend to do about it?" Zhou Qingyang narrowed his eyes. "Apologize to me? Or do you think I brought you here for fun?" Li Ba declared. "Apologize to you? Who do you think you are to demand that?" Zhou Qingyang snapped, infuriated. However, no sooner had he spoken than 7 or 8 individuals surrounded him, their cold stares piercing through him. An invisible pressure enveloped him, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Yet he stubbornly retorted, "What, Do you dare to lay a hand on me? If I call the police, none of you will escape. No, don't call the police. If you refuse to apologize, I'll have them strip you and parade you around. What do you think of that? Li Ba replied. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. I'm nothing but a fool. I shouldn't have provoked you. Zhou Qingyang, filled with humiliation, straightened up and bowed his head in apology. Chen Zhou, observing from a distance, displayed a hint of surprise. It was all too swift. Zhou Qingyang's eyes were filled with resentment, which did not escape Chen Zhou's notice, but he paid it no mind. A mere Zhou Qingyang was of no consequence. He could toy with him as he pleased. Now, Chen Zhou's focus shifted to the highly productive electronic factory, and an immature yet tantalizing plan began to take shape in his mind. Very well, you've done well, Li Ba nodded, and in an instant, the others swiftly returned to their duties, while Li Ba immersed himself in work. Zhou Qingyang withdrew his resentful gaze, vowing to ensure that these individuals would be removed from his territory by tomorrow, restoring clarity to his world. In the dim light of the classroom, Chen Zhou raised his head groggily, only to be met with the peculiar gazes of his classmates and teachers. It was indeed a rarity for someone to languish in school for such an extended period. Naturally, some recognized Chen Zhou, and upon a few whispered exchanges, expressions of understanding and relief emerged. After all, enduring the betrayal of a girlfriend, who had been adored for years, and facing public humiliation at the hands of her new partner, required an extraordinary amount of courage to return to this institution. Disregarding the stares, Chen Zhou exited the classroom, only to encounter Zhou Yuru, whose pallid complexion indicated she had been through a rough patch lately. Upon seeing Chen Zhou, her expression darkened, and she coldly remarked, "So you finally dare to come back to school? I haven't yet settled the matter regarding your slander against me. You better explain yourself to my fiancé, or I assure you, this isn't over." Chen Zhou was taken aback. "What are you talking about? Stop pretending to be confused. If you dare to speak such words, then you should own up to them. What kind of man are you?" Zhou Yuru retorted venomously. "I truly do not understand what you're saying," Chen Zhou replied, raising his hands in exasperation, uninterested in engaging further with her, and attempted to walk away. Zhou Yuru, observing the drastic shift in his demeanor, was bewildered. In the past, every word she spoke was meticulously noted by him. Now, he was exhibiting signs of impatience. Could it be that his indifference was genuine? "Chen Zhou, if you apologize to Zhang Han, I'll forgive you, and we can exchange contact information," Zhou Yuru insisted earnestly. Once again, Chen Zhou was taken aback, regarding his former girlfriend with a serious expression. "You can't be serious?" Seeing the astonishment on his face, a smirk of satisfaction crept upon Zhou Yuru's lips. "I always keep my word. You're not entirely without merit." Chen Zhou gazed incredulously at Zhou Yuru, confusion swirling in his mind. "This woman? Very well. If you want me to apologize, then so be it. It's been a while since I've had any female company," he mused, taking in her appearance. Today, Zhou Yuru wore a black short skirt, paired with sheer black stockings that accentuated her legs. Although not overly endowed, her figure was still appealing, and her light makeup radiated youthful vitality. Truly, she was one of the most admired girls in school. He felt his past admiration was not entirely unwarranted. "Don't get any ideas. We have broken up, and I am genuinely committed to Zhang Han." Zhou Yuru's countenance soured. In her view, the disparity between Chen Zhou and Zhang Han was insurmountable. One was a wealthy heir with a family fortune in the millions, while the other was a struggling youth from a remote area, saving for months just to afford a phone, a sight that irked her. "Are you suggesting I apologize? That is pure folly. I am leaving," Chen Zhou said, preparing to depart. "You can't leave." Zhou Yuru grasped Chen Zhou's arm tightly. "Let go." Chen Zhou's tone turned increasingly impatient. "I won't let go. If you refuse to apologize, I won't release you," she shouted defiantly. "Go ahead. Strike me if you have the courage. Do it." Zhou Yuru challenged, her heart aflame with an inexplicable anger at the sight of Chen Zhou's furious expression. Chen Zhou inhaled deeply and declared, "Apologizing is absolutely out of the question. Considering our past acquaintance, I shall overlook the words you have spoken to me. However, should your fiancé dare to provoke me again, Do not expect me to be courteous. Zhou Yuru was momentarily taken aback, releasing Chen Zhou's arm, perplexed by his audacity. How could he be so brazen? What gave him the right to be so arrogant? It was utterly absurd for someone she had discarded to belittle her fiancé. He was undeserving. Watching Chen Zhou's retreating figure, Zhou Yuru pulled out her phone and sent a voice message to Zhang Han. Han, I ran into Chen Zhou today. I asked him to apologize, and he actually tried to hit me. What a person. In stark contrast to her fierce demeanor during her conversation with Chen Zhou, she now presented herself as a delicate and innocent flower. At that moment, Zhang Han was seated outside a bar, and upon listening to Zhou Yuru's voice message, he felt a swirl of complex emotions. Zhou Yuru was undeniably beautiful, yet the thought of her being toyed with by Chen Zhou ignited a fire within him. Damn you, Chen Zhou, I will make you pay. After offering a few words of consolation, he suddenly spotted Chen Zhou's underlings from a few days prior. Observing their miserable state as they squatted beneath a tree filled him with a sense of satisfaction. Look at you all, suffering for following that fool Chen Zhou. However, a clever idea soon dawned upon him, prompting him to straighten his clothes and approach them. Hey boys, enjoying the sun in this sweltering heat? Zhang Han, wearing sunglasses and braving the scorching sun, feigned nonchalance. The group beneath the tree, clearly Chen Zhou's minions, glanced up momentarily but did not respond. Oh dear, look at who you have chosen to follow. Out here in this blazing sun, without even a bottle of water. Gangzi, tell us what you were up to just now? Zhang Han, dismissive of their lack of response, signaled to his own underlings. Haha, just now, we were at the bar drinking and entertaining some young models, enjoying the air conditioning and watermelon. It was delightful. Gangzi, one of Zhang Han's underlings, reminisced about the experience, while the others wore expressions of indulgence. Look at you all. Brothers, you are not getting any younger. Plan your career paths wisely and do not let misguided loyalty to brotherhood squander your futures. We are all adults now, Gangzi said earnestly, his smile fading. Zhang Han surveyed him with satisfaction. Wasn't Chen Zhou merely relying on his 20 or so followers to challenge him? If he could siphon them away, Chen Zhou would have no grounds for arrogance. How about this? Join us, and while we may not promise immense wealth, at least you won't have to roast in this heat anymore. I bet your pants are soaked through, Gangzi added. Suddenly, one of Chen Zhou's minions smirked and inquired, what exactly do you intend to achieve? Zhang Han patted Gangzi on the shoulder and addressed the group. Stick with me, and I guarantee you will enjoy the company of beautiful models every month. Not interested in models, the man shook his head. Oh, Zhang Han was astonished, finding himself utterly disinterested in the young model. It was no surprise he would associate with someone like Chen Zhou, a mere pauper, surrounded by a group of unsophisticated individuals who had never experienced the broader world. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Han proposed, how about this? Stick with me, and I shall grant you 20,000 yuan. 20,000 yuan? Are you mocking us? The leader scoffed. My goodness, such a modest offer. I possess ample funds. Yet you must demonstrate some sincerity to claim it. Zhang Han retorted. The leader regarded Zhang Han with a slight smile, proposing, 100,000. We are willing to follow your lead. If you doubt our intentions, we can record a video as proof. Zhang Han hesitated. While 100,000 was not a significant sum for his family, it still represented a considerable amount for him personally. It would take 2 months of effort to amass such a sum from home. Yet, recalling the humiliation inflicted by Chen Zhou, he resolved to employ the same tactics against these individuals. Very well, Zhang Han declared, producing 100,000 yuan with a smirk. Remember, today you are to thoroughly deal with your former leader. Observing the eager, almost gleeful expressions on the faces of these unsophisticated individuals as they clutched the money, Zhang Han found the situation rather amusing. He wondered where they had met these so-called brothers, yet acknowledged that this society ultimately valued strength. No money? That was utterly unacceptable. Time passed swiftly, and Zhang Han spotted the enchanting Zhou Yuru approaching from a distance. Han, I wish to purchase a bag. Zhou Yuru cooed, wrapping her arm around Zhang Han's. A bag is no issue. Let us go buy it, Zhang Han replied, exuding confidence. Despite his current lack of funds, his self-assurance, nurtured since childhood, shielded him from any sense of inadequacy. He then headed towards the pedestrian street near the school, a hub filled with luxury boutiques. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou held the delicate hand of Luo, saying, "Come, brother has just acquired some money. Let us venture to the pedestrian street near our school to shop. I used to be too timid to even consider such places." "Humph. Well then, it is only right that you spend on me." Luo giggled playfully. In the bustling pedestrian street of Rongqing University, throngs of people filled the area long before nightfall, drawn by the proximity to the university. Fashionably attired young men and women passed by in pairs, each couple capturing the attention of many onlookers. Yet, when Luo made her entrance, all other beauties seemed to fade into insignificance. Today, Luo chose a simple attire, a white t-shirt paired with black jeans and white sneakers, her hair casually tied back, and her bare face radiated an astonishing charm. With a slender waist and curvaceous hips, her long legs moved in perfect harmony, and her bosom boasted a fullness that belied her age. Her skin was as flawless and radiant as a piece of exquisite jade. Feeling the gaze of passers-by upon her, Luo, slightly anxious, leaned closer to Chen Zhou and asked, "Do they always stare like this?" "Oh, just ignore them," Chen Zhou replied, wrapping his arm around her shoulders to shield her from the onlookers, reluctant to let them feast their eyes on his sister. Luo stifled a laugh, her almond eyes sparkling with allure, captivating everyone around her, young and old alike. "Wow, there is such a beauty here. She looks only about 15 or 16. Imagine how stunning she'll be when she grows up." Two men marveled at Luo. "Come on, let us go strike up a conversation." One handsome young man, appearing to be in his 20s, exclaimed with excitement. "Is that wise? She has a male companion," another cautioned. "So what if she has a companion? He is not her husband. It's a free competition. Are you afraid to approach her?" The handsome young man scoffed. "All right, let us go then. Show me what you've got." The other man, aware of his friend's fondness for beauty and his skillful approach, was intrigued, knowing that despite their modest background, his friend had never lacked for beautiful girlfriends. "Hey, miss, I seem to have dropped something, and it appears you've stepped on it," the handsome young man interjected, positioning himself between Chen Zhou and Luo, smiling brightly. Luo paused momentarily and looked down, replying, "I don't see anything." The young man grinned widely. "My heart has fallen to the ground, and it just so happens that you're stepping on it, making my heart race uncontrollably." His gaze was gentle, and his tone soft, complemented by his handsome features. If someone less attractive had delivered the same line, it would have fallen flat. Luo took a while to process his words, then chuckled and glanced at Chen Zhou, asking, "What is he trying to do?" "This guy thinks you're beautiful and wants to flirt with you," Chen Zhou said, his lips twitching in exasperation. "Haha, can it really be done this way? Truly, people from big cities are something else." Luo nestled closer to Chen Zhou, giggling uncontrollably. The young man, utterly captivated by Luo, completely ignored Chen Zhou's presence, saying, "Miss, my name is Chen Zhou. May I have the pleasure of knowing you?" "Absolutely not," Luo retorted, her smile fading. Chen Zhou's expression faltered slightly. Having never faced rejection in his endeavors, he was experiencing this unfamiliar sensation for the first time. "Well, this only proves that she is a good girl, affirming my discerning eye," he thought. "Miss, it's merely an introduction. Let us be friends, shall we? Don't be so heartless." Chen Zhou continued, his smile unwavering. At that moment, a crowd had gathered around them. What could be done? After all, Luo's beauty was undeniable, and being approached by a handsome young man in the street would naturally attract considerable attention. Ha! This young man clearly noticed the presence of another man beside her yet dared to approach. Is that not rather unethical? Who could argue otherwise? Such individuals, relying solely on their good looks, seem to believe that everyone will acquiesce. Truly, they overestimate themselves. Indeed, being handsome can allow one to act with impunity, and besides, why shouldn't a man approach her just because another man is present? Each should rely on their own abilities. If that man cannot hold her attention, it is hardly anyone else's fault. Chen Zhou listened to the murmurs of the crowd, a hint of pride flashing across his face. "Tsk, seeing all that makeup on your face is quite unpleasant. You even have drawn eyebrows. Please keep your distance. Luoluo, too, caught wind of the surrounding discussions and immediately felt displeased. Hua Qinyu's expression froze, awkwardness settling upon him. Laughter erupted from the crowd, amplifying his embarrassment. Step aside. Don't block the way, Chen Zhou declared, wishing to avoid the scrutiny of onlookers. What the hell did you just say? Hua Qinyu, rejected and ridiculed, felt his pride wounded, and upon hearing the disdainful voice of the man beside the beautiful girl, he became enraged. Chen Zhou raised an eyebrow, observing the feeble figure before him, and said, "Hurry up and move aside. Are you deaf? What will you do if I refuse?" Hua Qinyu retorted defiantly. In the next instant, a resounding slap struck his face. Dazed and furious, Hua Qinyu glared at his assailant, only to behold a man in his 20s looking down at him. "Why the hell did you hit me? What are you even?" he exclaimed. "I'm just a concerned passerby. I struck you because I found you displeasing. Who do you think you are? Keep talking, and I'll give you another slap." The concerned passerby replied fiercely, "Well done. This is hilarious. This kid thought he could act however he pleased just because he's handsome, but look at him now." The onlookers applauded enthusiastically. Hua Qinyu's face turned crimson. He wanted to back down, but, upon seeing the mocking gazes of the crowd, he stubbornly retorted, "What does it matter to you?" Smack! No sooner had he finished speaking than another resounding slap landed on his face. The crowd erupted in cheers once more. Luoluo looked curiously at the suddenly appearing concerned bystanders and remarked, "Why are there so many good Samaritans in this big city? There were some yesterday and now again today?" Chen Zhou chuckled and replied, "Perhaps it's the aura of my dominance leaking out." "Humph, more like a turtle's aura." Luoluo laughed, revealing her cute little tiger teeth. Upon hearing Luoluo dare to tease him, Chen Zhou reached out to tickle her, but amidst their playful banter, Luoluo suddenly let out a delicate cry. Chen Zhou, his expression turning peculiar, withdrew his hand, feeling the soft and tender touch of her skin, which left him somewhat embarrassed. Luoluo's face flushed crimson as she pinched Chen Zhou hard, huffing, "I'm going to tell my mother." "Oh no, don't. It was an accident." Chen Zhou hurriedly begged for mercy. If the two formidable figures at home found out, wouldn't he be in serious trouble? "Humph, if you wish for my forgiveness, you must heed my words henceforth," Luoluo declared, revealing her small tiger-like teeth. "That's excessive. How can I possibly listen to you when I am your elder?" Chen Zhou retorted, unwilling to acquiesce, as it would undermine familial decorum. Why can't I? I shall inform my parents," Luoluo threatened. All right, you are formidable. I shall comply." Chen Zhou momentarily relented. As they conversed, the duo arrived outside a clothing boutique. Upon gazing at the beautiful garments within, Luoluo's eyes sparkled with delight. Observing her reaction, Chen Zhou grasped her hand and led her inside, saying, "Come, let me purchase you a few outfits. You resemble a little potato." With a blissful smile adorning her face, Luoluo followed him into the store. The sales assistant, a girl in her 20s, immediately brightened upon seeing Luoluo, showering her with compliments that left her beaming with joy. "Miss, this ensemble suits you perfectly. You would undoubtedly outshine any celebrity, not to mention those internet influencers who rely solely on filters," the assistant exclaimed, holding up a stunning dress that exuded an ethereal charm. Luoluo was quite tempted. However, upon glancing at the price tag, she promptly declined. "It's far too expensive. This set costs over 1,000, she said, adorably shaking her little head. The sales assistant felt a twinge of disappointment, but just then, a mocking voice echoed through the air. "Oh, isn't that Chen Zhou? How dare you bring someone to browse but lack the funds to purchase? You seem even more financially challenged than before." Upon hearing the tone of the speaker, the assistant's heart leapt with anticipation. From years of experience, she knew that such situations often resulted in a profitable outcome. Chen Zhou, noticing the approaching pair, could not help but smile. In the scene, Zhou Yuro is seen clad in a vibrant fairy-like outfit, linking her arm with Zhang Han, showering him with tenderness while casting a disdainful glance towards Chen Zhou. As they saunter closer, one cannot help but notice the striking contrast. The man, tall and handsome, and the woman, alluringly beautiful, exuding a somewhat scandalous air. "Chen Zhou, you finally made an appearance. I thought you had turned into a timid turtle, Zhang Han remarks, recalling their previous encounter, his anger bubbling to the surface. Hey, Zhang, whether I hide or not is my concern, but it seems your head is quite retracted. The public restroom has what you need, Chen Zhou retorts with a cold sneer. Zhang Han's face flushes with rage as he snaps, Chen, I have no desire to engage in a war of words with you. Do you truly believe you belong in a place like this? Are you even aware of your circumstances? What makes me unworthy? Just a few pieces of clothing? Chen Zhou counters. Humph, this isn't a place for you to show off. What can you flaunt with a few $100 a month? Zhang Han scoffs. Just a few garments. I can buy them whenever I wish. You're merely riding on your father's coattails. Chen Zhou replies. Ha, how bitter you are. Whose fault is it that your father is incapable? Zhang Han laughs heartily, reveling in the moment as laughter erupts from the surrounding boys, while the girls watch Chen Zhou with curious expressions, some stifling giggles. Chen Zhou's face darkens as he absorbs the derision. Zhang Han, feeling vindicated, seizes the opportunity, adding, this guy is so broke that after years of chasing his girlfriend, I stole her away in just a few days during summer vacation. Was it my looks? Perhaps, but more so my financial prowess. Another wave of laughter ensues, and the girls' gazes turn more sympathetic. The shop attendant looks at Chen Zhou with a hint of pity, recognizing that such scenarios frequently unfold in a store of this caliber, where the less affluent often face scorn. Just a worthless woman, nothing more than trash. Why should I care? Chen Zhou thinks, unfazed by the mockery. Zhang Han delights in his apparent indifference, feeling elated. Zhou Euro clings tightly to Zhang Han, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions, predominantly relief. Had her family not introduced her to Zhang Han, she might also find herself in an equally awkward situation. How laughable! This pride!
Zhang Han scoffs.
Meanwhile, Chen Zhou contemplates his revenge while Lao Luo finally emerges from the fitting room, asking cheerfully, Brother, how do I look? Turning to her, Chen Zhou's eyes light up as he exclaims, You look wonderful. Lao Luo, wearing a white floral dress, stands shyly before him, her delicate hands lifting the hem, revealing her long, jade-like legs, her white cotton socks accentuating her ankles beautifully. Her exquisitely charming face is flushed, her clear eyes reflecting Chen Zhou's slightly dazed expression, also revealing a hint of innocence. In an instant, the shop was enveloped in a profound silence, with the men rendered speechless and the women shedding tears. The gentlemen gazed at Luo, lost in bewilderment, questioning the existence of such exquisite beauty in the world. The ladies cast discontented glances at their male companions, wondering why they could not at least feign indifference in the presence of such a stunning woman. Zhang Han stared at Luo in a daze, taking a considerable time before he incredulously inquired, Is she your sister? No, I am his girlfriend, Luo declared emphatically as she linked her arm with Chen Zhou's. The men were astonished, while the women felt a wave of relief wash over them. How could she, his girlfriend, be so breathtakingly beautiful? Everyone gazed at Chen Zhou in disbelief. A woman of such splendor chose a seemingly impoverished partner. What could her beauty possibly signify if her companion was merely an underachiever? Xu Yuro's expression was notably complex. She had not anticipated that Chen Zhou would find a new girlfriend so soon after their breakup, and furthermore, one who surpassed her in beauty by several tiers. In her heart, she thought Chen Zhou should be moping for years over their separation. Yet here he was, seemingly unfazed. It appeared she held less significance in his heart than she had believed. What a scoundrel, she scoffed inwardly. Chen Zhou attempted to withdraw his arm from Luo's embrace, but her gentle voice whispered in his ear, You promised to listen to me. Are you already reneging on that? Chen Zhou was left speechless. Zhang Han watched the couple's intimacy with seething jealousy. Why should this fellow be so fortunate? As if it weren't enough to have Xu Yuro. Now there was this top-tier beauty. Hey, miss, is this your boyfriend? Do you truly know him? Zhang Han sneered, provokingly. Luo looked at him with wide, innocent eyes and nodded. Zhang Han felt a rush of excitement. His face slightly flushed as he said, Your boyfriend's last girlfriend is right next to me. Would you like to know why? What do you mean? Luo asked curiously. Zhang Han, admiring the girl's flawless features, contemplated the prospect of winning her over, which would simultaneously avenge his grievances and secure a stunning girlfriend. I say your boyfriend is unworthy of you. You are so beautiful, and he is on an entirely different level, Zhang Han asserted. But he treats me very well, and that's enough for me. When I'm hungry, he runs several streets to buy me my favorite food. When my stomach hurts, he stays up all night to accompany me, massaging my belly and bringing me warm water. Luoluo replied innocently. Ha ha ha. When my girlfriend is hungry, I take her to the finest restaurants. When she feels unwell, I take her to the best hospitals and spend tens of thousands to ensure her health. That's just the romantic lies he has spun for you, Zhang Han derided. The onlookers sighed inwardly, recognizing that Zhang Han was employing financial tactics to win over the girl. He may treat you well, but he lacks the means to treat you even better, Zhang Han continued. However, he bought me such expensive clothes, Luoluo protested. Chen Zhou looked at Luoluo's bewildered expression, feeling a wave of exasperation. Here we go again. Expensive? Those clothes cost only 1,000 or so. He must have saved up for ages to afford them. Bringing you to places like this even once a year is quite an achievement. Zhang Han, after speaking, turned his gaze towards Chen Zhou and remarked, I hold a deep disdain for such men. To disregard family circumstances for the sake of a girl may seem romantic, but in reality, it is foolish and cowardly. Your boyfriend embodies this very type. Observing her flustered demeanor, a cold smirk appeared on Zhang Han's face. I have encountered many men like him. They are utterly useless, possessing nothing of value apart from empty words. That's not true. Don't speak carelessly, Luoluo interjected, waving her hand. Chen Zhou regarded Zhang Han, feeling a modicum of admiration for his eloquence, though regrettably. Luoluo appeared somewhat at a loss, releasing her hold on Chen Zhou's arm and casting a timid glance his way, her eyes blinking mischievously. Chen Zhou, upon witnessing Luoluo's expression, felt at a loss for words, yet recognizing the underlying threat in her gaze, he awkwardly complied, stammering, No, you must believe me. He is fabricating stories. Zhou Yuru, standing nearby, wore an awkward expression and spoke up, Young lady, you are still quite young. Let someone with experience advise you. Luoluo shot a few sidelong glances at Zhou Yuru, her lips curling into a barely perceptible sneer of disdain. Chen Zhou scratched his head, uncertain how to proceed, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Dear sister, observe how he falters. Such a person is best avoided. By the way, what is your name? Allow me to treat you today, for our meeting is a serendipitous encounter, Zhang Han declared with a smile. Is that appropriate? Luoluo glanced at Chen Zhou, a cunning smile gracing her lips. Oh, what does it matter? I have sufficient funds.
Zhang Han replied cheerfully.
Very well then. Luoluo feigned modesty. Meanwhile, the onlookers, feeling pity for Chen Zhou, sighed inwardly at the absurdity of his situation. Allowing another man to foot the bill for his woman. What sort of predicament was this? In the midst of a bustling atmosphere, Zhang Han, exuding confidence, dismissed the envious gazes directed at him with a sly grin. He shot a teasing glance at Chen Zhou, declaring, I've taken your woman. Choose freely, my dear. We are all friends here. With a smile, he encouraged her. Luoluo cast a complex look at his retreating figure. She had just persuaded him to accompany her to shop for clothes, and now he seemed to be making casual purchases. How lowly! Her gaze shifted to Chen Zhou, who appeared pitifully lacking in courage. With a sweet smile, she took Chen Zhou's hand and led him further into the women's clothing section. My dear, this outfit suits you well. Although priced at 3,000, it hardly does you justice, yet it will suffice, Zhang Han remarked, pointing at a garment. Without a glance, Luoluo strode directly into the men's section. Zhang Han, observing this, thought to himself, Ah, this girl has a sense of decorum, considering the one who is footing the bill first. Such women are rare these days. He felt an inexplicable wave of emotion. Luoluo picked out a piece of men's clothing for Chen Zhou to try on, only to find it ill-fitting. She continued to change into several outfits. Zhang Han, noticing her shyness, called out, You needn't be so bashful. Feel free to let me try it on myself. Surprised and confused, Luoluo responded, What should you try on? My brother is taller than you. Zhang Han was momentarily taken aback, then hesitantly asked, You are buying clothes for him? Pointing at Chen Zhou, astonished. Is that not permissible? Luo Luo inquired innocently. Zhang Han wanted to say it was not, yet he had previously made a promise. To go back on his word would be beneath him. Brother, this outfit looks splendid on you. It accentuates your physique. Luo Luo beamed, surveying him with delight. Chen Zhou, equally pleased, found the garment to exude class, especially since it was both expensive and free. Zhang Han glanced at the price tag of 1,200, his mouth twitching slightly. Not too extravagant, he mused. This girl is quite admirable. She values sentiment rather than being overly materialistic. Quite refreshing. Chen Zhou handed the clothing to the smiling salesgirl, who received it with evident satisfaction as she regarded Luo Luo with approval. This one is also excellent. You will look even more handsome in it, Luo Luo remarked, presenting another long-sleeved shirt, nodding in satisfaction. Chen Zhou also agreed, and the salesgirl nodded in approval. Zhang Han, however, scrutinized the price tag of 2,600 with growing dissatisfaction. Goodness, we've acquired summer and autumn apparel, yet we still need 2 pairs of trousers. Miss, could you kindly recommend a few options? Luo Luo asked the nearby salesgirl. The girl, beaming from ear to ear, was about to select 2 pricier items but, catching a glimpse of Zhang Han's grim expression, sighed internally. Realizing she was not a beauty, she opted for 2 moderately priced items, totaling merely 2,000. Have you purchased enough, or shall we continue to indulge? Consider it a form of compensation for you, Zhang Han suggested. Very well, Luo Luo replied with a slight smile, leading Chen Zhou into the winter clothing section. Zhang Han's eyes twitched in anticipation as he followed closely behind. Luo Luo picked up a down jacket and draped it over Chen Zhou, commenting, "It feels a bit too extravagant." "Not extravagant at all. I genuinely like this piece," Chen Zhou replied, finding the garment quite appealing. "All right then, let us wrap this one up." Luo Luo clapped her hands and flashed a sweet smile. The sales assistant, overjoyed, took the jacket with delight, as it was the most expensive item in their store. Today, as these 2 parties clashed, she, the opportunist, would benefit immensely from the commission, ensuring her sales figures for the month would be secure. Zhang Han felt a surge of frustration as he glanced at the price tag of 28,000. Although he was affluent, his family merely provided him with a regular allowance, and he had yet to truly indulge in the lifestyle of the rich. 28,000 for a jacket. He cursed inwardly, thinking, I wouldn't even splurge that amount on myself. Yet here Chen Zhou, that fool, gets to wear it. What's wrong with that girl? Is she doing this on purpose? The thought darkened his expression. What's wrong? Did you overspend and run out of money? Maybe you should return it? Luo Luo blinked innocently, a sly smile curling at the corners of her lips. Truth be told, she never intended to purchase such garments. She disliked spending others' money and aimed to earn her own to buy clothes for him in the future. However, given that this person spoke so harshly, she felt compelled to relieve her brother's frustration somehow. This is quite a dilemma. I've already issued the invoice. This gentleman looks well off and surely won't mind spending this little, the sales assistant remarked anxiously. Zhang Han took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure, and with a strained smile he asked, No problem at all. How much is it? At that moment, several onlookers were astounded by the unfolding drama. What? A man is actually buying clothes for a woman, and it seems these 2 men have a rivalry. This is bound to go viral. Luo Luo blinked at Chen Zhou, feeling somewhat at a loss about what to do next. Chen Zhou patted her shoulder and said, Oh, Zhang Xiao, you truly are impressive. Your family must be quite wealthy. Zhang Han shot a venomous glare at Chen Zhou, choosing to remain silent. Hello, the total comes to 33,800. Will you be paying by card or cash? The sales assistant, relieved that the situation had settled, finally exhaled. Her commission was secure. Hooray! Card, please. Zhang Han gritted his teeth. Having spent all his cash on bribing people earlier, he had no choice but to use his card now. Insufficient balance. The sales assistant rolled her eyes. Damn it! Use this. Zhang Han cursed silently, pulling out a credit card to settle the payment. Zhang Xiao, you're impressive. Farewell. See you tomorrow. Chen Zhou chuckled as he left, laden with bags of clothing. Goodbye, big brother. Luo beamed sweetly, watching the two depart, and noticing the bewildered stares from those around him. Zhang Han felt a surge of rage. How can your ex-boyfriend be so shameless? He gasped, his breath heavy with indignation. Zhou Yuro rolled her eyes, feeling a strange sense of satisfaction at Zhang Han's considerable loss. How would I know? He used to be quite honest. Zhou Yuro spoke softly, equally astonished by the significant transformation of Chen Zhou. Must a man endure the pain inflicted by women in order to mature? Thinking he can take advantage and simply walk away? Today, I shall ensure he leaves empty-handed. Zhang Han coldly chuckled and followed suit. Zhou Yuro, bewildered, had no choice but to accompany him. As Chen Zhou and the two continued their leisurely stroll, the pace was unhurried. Brother, do you think this person will seek revenge on us? Luo inquired with a hint of concern. They found themselves on a scarcely populated street, the streetlights casting an eerie orange glow. So now you feel fear? Chen Zhou ruffled Luo's hair, somewhat exasperated. I merely saw him bullying you and wanted to vent your frustrations. You truly do not recognize a kind heart. Luo scrunched her delicate nose in protest. It's fine. Even if he comes, I can handle it. Chen Zhou, noticing Luo's apprehension, quickly reassured her. You can handle it? Ha! You were quite confident. As soon as Chen Zhou finished his remark, Zhang Han's voice echoed from behind. Startled, Luo turned to see Zhang Han accompanied by Zhou Yuro, followed by 3 burly men who regarded them with malevolent intent. Hey there, sister, why would you follow such a fool? Hear us your chance. Come over and embrace me, and I shall overlook your previous transgressions. Otherwise, don't blame me. Zhang Han, upon noticing Luo's frightened expression, felt a surge of excitement. Such a beautiful girl was meant for him alone. Luo clutched Chen Zhou's hand tightly, scanning her surroundings in fear, contemplating an escape route, only to despairingly realize that their path was completely blocked. What do you intend to do? If you act recklessly, I shall call the police. Luo threatened. Ah, how adorable. Call the police? My father. Heh, this society is not so simple.
Zhang Han låghed arrogantly.
A flicker of unease crossed Luo's eyes, but she suddenly felt Chen Zhou's firm embrace as he whispered in her ear. Why are you taking the lead? I am here. His words, both ticklish and comforting, brought her a sense of security. Luo gazed at this surprisingly brave brother, astonished. When had he become so courageous? She recalled how he had once been chased far and wide by the village dogs. Oh, you're putting on airs again. But this time is different. You have support. Zhang Han sneered. Go on, attack. If you kill him, it's on me. If he survives, he should at least be crippled. At the instant he issued his command, several men suddenly emerged, restraining the 3 thugs and unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Hey, what's going on? What the hell? Zhang Han exclaimed in shock, bewildered that things were not proceeding as expected. What the hell? Before he could finish his sentence, 2 individuals lunged at him, pinning him to the ground and swiftly stripping him of his clothing, exposing his pale body. You bastards! Do you have no sense of professional ethics? Zhang Han bellowed in outrage. A tempest of anger, frustration, and urgency surged within, nearly rendering me breathless. Zhou Yuro stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear and uncertainty. Luo gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, only turning away when she beheld Zhang Han stripped bare. Her voice tinged with confusion as she inquired, what is happening? Perhaps it was merely a benevolent passerby? Chen Zhou embraced Luo and departed, leaving behind for starkly exposed men and a woman who resembled a statue, utterly bewildered. In the grand scheme of things, Zhang Han found himself cowering behind a telephone pole, observing the few passers-by with trepidation, striving to conceal his presence, fearful of being discovered. Quickly devise a plan to acquire some clothing. Zhang Han implored. Young master, there are a few vagrants over there. I shall retrieve some garments. One of his subordinates volunteered eagerly. Very well, exercise caution. Zhang Han replied through gritted teeth. Nearby, a group of homeless men leaned against the wall, boasting loudly, when they spotted a naked man approaching, covering himself. One of the vagrants chuckled. Hey, buddy, you're quite the exhibitionist. Did you frighten the ladies? The subordinate's expression soured as he swiftly delivered a few slaps to the boastful vagrant, rendering him dizzy. As the vagrant regained his senses and prepared to retaliate, he was met with another series of resounding slaps. The scene erupted into a cacophony beneath the bridge. "What are you hitting me for? I haven't wronged you," the vagrant exclaimed, his demeanor shifting to one of submission upon witnessing the fierce countenance of his assailant. "Look here, you four. Strip off your clothes, or else we shall make you regret it." Faced with the ferocious naked men, the vagrants dared not resist. Once the assailants departed, the four robbed vagrants collapsed in despair, clutching their heads and weeping. Clad in the stolen garments, Zhang Han felt profoundly uncomfortable, the foul stench reminiscent of a dog that had gone days without a bath. Zhou Yuru pinched her nose and distanced herself, her expression rife with disdain. Zhang Han's face contorted in complexity as he cursed. "What kind of worthless creature is your ex-boyfriend? Damn him, utterly shameless. Upon your return, divulge everything you know about him. Damn it." Zhou Yuru nodded silently, resolute in her determination not to allow the man who had discarded her to flourish. The group located the vehicle they had arrived in and first returned Zhou Yuru to her home before procuring some clean clothes. It was only then that Zhang Han sighed in relief, feeling more at ease upon arriving home. His parents were seated on the sofa, appearing in good spirits. "See, I told you our son is exceptional. He can face adversity with composure," Zhang Yaozu proclaimed proudly, to which Zhang's mother nodded in agreement. Upon Zhang Han's return, Zhang Yaozu beckoned him over. "How does it feel to rise after stumbling in a new place? Has it broadened your horizons?" Zhang Yaozu inquired, patting Zhang Han on the shoulder. Recalling the astonishing events of the day, Zhang Han's expression grew somewhat dry as he replied, "Indeed, that fellow from Chen Zhou is nothing to be concerned about, apart from the crowd he commands." "Precisely. Your perspective must elevate. That lad is merely a stepping stone for you. In due time, I will introduce you to some esteemed uncles and relatives. Their children are the true paragons of excellence, and competing with them will be the real test," Zhang Yaozu imparted earnestly. Zhang Han nodded, recalling that his finances were dwindling. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Father, I intend to embark on a business venture. Would you consider investing some money?" Zhang Yaozu's eyes brightened, secretly relieved that his son was maturing, and he heartily patted Zhang Han on the shoulder, while Zhang's mother watched with tears of joy in her eyes. A scene depicting a benevolent father, a filial son, and a virtuous mother. Within the confines of a rental apartment in Chen Zhou, Luo flopped onto the sofa, exclaiming, "I've walked all day. My feet hurt, brother. My feet hurt." Chen Zhou, somewhat exasperated, replied, "If your feet hurt, just go to bed. What are you telling me for?" No, you don't understand. If I suddenly sleep after walking all day, my feet will hurt even more tomorrow," Luo retorted with displeasure. "Then what should we do?" Chen Zhou inquired. "Humph, that woman today was your ex-girlfriend, right? She looked decent. I heard you used to be quite the sycophant. Don't you have any experience?" Luo puffed her cheeks and said. Chen Zhou's face darkened as he gazed at her relentless teasing and helplessly remarked, "Fine, just wait." With that, he retreated into the room and soon returned carrying a basin of warm water, placing it beside Luo's feet. "You should wash your feet first." Luo smiled dreamily, slipping off her canvas shoes, revealing delicate feet clad in white socks. The skin was smooth. After enjoying a brief soak in the warm water, Luo lifted her tender little feet into the air, saying, "There's no foot towel. I'll go get it for you." Chen Zhou averted his gaze from her feet and quickly fetched a foot towel, handing it to her. However, Luo did not take it, playfully insisting, "Brother, you should dry them for me. You must have done that for that woman outside." Chen Zhou's lips twitched as he replied, "I'm your brother, older than you. How could I possibly dry your feet?" "Humph, you say you're my brother, but you're fine with drying the feet of some wild woman outside. Yet not mine. That's different." Chen Zhou protested. "It's different. I don't care. I want you to do it. If you don't, I'll tell Dad," Luo declared. All right. Chen Zhou conceded, and then, cautiously, with his right hand holding the foot towel, he began to gently wipe away the moisture. Luo Luo's cheeks flushed slightly as she gazed at Chen Zhou's earnest expression, softly asking, "Brother, will you wash them for me again in the future?" "What?" Chen Zhou lifted his head, seemingly not having heard her clearly. Luo Luo pouted, resting her feet in his lap, and said, "I didn't say anything. My feet hurt even more. How about a massage then?" After about 10 minutes, Chen Zhou set her feet down and said, "All right, you should go to sleep now. They shouldn't hurt tomorrow." Reluctantly, Luo Luo stood up and returned to her room. Chen Zhou lay back on the sofa, pondering the future. With 80 avatars working in the electronics factory, even if he earned only 5,000 a month, that amounted to 400,000. A substantial sum indeed. In this world, earning 400,000 a month places one among the high-income brackets. Yet, in his heart, this was merely a preliminary plan. With such a significant advantage, if he were easily satisfied, wouldn't he that reflect a lack of ambition? At the very least, he should aspire to become a genuine boss. He accessed the system interface. Host, Chen Zhou race. Earth human age, 19 gender. Male physical quality, ordinary human, 240,000. Note: physical quality includes strength, speed, endurance, etc. Mental quality, ordinary human. Note: mental qualities include intelligence, resilience, emotional intelligence, and so forth. Skill possessed, infinite cloning 100 skill level. Bronze, distance to silver level, 240,000, infinite cloning. This skill produces clones possessing 30% of the host's attributes, with the clone's qualities derived from both the host and the skill. Currently, there are 100 bronze-level clones. One wonders what changes the system will undergo upon upgrading. Chen Zhou felt a sense of anticipation. The following morning, at the Gray Electronics Factory. After the routine morning meeting, Zhou Qingyang cast a glance at Li Ba, recalling the transaction from the previous day. He had provided him with several elongated messages from Hu Electronics in exchange for their cooperation, which had ensured that no disruptions occurred, and the production targets were barely met. This positive outcome had improved Dabin's impression of him. Zhou Qingyang entered Dabin's office, and amidst Dabin's puzzled gaze, he recounted the events of the previous day in detail. Dabin was taken aback, astonished that 8 individuals on the same line were not only acquainted but also managed to collaborate so effectively. Was it mere coincidence that they were assigned to the same line, or did they only come to know each other later? Such occurrences had happened before in the factory, but never to this extent. Typically, it involved discreetly orchestrated leave or absenteeism, not a concerted effort to cause disruption. "Are you saying they threatened you?" Dabin inquired. Zhou Qingyang nodded silently. Dabin inhaled deeply, a cold smile creeping across his face. "Do you really think so highly of yourself? Should we expel them?" Zhou Qingyang asked. "Expel? Are you joking? What if they cause a ruckus afterward? That would only trouble the higher-ups. These petty nuisances aren't even worthy of their attention." Dabin scoffed, pulling out his phone to send a message to several individuals. Soon, Yang Guangzhou from the 5th line, Chen Phelan from the 8th line, and Lei Mingna from the 9th line arrived at Dabin's office. After listening to Dabin's arrangement, the expressions of the three varied. Chen Phelan and Wang Qinyao appeared somewhat surprised but fell silent. Only Yang Guangzhou, with a hint of indignation, remarked, "You must deal with these individuals firmly, or they will truly believe themselves important. And Zhou Qingyang, you're no better. After all this time, you still can't manage them. Truly useless." Zhou Qingyang twitched his lips and retorted, "If you are so capable, why don't you handle it? Who would suspect that those 8 would conspire in secret? That's because you lack the ruthlessness." Yang Guangzhou dismissed him with a wave. "Enough of the bickering. Here's the plan, Yang Guangzhou. You bring out 4 individuals from your line, and you 2 each bring out 2, to replace Zhou Qingyang's people." Dabin interjected, halting their quarrel. Zhou Qingyang felt a surge of joy, while Chen Phelan and Wang Qinyao exhibited slight dissatisfaction. Yang Guangzhou, however, wore a look of anticipation. In his mind, the authority of a line leader was not to be trifled with. Zhou Qingyang returned to his line with the 3 leaders, and Yang Guangzhou leaned in to whisper, "Which troublemakers are the worst?" Zhou Qingyang glanced at him and pointed to Li Ba and Li Chong. Understanding, Yang Guangzhou approached Li Chong from behind, observing him at work. Sensing someone behind him, Li Chong turned around. Yang Guangzhou, regarding this seemingly honest fellow, smiled slightly and said, "Who permitted you to turn around? Get back to work." Li Chong, startled, turned back to his task. After a moment of observation, Yang Guangzhou returned to Zhou Qingyang's side and remarked, They seem adequate. I'll take them all." Zhou Qingyang felt a mix of gratitude and suspicion, replying, "Don't get too cocky. These individuals are not ordinary talent. Are you truly up to the task?" Yang Guangzhou scoffed dismissively. Zhou Qingyang, observing the situation, chose not to comment further and declared loudly, "Li Chong, you and the others will accompany these 3 foremen. You need not return to this line any longer." As for Li Ba, Zhou Qingyang had his own designs on him. He would not allow such an opportunity to slip through his fingers. The others followed the 3 foremen, but soon 7 individuals stood before Zhou Qingyang. He frowned at the rather vacant expressions of these newcomers, inwardly cursing them for sending over yet more dim-witted individuals. Well, if they lack intelligence, so be it. As long as they don't create trouble, he mused. Having assigned several positions, he approached Li Ba and sneered, "Your inept friends have departed. Let us see how you intend to create chaos this time." Li Ba glanced at Zhou Qingyang, a hint of pity flickering in his eyes. "What are you looking at? Are you dissatisfied? You fool. Do you think you can achieve anything? I could easily have the factory ruin you with just a word. Do refrain from resigning." Zhou Qingyang let out a cold laugh, observing Li Ba's silence, which he interpreted as fear. He continued, "If you make another mistake today, you can forget about receiving your wages for the month." Finding Li Ba's silence tedious, he contemplated the risk of the man playing it too cool and potentially escaping. Thus, he raised his voice. "We need to increase production by 500 today. Failure to meet this target will result in extended hours." A chorus of lamentations ensued. On the 5th line, Yang Guangzhou scrutinized the new arrivals on his line and approached Li Chong, saying, "You would do well to be wise about this. Do not stir up trouble, and do not mistake me for Zhou Qingyang, or you will find yourself in dire straits." Li Chong responded with a derisive smile. "Oh please, aside from his avatar he has 6 others. From the information I've obtained from Zhou Qingyang, it appears Yang Guangzhou lacks any real backing and has only managed to ascend to foreman through sycophancy. I shall target this individual, bring him down, and thereby create an opportunity to execute my plans." As this thought crossed his mind, a rather dense-looking newcomer, with a sheepish demeanor, piped up, "Foreman, rest assured, if this guy dares to act recklessly, I will inform you immediately." Yang Guangzhou regarded the newcomer with satisfaction, stating, "If you perform well, I shall recommend you for the position of assistant foreman to the head foreman. By the way, what is your name?" "Haha, I am Li Gu. I hope the foreman will take me under his wing." Li Gu replied, his face plastered with flattery. Yang Guangzhou nodded approvingly and proclaimed, "As we approach the end of the month, our 5th line ranks among the best in all metrics. I hope everyone will strive diligently to secure the top position. I shall arrange additional benefits for all, with an extra 50 yuan in performance bonuses for each." Yang Guangzhou harbored grand ambitions. He not only desired to claim the top rank in line metrics but also aimed to maximize production while ensuring quality. Only thus could he attract the attention of the leadership. Therefore, he would not tolerate any challenge to his authority. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, as production resumed, a sudden commotion erupted from a newcomer who exclaimed, "Foreman, we have a problem. I've damaged several boards here." Yang Guangzhou's expression turned grim as he inquired, "What exactly was damaged? How many are we talking about?" The individual, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and mentioned, "It must be around $20 or $30. The chip was damaged, and I didn't react in time, so it slipped away." Yang Guangzhou regarded this man with a sudden cold laugh, remarking, "How foolish! You dare to cause trouble in my domain, thinking it would suffice?" The man, taken aback, explained, "I truly didn't mean to. It was an accident. Save your explanations. All your hours for today will be deducted. Now go to the back and inspect all the defective boards that slipped away. You won't leave until you find them," Yang Guangzhou asserted. "Isn't that a bit excessive?" The man replied, astonished. "Excessive? Do you have the audacity to question me? Get the hell out of here," Yang Guangzhou suddenly shouted. The man immediately lowered his head and walked away, dejected, though no one noticed the smile that crept at the corner of his mouth. Do you see? This is the fate of those who err. You all better behave yourself, Yang Guangzhou proclaimed proudly, observing the man's retreating figure. Instantly, everyone in the vicinity fell silent, burying themselves in their work. De Bing, with his hands behind his back, approached the group and inquired, "How is it going?" "Rest assured, Brother De Bing, with me here, not only will the output meet standards, but there will certainly be no returns. I will ensure the leadership is satisfied," Yang Guangzhou replied with a smile. "Good to hear. This is a critical period. The higher-ups are currently scouting for candidates for the deputy manager position. Everything will be judged by results, so give it your all." De Bing revealed an internal update. At that moment, Yang Guangzhou felt a jolt of excitement. He was certain that the deputy manager position was within his grasp. Just then, a scream pierced the air. In a moment of tension, someone exclaimed, "The board is malfunctioning." Yang Guangzhou's expression darkened as he approached, with the soldier silently trailing behind. "What is happening?" he inquired. The speaker, a shy girl, cast a fleeting glance at the tall and handsome Yang Guangzhou before discreetly pointing at the individual seated beside her, exclaiming, "I saw him intentionally place several faulty boards." The man beside her immediately grew agitated, declaring, "Don't speak nonsense. I didn't do it. I clearly saw it." The girl retorted firmly, disdain evident in her eyes. Yang Guangzhou gently patted her shoulder, causing her to blush and shyly avert her gaze. However, he remained focused on the accused, saying, "So, this is how you greet me upon arrival?" "No, she is lying," the man protested indignantly. "I don't care whether you did or not. If you act up on my watch, you're asking for trouble," Yang Guangzhou exclaimed, kicking the man's chair with force, sending it sliding across the floor. Laughter erupted from the onlookers, as if witnessing a performance. The girl covered her mouth, chuckling, her eyes sparkling with amusement. The soldier, hands clasped behind his back, observed with satisfaction. Yang Guangzhou was proving to be significantly more competent than Zhou Qingyang, maintaining strict control over the entire line, leaving no room for disorder. "Do you dare to pull tricks on me? Anyone in my line who disobeys will regret it," Yang Guangzhou said, looking down at the man with a mocking gaze. The soldier patted Yang Guangzhou on the arm, pleased, before departing. As Yang Guangzhou surveyed the room, he noticed several girls admiring him, which filled him with a sense of satisfaction. Particularly gratifying was witnessing other men bow their heads in inferiority, prompting a proud smile to grace his lips. In the cafeteria at noon, the tall and handsome Yang Guangzhou had always been the center of attention among the factory girls, especially as he was a supervisor. However, he was currently unfazed by the envious glances, focusing instead on chastising Zhou Qingyang, who sat beside him. "You are truly incompetent. The few individuals assigned to my line have been thoroughly subdued since early this morning, not daring to cause any trouble." Zhou Qingyang listened, torn between envy and jealousy, contemplating whether he was truly lacking. Noticing Zhou's silence, Yang Guangzhou smirked. "To deal with these people, you must be ruthless. Instill fear in them, or they will think you are one of them, and then they will have the audacity to approach you with familiarity." Though reluctant to admit it, Zhou Qingyang acknowledged that he had been overwhelmed in recent days and realized his methods were insufficiently firm. "How should I handle it then?" he asked. Yang Guangzhou patted Zhou Qingyang's shoulder, declaring, "Allow me to demonstrate." With that, he scanned the dining crowd and soon spotted the individual who had erred that morning. His eyes lit up as he called out, "That guy! Come here!" The man, engrossed in his meal, initially failed to hear until he was struck by something, prompting him to look up and see Yang Guangzhou beckoning him over. Confusion etched on his face. "Supervisor, what do you need?" he asked. "What do I need? Are you ready to submit after this morning?" Yang Guangzhou inquired. The individual clearly froze, momentarily taken aback. "What the hell, are you seriously challenging me?" Yang Guangzhou's expression darkened momentarily as he kicked the person, causing him to stumble. "If you still resist this afternoon, I shall persist until you yield," Yang Guangzhou said with a grin. His actions, particularly in the bustling cafeteria, drew considerable attention and immediately sparked a commotion. Among the throng of diners, a fifth-line employee explained with a smile, "That fool is merely trying to stir up trouble. He was transferred here after being dismissed from another line." We're just reshaping the newcomers. Nothing unusual. Zhou Qingyang watched in astonishment as the scene unfolded. He vaguely recognized the reprimanded individual, recalling how he had caused quite a ruckus on his line. How could such a transformation occur in just half a day? It seemed he was merely a bully who preyed on the weak. This realization dampened his spirits considerably. Yang Guangzhou, reveling in the spectacle, radiated confidence. In the afternoon, production tasks proceeded methodically along the fifth-line assembly line. After a thorough inspection, Yang Guangzhou nodded in satisfaction. He approached the girl who had alerted him earlier, sitting beside her with a smile. Xiaoqing, you performed admirably this morning. I have a meeting shortly. Keep an eye on things for me, and I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Xiaoqing shyly nodded, responding softly, you go ahead. I'll ensure everything runs smoothly. With that, Yang Guangzhou left, and as soon as he was gone, Xiaoqing's bashful expression transformed into one of defiance. She disdainfully regarded the troublemaker from the morning, saying, how dare you stir up chaos on the fifth line? You clearly have no understanding of your own insignificance. The individual glanced at Xiaoqing but ignored her, focusing on his work. What are you scared now? Too late for that. Xiaoqing's scorn deepened. I'm talking to you. Are you really that foolish? Her anger flared as she realized he was disregarding her entirely. You think you can ignore me? Just wait and see how this ends for you, she declared ominously. At this, he paused his work, looking up at her with a hint of disdain. What, are you still defiant? Do you believe I won't make you regret this? Xiaoqing, who possessed a sweet demeanor, spoke with increasingly fierce words. I'm not afraid. I'm eager to see how you plan to make me regret it, he finally replied, his previously blank expression now animated, as if he had transformed into a different person. Hello, I'm Liang, and I truly want to see how you intend to make me regret it. This was, of course, Chen Zhou's alter ego. Just watch. Upon finishing her statement, Xiaoqing deliberately damaged an electronic component from her board and let it drift down the assembly line. When the time comes, I'll claim these boards were all you're doing. Just imagine how the supervisor will deal with you, she said with a playful laugh, continuing her actions. The workshop has surveillance. What do I have to fear? Liang replied. Surveillance? It's located back there, and when the time comes, the supervisor will undoubtedly pin the blame on you. What will you do then? Xiaoqing scoffed, her expression dripping with mockery. However, she remained oblivious to the man seated diagonally across from her, who discreetly aimed his phone at her, capturing her actions and words. What you are doing will inevitably be discovered by the factory, Liang remarked. Discovered? The supervisor will protect me. Besides, is that even possible? Xiaoqing shook her head and scoffed. I bear you no ill will, do I? Why are you treating me this way? Liang inquired, puzzled. No animosity, but the supervisor has taken a disliking to you, and I find you equally unappealing. Is that not permissible? Xiaoqing replied. You,
Liang glared at Xiaoqing,
seemingly infuriated. Do not be upset. We are only just beginning, and there is much more in store for you. Xiaoqing mocked with a smirk. Just wait. Go ahead and find the 10 boards I just threw into the thousands of good boards you produced. Xiaoqing said with an eager laugh. Half an hour later, Yang Guangzhou approached the 5 lines with a distinctive gait. Xiaoqing glanced at Liang and inquired, what will you do next? I'll inform him shortly, Liang replied, not even sparing her a glance. Noticing that this individual seemed to be intimidated, Xiaoqing found it amusing and, as Yang Guangzhou drew near, she smiled and remarked, look, this person just tossed a few rotten boards in again. I saw it all. The smile on Yang Guangzhou's face instantly vanished, replaced by a shadow of anger, though he suppressed it, puzzled by the individual's motives. Why would he do such a thing? What is he trying to accomplish? He queried, his lips tightly pressed together as he forced out a question through clenched teeth. I will only say this. Those boards were not thrown in by me, Liang replied, his expression impassive. Yang Guangzhou fixed his gaze on Liang for a long moment before shaking his head and laughing as if nothing were amiss. You? What exactly do you intend to achieve? Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Or is this merely for amusement? Are you genuinely curious? Liang countered. Just a little. I see you possess some wit. Perhaps you're just a pathetic attempt at social retribution? Yang Guangzhou's expression reflected surprise, as if he believed this to be the truth. I think. Li Yang leaned closer to Yang Guangzhou, whispering into his ear, I have my eyes set on the money from this factory, and I can no longer tolerate these parasites living brazenly in the light of day. Yang Guangzhou was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the first part of Li Yang's statement, but the latter half brought a chuckle to his lips. There are no vampires as you describe. You lot are so worthless you can't even find work. You should be grateful to your boss for providing you with a meal. He sneered at Li Yang. They thrive on social welfare, yet they remain so shamelessly lowly that they are unworthy of being treated as pets. Li Yang retorted. Yang Guangzhou patted his shoulder and said, You talk a big game. I suggest you become your own boss instead of working for someone else. Naturally, Li Yang declared with pride. You boast so much, yet here you are, Li Yang. What do you intend to do with the boards you tossed onto the production line?
Yang Guangzhou looked at Li Yang with pity.
Viewing him as someone tragically unaware of his own position, lost in fantasies. I told you I did not throw them. Li Yang insisted. It was you who did it. I will give you 3 seconds to retrieve them for me. Yang Guangzhou glared coldly at Li Yang. Li Yang remained unfazed. 3, 2. Yang Guangzhou's gaze grew increasingly frigid, while Shao Qing watched with a smile. 1. Just as Yang Guangzhou uttered this word, he delivered a swift kick to Li Yang, sending him sprawling 2 meters away. He then leapt onto him, sneering. With you? You aren't even worthy to carry my shoes. What a joke. The commotion immediately drew the attention of others, prompting many to abandon their tasks and gather around, filled with curiosity. Speak quickly, call me worthless, or I will make you lie here all day.
Yang Guangzhou exclaimed.
Applying pressure with his foot, Li Yang remained motionless, gazing at Yang Guangzhou with a calm demeanor, which only served to infuriate him further. Are you going to speak or not? Damn it! The onlookers regarded the man beneath Yang Guangzhou's foot with sympathy. If it were any of them, they would surely fight back with fervor. However, Yang Guangzhou's imposing stature rendered resistance futile. How could one endure being trampled so persistently? To be called worthless? That was indeed a painful predicament. Having reached this point, one might as well be deemed useless. Sighing heavily, the atmosphere reached a peak of tension when Li Yang finally spoke, his tone still devoid of emotion. Have you had enough? This surely marks your moment of glory. I shall not feel the slightest remorse from here on out. Yang Guangzhou was taken aback. What? Has this fellow been driven to madness? The crowd sighed in disbelief. Enduring such humiliation was indeed unbearable. Just as Yang Guangzhou was about to respond, 2 male employees wielding chairs struck him violently on the back, producing a dull thud. Gasps rippled through the crowd, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. The 2 individuals continued to pummel Yang Guangzhou as he fell to the ground, his cries of agony rising above the cacophony. At that moment, Yang Guangzhou felt a searing pain in his back and legs, reminiscent of the torment he endured as a child when his father punished him with 2 leather belts. Gripping his pain, he seized the opportunity to slip beneath the production line, seeking a fleeting respite. What do you think you're doing? How dare you strike me? Do you not know who I am? I will have you expelled from the factory and thrown in jail. His voice trembled with fear as he continued to threaten them. Without a word, one assailant seized Yang Guangzhou's calves, while the other dragged him out, regardless of his desperate struggles. What do you want? He gasped, lying on the floor, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld the chairs in their hands. The 2 men remained expressionless, commanding, kneel, apologize to him. One of them pointed at Li Yang. Yang Guangzhou shot a confused glance at Li Yang, cursing, to hell with you. With that, he grabbed a nearby chair and swung it at the nearest attacker. The clash of the chairs echoed sharply as they collided mid-air, sending them both flying in opposite directions. In the next instant, one chair struck Yang Guangzhou at the joint of his lower leg with a sickening crack, accompanied by a distorted scream of agony. His leg had been grotesquely shattered. His face turned pale, waves of excruciating pain assaulted his mind, and darkness encroached on his vision. He teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, yet the screams of terror continued to erupt from him. You will pay for this. I will ensure your demise. I swear I will break every bone in your body, or I shall not be called Yang Guangzhou. As the pain subsided slightly, he felt the eyes of the crowd fixated on him. and his face contorted in a terrifying display of rage. "We have warned you. It is not too late to kneel down now, or you shall be forced to do so." The assailant remained expressionless, advancing slowly while clutching a chair. Yang Guangzhou's face turned ashen, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. He gritted his teeth, fixing his gaze upon Li Yang, his eyes brimming with an unresolvable hatred. Then, with both hands pressed against the ground, he used their strength to right his posture, and amidst the complex gazes of the onlookers, he gradually knelt down. The humiliation surged within him to an unbearable extent. Recalling how he had once commanded others to kneel, little did he expect that the tables would turn upon him so dramatically. He etched the faces of these individuals deeply into his memory, vowing that they would come to regret their actions today. The crowd was in shock, never having anticipated witnessing such an explosive scene. "Run! You are fighting so fiercely. You are surely headed for prison," someone shouted loudly. As the substitute leader took his position, the assailant remained rooted to the spot, exuding an air of complete indifference, seemingly unperturbed by the chaos. Outside the crowd, Zhou Qingyang was utterly astounded. Having just descended from the meeting room, he was confronted with such a violent spectacle. The sight of Yang Guangzhou's contorted leg deeply unsettling him. The sheer ferocity was beyond comprehension. They had appeared rather docile in their online interactions, yet this level of brutality was unexpected. A shiver ran down his spine as he contemplated the situation. A look of trepidation etched across his face. Fortuitously, he had disregarded Yang Guangzhou's advice. Otherwise, could very well have been him kneeling there today. From a distance, Dabin refrained from intervening, having already contacted the authorities. It was best to leave this matter to the police. The brutality was excessive. After all, weren't they all just laborers? Why resort to such self-destructive violence? Soon, a police vehicle entered the factory premises, 3 officers with stern expressions escorting the 2 aggressors away, while Li Yang and Yang Guangzhou were rushed to the hospital. In the manager's office on the 3rd floor, Dabin sat upright, with Manager Zhou from the production department on the phone, a faint smile gracing his lips as he said, "Ah, Manager Wang, you jest. Let us enjoy a hearty drink at Blue Bay tonight." After ending the call, Zhou exhaled a puff of smoke, his smile fading as he inquired, "What's going on? Is this how you manage your employees?" Having waited for an hour and refraining from speaking during Zhou's calls, Dabin finally voiced his concern. "Manager, who could have anticipated such impulsiveness from these individuals? They are legal novices, unaware of the consequences of their reckless actions. Didn't you clarify this upon their arrival? Do you realize the impact the police's involvement has on our company's reputation? Can you bear the responsibility for this?" Zhou regarded Dabin with discontent. Feeling uneasy under Zhou's gaze, Dabin wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, "You are right, Manager. I will go down and firmly admonish them again. Any disputes will result in performance deductions, and fighting will lead to immediate termination." Zhou nodded in satisfaction, refraining from further commentary as he resumed smoking. Dabin recognized that this was Zhou's subtle way of dismissing him, leaving him hesitant about whether to voice his next concern. "Do you still have something to say?" Zhou cast an impatient glance at him. "Well, the injury to Yang Guangzhou, the 5th-line leader, is somewhat severe. What about the medical expenses?" Dabin ventured. Zhou slapped the cigarette box onto the desk, a bemused expression on his face as he retorted, "Dabin, are you foolish? They engaged in a brawl. Should the factory cover their medical expenses? It's fortunate we're not demanding compensation for the factory's losses." Dabin, feeling awkward, replied, "But this might dishearten the employees disheartened? Ha! In due time, award that young fellow an excellent employee title and then focus on the production tasks. Nothing must be delayed for even a day. That is your true responsibility." Zhou dismissed Dabin, looking down on the veteran worker with disdain. If he couldn't grasp such basic concepts, how could he expect to maintain morale? It was absurd. Finding a 3-legged frog was more challenging than encountering a 2-legged leader in abundance. Dabin's expression grew complicated. He felt his recent performance had faltered, and he was uncertain of Zhou's perception of him, which added to his growing agitation. Returning to line 5, the gravity of the situation had naturally halted production, leaving everyone bewildered and standing in place. "What are you all standing around for? Get to work." The sergeant frowned. We can't proceed without a foreman. Someone protested. The sergeant furrowed his brow. He had been quite busy lately, otherwise he might have temporarily taken charge of the line, but that was not feasible at the moment. Then let's select an interim foreman for now and address the situation later. The sergeant surveyed the room and pointed to Xiao Qing, saying, Are you capable? Or perhaps you can nominate someone from your team. I will return in 10 minutes. Xiao Qing, whose full name was Wang Xiaoqing, had been with Hui Electronics for quite some time, and the sergeant had some recollection of her. However, being a woman, he feared she might not command respect. Having recovered from the incident involving Yang Guangzhou, despite her fondness for him, the embarrassment of the situation had dulled her enthusiasm. What excited her more was the prospect of the foreman position. Although the sergeant referred to it as an interim role, it was already a step towards being appointed as a foreman, provided no significant issues arose. Her mind racing, she quickly shared the news with a few close friends, and with several admirers on her line, it seemed almost assured. There were, however, a few newcomers who were somewhat disrespectful, but that mattered little. They would see how things would turn out once she secured the foreman role. Just as she pondered this, a newcomer approached and said, You want to be the foreman? Take a look at this. Xiao Qing shot him a disdainful glance, recalling that he sat diagonally across from her. He was also an admirer, known for ingratiating himself with the higher-ups, a man eager to climb the corporate ladder. Humph, what do you want? Keep your distance, Xiao Qing retorted, moving aside. Don't get cocky. You'll regret it if you ignore me. The man growled, thrusting his phone towards her, displaying a brief video. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Qing's face paled, and she stammered, What do you intend to do? The video was of her framing Li Yong by placing a defective board on the line, an act that had been surreptitiously recorded, inciting her anger. Humph, what do you want? When the foreman arrives, you'll recommend me as the interim foreman. Got it. He threatened. That's a fanciful thought. Xiao Qing instinctively rejected the notion. Do you think you can refuse? If I release this video, what do you think will happen to you? He sneered. You think you're clever? I'm curious to see how these petty tricks will help you become a foreman. Xiao Qing was both furious and distressed, watching her opportunity slip away. Then do not concern yourself. Just don't try any tricks when I return, or you know the consequences. He smirked. Minutes later, the sergeant, with his considerable belly, approached and immediately asked, So what's the decision? Have you reached an agreement? He first looked at Xiao Qing, whose expression was conflicted. After a moment's hesitation, she gritted her teeth and declared, We recommend Li Ming as the interim foreman. The sergeant was taken aback. Who was Li Ming? It was indeed peculiar that this woman did not nominate herself. Xiao Qing, you may choose for yourself. I support you, declared De Bing. I still lack the capability, and I fear it may hinder the factory's production tasks. Li Ming is more than qualified, Xiao Qing retorted, suppressing her disdain. De Bing glanced at her thoughtfully and then said, Who is Li Ming? Step forward and let us see. No sooner had he spoken than a young man stood upright, and De Bing couldn't help but smile. This was the newcomer who had been trying to curry favor with him lately. He felt quite positively about him, yet the thought of him taking on a leadership role seemed unfit. You are Li Ming? Have you served as a leader before? Da Bing kirid. Indeed, I have served as a leader previously, and I assure you, I can elevate the team to new heights and contribute meaningfully.
Li Ming proclaimed confidently.
His flattery directed at De Bing with finesse. Excellent, De Bing said, a smile creeping onto his lips, nodding in satisfaction. You shall assume the role of a backup leader for now. Your formal appointment will depend on your performance. I will not betray your trust. Li Ming responded, a smile adorning his face as he spoke loudly. Xiao Qing watched the harmonious interaction between Li Ming and De Bing, a surge of resentment bubbling within her. How dare this insignificant fool threaten her? If he dared to challenge her, he should prepare for the repercussions. A glimmer of malice flickered in her beautiful eyes. In the midst of a personnel arrangement at Hu Electronics, two individuals found themselves at the Duman police station in Mashan district. What are your names? One officer inquired, holding two identification cards. Li Fei, Li Niu. The two responded with stoic expressions. The officer, a middle-aged man with pronounced dark circles under his eyes, took a drag from his cigarette and asked, Do you know the victim? No, they replied in unison. Then why did you assault him? The officer's tone carried a hint of sternness. Out of compassion. We couldn't bear to witness such brutality.
Li Niu explained.
Compassion? Is that what you call breaking someone's leg? The officer scoffed. Do you know Li Yong? He pressed further. No, not at all. Li Niu replied again. As the middle-aged officer reviewed their information, his brow furrowed. It was not unusual for these two to be unfamiliar with Li Yong, given they hailed from different locales. Yet, their seemingly excessive benevolence raised eyebrows. Are you aware of the consequences of your actions? The officer asked. We are, but those people were too oppressive, leaving us no choice. We hope for your understanding, Li Niu asserted. The officer pondered deeply. Incidents like this at Hu Electronics were not uncommon, and he had developed an understanding of the environment. Sighing, he remarked, this matter ultimately depends on how the other party wishes to proceed. Generally, if an amicable resolution is reached, it can be settled with compensation, as it was merely mutual fighting. As long as compensation is offered, it typically isn't a grave issue. When the parents arrive, you both should adopt a more favorable demeanor. Understood? Observing the honest appearances of the two men, the officer surmised they had acted out of desperation. Such kindness, yet it has led to your own detriment, he mused. 2 hours later, a middle-aged couple stormed into the office, their voices raising a ruckus that echoed throughout the already cramped police station. The middle-aged officer slammed his hand on the desk, exclaiming, Who is causing all this noise? Do you want me to arrest you? This outburst momentarily stunned the couple, who then resumed their emotional outcry. Officer, our son has been brutally beaten, his leg is broken, and the doctor says he needs to rest for 1.5 years. He may never fully recover, and I fear he will struggle to find a partner and keep his job. As she spoke, the woman sank to the ground in distress. Let me see the injury report, the officer demanded, disregarding the chaos. He scrutinized the report. Minor injury, requiring hospitalization for observation and recovery. With a dismissive snort, he remarked, It's not that severe. We don't care. If they don't compensate, they should go to jail. The husband replied grimly. Whether they go to jail is not something to decide at this moment. The officer countered, then instructed a junior officer beside him, Take Li Fei and Li Niu to the office. Within the confines of the office, Li Niu and Li Fei entered, their hands shackled. Upon spotting the perpetrators who had brutalized their son, the couple's eyes brimmed with fury, compelling them to charge forward in an attempt to exact retribution. Fortunately, the police intervened, averting a potential tragedy. Please calm down. We must discuss the matter of compensation rationally, the middle-aged officer implored. 300,000, not a penny less, or they shall face imprisonment, the couple declared in unison, evidently having conspired prior to their arrival. The officer furrowed his brow, contemplating how individuals from an electronics factory could possibly procure such a sum. Have you two nothing to say? He inquired. Not a single cent. Li Niu and Li Fei replied, their faces devoid of expression. The officer's demeanor faltered, while the couple reacted as if their ancestral graves had been desecrated, springing up in outrage and cursing vehemently. Not a penny? What do you mean by that? Do you think we are powerless against you? Don't presume that a mere declaration of poverty will suffice. Bring your parents here. Let us see if they would prefer their son in prison or to pay for the damages. Not a single cent.
Li Niu reiterata.
The couple, incensed by his words, felt their heads spin. The wife reached out once more to strike, though she was restrained. The husband, suppressing his anger, implored, Young men, you are still quite young. It is not worth sacrificing your futures over a sum of money. Understand that those who have served time often find it difficult to secure employment upon release. Not a single cent. If it means prison, so be it, Li Niu stated resolutely. Well, very well, the husband replied, repeating his affirmation thrice before turning to the middle-aged officer. Officer, typically, how long would such a sentence be? Given that this involves mutual combat, and your son has indeed hospitalized someone, it could be serious. I might be able to persuade you, the officer responded with a tone of resignation. He then glanced back at Li Niu and Li Fei. Where are your family members? You should notify them. Imprisonment is ultimately undesirable. We have no family, Li Niu replied. The officer paused, taken aback. No family? Are you orphans? He wondered aloud, observing the shift in expression on the couple's faces. Do you truly have no relatives? How much money do you possess? He asked sympathetically. We just started working a few days ago. We have no money.
Liniu lamenta.
The officer sighed at this revelation. The couple exchanged glances, and after a moment, the husband spoke. Young man, prison is not the answer. Do you have any relatives or friends you could reach out to? Given your unfortunate situation, perhaps they could assist in reducing your compensation. Upon hearing this, the wife's expression changed immediately. She glared at her husband, displeased. Reduce the compensation? Not a penny less. We will sell everything we have to pay. I refuse to believe there is no law. The husband, now agitated, retorted, Could you refrain from speaking so foolishly? You truly know nothing of the situation. The wife, incensed by her husband's rebuke at such a critical moment, raised her hand in anger. The middle-aged officer interjected sternly, If you two wish to quarrel, take it home. Do you not realize where you are? The young man must think carefully. This matter is not a jest. After the middle-aged police officer restrained the couple, he turned to Lignot with a more amiable demeanor. We truly have no money, and there is no one to assist us. We cannot produce a single cent, Lignot stated. The officer replied, Do not be hasty. Young man, ponder it well. How about this? 200,000. As long as you can compensate 200,000. Think of a way, perhaps borrow some money online. The subsequent compensation can be paid in installments. The husband began to feel anxious. 200,000 is simply too much. We cannot afford that. Lignot responded. Then how much can you afford? The husband, sensing a glimmer of hope, finally exhaled in relief. At most, we can manage 20,000. Lignot replied. What? 20,000? The husband leaped as if he had been stung, his surprise propelling him upward. The wife, on the other hand, felt as though her heart had been violently wrenched, her face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. You cannot be serious. 20,000? Damn it, if you have no money, why engage in a fight? Just go to jail. The husband felt dizzy with rage. He thought of his son's dire condition in the hospital and recalled his vow to ensure these two faced dire consequences. He feared that his son's suffering might have been in vain. We can still negotiate. Let us wait for more accurate results from the hospital. The middle-aged police officer, realizing that this matter could not be resolved swiftly, endeavored to mediate. After all, it was not just Yang Guangzhou lying in the hospital. There was another victim as well. In the dimly lit electronic workshop of Gray, tensions simmered as the victim's parents engaged in a futile dispute with the assailants. Li Ming strolled back and forth, hands clasped behind him. The skills required for a supervisor were few. One merely needed to be familiar with the processes. Yet the crux lay in maintaining quality and enhancing productivity. The entire assembly line comprised a group of youthful workers, supported by a few dedicated supporters. However, among the original male workers, one, in particular, stood out: Huang Shifei, whose provocative gaze never wavered from Li Ming. What s with that look, Huang Shifei? Get back to work. Li Ming admonished. I'm reporting an injury. My wrist hurts. I can't work. Huang Shifei retorted with a smirk, feigning pain as he dramatically clutched his wrist. You're in pain? You seemed fine just a moment ago. Li Ming replied, a frown creasing his forehead. Just because I was fine then doesn't mean I am now. What is it to you? Huang Shifei leaned back against the assembly line, eyeing Li Ming with disdain. Are you really unable to work? Li Ming pressed, his brows furrowing deeper. Indeed, I can't. I'm in pain and need to take leave. Huang Shifei shot back defiantly. I know what you're thinking, but don't try to intimidate me. Li Ming inhaled deeply, noting the curious stares from their colleagues, particularly those who often associated with Huang Shifei, all casting challenging glances in his direction. These individuals had previously mingled with Shao Qing and Yang Guangzhou, remnants of a bygone era. Huang Shifei relished the sight of Li Ming's discontent, reveling in the fact that this position of supervisor, meant for Guangzhou, had been usurped by this rival. Surely it should have been Shao Qing who held the role, not this underhanded interloper. Even if Shao Qing remained silent, Huang Shifei vowed to take matters into his own hands, ensuring Li Ming's tenure here would be untenable. With a gentle smile, Li Ming patted Huang Shifei on the shoulder. If your wrist is hurting, you should rest. Return when you're well. Is this you conceding? Huang Shifei was taken aback, yet a cold smirk crept across his face. Conceding? That would require his approval. Very well then, Supervisor, but you 1T deduct from my hours, will you? My friends here will cover for me, and I'll earn back what I've lost. You wouldn't deny that, would you? Huang Shifei glanced at his companions. Who are your friends? Let them raise their hands so I can remember. Li Ming replied quietly. Huang Shifei grinned at his mates, who secretly gave him thumbs up in support.
Li Dafei.
Am willing to help. I Wang Denghong, am willing too. I Wu Yushuan, am also willing. The three spirited youths chimed in unison. Huang Shifei cast a triumphant glance at Li Ming. So, Supervisor, seems like everything is settled now, doesn't it? Li Ming spoke with an air of nonchalance, suggesting that the issue was not significant and advising, you may return and rest. Just send a message in the group when you're feeling better. Huang Shifei cast a glance at Shao Qing, his eyes gleaming with a hint of arrogance. Shao Qing regarded Li Ming with disdain, thinking to herself that he was easily manipulated. Assuming himself to be impressive, with such mediocrity, he would inevitably be dismissed. Fij, you are truly remarkable. Wu Yushuan, who was 18 and sported an outdated permed hairstyle, his lips adorned with a fine ring of soft fuzz, grinned widely. The other two laughed heartily, giving thumbs up in approval. Come on. Do you even know who I am? What is he? Just some local mutt who thinks he can be our leader? Huang Shifei, basking in the flattery of his peers, felt his cheeks flush with pride. Yet, a voice piped up, Fij, aren't you worried about him deducting your hours? Wang Denghong inquired. Deduct my hours? He's just a backup leader who might not even hold his position. I'll take leave and you lot can slack off, ensuring he fails to meet his targets. Ha! Besides, what are those hours worth? Brother Guangzhou will compensate me later. Huang Shifei articulated his reasoning with conviction. His friends promptly showered him with admiration. All right, I'll go revel for a few days while you all work. I'll treat you to drinks tonight. Huang Shifei clapped his companions on the shoulders and swaggered away. The group watched his confident retreat, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction as they returned to their tasks, laboring in silence. Li Ming observed Huang Shifei's departing figure and smiled faintly. With Huang Shifei on leave, who will take his position? He pondered aloud. The five-line workers paused, rendered speechless. Although Huang Shifei was young, he occupied a critical role requiring specific skills, which bolstered his confidence. During the era of Yang Guangzhou, he had earned one of the top 3 salaries on the line because of this position. Who doesn't desire a higher salary? This role offers a performance bonus of 700, while your ordinary positions yield far less, Li Ming remarked. This piqued the interest of some. An individual named Sun Jin, a 20-year-old man, quietly tugged at Li Ming's sleeve and whispered, Leader, it's not that I don't want to, but Huang Shifei is one of Yang Guangzhou's people, and that position is quite challenging. I fear I 1T perform well. Li Ming regarded the young man, who had a sincere demeanor and a rough stubble, and smiled. Yang Guangzhou has broken his legs and will be bedridden for at least 2 months. If you take on this role, I'll support you. As for it being difficult, just take your time. I 1T say a word against you. Hearing this, Sun Jin felt a surge of motivation. His relationship with Yang Guangzhou was already strained, having to endure constant belittlement from someone 2 years his junior, which had been a source of great frustration for him. Yet now, with the transition of old and new, he saw an opportunity. All right, I'll follow the boss, Sun Jin declared, slapping his thigh before settling into Huang Shifei's position. However, just a few minutes into the role, he began to regret his decision. The operation was quite complex, and the pace was swift, causing a pile of boards to accumulate, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. Seated opposite him, Wang Denghong chuckled softly and remarked, Are you even capable, my friend? Look at you. The boards are piling up, and there's no work left behind. Sun Jin's face flushed crimson, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Do not rush. Take your time, Li Ming said, approaching and gently patting his shoulder in consolation. Every beginning is challenging. Sun Jin nodded slightly, his anxious heart beginning to settle. Yet, the boards continued to accumulate. Wang Denghong, you handle the labeling, Li Ming instructed. Wang Denghong, who had been stifling laughter, immediately changed his expression, displaying dissatisfaction. Isn't labeling part of Sun Jin's responsibilities? He protested. What? Do we not assist one another as colleagues? Li Ming countered. But Huang Shifei manages it alone. Why are there two of you now? Wang Denghong grumbled. If I tell you to do it, you do it. This is also helping you, Huang. Li Ming asserted, pushing the box of labels towards Wang Denghong without further ado. Wang Denghong felt a surge of frustration. His position was already far from easy, and he had managed to avoid excessive work. Now, he was burdened with an additional labeling task, leaving him flustered and overwhelmed with resentment. If the boards pile up, your working hours will be docked. It's not my fault that Huang Shifei is on leave. Naturally, the tasks must be redistributed.
Li Ming explained.
Hearing this, Wang Denghong glared at the now relaxed Sun Jin, filled with animosity. Yet, regardless of his feelings, he worked with fervor. He was not Huang Shifei, and he still had money in his account. Wu Yuxuan, Li Dafei, do you two still have time to gawk elsewhere? Li Ming's words caused the two chuckling individuals to instantly change their demeanor, realizing they were in trouble. In a state of fluster, Wang Denghong was drenched in sweat. His mind ablaze with ire as he cursed Li Ming, Sun Jin, and Huang Shifei, condemning their ancestors in the process. However, upon hearing that Li Ming intended to assign additional work to Wu Yuxuan and Li Dafei, a sense of relief washed over him, and he grinned mischievously at the two. Although the brothers could not share in the fortunes, they were bound to endure the hardships together. Li Ming, having identified two who showed a willingness to align with him, streamlined their tasks and allocated them to Wu Yuxuan and Li Dafei. Ignoring the ashen expressions of the latter, he declared, if you fail to stack the boards, be aware of the consequences. Any delays in production will result in deductions from your performance evaluations. He instructed the others to supervise the trio, adding, should they fail to stack in time, notify me immediately and capture photographic evidence. Upon hearing this, the three men's faces turned as dark as soot, their eyelids twitching with frustration, wishing they could inflict harm upon this insufferable overseer. Sun Jin had never experienced such satisfaction. Since his arrival at this Yang Guangzhou site, he had been burdened with the most laborious tasks while enduring daily scorn. Like the three men who were utterly incompetent yet dared to lord over him, he found pleasure in their toil, realizing he had not allied himself with the wrong individuals. Hey, you're stacking boards. If you don't hurry, I'll take a picture. Sun Jin called out as he observed Wang Denghong managing to stack a board. Wang Denghong shot a furious glance at Sun Jin, muttering, who do you think you are? Just wait until my brother from Guangzhou returns. You'll regret this. Without hesitation, Sun Jin drew out his phone and snapped a photo, too swift for Wang Denghong to intervene. Are you out of your mind? Stacking one board counts as stacking? He retorted. Your brother from Guangzhou is lying in the hospital. Even if he returns, he'd be unworthy compared to my brother Ming. Overwhelmed with tasks, Wang Denghong found himself losing the verbal skirmish, anxiety gnawing at him. Hey, I've stacked a board. Should I show you the photo? Sun Jin exclaimed, his face lighting up as he saw Li Ming approaching. Wang Denghong, feeling the tension rise, cursed Sun Jin's lineage repeatedly in his mind. All right, you've stacked one board. I'll deduct half an hour from your work hours. Do you have any objections? Wang Denghong, Li Ming said, glancing at his phone. Wang Denghong nearly choked with disbelief, exclaiming, brother, does one board even qualify as stacking? This is absurd. You can stack one board, you can surely stack two. How dare you argue? Li Ming retorted with a cold smirk. I did not. I believe. I am not. Wang Denghong stuttered, hastily denying the accusations while quickening his pace, his internal curses intensifying as he even extended his grievances to Huang Shifei's parents. Nearby, Wu Yuxuan and Li Dafei, sensing the chilling scrutiny from both sides, exchanged nervous smiles, remarking, how pitiful, to think they only managed to stack one board. The two individuals wore awkward smiles, yet within their hearts, a rare sense of sympathy for Wang Denghong began to emerge. A single board, after all, could be considered a pile of boards. Where could one even argue that? Li Ming paced back and forth, intent on uncovering any flaw in Xiaoqing. Yet this young woman was as seasoned as they come, providing him no opportunity to exploit. Xiaoqing observed Li Ming's restless movements around her and understood his intentions to provoke her. eliciting a suppressed smirk within. Having worked in this factory for 3 to 4 years, she was far more adept at understanding the production of boards than many of the newly appointed foremen. The audacity of this novice foreman to trouble her was laughable. However, witnessing the trio of Wang Denghong being relentlessly tormented by Li Ming, their faces drenched in sweat and anguish, stirred an uneasy feeling within her. After all, these individuals, who had once followed her around in Guangzhou, were now suffering under such humiliation. What if they could no longer endure it? With this thought, she discreetly signaled to a close acquaintance, a spirited young girl, who promptly understood and stealthily assisted Wu Yuxuan in managing some boards that were nearly about to spill over. Wu Yuxuan was instantly overwhelmed with gratitude, nearly moved to tears. "Qing Jie, you are truly wonderful. That Li Ming is nothing but a tyrant, abusing his position as a foreman. I will have my revenge on him." Wu Yuxuan's expression grew fierce. "Fear not, Xiao Shunzi. When your brother from Guangzhou returns, he will avenge you. Li Ming is merely a substitute foreman. As long as he remains provisional, he is of no consequence." Wu Yuxuan's eyes brightened at her words. "Qing Jie, what shall we do to him? I'm ready to go all out." Seated beside them, Li Dafei frowned at this and advised, "Shunzi, it would be wise to observe for now. We need only endure a few more days. We could always soften our stance later. There's no need to jeopardize our jobs over this." After enduring a round of Li Ming's reprimands, the older Li Dafei scolded himself for his foolishness. What did it matter whether it was Yang Guangzhou or Li Ming? Wasn't he it all the same? "Li Dafei," Wu Yuxuan exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What's wrong with you? Have you forgotten that Brother Guangzhou once bought you water? You're simply going to let this slide? What a wretched ingrate." Li Dafei rolled his eyes in response. "It was just a bottle of mineral water. We often buy cigarettes and breakfast for each other. Shunzi, heed my advice. Stay out of this matter. Let us focus on our work." Li Dafei urged once more. "Damn it, I despise traitors. I will sever all ties with you. I no longer know you." Wu Yuxuan scoffed, regarding Li Dafei with disdain. Xiaoqing sighed, refraining from further comment. After their quarrel, she quietly spoke to the young girl, whose eyes brightened at her words. She leaned in close to Wu Yuxuan, whispering excitedly for quite a while. Wu Yuxuan's eyes sparkled with increasing enthusiasm, and by the end, he couldn't contain his excitement, exclaiming, "This will surely bring Li Ming to his knees." Li Dafei, having overheard fragments of the conversation, felt a spark of curiosity as he observed their excitement. However, having just had a falling out with Wu Yuxuan, he lacked the courage to inquire further. He resolved to remain uninvolved in their affairs, opting instead to focus on his own tasks of assembling screws, content to simply clock out at the end of the day. Yet, upon witnessing Wu Yuxuan deliberately mislabel the production model, he grasped their intentions. A mistake in the production model, once detected by the Quality Inspection Department, would necessitate rework, potentially consuming several hours of labor for the considerable amount they had already produced. Were these individuals out of their minds? Wu Yuxuan, what the hell are you doing?
Li Dafei astili inquirat.
Mind your own business. Once we get rid of Li Ming, we'll see what you do. Wu Yuxuan retorted with disdain. Do you really think your actions can drive Li Ming away? You are being overly optimistic. Li Dafei countered. He was merely a backup. After such a colossal blunder, he is rendered useless. The higher-ups will never give him another chance. And you, traitor, are you planning to snitch? Dare to utter another word, and your brother from Guangzhou will make you pay. Wu Yuxuan threatened menacingly. What the hell? Li Dafei felt a mix of amusement and frustration at Wu Yuxuan's irrationality. He caught a glimpse of Xiao Qing's cold gaze from the corner of his eye, which only intensified his irritation. Did the scheming woman truly believe herself to be a queen, constantly casting those disdainful looks at others? Extend it, Li Dafei shouted, incensed by Wu Yuxuan's antics. As Wu Yuxuan's expression twisted in discomfort, akin to encountering a deviant, Li Ming approached, casting a curious glance at Li Dafei and quietly inquiring about the situation. The report has been extended. Wu Yuxuan is causing trouble by deliberately mislabeling the model, resulting in significant repercussions.
Li Dafei proclaimed loudly.
Impressive. Wu Yuxuan. Is this the scheme you devised? Li Ming remarked with a gentle smile directed at the man with the explosive hairstyle. Drenched in sweat and overwhelmed, Wu Yuxuan lamented the unexpected betrayal from a former drinking buddy, leaving him utterly unprepared. As he observed Li Ming's repugnant grin, a surge of anger ignited within him, prompting him to defiantly retort, "What's the big deal? I merely released it. After all, the worst consequence would be a deduction in working hours and performance, and he could manage with a little less money next month. If you're keen on stirring up trouble, then Li Dafei, you shall assign all your tasks to Wu Yuxuan. Today, his working hours will count as yours, and you will merely oversee him," Li Ming declared. Both Li Dafei and Wu Yuxuan were taken aback. "What does that mean?" they exclaimed in unison. "Why? Because certain troublemakers wish to create chaos. To prevent future issues, I intend to train a few deputy leaders. In the future, those who perform well will reap rewards, while those who falter, like Wang Denghong and Wu Yuxuan, will certainly face the consequences."
Li Ming asserta ludely.
A ripple of astonishment passed through the group, as the notion of rewards for good performance sparked intrigue. What sort of rewards? They pondered, feeling their gazes upon him. Li Ming continued, "At the very least, you will enjoy my privileges, provided you are willing to believe that this factory will one day belong to you." The thought made Xiao Qing feel nauseous, as she struggled to comprehend the lofty ambitions. However, the others exchanged glances filled with skepticism, each calculating their own thoughts. "Who do you think you are? You believe you can dictate the factory's fate? You are merely a backup leader." Wu Yuxuan scoffed, his words dripping with disdain. "Wu Yuxuan, how dare you speak to the leader in such a manner? Who do you think you are? Do you desire your salary? Be cautious, or I might just confront you after work." His words had barely left his lips when a group of 4 or 5 men unleashed a barrage of insults at him. Stunned, Wu Yuxuan exclaimed, "Are you all fools? Do you blindly believe whatever he says?" The men regarded him with contempt, indifferent to his disbelief. After all, he was still a leader, and a mere ordinary employee challenging a leader was hardly wise. "Enough! Wu Yuxuan, Wang Denghong, and Lu Feifei, your tasks are too few. You 4 must distribute your tasks among him," Li Ming instructed. The 4 who had just berated Wu Yuxuan suddenly brightened at the prospect of reward. Conversely, Wu Yuxuan, Wang Denghong, and Lu Feifei, the latter being the messenger girl, gritted their teeth in frustration. "How dare you, Wu Yuxuan? Are you intentionally trying to create chaos? Do you think I am not busy enough as it is?" Wang Denghong was seething with anger, unleashing a torrent of curses upon Wu Yuxuan. Feeling utterly wronged, Wu Yuxuan, confronted by the disdainful glares of several onlookers, murmured, "How can this possibly be my fault? Isn't that scoundrel Li Ming the real issue?" His mind was a whirlwind, yet the assembly line operated with such relentless speed that it felt akin to piloting an aircraft. The trio of Wang Denghong, Wu Yuxuan, and Lu Feifei were drenched in sweat, their hands moving at an unprecedented pace, their minds nearly on the verge of collapse, with a singular thought echoing in their heads: hasten the end of this shift. Meanwhile, Sun Jin, Li Dafei, and a few others lounged in their chairs, casually crossing their legs and engaging in sporadic conversation, occasionally checking their phones. Particularly, Li Dafei appeared to derive a strange satisfaction from witnessing his former comrades toil away. "Look at me, Shunzi. I'm living the good life while you're working hard," he taunted. Wu Yuxuan could only cast a resentful glance in his direction, too preoccupied with his tasks to entertain Li Dafei's provocations. Hours later, the moment of liberation finally arrived. Wu Yuxuan and Wang Denghong exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with tears. "What are we going to do tomorrow? My hands are cramping," Wang Denghong lamented, leaning weakly against the assembly line. "How should I know? My hands feel like they're about to break. How did we end up with such a beast?" Wu Yuxuan replied, bewildered. "Perhaps we should resign. If this continues, I fear for my life," Wang Denghong grimaced. "But resigning means we have to endure another month. This monster will only escalate his demands." Wu Yuxuan replied helplessly. "What then?" They exchanged a knowing look, both instinctively averting their gaze. That evening, Wang Denghong, Wu Yuxuan, and Huang Shifei sat beside a barbecue stall, indulging in beer and grilled delicacies. "So, did Li Ming say anything after I left? Did he look like a fool?" Huang Shifei asked, downing a cup of beer with gusto. Wu Yushuan and Wang Denghong exchanged glances, hesitant to admit that Li Ming's position had been rendered obsolete, instead awkwardly responding, "It was manageable. You left behind quite a bit of flavor. Humph, that Li Ming will eventually be ousted. Once my brother from Guangzhou returns, I will deal with him appropriately," Huang Shifei declared triumphantly. Again, the two exchanged glances, and Wu Yushuan inquired, "Fij, when do you plan to return to work?" "No rush. I'll enjoy a few more days before I check in with my brother from Guangzhou," Huang Shifei replied, viciously tearing into a chicken skewer.
Fej.
"You still want to play for a few more days? What if it becomes complicated?" Wang Denghong expressed hesitantly. "What is complicated about it? Li Ming is nothing but a coward. He wouldn't dare challenge me if I took leave. Am I not impressive?" Huang Shifei boasted. Indeed, Fij is impressive. "Is this meal on you?" Wang Denghong asked with a slight grin. "A trivial matter. I'll treat." Huang Shifei thumped his chest proudly. Wu Yushuan raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, "Fij is incredible. Are we going to sing afterward?" "Of course. It's nothing. We'll have fun. And each of you can have a lady by your side. Let us party all night," Huang Shifei replied with a smile. "That's not feasible. We have work tomorrow," Wu Yushuan remarked. "What is the big deal about taking a day off? You all are utterly useless." Huang Shifei expressed his dissatisfaction, perplexed by the ineptitude of his companions. "It's easy for you to say, but unlike you, Brother Fei, we're not as fortunate. We're here to earn a living. You, with your wealth, surely don't mind," Wang Denghong replied. "Indeed, Brother Fei, your affluence makes you indifferent, but we can't afford to be so casual. Our monthly wages pale in comparison to yours," Wu Yushuan chimed in. "Well, that's how it should be." Huang Shifei proudly draped his arms around their shoulders. "Boss, the bill please." 250. The boss courteously responded. "Here's 251 for you." After scanning the payment, Huang Shifei embraced his two companions and headed toward the club. "Tomorrow, I shall pay a visit to Brother Guangzhou, aiming to dismantle Li Ming within the week," Huang Shifei declared with a hearty laugh. 0030 I would rather face imprisonment than compensate. After a night of indulgence, Huang Shifei emptied his wallet. The next day, upon waking in the factory dormitory, he was taken aback to find the beds of Li Dafei, Wang Denghong, and Wu Yushuan utterly vacant. It was peculiar. These three usually adhered to their schedules meticulously. Today, however, it seemed they had run out of funds. What kind of work were they engaged in that left them so destitute? After a moment of disdainful reflection, Huang Shifei got up, tidied himself, and took a taxi to the hospital. Upon inquiring at the front desk about Brother Guangzhou's hospital room, he carried a basket of fruit and made his way there. "Guangzhou, what enemies have you made to warrant such a brutal assault?" A voice laden with despair echoed from the room, causing Huang Shifei to instinctively halt. "Damn it, how was I to know? They came at me out of the blue like madmen. Father, they must have been apprehended. They should pay dearly, even to the point of bankruptcy. I researched yesterday and spent hundreds consulting a lawyer. Under these circumstances, compensation could reach anywhere from 1 to 200,000. The sinister tone of Yang Guangzhou reverberated through the air, eliciting a sense of exhilaration in Huang Shifei. "Alas, this situation seems rather precarious." The voice of Brother Guangzhou's father sounded uncertain and troubled. "What's the matter? Do they have some hidden connections?" Yang Guangzhou's voice was tinged with surprise. "No connections whatsoever. They're just factory workers. What connections could they possibly have?" His father's tone dropped another octave. "Then what's going on? Have they fled? What useless police?" Yang Guangzhou's voice shifted to one of blame and urgency. "Not quite. The voice of Yang Guangzhou's father dwindled to a near whisper. "What on earth is happening, father?" Yang Guangzhou's tone grew increasingly desperate. Having suffered such a significant loss, he feared he might end up looking foolish if no compensation was forthcoming. To be frank, those two are without parents or friends. They are from the lower echelons of society. Do you understand? A heavy sigh escaped Yang Guangzhou's father. Regardless of their family situations, they must pay. Otherwise, it's imprisonment for them. Yang Guangzhou's voice dripped with malice. Have you considered that they might not have the means to compensate? A prolonged silence enveloped the room until, just as Huang Shifei was losing patience, Yang Guangzhou's father finally spoke. No money to compensate? How could that be possible? What is impossible about it? They're factory workers. They have nothing, no parents, no friends. Where would they find money? The despair in his father's voice was palpable. This is absurd. It cannot be like this. Yang Guangzhou's voice turned frantic, even bordering on hysteria. Indeed, the police chief interrogated them for quite some time. Neither could produce a single penny. Even their lunch money was provided by the officers. What do you suggest we do? The bitter resignation in Yang Guangzhou's father's voice was unmistakable. A moment of silence ensued, stretching into several minutes. Damn it, father. Think of a solution. This beating cannot go unavenged. Yang Guangzhou's tone grew increasingly irritable. What can be done? I've negotiated with them. At most, they are willing to offer 2,000 yuan. That is why I came to you. What do you think? Yang Guangzhou's father, with a voice heavy with despair, inquired. What? 20,000? Damn it, I took a beating for only 20,000? The internet says a beating like that should at least be worth 200,000. I was already contemplating what car to buy. Yang Guangzhou's voice was filled with astonishment. 20,000 was nearly impossible to secure. It took a great deal of persuasion for someone to agree to borrow money at high interest. Think it over carefully, his father replied. After a moment of silence, Yang Guangzhou spoke again. Is it truly only 2,000? Indeed, it's only 2,000. Those two young men are quite mad. They insisted on a maximum of 2,000. And they wouldn't budge a penny more even if it meant going to jail. Well, I suppose it's 2,000 then. I'll have to reclaim it from them later. Damn it. Yang Guangzhou's voice was rife with bitterness. That's the only way forward. I've brought the reconciliation agreement. Please sign it. Oh, son. You've suffered such a significant loss. It's my inadequacy. Father, this isn't your fault. I understand what kind of people they are. They're practically useless, and it's only natural they lack funds. Yang Guangzhou consoled him, albeit reluctantly. All right then, I've received the money. I'll head to the police station to sign the agreement. They'll be out in a couple of days. Your third uncle has several brothers. I'll have them give those two a good beating in your name. Okay. Father, you go ahead. Huang Shifei felt a surge of emotions upon hearing this. He hadn't anticipated such a turn of events. Yang Guangzhou's father left the hospital room, dejected. Huang Shifei, feeling awkward, managed to smile upon encountering Guangzhou's father. Once he had departed, he slipped into the room. Guangzhou, how are you holding up? Huang Shifei asked excitedly. Feifei, what brings you here? I'm managing, but those two are as good as dead. Yang Guangzhou lay on the hospital bed, one leg encased in a plaster cast, his complexion somewhat pallid. Feifei, how are things at the factory? Has anyone been talking? Yang Guangzhou inquired, worried about the rumors surrounding his beating. He had always valued his pride and could hardly bear the thought of being the subject of gossip. Not much chatter. After you left, Dabin appointed another backup foreman. That idiot Li Ming who is utterly insufferable. Even mentioning you, he wouldn't give me any face. Huang Shifei responded. What gives Li Ming the right to be foreman? Once I recover, I'll make sure to deal with him. Dabin and I are on good terms. When I return, I'll still be foreman. Yang Guangzhou scoffed, disdain evident in his voice. As the two shared their grievances, a voice interrupted. Excuse me, is this Yang Guangzhou's room? Chen Zhou entered, hands clasped behind his back, a congenial smile adorning his face. Who are you? Yang Guangzhou scrutinized the newcomer, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity. I am a brother of Li Yang. He was hospitalized after you assaulted him. Chen Zhou replied with a grin. Li Yang? You're his brother. What do you want?
Yang Guangzhou's expression darkened instantly, harboring intense animosity towards Li Yang.
Had it not been for their conflict, he would not be lying in the hospital, nursing injuries and settling for a mere 2,000. Well, given how severely you injured him, don't you think there should be some explanation? Chen Zhou asked with a smile. What explanation? No, who does he think he is to provoke me? What an audacious fool. Yang Guangzhou regarded Chen Zhou with utter disdain. Ha! Li Yang has undergone an examination. You've trampled on his chest, resulting in a fracture. If you don't pay at least 200,000, prepare to languish in prison. Chen Zhou retorted. How dare you? 200,000? What are you even worth? If you're so capable, let him come and see me himself. Yang Guangzhou scoffed, regarding Chen Zhou as if he were a simpleton. At that moment, a memory flickered in his mind. He recalled that this individual had previously worked in a place called Hui Hui and seemed to remember that he was a university student. I remember now. You're that university student, aren't you? This is utterly laughable. You go from attending university to tightening screws in a factory, and yet Zhou Qingyang berates you daily. You dare demand compensation from me? Go take a hike.
Yang Guangzhou sneered coldly.
Chen Zhou shrugged nonchalantly and replied, All right, if you refuse to pay, then brace yourself for prison time. With this minor injury and no letter of understanding, it's a minimum of 3 years. Go ahead and report it. Do you think I'm afraid of you?
Yang Guangzhou chuckled mockingly.
Very well. Chen Zhou shot a glance at Yang Guangzhou, retrieved his phone, and dialed the police, clearly stating the situation before settling into a chair in the hospital room. Yang Guangzhou's smile faltered. The thought of having been assaulted and only paying 2,000 while this man audaciously demanded 200,000 was utterly absurd. There was no way he would pay, even if it meant going to prison. 0031 compensate 180, 000 or face imprisonment. Huang Shifei watched with fervor. Damn, it's still my brother from Guangzhou. Unafraid even of the police. Chen Zhou sighed and remarked, It's just 200,000. Considering how severely you injured him, it's not much. If he reports you, you will definitely be incarcerated. The price is negotiable. A reduction of 2,000 to 3,000 is feasible. Having lost interest in studying over the past few days, he found the situation at school utterly unremarkable and decided to skip classes. Earning money is the first priority. Yang Guangzhou furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Are you out of your mind? My brother from Guangzhou keeps his word. Once he speaks, even a horse cannot chase back his promise. If he says he 1T compensate, then he 1T. Are you deaf? Huang Shifei, witnessing this unexpected nuisance disturbing his brother's resolve, quickly interjected. Seeing his image so grand and formidable in the eyes of his subordinates, Yang Guangzhou felt bolstered in his earlier assertion. Yes, I am a man of my word. Once I commit, I follow through. If Li Yang wants to take my money, that is simply impossible. Chen Zhou chuckled lightly and dialed a number. Before long, 3 police officers entered the ward. Officer, how should we handle this situation? Chen Zhou politely presented Li Yang's injury assessment report. The officer, in his early 30s, glanced at the report and the incident record before stating, Over 3 years, although it can be avoided if a settlement is reached. What do you propose? Yang Guangzhou felt an overwhelming sense of pressure upon the arrival of the officers, ready to speak. So what if my brother from Guangzhou fought? He deserved it. Who told him not to listen? This guy dares to demand 200,000 from us. Hell, I want to report him for extortion. Huang Shifei, intent on defending his brother, thought it wise to speak up to preserve his brother's momentum. The lead officer turned to Huang Shifei and asked, Who are you to the assailant? He is my esteemed brother, Huang Shifei exclaimed. The officer, taken aback, chuckled in resignation. Yang Guangzhou, what is your response? Yang Guangzhou felt a tightening in his chest. Previously he had been brash, but now that the police were present, and with them clearly outlining the consequences, persisting in defiance would be foolish. However, conceding now would be too embarrassing, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. Brother Guangzhou, this guy is clearly extorting you. These officers are unreasonable. Can't they see you are still in bed? Instead of apprehending those 2, they come to pester you. I think they are just like that, Huang Shifei protested. As soon as he spoke, the officers' expressions turned unfriendly. Damn it! Stop your incessant chatter. Yang Guangzhou sensed the shift in atmosphere and, hearing Huang Shifei's continuous prattling, felt a surge of anger. The emotions that had accumulated over the past few days erupted directly towards his subordinate. For several consecutive minutes, Yang Guangzhou unleashed a torrent of invective, causing both several police officers and Chen Zhou to twitch at the corners of their mouths. It was only when Yang Guangzhou finally ceased his tirade, a hint of relief gracing his visage, that he noticed Huang Shifei, who had been rendered almost senseless by the verbal onslaught, swaying precariously and frozen in place. Well, Yang, have you come to a decision? Chen Zhou inquired, suppressing a smile. As Yang Guangzhou gazed at Chen Zhou and the officers, he found himself experiencing an almost surreal sense of detachment, reflecting on his recent tribulations. Despite having endured the most severe beating, he felt as if he were the one in the wrong. I don't have 200,000, Yang Guangzhou muttered sullenly. Even now, his legs throbbed painfully, though the doctor assured him that it would not adversely affect his future endeavors. No 200,000? You beat Liang to a pulp, and yet you didn't think about the absence of that sum while you were at it? Why pretend to be affluent? Chen Zhou pressed. At this, Yang Guangzhou felt his teeth grind in frustration. Damn it! Why don't you go ask those two bastards who beat me to a pulp? They didn't cough up a dime either. They expect me to borrow from loan sharks for a mere 20,000. What kind of madness is this? He retorted indignantly. Humph. No means no. We can discuss it when my father arrives. No sooner had he spoken than his father's enraged voice echoed from the entrance. Guangzhou. They're only paying 2,000. They refuse to negotiate even for an extra 200. Those two scoundrels are utterly despicable. They won't listen to reason. What kind of people are they? His father's face was flushed with fury, his lips frothing as he brandished a piece of paper while cursing. And these useless police officers. Two petty workers could have intimidated them into yielding a bit more, yet they remain idle. Upon finishing his tirade, Yang's father sensed the shift in atmosphere and, upon looking up, was confronted by 3 pairs of disapproving eyes. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily attempted to redeem himself. I had a dream last night about how ineffective the police are, and today they've proven remarkably efficient. My son had his leg broken, and they swiftly resolved to compensate him with 2,000. Such speed, he chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Chen Zhou's lips twitched at the old man's quick thinking, noting that the expressions of the police had softened somewhat. Dad, this man is demanding I pay 200,000, or I'll end up in jail, Yang Guangzhou said gloomily. Yang's father, incredulous, asked, Why? Why must you pay 200,000? Because your son insulted and assaulted my friend over a trivial matter at the factory, and now he lies in the hospital, Chen Zhou replied. Yang's father exchanged a glance with Yang Guangzhou, who nodded helplessly. But my son is also in the hospital. This. Yang's father stammered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Humph. Your son's predicament is his own affair. His fight with others has nothing to do with my friend. The matter of your son assaulting my friend remains unresolved. After a moment of contemplation, Yang's father gradually unraveled the complexities of the issue, his face turning a deep shade of crimson, nearly erupting in fury. Trembling, he exclaimed, So you're saying I must pay 200,000? Indeed. Precisely 100,000. Chen Zhou nodded. Young man, your heart is truly callous. 200,000? Do you realize that I could not earn that amount in a year? For someone as financially challenged as you, do you truly believe you could accumulate 200,000 in 3 years? You are utterly oblivious to the harsh realities of life. Yang's father was furious. Losing 200,000, even with his financial capacity, would cause him considerable distress for several months. This is all due to your son's inability to restrain himself. My friend was diligently working, yet he insisted on resorting to violence. Thus, there is no alternative 200,000. Otherwise, my friend would not have signed the settlement agreement. Yang's father glared at Chen Zhou, saying, Young man, if you are to pay 200,000, do you not fear that you might have hands to grasp but no means to spend? Officer, what does he mean by that? Chen Zhou inquired, bewildered. The lead officer replied coldly, Family of Yang Guang, please negotiate this matter properly. If you do not wish to compensate, we may leave at once. Yang's father trembled, his voice quivering as he exclaimed, Ha ha ha! 200,000! My son had his leg broken and the compensation was merely 20,000. You actually demand 200,000? Truly, you are audacious. How about this? Let's reduce it by 20,000. It cannot be less, or else my friend will suffer a great loss. Chen Zhou pretended to ponder momentarily before responding. Yang's father's expression remained grim. He contemplated the two individuals who had broken his son's leg, who would rather face imprisonment than pay compensation. It seemed they possessed an unexpected sense of integrity. He glanced at his son, Yang Guang, with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Understanding his father better than anyone, Yang Guang feeling anxious, exclaimed, "Father, I am only 19. If I go to prison, I will emerge in my 20s, and I've heard there are many perverts in there. I am terrified." Yang's father's face turned awkward as he let out a long sigh, conceding, "Very well, we shall compensate." He then handed the recently acquired compensation to the officer and withdrew an additional 160,000 from his card. After hastily signing the settlement agreement, he collapsed despondently onto the ground. "My son pays 18,000 for assault. Yet, the assailants pay merely 2,000 for injuring my son. How incomprehensible is this world? In the realm of competition, one must perish." Yang's father failed to comprehend the harsh realities of this world, nor did Yang Guangzhou. Huang Shifei was even more oblivious until this very moment, when he finally awoke to the sight of Yang Guangzhou's face, resembling that of one mourning a mother. Strangely, he felt a sense of relief and stammered, "Brother Guangzhou, I came on leave. I shall return to work now." Without regard for Guangzhou's demeanor, he swiftly departed.
Inwardly deeming Yang Guangzhou utterly worthless.
Upon returning to the factory, he was suddenly beset by anxiety, recalling that he hadn't shown up for work the previous day or that day either. After donning his anti-static uniform in the changing room, he ventured into the workshop, where he observed the bustling figures along line 5. His gaze was particularly drawn to Wang Denghong, Wu Yuxuan, and Li Dafei, who sat with an unusual level of formality, leaving him momentarily stunned. "What brings you here, Huang Shifei?" Li Ming inquired. "I am back to work now that my hand is better," Huang Shifei replied absently, for he had spotted someone occupying his position. Not the expected Xiao Qing, but the fool, Sun Jin. "Why is there someone in my spot? This is unacceptable." Huang Shifei's irritation began to rise. "You've taken leave, and now you've been officially reassigned. It's fortunate you've returned to assist Sun Jin. Furthermore, your performance rating has been downgraded to the 300 tier. I neglected to inform HR about your absence, so it's counted as 2 days of unexcused leave, resulting in a complete deduction of your attendance bonus for this month. Do you have any objections?" Li Ming stated coolly. Huang Shifei felt as though struck by lightning, a storm of frustration brewing within him. Although he was tempted to unleash his fury, the glance from Xiao Qing compelled him to suppress it. "No," he muttered sullenly, taking a seat beside Sun Jin, casting a fierce glare at him for usurping his position. "You're audacious to take my spot. Just wait until the end of your shift." Sun Jin was taken aback, intending to retort, but was interrupted by Li Dafei, who sat nearby. "Huang, how dare you speak to Brother Sun that way? What is your status compared to his?" Huang Shifei's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Li Dafei, then at Wang Denghong and Wu Yuxuan, who appeared unfazed, engrossed in their tasks. He was bewildered by the unfolding events, yet profoundly shaken. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou gazed at the 180,000 yuan in his account, feeling a surge of exhilaration. Such easy money. Previously, earning a mere 5,000 required a month of grueling labor. Now 180,000 was at his fingertips. No wonder the wealthy continued to amass fortunes. This was akin to picking up money off the street. As he hailed a taxi to head to school, his expression suddenly shifted. In his peripheral vision, he noticed several individuals had gathered around Luo Luo, who was busily managing a small food stall by the roadside. She was not one to sit idly and, disregarding Chen Zhou's suggestions, insisted on selling snacks to earn money. Chen Zhou, resigned, allowed her to proceed, reasoning that it was merely a stall. He considered it a playful venture, confident that he could earn more in the future and devise a plan to help her establish a different business. "Brother, your order is ready." Luo Luo handed a neatly packaged meal to a stylishly dressed young man, who stood there, staring blankly at her, seemingly oblivious to the offer. "Hey, what are you doing? Can you hurry up?" Someone behind him shouted, irritated by his dawdling. Turning to look, Luo Luo noticed that her stall had drawn a long queue, at least 30 or 40 men, all gazing at her with eager eyes. As Luo Luo busily attended to her customers, a luxurious Maybach quietly idled at the roadside. Through the darkened windows, a pair of wide, astonished eyes could be glimpsed. "Dragon Lord, do you have your eye on this young lady?" In the car, a middle-aged man in the passenger seat observed Dragon Lord's expression with surprise. After all, Dragon Lord was a prominent figure in the underground world of Rongqing. His mere stamp of a foot could shake the entire realm. It was remarkable to see him so captivated by a mere girl, especially at nearly 60 years of age. Well, you should know, this girl is truly a vision of beauty, wasting her talents by setting up a stall on the roadside. Dragon Lord snorted, his gaze fixated on the industrious young woman, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. Isn't this even better? Someone like her, without any background, is quite appealing, remarked the man in the passenger seat. Dragon Lord's face then revealed a flicker of desire. He had encountered countless women, yet none possessed such striking beauty as this girl. Even among celebrities and women of the elite, none could compare to her allure at such a tender age. Go. Make sure to make this appealing. We mustn't frighten the young lady, Dragon Lord commanded promptly. Rest assured, Dragon Lord, the passenger replied, exiting the vehicle and signaling to a BMW parked behind. Immediately, 3 burly men with grim expressions emerged from the car. The quartet approached Luo Luo's stall, and as they drew near, the men scrutinized the young girl's features, inwardly gasping in awe. No wonder Dragon Lord was so smitten. Which man could resist such charm? The passenger, named Wang Wei, known in the underworld as Brother Chen, had made a name for himself in Rongqing by single-handedly taking on 5 opponents, emerging victorious in a chaotic brawl. He dispersed the line of waiting men and approached Luo Luo, declaring, "Young lady, we will take everything you have here." Luo Luo looked up, instinctively stepping back and responding, "No, that won't do. People have been waiting in line for so long." "Yes, we've been here forever. Who do you think you are? Just because you're dressed in black doesn't mean you're part of the underworld." The people in line chimed in. Wang Wei then fixed his gaze on the most vocal of the group, his expression impassive as he approached and delivered 2 swift slaps, sending the man spinning. The sharp sound of the slaps swiftly silenced the bustling crowd. Wei Gu let out a cold laugh and said, "Little trash, if you lack skills, do not pretend to be a hero rescuing the fair maiden or standing up for justice. Think about whether you are worthy of it, you fool." The crowd was stunned by the brazen demeanor of these burly men. They were merely ordinary people, devoid of power or influence, and truly could not afford to provoke such individuals. "I won't sell anymore." Luo Luo seemed to sense something amiss and turned to leave. But as she did, 2 strong arms seized her, with 2 men in black escorting her as if they were long-lost friends, guiding her in the direction she had intended to go. "Let go! Let go! I will call the police!" Luo Luo shouted loudly, but her mouth was covered by a hand. Wei Gu smiled and said, "Calling the police may be effective, but not significantly so. This illustrates our strength, doesn't it?" Just as they were about to usher her into a vehicle, several individuals lunged from the side, one wielding a club striking fiercely at the leader. Wei Gu was taken aback, astonished that anyone would dare lay a hand on him. However, it was too late to evade, and the club struck him solidly in the face, rendering him as helpless as a beaten dog. Following that, a flurry of kicks rained down upon him, wild and relentless. He could only shield his vital areas, his eyes turning bloodshot. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Luo fled at a distance, her eyes wide with confusion, grappling with the bizarre events unfolding before her. Being kidnapped by one group, only for another to emerge and engage in a fierce battle with them. The assault was brutal. One man's head was even kicked askew. After several minutes of beating, the crowd finally dispersed, having witnessed the near death of Wei Gu and his companions. The black-clad men lay on the ground for half an hour, with no one daring to approach, merely observing from afar as if they were watching dead dogs. After some time, a vehicle arrived, whisking Wei Gu and his companions away in a hurry. Luo Luo's heart raced with fear, and the onlookers felt their scalps tingle, their hearts racing in awe. Chen Zhou's face was as dark as a ghost, his eyes ablaze with an anger he had never felt before. Even being betrayed by Zhou Yuru and humiliated by Zhang Han paled in comparison to the fury he felt today at Luo Luo being taken away. "Driver, step on it," Chen Zhou exclaimed, throwing several hundred yuan bills onto the front seat in urgency. The driver, catching a glimpse of Chen Zhou's expression in the rearview mirror, felt the urgency as well, slamming the accelerator to the floor, the taxi charging towards the eastern part of the city like a wild beast. In the esteemed district of Rongqing, known for its affluent residents, stands the distinguished Huafu No. 1, a community characterized by its elevated standards and refined ambience. Within a solitary villa, Wei Gu gazes at Long Yi, his face a mask of humiliation. He has been publicly assaulted, even filmed and broadcast online, an event that has plunged him into a state akin to social demise. How intriguing! I never anticipated such a seemingly unassuming young lady to possess such depth. Long Yi remarks with a smirk, seemingly unfazed by Wei Ji's disgrace. How can you be so certain she is associated with this? I have my doubts. Wei Ji's heart races with indignation. Not likely? Could it possibly be benevolent bystanders? Don't be absurd. They wouldn't even dare assist an elderly person. Long Yi scoffs. Wei Gu silently concedes, recognizing the validity of Long Ye's assertion. Yet, Long Yi remains fixated on Luo Luo, instructing, bring along more individuals. I have discovered where that woman resides. Seek an opportunity to bring her to me. Wei Gu nods. He is determined to procure what Long Yi desires, provided the cost is not exorbitant. Long Yi, the individual you arranged to meet, is at Longxiang Tea House. The time is approaching, Wei Gu informs, checking his phone. Long Yi opens his eyes, a glimmer of caution crossing his features. Even at his current stature, he must approach this meeting with deliberation. Understood. Prepare the necessary items. We shall depart at once. Long Yi struggles to rise, taking a couple of steps. Yes. Wei Gu replies with respect. A convoy of vehicles traverses the expansive thoroughfare, soon coming to a halt beneath the Longxiang Tea House. This century-old establishment is frequented by discerning tea connoisseurs, drawn here solely for the exceptional quality of the tea. Long Yi and his entourage enter the tea house. Upon their arrival, numerous gazes fixate upon the group, captivated by their formidable presence. Long Yi, with his flowing white hair, exudes an aura of authority, while his robust companions radiate a fierce and commanding energy. Among them, a couple of young women appear delicate and helpless, eliciting a sense of sympathy. How can such an elderly man have two such beautiful women? Unbelievable. At a table near the entrance, three young men, sipping tea, feel a pang of envy upon witnessing the old man accompanied by the young lady. It's a case of an old bull with tender grass. But this old fellow seems rather capable, one remarks, lowering his voice. Capable? How much capability could he possess at his age? He could drop dead at any moment. The first speaker retorts, growing more acerbic. Long Yi, undeterred, strides toward the stairs, casting a fleeting glance at the young men only at the last moment as he ascends. Away, who are these ill-mannered individuals? Bring them to my private room forthwith, Long Yi commands coolly. Wei Gu nods, stealing a glance at the trio of young men. As a long-standing patron of the Longxiang Tea House, Master Long undoubtedly has a designated private room, arrangements for which were meticulously prepared well before his arrival. The room is expansive and steeped in antiquity. The decor alone must have cost several million. Such opulence is not accessible to anyone but the exceedingly wealthy. Master Long directed his remarks towards two young women, who he had procured at great expense from their families. I have never encountered failure in obtaining what I desire. You would do well to contemplate this carefully, not only for your sake but also for that of your family. With a casual toss of several million into the face of the man, he effortlessly secured the release of the two women. Their faces turned pale, resembling fragile grass swaying in the wind, and they had heard rumors of Master Long's peculiar predilections. Yet, a glance from Master Long to Wei Gu prompted him to descend the stairs. Master Long was truly exerting considerable effort for this young lady, as his private room was not open to strangers. At a table in the bustling lobby, three young men were seated. The girl they had just seen was indeed strikingly beautiful, with an enviable figure, ample bosom, slender waist, shapely hips, and long legs. Yet she appeared quite young, and the mere sight of her left a profound impact. Regrettably, she was at the mercy of an old dog. It was evident that she was not pleased and was likely coerced. It's infuriating, Liang exclaimed, as the image of the girl lingered in his mind. At that moment, a large hand slapped down on their table, and Wei Gu, with a smile, addressed Liang. My boss wishes to have a word with you. What is there to discuss? There's nothing to talk about, Liang replied, startled by the sudden appearance of the man. His tone decidedly brusque. Humph, Who do you think you are, speaking so boldly? Wei Gu scoffed, seizing Liang and dragging him away. Liang, a man weighing over 100 kilograms, found himself with little room to resist, futilely struggling against Wei Ji's grip. What do you want? Liang's two friends exclaimed in alarm, rushing to intervene. You two would be wise to remain still. Otherwise, you will come to regret it. Wei Gu shot them a chilling glance, his eyes filled with malice. The two friends froze in place, as if they were prey caught in the gaze of a ferocious beast. Wei Gu escorted Liang into Master Long's private room. Do you have any idea who I am? You're doomed. Liang threatened upon encountering Master Long. Oh, and who might you be so audacious? Master Long inquired. Liang glanced at the several beautiful women and straightened his clothes, declaring, my family's wealth exceeds 10 million. In Xiang we are among the elite. My father still dines with the mayor. Master Long chuckled softly, while Wei Gu and several trusted subordinates struggled to contain their laughter, their faces flushed with mirth. What's the matter? Liang challenged, fixing his gaze on Master Long. Master Long shook his head, prompting Wei Gu to step forward and deliver two resounding slaps to Liang's face, exclaiming, with your standing, even if your father were here, he wouldn't be worthy of carrying Master Long's shoes. Each word was punctuated by a sharp slap. Is it you? Wei Gu brandished a dagger, ready to escalate the situation. Do not stain this place, Master Long interjected calmly. Wei Gu grinned menacingly, his foul breath brushing against Liang's ear as he whispered, Did you hear that? Lord Long has shown mercy, forbidding any defilement of this place. Liang, already reduced to a pitiful state, his face swollen like that of a pig, managed to force a smile at Wei Ji's words. However, in the next instant, a sharp pain pierced through his chest as Wei Gu inflicted a deep gash upon him. Remember, do not dirty this place. Make your way down on your own. If I find even a speck of filth on the ground, you shall face dire consequences. Wei Gu sneered. Liang's mind was a haze, one hand pressed against the wound on his chest as he bore the agonizing pain and humiliation while slowly moving towards the exit. With each step, he anxiously checked for any drops of blood. The nearby women watched in pale horror, unable to quell their distress. So, have you made up your mind? Lord Long inquired. Just then, Wei Ji's voice rang out. Lord Long, the guest has arrived. The atmosphere was thick with impending danger. Lord Long furrowed his brows but remained unhurried, calmly instructing. Please let her in. Ensure she is taken to the inner room to rest properly. After giving his orders, he took a moment to adjust his attire with a semblance of seriousness, awaiting the arrival of his esteemed guest. Before long, the sound of footsteps echoed, and a stunningly beautiful mature woman graced Lord Long's presence. He swallowed lightly, captivated by her graceful movements, though he kept his thoughts about her to himself. Boss Shen, it has been a while. Lord Long rose with a smile, greeting her warmly. Boss Long, you seem to have had some leisure time lately. Shen Baiyu replied with a cheerful demeanor. After exchanging pleasantries, they finally delved into the matter at hand. Shen Baiyu, with her voluptuous figure elegantly seated on the sofa, took a sip of tea and remarked, Thanks to your hospitality, Boss Long, our business dealings have proceeded without a hitch. Oh Shen Boss, you flatter me. With your prowess, who in Rong City would dare to disregard you? I merely lent a hand, Lord Long said with a grin, casting a glance at Shen Baiyu's figure. Suddenly, Shen Baiyu's smile faded as she inquired, Boss Long, are you still interested in collaboration? There's great potential in a plot of land in the northern part of the city. Securing it could lead to significant development. Absolutely. Lord Long's eyes sparkled with intrigue. At that moment, a commotion arose from the inner room, causing Shen Baiyu to cast a surprised glance inside. Indeed, he is quite the lecher, always surrounded by women. How unfortunate for them to fall into the hands of such an old scoundrel, she thought. Lord Long chuckled, unaware that he had unwittingly attracted a formidable adversary. After listening to Luoluo's account, Chen Zhou's face darkened with an ominous cloud, his heart a tempest of fury. That scoundrel Long is truly detestable, he seethed. Fear not, fear not. You are safe now. It won't happen again. Chen Zhou quickly reassured her as Luoluo nestled into his embrace and gradually drifted into slumber. Seated in the car, Chen Zhou began to ponder the situation. Those individuals clearly held considerable power. Their audacity to act so brazenly in public left him unsettled. If they were to vanish from our sight, it would be one thing, but should I lay eyes on them again, he thought, a fierce glint of wrath igniting in his gaze. Upon returning home, Chen Zhou gently placed Luluo on the bed, tenderly stroking her hair until she succumbed to dreams. He then settled on the sofa, casually sipping a bottle of cola until, half an hour later, a sudden stern look crossed his face. They truly have come. Impressive, indeed. Not far from his residence, a black car stood silently parked, the window slowly lowered, revealing a face amidst the tranquil night. Lord Long has instructed us to monitor them. TSK, that girl is quite remarkable, one said. That is hardly surprising. The women Long favors are never disappointing. This time, it's merely the most beautiful among them. Such a stunning young lady. Hush, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let us wait for that foolish brother of hers to leave for school. Then we might seize the opportunity to take advantage, heh. The two whispered to each other, oblivious to an ordinary-looking individual squatting nearby, whose gaze emanated a chilling malice. Chen Zhou contemplated eliminating these two directly, but upon further reflection, he deemed such an action too reckless, especially so close to home and after their recent altercation. Any incident would surely draw unwanted attention. Strike the horse before the rider. Capture the king before the thieves. His mind was set on eliminating Long Yi, the root of all this chaos, and wishing for his demise. With this thought, a rough plan began to form in Chen Zhou's mind, prompting him to direct several clones to gradually approach the vicinity of the black car. This location, situated within the urban village, was far from pristine, with numerous rental units lacking private restrooms. Thus, public toilets, filthy and abundant, dotted the area. One clone, controlled by him, entered a restroom carrying a basket and a water gun, emerging shortly thereafter, reeking of filth, casually passing by the black car. A noxious odor immediately permeated the air, causing the two watchers to instinctively cover their noses and mouths, one of them shouting, "What the hell are you doing? Get lost!" The individual, seemingly taken aback by the sudden reprimand, stared blankly at them. "What the hell are you staring at, you dung collector? Scram, you dung boy! How can you be so young and already a dung collector? Hurry up!" The voices from inside the car rang out. As they continued their tirade, the dung collector remained, still staring at them, until they finally sensed something amiss. In the next moment, a large mass suddenly crashed into their vehicle, erupting in a chaotic explosion of yellow, green, and black, splattering everywhere. A shrimp even landed directly in one of their mouths. Ugh! The two flailed about like fish out of water, desperately trying to rid themselves of the contents clinging to them. "What's wrong with being a dung collector? I brought you a little something to eat. What are you going to do about it, you foolish dogs?" The dung collector retorted. The occupants of the car were far too occupied with their predicament to respond, overwhelmed by the mess. The stench was unbearable. The pain was excruciating. This was more torturous than death itself. Minutes passed before they managed to remove their clothing, yet remnants still clung to their heads. "Remember this, you bastards!" came a furious shout as the engine roared to life, the car speeding away in a singular direction, the two covered in filth lacking the courage to exit. Just as they fled, a taxi trailed behind them. In ancient times, Zhanggan stole books as a guide. Today, a lackey follows dung for directions. The taxi driver, observing the expressionless faces of the men in the car through the rearview mirror, felt as though he had unwittingly transported 3 members of the underworld. East of the city, near Long Ye's residence, a black sedan thundered past, halting below. The 2 filthy individuals rushed out, heedless of the astonished gazes surrounding them, and dashed into the restroom. Though they had passed, the stench lingered on. Wei was taken aback and promptly inquired about the situation, only to feel a sense of disbelief as he rubbed his head, vaguely sensing that something was amiss. Could it be? He quickly shook his head with a smile, dismissing the notion as improbable. However, it seemed that these 2 individuals were indeed fortunate, having grasped the circumstances to a considerable extent. He resolved to wait until he had fully recovered before orchestrating a grand plan. For now, he would allow them a few days of respite. Yet, within the span of just a few hours, he could never have anticipated that outside his opulent mansion, A growing number of menacing eyes were fixated upon him. These were the avatars dispatched after locating Long Ye's lair, masquerading as ordinary individuals, lurking in their vicinity. At that moment, they were all glaring fiercely at him, at Long Ye, and at the very edifice itself, intent on delivering a lethal strike. The next morning, Master Long rose from his slumber, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, and pushed away the servant who sought to attend to him. "I am not that old yet, go away." The servant, pale with fright, was bewildered by Master Long's unusual demeanor that day. Little did she know. Upon seeing the youthful vitality of Luo Luo, Master Long felt discontent with his own aging body. As for needing assistance, he was far from incapacitated. After a modest breakfast, Master Long instructed Away to accompany him as he prepared to take a leisurely stroll, a habit he had cultivated over the years. Arriving in the most bustling district of the town, Master Long enjoyed a certain prestige there. Many recognized him, and upon his arrival, the previously raucous atmosphere quieted down. He took great satisfaction in this. However, at that moment, a bumbling man collided with Master Long, seemingly both accidental and intentional. Away instinctively positioned himself in front of Master Long, blocking the man and muttering, "Step aside." The man, seemingly startled, quickly recoiled, his face turning pale. After walking a short distance, two more individuals rushed towards them. Following his instincts, Away managed to fend them off and felt an unsettling tension in the air. "Master Long, something feels amiss today," he whispered. "What feels amiss?" Master Long asked languidly. "I'm not sure specifically, but I think we should call in a few brothers," Away replied, unable to articulate his unease. "Don't make a fuss. I've weathered far greater storms than this," Master Long scoffed, dismissing the concern. As Away made a phone call, 3 individuals charged at him, their pockets noticeably bulging with concealed items. Away's gaze sharpened, sensing impending danger. He swiftly shielded Master Long, then delivered a punch to the face of the foremost assailant, followed by a kick that toppled another. "What dares to show disrespect before Master Long?" Away's voice was as cold as ice as he dispatched the 3 men with ease. His actions drew gasps from onlookers, who paused to observe the unfolding scene. Yet, upon recognizing Master Long, their initial shock faded. After all, it was customary for Master Long's subordinates to discipline those who misbehaved. "Who is that guy? Quite impressive," someone inquired, puzzled by the spectacle. "Don't you recognize Away, Master Long's right-hand man?" Came a derisive chuckle from the crowd. "Not familiar, but impressive." "Impressive? He is nothing short of legendary. Away once delivered a fatal blow that ended a man's life instantly. Goodness, does that make Master Long even more formidable?" "Humph. Master Long's wealth exceeds 1 billion. He converses with the city's elite so naturally." Whispers of admiration circulated among the crowd, who regarded Master Long and his companion with newfound respect. Throughout the commotion, Master Long remained expressionless, unruffled, as though the incident bore no relation to him. "Why the hell did you hit me?" the man Away had struck demanded in anger. "Hit you? That was merely a light touch. What do you have in your pockets? Show me." Away's demeanor was icy. "Why should I show you anything? Who do you think you are?" the man retorted, still seething. "Who am I? Ask them who I am, and who this man behind me is." Away replied coldly, "Young man, are you truly so foolish as not to recognize Lord Long? This entire street bears his mark. Even Buckingham Palace acknowledges him. Lord Long is indeed formidable, and Wei Gu, with a single punch, could shatter an aircraft carrier. Equally impressive. Let us all rise and salute Lord Long and Wei Gu." As the crowd lavished praise upon him, a smirk of pride crept upon Wei Gu's lips. Lord Long? Who might that be? It seemed the man who had been struck was just beginning to grasp the gravity of the situation, his complexion turning pale. "I am deeply sorry. We did not intend to offend Lord Long. We deserve punishment. Please forgive us." The man hastily rose, approaching Wei Gu with an air of contrition. "Stop. Empty your pockets," Wei Gu commanded coldly, his demeanor unwavering. "Ah, yes, I was mistaken," the man stammered as he reached into his pocket. The crowd's gaze fixated on his hand as it delved into his pocket, momentarily freezing the atmosphere. Wei Gu remained vigilant, prepared to act should anything seem amiss. He was confident that a single kick from him could eliminate any threat. As the man rummaged through his belongings, just as Wei Guo's patience waned to its limit, an awkward smile appeared on the man's face as he produced a stick. The spectators gasped, and as they discerned the nature of the object, laughter erupted. Wei Guo, too, felt a jolt of surprise as a thought began to form in his mind. What is that? Just as the crowd stood in bewilderment, the man's expression shifted dramatically. With a sudden force, he directed the tip of the object toward Wei Guo, releasing a cloud of mist. A pungent, suffocating odor wafted through the air, an aerosol self-defense spray. Wei Guo was caught off guard, instinctively shielding his eyes, and without a moment's thought, he shouted, "Lord Long, be careful." He then kicked out toward the sound, but amidst the chaos his aim faltered. A sharp pain surged through him, a jarring jolt that clouded his vision and robbed him of control, sending him crumpling to the ground in convulsions. It was only then that Lord Long emerged from his contemplation, surveying the chaotic scene with an unwavering expression, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of calm amidst the storm. His composure evoked silent admiration from those present. Indeed, he was worthy of his title. Impressive. What is your purpose here? Lord Long inquired softly. To take your life. The leader of the group advanced menacingly, brandishing a gleaming knife that glinted ominously in the light. You think you can withstand us? I, Long San, have faced countless foes in my lifetime. You are but a trifling challenge. Lord Long maintained his stoic demeanor, hands still behind his back. The leader stepped closer, his eyes glinting with malice. My wealth exceeds 100 million, and my subordinates are ruthless, each one surpassing you by immeasurable degrees. Lord Long regarded the knife-wielding assailant with unflinching calm. Yet today I shall end you, the leader declared coldly, unmoved by the tension in the air. Behind Long Yi, a dozen unfamiliar faces had appeared, each bearing a frigid expression. Ah, what a bold newcomer! Who do you belong to? Speak, and I shall offer you tenfold compensation, Long Yi declared, his gaze fixed on the glimmering blade in the hand of the assailant. The knife-wielder remained silent, advancing another step closer, now merely 2 paces away from Long Yi. Who do we belong to? Ha! A splendid question. We are merely well-meaning individuals. You, surnamed Long, have committed countless wrongs, oppressing both men and women. We, the concerned citizens, cannot stand idly by. The assailant stepped closer once more. Sensing the imminent danger, Long Yi swallowed hard, coldly stating, 100-fold. As long as you reveal your identity, I guarantee your safety. Stumped by my word. The knife-wielder scoffed softly, approaching Long Yi, whispering, Long Yi, this is not how it should be. What? Long Yi was taken aback. Yet, in that moment, the assailant's hand struck like a hammer, the tip of the blade piercing deeply into Long Yi's abdomen. With consecutive thrusts, the blade entered and exited, leaving a trail of crimson. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain and terror, Long Yi could hardly fathom that someone would dare to take his life in such a public setting. What sort of world was this? He clung desperately to the assailant, resembling a koala bear, his complexion pale, features contorted in agony. As he gazed at the blood gushing from his body, fear reached its zenith, and he finally comprehended that death was upon him. Long Yi, you should not have provoked Luo Luo, the assailant murmured into his ear. Long Yi's face turned ashen, his body convulsing on the ground like a worm. The wail of police sirens pierced the air as a multitude of officers arrived at the scene. The assailant, observing the lifeless form of Long Yi, discarded the knife and shouted, Murderer! Li Qianlong! The first extended meeting was deafening, with everyone staring blankly at the man in the center. He appeared utterly unremarkable. Yet, the legendary Long Yi lay lifeless at his feet. A peculiar emotion stirred within the crowd as they watched him being escorted into a vehicle. This was indeed extraordinary. The news quickly reached the ears of various powerful figures. Long Yi had been killed in broad daylight, purportedly by well-meaning onlookers. Naturally, they were skeptical, suspecting that perhaps an old enemy of Long Yi had come to settle a score. However, one among them shook her head, deeming it unlikely, yet she felt an inexplicable intrigue towards the young man. At the Chen residence, Chen Zhou prepared breakfast for Luo Luo, reassuring her, do not worry about Long Yi. The matter has been resolved. I enlisted the help of a friend who acted as a mediator and delivered 2 cigarettes to settle things. Since returning yesterday, Luo had remained in a state of shock, struggling to sleep soundly, only managing to doze off with Chen Zhou holding her close. Is that true? Luo asked, skepticism in her voice, but the seriousness in Chen Zhou's demeanor eased her concerns slightly. Rest well. I shall head to school, he said, affectionately ruffling her hair before departing. At the gray electronics factory, in the second workshop's 5th line, Li Ming wandered about. Each time he approached a workstation, the workers diligently toiled as if exerting every ounce of strength. The entire 5th line exhibited a work ethic superior to that of the others. This was not merely due to their high morale. They had witnessed the dire plight of Huang Shifei. Each day, he bore the brunt of the labor while the supervisor relentlessly criticized him, and his colleagues showed no mercy either. Huang Shifei seethed with resentment as he watched Wu Yuxuan and Wang Denghong laughing, his discomfort escalating. Brother, I need your help. I can't keep up, Huang Shifei pleaded. Brother Fei, I'm overwhelmed myself. Why don't you ask Hong for assistance? Wu Yuxuan replied with a grin, turning him down. Huang Shifei glared at him in frustration and then turned to Wang Denghong, saying, Hong, please lend me a hand. I'm swamped. What are you talking about, Brother Fei? I'm just as busy. Besides, we are now under Mingji's command, and you're mixing with Yang Guangzhou. I wouldn't want Minggu to misunderstand, Wang Denghong remarked, finding a sense of relief in Huang Shifei's predicament. Huang Shifei stared at Wang Denghong in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. As he snapped back to reality, he realized he was falling behind in his tasks, perspiration breaking out in a panic. Truly, it was a hard lot. Li Ming observed the situation on his line with satisfaction. All workers, save for one named Xiao Qing, adhered to the hierarchy without complaint. Li Ming, come to the 3rd floor for a meeting, Dabin called from a distance. Li Ming acknowledged and proceeded to the 3rd floor, where the meeting room was already populated with numerous attendees. Most of the supervisors from the gray electronics factory had gathered, totaling 12 from the 2nd and 3rd workshops combined. As Li Ming entered, all eyes shifted to his face, revealing a spectrum of disdain, contempt, and curiosity among the onlookers. Li Ming approached an empty seat. Just as he was about to sit down, the 2nd line leader blocked him with a smile, saying, I'm sorry, but this spot is taken. Though her words were apologetic, her demeanor was anything but, revealing a complete disregard for Li Ming. With a dry smile, Li Ming inquired, Oh, and who might you be? I am the 2nd line leader, Wang Qingyao, she replied with a shrug. Li Ming felt somewhat humiliated and opted for another seat. This minor incident, however, allowed the other leaders to perceive the audacity of this new leader, who was merely a substitute and thus deemed easily manageable. Casting his gaze around, Li Ming noticed that the leader to his right was unfamiliar, but to his left sat someone he knew well, a green-haired individual. He smiled gently and asked, Zhou Qingyang, how have you been? Zhou Qingyang was taken aback, feeling an odd familiarity with Li Ming, yet he hesitated to engage, considering him merely a substitute leader, unworthy of his attention. Undeterred by the snub, Li Ming continued, Are your lines Li Ba and the others still obedient? Upon hearing the name Li Ba, Zhou Qingyang shuddered as if struck by a jolt of electricity. Li Ba was indeed a troublesome character. Initially, he had thought that, with some of his companions reassigned, he could finally deal with Li Ba, but to his dismay, Li Ba had allied himself with the newcomers, forming an unholy alliance that left Zhou Qingyang feeling utterly powerless. Li Ba had even threatened him, saying that should he not follow orders, his own line would suffer. Although Zhou Qingyang had been incensed, days of harassment had dulled his temper, forcing him to play the role of a puppet leader. What? You know him? Zhou Qingyang asked cautiously. Of course. He is my subordinate. If he misbehaves, you can inform me, and I shall handle it. Li Ming replied. Zhou Qingyang's eyes brightened momentarily, but skepticism quickly returned. Don't boast. That person is an animal. Li Ming narrowed his eyes. Don't believe me? Didn't Li Ba just have you fetch him cigarettes yesterday? Zhou Qingyang's eyes widened in shock. His act of fetching cigarettes for someone was conducted in secrecy. How could Li Ming possibly know? Sensing Zhou Qingyang's confusion, Li Ming clarified, Naturally, he mentioned it to me. My little brother is quite unruly and doesn't take well to authority. He only listens to me, so bear with him. Zhou Qingyang scratched his head, struggling to process the information. That new substitute leader, what are you talking about? Haven't you heard that the higher-ups are about to arrive? If they see us like this, they might think we lack discipline. Wang Qingyao, the second-line leader, glared at Li Ming, who was speaking softly. You two are leaders. Even if one is a newly appointed substitute, don't let the higher-ups see us acting unprofessionally. The other leaders observed the scene with amusement, curious about how Li Ming would respond to such a reprimand. Li Ming was momentarily stunned, unsure why this woman seemed to harbor animosity towards him, as he believed he had done nothing to offend her. Zhou Qingyang, noticing Li Ming's confusion, whispered, Wang Qingyao is quite close with Yang Guangzhou. Understanding dawned upon Li Ming. She was indeed the mistress of Yang Guangzhou. Initially contemplating a display of anger, I soon recalled that she was a woman. Engaging in a quarrel with her would undoubtedly be an unseemly affair. Zhou Qingyang, what on earth are you saying? Wang Qingyao, noticing Zhou Qingyang in hushed conversation with another, was instantly filled with disdain. Zhou Qingyang, reprimanded by others, wore a visibly troubled expression. Observing this, Li Ming proposed, do you wish to seize complete control of the 10th line? Zhou Qingyang regarded Li Ming with a flicker of interest, albeit with an underlying sense of unease. I do. But what exactly do you require of me? Let it be clear, I shall not engage in any illicit activities. Not at all. That woman is nothing but a trifler. If you vent your frustrations on her, I shall ensure Li Ba heeds your words. Li Ming replied, his voice raised enough for Wang Qingyao to overhear. She regarded the two men with contempt, her disdain palpable. What worth do these two newcomers possess to speak at all? Without considering productivity or quality, which of you can truly contribute anything of value? You waltz in here without a shred of respect. Do you think this position is yours to occupy? Li Ming shrugged, dismissing her accusations entirely. And you, Zhou Qingyang, what are you? After all this time, you can't even manage a simple line. What right do you have to converse with me? Wang Qingyao lashed out at the two men like a shrew, while the other foreman chuckled, relishing the spectacle. In the realm of Hui electronics, seniority and productivity reigned supreme, and neither Li Ming nor Zhou Qingyang possessed either. Thus, their reprimands were to be expected. As for retaliating, absurd, who would dare to retort when a senior chastises a junior? Zhou Qingyang's face was a mask of fury, yet he stifled his anger. If you remain silent any longer, you might lose your chance altogether. Next time, you may as well consider yourself no longer a foreman. Li Ming's words echoed in Zhou Qingyang's ears, instilling a sense of urgency. Meanwhile, Wang Qingyao relentlessly attacked him like a rabid dog, causing his mind to spiral as all his frustrations coalesced into a torrent of words. Damn it, Wang Qingyao, you wretched trifler. What gives you the right to bark at me? Keep it up, and I swear I'll make you regret it. Zhou Qingyang's face flushed crimson as he unleashed his vitriol. Wang Qingyao, taken aback, immediately retaliated, and a chaotic scuffle ensued. Chairs and benches toppled in their wake. Li Ming deftly sidestepped the unfolding chaos, observing Wang Qingyao with the caution one might reserve for a wild beast, relieved that he had refrained from intervening. Behold, Zhou Qingyang's face was left marred by her claws. In a tense confrontation, Zhou Qingyang was pinned down, his face bloodied and his frail frame utterly subdued by Wang Qingyao's relentless grip. Is this all you've got, you pathetic mutt? Wang Qingyao taunted triumphantly. Hey, fighting will get you expelled. Li Ming interjected leisurely, as others rushed to intervene, realizing that Zhou Qingyang was on the verge of being severely beaten. Expelled? Go ahead and try. Wang Qingyao scoffed at Li Ming's retreating demeanor. Observing her indifference, Li Ming deduced that she must have powerful connections. Zhou Qingyang, rising from the ground and humiliated, shot a furious glare at Wang Qingyao and muttered with frustration, Are you just going to watch? He hesitated to admit his inability to best a woman. His teeth clenched in anger. What's her background? Why is she so arrogant?
Li Ming inquirat.
Zhou Qingyang, his face ablaze with shame, whispered, It seems she has some ties to Ma Shanyu, but I'm not entirely sure. I was on the second floor. Ma Shanyu? Which overseer from the third floor is that? Quite impressive, isn't he? Li Ming expressed surprise. Even Dabin wouldn't dare to challenge an overseer like that. Looks like Dabin is not as formidable as I thought. What's so impressive? Just a show-off. Relying on her seniority in the factory. Jumping around like she owns the place. Li Ming chuckled at Zhou Qingyang's battered appearance. At that moment, 3 individuals entered the room. Li Chongyang, Dabin, and another tall, slender figure. Presumably, that was the 3rd workshop's overseer, Ma Shanyu, towering over everyone else. His height surpassing Dabin's by a significant margin, though Dabin's stoutness made him appear less diminutive in comparison. As they entered, Zhou Qingyang's bloodied visage startled them. Zhou Qingyang, what happened to you? Li Chongyang inquired, hands clasped behind his back. Zhou Qingyang, feeling extremely embarrassed and aware of the mocking gazes from the other overseers, replied dryly, I just had a fall. He then lowered his head in humiliation, unable to meet Wang Qingyao's derisive stare. Li Chongyang nodded, glancing at the other overseers from the 3rd workshop before finally scrutinizing Ma Shanyu. Ma Shanyu remained expressionless, casting a brief glance at his subordinates. Dabin appeared somewhat displeased at Zhou Qingyang's state. Today's meeting has little to discuss. The month is drawing to a close, and our production demands are heavy. The leadership, in an effort to motivate everyone, has announced that if we secure the Outstanding Production Award this month, the overseer will receive a bonus of 1,000 yuan, and I will add 500 more. Li Chongyang declared, casting a glance at the overseers from the 2nd workshop, lingering momentarily on Li Ming. I hope our team can triumph and not disappoint the expectations of our leaders. Li Chongyang emphasized our team with particular weight, prompting the overseers from the 2nd floor to exchange competitive glances with those from the 3rd floor. Li Ming realized the underlying dynamics at play. Li Ming, as a newly appointed overseer, do you have anything you wish to say? Li Chongyang abruptly directed the conversation towards the reticent Li Ming. Upon hearing this, Li Ming stood up, glanced at Li Chongyang, and with a warm smile remarked, well, I firmly believe that our 2nd workshop must secure the 1st position. There is no room for debate on this matter. As soon as he uttered these words, the members of the 2nd workshop fell silent, while several foremen from the 3rd workshop exchanged disdainful glances. Ma Shanyu looked at the newcomer and shook his head. The notion that the 2nd workshop could claim the top spot was simply implausible. A foreman from the 3rd workshop shook his head in disbelief. It was not arrogance. Rather, their workshop boasted significant backing, and the tasks assigned were straightforward and manageable. What could the 2nd workshop's line operators possibly compare with? Newcomers are just that, naive and oblivious, yet they dare to make such claims. Wang Qingyao instinctively sneered, having grown accustomed to being domineering. Having just given Zhou Qingyang a stern dressing down, she was at the peak of her emotional high and had little regard for Li Ming. Only she would dare to speak so brazenly in such a setting. What if I do secure the 1st place? Li Ming asked, suppressing his irritation. Wang Qingyao dismissed him with scorn. You? Humph. If you actually manage to take 1st place, I'll quit my position as foreman and work under you. But can you even achieve that? Li Ming replied with a slight smile. Well, you all heard her. Is what she said binding, supervisor? Foreman, what do you think? He turned to the 3 leaders. Ma Shanyu frowned, poised to speak, but Dabin interjected. When someone makes a statement in front of so many, it naturally holds weight, doesn't it, supervisor? Li Chongyang glanced at Ma Shanyu and nodded. Indeed, one must stand by their word. Then it's settled. If I fail to secure 1st place, I will resign. Li Ming declared emphatically. Wang Qingyao let out a cold snort, her expression one of utter disdain, while the other foremen from the 3rd workshop appeared relaxed, as though they were merely spectators to a show. Once the meeting concluded, Wang Qingyao and her colleagues walked together, chatting and laughing. Sister Wang, that Li Ming is quite audacious, daring to oppose you. He clearly doesn't know the depths of the waters here, a foreman from the 3rd line remarked with a grin. He is utterly clueless to dare wager against me. Does he think that in this place sheer effort suffices? What a fool. My influence far exceeds his imagination. He should prepare for tears. Wang Qingyao regarded Li Ming with utter contempt. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Ming walked alongside Dabin, wearing a furrowed brow. Brother Dabin, do you see? See what? You need to put in the effort. Dabin patted Li Ming on the shoulder. He was supportive of the conflict between the two, A win would benefit him, while a loss would not affect him adversely, and he hadn't particularly liked Li Ming from the start. I need your support, Brother Dabin. Otherwise, how can we compete with them on the third floor? Li Ming stated. What kind of support do you need? Dabin inquired, intrigued by his subordinate. I need to be promoted to full-time, and I require greater authority regarding fines. Li Ming replied, the authority of a supervisor is not boundless. Much like the imposition of fines, it can only affect work hours and performance to a certain extent. Beyond a specific threshold, the supervisor's consent is requisite, a fact that became apparent to him only after assuming the role. After some contemplation, Dabin stated, all right, achieving permanent status is acceptable, but fines are out of the question. Observing his firm stance, Li Ming nodded in agreement, relieved that securing permanent status alleviated his fears of being replaced at any moment. Work hard. If you clinch the first place, I will propose to the higher-ups that you become the deputy supervisor. Dabin remarked with a pat on Li Ming's shoulder, casually. As for taking it seriously, who would? Does he truly believe he can secure first place? Dabin himself was the first to harbor doubts. As the clock struck the 28th of August, Li Ming remained motionless in his designated spot, while far away at the school, Chen Zhou furrowed his brow. With only 10 days left until the end of the month, the question loomed, how could he secure first place? Unaware of the situation in the third workshop, it was evident that he needed to ascertain their circumstances first. While this task might seem daunting to others, it posed no challenge for Chen Zhou. 80 avatars infiltrated the Gray Electronic Company, with each workshop and production line nearly populated by his presence, particularly in the third workshop where his avatars were most numerous. On the second line, he had 8 avatars, and by now, they had become thoroughly acquainted with their surroundings, making it the simplest task to uncover the details of the second line. Under his guidance, the spark in Li Si's eyes began to flicker back to life. Hey, Jingjing, what is our task for this month? Li Si inquired of the versatile worker on his line. Jingjing, whose real name was Yao Jing, stood at approximately 1.6 meters tall, with a fair complexion and a decent appearance, albeit a tad arrogant. A sentiment not entirely unfounded, considering that in the electronics factory, 99 out of 100 males were sycophants. The remaining one was an old, jaded admirer, who, having exhausted all avenues, had resorted to becoming a reticent recluse. Among those 99 sycophants, many were too timid to even speak to the female workers, while others possessed a modicum of courage but lacked the charm to be effective. A small fraction, however, were bold and capable. In Jingjing's eyes, Li Si appeared to be one of the weaker sycophants, typically silent and focused solely on his work. Yet, today he had mustered the audacity to engage her in conversation, marking a significant advancement in his social standing. Although somewhat handsome, he lacked substantial prowess, still residing in the factory dormitory without even a rented apartment to call his own. As she gazed at Li Si's somewhat attractive visage, a twinge of regret crossed her mind, but she smiled softly and replied, as for the task, I believe there are still over 20,000 left. Li Si pressed further, how much exactly? Would you mind asking for me, Jingjing? Jingjing frowned, what do you need to know that for? Oh, just curious. Li Si seemed a bit embarrassed. Jingjing's demeanor grew cold. She was reluctant to further engage with him. Come on, just tell me, and I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Li Si insisted. All right. It's about 24,000 left. Jingjing finally relented. Li Si nodded and walked away. Jingjing was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that he would leave so abruptly. Usually, when others sought her attention, as long as she maintained her interest, the men would go to great lengths to amuse her and spark conversations. This Li Si truly seemed oblivious to the opportunity at hand, leaving her in a state of mild annoyance. Upon returning to his seat, a fellow named Zhao Chuntao, seated beside him, wore a mischievous grin. Hey, bro, you've got some nerve talking to Jingjing. Come on, spill the beans, what did you talk about? I saw you two chatting for a while. Not much, really. What could we possibly discuss? Li Si replied. Come on, man, you're not being fair. You've got to tell me what was said. Zhao Chuntao urged, his eagerness palpable. Curse it, what can I say? I merely mentioned that Zhao Chuntao has an affection for you, to which she retorted that you are like a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. Have a good look at yourself in the mirror. Do you truly think you are worthy of her? Li Si remarked casually. Zhao Chuntao, however, appeared struck by lightning, murmuring to herself, "This cannot be true. I have already spent a significant portion of my monthly salary on her. I subsist on steamed buns every morning. How could she say such a thing?" He then turned to Li Si with skepticism. "Don't you dare spout nonsense. Jingjing could never utter such words. She is simply marvelous. If you don't believe me, that's your problem," Li Si retorted, disinterested in further debate, as he pondered how to undermine the second production line. Simultaneously, news of the production output from other lines in the third workshop had emerged. Presently, the second line was indeed the most likely to clinch first place, while his fifth line languished in sixth place. There seemed to be no hope. The second line still required an additional 24,000 units, with 10 days remaining. Producing over 2,000 units a day was effortlessly achievable, ensuring they would exceed their target by the month's end. In contrast, the fifth line was still short by 50,000 units and would barely meet its quota by the end of the month. "Why is it that our line has such manageable tasks and low production demands?" Li Si inquired. "Because we have connections." Jingjing's voice resonated from behind him. Turning around, Li Si found the enchanting Jingjing standing quietly behind him, her gaze calmly assessing him. Zhao Chuntao was taken aback. When had the captivating Jingjing ever initiated a conversation? Jingjing cast a glance at Zhao Chuntao, her smile diminishing slightly. "Oh, I see," Li Si mused, falling silent. Jingjing lightly furrowed her brow and asked, "Zhao Chuntao, would you like to go out for dinner tonight?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Chuntao felt as if an ethereal melody had graced his ears. Ecstatic, he quickly replied, "Absolutely. My treat. We shall indulge in a splendid meal." Jingjing nodded gently and added, "Shall we invite a few more people?" "Of course." Zhao Chuntao eagerly agreed. "Zhongli, you must join us tonight. And Li Si, you too." Jingjing smiled at Li Si before departing. Zhao Chuntao, in a frenzy of excitement, waved his fists, his face awash with the exuberance of a devoted admirer. Noticing Li Si's expression of disbelief, he teased, "What's wrong? Are you envious? I told you, Jingjing could never be so dismissive. You fancy her too, don't you? That's rather unfair of you, but I shall be magnanimous and say no more about it. We're going out for dinner. I do not harbor any such feelings for her, so stop your wild speculations."
Li Si retorted.
"Don't be so defensive. Jingjing is a beauty, while you are merely a sour grape." Zhao Chuntao scoffed. "Very well," Li Si replied, speechless. In the afternoon, a sudden plume of white smoke erupted from the second production line, swiftly followed by sparks. Wang Qingyao shouted for someone to fetch a fire extinguisher, swiftly dousing the flames and preventing them from spreading. With a face as dark as a pot's bottom, her ample figure tense, she glared at her bewildered subordinates and clenched her teeth, demanding, "What on earth happened?" One employee, pale and trembling, stammered, "It just ignited on its own." "I have no idea why." "You have no idea? Should you remain ignorant, it would be best for you to leave. You are unfit for this line of work." Wang Qingyao exclaimed sharply, swiftly dismissing the employee with little regard for their fate. The other members of the second line exchanged glances, too intimidated to divert their focus, each buried in their respective tasks. Wang Qingyao was notorious for her fiery temper, and every employee in the second line harbored a deep-seated fear of her wrath. Any hint of dissatisfaction would invoke her ire, regardless of gender. She was equal in her reprimands. With the troublesome employee gone, a sense of relief washed over her. Incompetent workers had no place under her supervision and required immediate removal. As production resumed, Wang Qingyao occupied herself with her phone, but her moment of respite was abruptly interrupted by another round of shouts. Startled, her anger flared anew, and she stormed over, demanding, "What on earth is happening now? Could you not exhibit a semblance of professionalism?" The high-quality production line she aimed to maintain was inexplicably plagued by errors throughout the day, a situation she found utterly intolerable. Even more vexing was the realization that the boards produced over the past hour had all been rendered useless, a fact that left her bewildered. After chastising the involved personnel and deducting 200 yuan from each of their wages, Wang Qingyao conversed with Ma Shanyu in a secluded corner. "You've certainly stirred up quite a mess. Over 500 yuan worth of boards are now scrapped. Ma Shanyu remarked, his brow furrowed. Come now, brother Ma. Isn't this an easy fix for you? Just lend me a hand. Wang Qingyao replied, twisting her body with an alluring smile. Very well, but do take heed. Your subordinates appear to be lacking in their performance. You must exert more control, Ma Shanyu said, narrowing his eyes with a gentle smile. I shall manage them. This matter rests with you. Wang Qingyao tossed him a flirtatious glance before gracefully departing. Ma Shanyu stroked his chin, musing over the situation, a smirk playing on his lips as he prepared to rectify the woman's predicament, deeming the issue neither particularly grave nor trivial. The supervisor, Ma Shanyu, has a wife who is the head of the quality department, wielding substantial authority over the products in the entire workshop. If she favors you, the scrutiny on your product quality may be somewhat lenient. However, if she disapproves, she can easily create a series of troubles that would leave an entire production line lamenting throughout the day. Ma Shanyu entered the goods passage, retrieved his phone, and dialed his wife's number. Dear, there's a matter I need to discuss. There have been some issues with the second line's boards. When you instruct your team to inspect them later, let that batch be for now. We will address it once they have reworked it. Indeed, the second line supervisor, Zhou, is planning a weekend outing, and you could simply invite your brother along. Ma Shanyu, standing over 6 feet tall, possesses a square face that oddly bears a somewhat lewd expression. After ending the call, he composed himself and, with hands clasped behind his back, strolled over to the second line, directing Wang Qingyao, please have the boards reworked. No rush. Wang Qingyao shot him a flirtatious glance before instructing the team to proceed with the rework. Such matters should be approached with caution. While I have some influence, 500 yuan is still a considerable sum, Ma Shanyu remarked. Understood. Our esteemed supervisor. Wang Qingyao replied softly, then seemingly recalling something, she huffed. Are you aware of the new supervisor on the 5th line? Who? Ma Shanyu inquired, taken aback. Just a minor character. It's understandable that you don't know him, Wang Qingyao responded. However, this fellow has recently ascended and seems to think highly of himself, publicly disregarding me and vying for the top position. I send tea that laughable? Ma Shanyu was momentarily stunned, chuckling, such ignorance is common. After all, it's not easy to become a supervisor, but to aspire for the top spot? That is indeed misguided. I am not concerned about his ability to claim the top position. With your presence, no one stands a chance. However, this fellow is rather arrogant. Please teach him a lesson on my behalf. Wang Qingyao urged. Consider it a minor task. Invite your sister-in-law over this weekend. Understood? Ma Shanyu responded. Got it. Your wife's foolish brother is capable enough, or else we wouldn't want to waste time. Otherwise, how could I dare to assist you so openly? Just have her act a bit. Wang Qingyao teased, rolling her eyes playfully, her body swaying enticingly, making Ma Shanyu gulp. Noticing his reaction, Wang Qingyao's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Oh dear, what on earth is happening? A voice exclaimed from up ahead. Wang Qingyao frowned, pondering the unusual occurrences of the day. Approaching to investigate, she discovered that the soldering furnace had malfunctioned, with the boards having been hastily placed and becoming lodged inside. What are you doing? Are you even capable? If not, get lost. Wang Qingyao scolded the new employee at the soldering station without reservation. The new employee hung his head, peering fearful. After scolding for a while, Wang Qingyao began addressing the furnace issue. But even after several repair personnel worked diligently for an extended time, no resolution was in sight. Growing increasingly frustrated, she snapped, Are you all competent? It's nearly time to clock out. Step up if you can, but don't call out if you can't. How dare you say that? You've turned a simple tin furnace into this mess. And it's a miracle I haven't brought trouble your way, the maintenance worker retorted brusquely. He was equally frustrated. He had been enjoying a comfortable rest in the office, only to be dragged into this fiasco due to the second line's blunders, leaving him utterly exhausted. Wang Qingyao paused, her breath catching in her throat. She felt an urge to unleash her anger, yet considering her unfamiliarity with the maintenance department head, she feared leaving a poor impression if she provoked them. Thus, she suppressed her frustration and stormed away. How much have we accomplished today? She inquired upon reaching the packing area. Only a little over 1,000, came the honest reply. Wang Qingyao found it hard to believe, but after glancing at the computer display, reading 1024 PCS, she inhaled deeply. So, today we've achieved so little. If tomorrow continues like this, we might as well forego meals altogether. However, she remained unperturbed, attributing today's setback to mere misfortune. As the day drew to a close, Zhao Chuntao stood at the factory entrance, her face aglow with joy as she eagerly scanned the path through the factory grounds. Soon, a familiar figure appeared. Jingjing approached. Jingjing, you finally made it. Come, let us go grab a bite. Zhao Chuntao exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. Is it just the two of you? Jingjing noted, spotting Zhao Chuntao and another girl. Li Si didn't show up? Huh? If he doesn't want to join, that's fine. We can have fun without him. Zhao Chuntao replied nonchalantly. Sorry, I have other commitments today, so I can't join. Jingjing stated curtly before walking away, leaving the two girls in surprise. Chuntao, if they aren't going, just the two of us can go, the other girl suggested with a mischievous grin. Zhao Chuntao glanced at the girl's acne-ridden face, feeling a twinge of aversion. Forget it. With that, she departed as well. The next day, Wang Qingyao adorned herself in an eye-catching outfit, reprimanding every member of the second line with fervor. If mistakes occur again today, don't expect me to be lenient. With that, she plunged into a whirlwind of work. At 9:30, a piercing scream shattered the atmosphere, causing Wang Qingyao's heart to sink. She had grown fearful of such cries. Indeed, upon discovering the cause, she could only rub her forehead in frustration, unable to decide whether to scold or remain silent, as the root of the issue was utterly elusive. Ensure this batch is handled with care and immediately point out any errors, she commanded. By 10:30, a chorus of agonized wails erupted. Wang Qingyao's face turned pale as she staggered forward, only to be met with a sight that nearly caused her to faint. That day, the second line was plagued with issues, and other lines were no better off. After work, Wang Qingyao stared at the desolate assembly line, then at the pile of boards that could not be salvaged in time, feeling overwhelmed. This is utterly bizarre. Such occurrences were unheard of before. The past 2 days have felt like a nightmare. If this continued, the monthly production targets would be impossible to meet, let alone claim the top position. She sensed a deliberate targeting against her, yet upon reflection, she dismissed the notion as improbable. In a state of agitation, she observed the foreman of the adjacent line wearing a frown as well. Are you still at work this late? She inquired. The foreman offered a wry smile and replied, I have no idea what's going on. The boards have been particularly difficult to manage these past few days, with defects cropping up frequently. At this rate, I fear we won't meet our production targets this month. Oh? Wang Qingyao's eyes brightened, realizing that the same issue plagued her line. What about the other lines? She pressed for more information and learned that the situation was similar across the board. This knowledge brought her a measure of solace. If everyone faced similar challenges, what did she have to fear? At this pace, her second line could still emerge victorious. As for the fifth line, it remained a foregone conclusion. Victory was unattainable. Even if it were possible, a mere hint from Brother Ma could render their efforts futile. Within this factory, the upper management seemed oblivious to the day-to-day operations, residing in an entirely different echelon. As long as one maintained a good rapport with the supervisor, one could navigate through challenges with relative ease. And even if a situation escalated, she believed that one could secure their position. The next day, after the morning meeting concluded, the team at the fifth line promptly immersed themselves in their rigorous production tasks. Let us give it our all this month and secure the top spot. I'll treat everyone to dinner. Order whatever you like, Li Ming declared loudly. The employees of the fifth line responded with a resounding cheer. Aside from a few who remained aloof, the rest were dutifully compliant. For instance, Wu Yuxuan, Wang Denghong, and Li Dafei, who had initially been the most boisterous, were now behaving quite obediently, with their voices being the loudest just moments ago. As for Huang Shifei, he still needed to endure a few more days of this ordeal. Exhausted, Huang Shifei rushed to complete one task only to find the next waiting impatiently. Any delay could result in a backlog. Internally, he cursed Li Ming, Yang Guangzhou, Wang Denghong, Wu Yuxuan, and Li Dafei. In his mind, they were all insufferable, particularly Wu Yuxuan and his companions. What audacity! And that smug grin? Utterly shameless. Ah, Huang Shifei, you seem rather idle today, Li Ming inquired with a playful smile. Huang Shifei, startled, nearly broke into tears and quickly replied, Brother, I'm swamped. How could I possibly be idle? I swear on my conscience. The others, witnessing Li Ming's playful torment of Huang Shifei, couldn't contain their laughter inwardly. After all, what did he expect? Provoking the supervisor was hardly a wise choice. Li Ming surveyed his diligent workers with satisfaction. If they could secure a reward this month, it would undermine the second line, allowing him to devise a plan to ascend to a higher position. Relying solely on mischief was far too slow. You've made a mistake with this board. It requires rework. At that moment, a quality inspector in a yellow uniform and hat frowned as he examined a piece. The quality department comprises inspectors and patrol inspectors. The former is responsible for the quality of the boards, while the latter ensures the proper production standards on the lines, such as arrangement methods, the presence of anti-static rings, and the neatness of work attire. Li Ming approached to inspect the board himself but, after a moment, could not discern any issues. Konggu, is there truly a problem with this board? He inquired. Are you blind? It's dirty here. It needs rework. Konggu replied flatly, ignoring the politeness in Li Ming's tone. Li Ming's expression stiffened. Was it truly necessary to rework over such a minor blemish? Stop wasting words. Just do the rework. Konggu slammed the board down without hesitation. Impressive. How many boxes are we talking about? Li Ming retorted. I initially planned to have you rework 10 boxes, but given your attitude it's now 15. Konggu was unfazed by Li Ming's position. The two departments operated independently, and only the quality inspectors had the authority over the lines. Fine. You're remarkable. 15 boxes over 400 boards, and you expect us to work several extra hours just because of your whim. Fantastic. Li Ming gritted his teeth.
Observing Li Ming's bagza damiano.
Konggu let out a cold laugh before returning to his seat and casually propping his leg while engrossed in his phone. Li Ming proceeded to assign a few individuals to handle the rework. Huang Shifei felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction upon witnessing the overbearing manager suffer a setback. What a ridiculous individual, only capable of acting tough in their own territory, but now faced with someone formidable. Damn it, it would be best if they were utterly defeated. Let us bring in another manager. This one is even more ruthless than Yang Guangzhou. After several hours, the hundreds of boards were finally redone, which consequently slowed down the production line and caused some delays. Everyone, keep pushing through these next 2 days, and I will treat you all to a nice meal. I promise, Li Ming declared loudly. No sooner had he spoken than Brother Kang's voice rang out again. With a smirk, he held up a board and remarked to Li Ming, Manager Li, let us get back to the rework. What now? Li Ming asked, struggling to contain his irritation. Oh dear, just look at this board. Could you please choose a more conspicuous model next time? This is practically unreadable. Brother Kong pointed to the row of ink on the production model. How is this not obvious? Isn't it quite clear?
Li Ming frowned.
Clear? I stared at it for ages. What if you show this to a client? Do you think we at Huihui Electronics are careless and negligent? Always consider the client's perspective, do you understand? Brother Kong replied. Did you hear that? I'm trying to teach you how to do your job. Li Ming looked at Brother Kong's face, a mole on his cheek twitching as he spoke, reminiscent of a fly. Teach me how to work? Zhang Kong, are you targeting me? Li Ming asked coldly. Hey, don't say such things, this is just standard procedure. If you're unhappy, feel free to file a complaint, but I advise against it. I'm genuinely trying to help you, so don't resort to that. Brother Kong said with a smile. Why are you glaring at me? Arrange for someone to redo this. If not, I might just have to lodge a complaint. Brother Kong said, rolling his eyes. Li Ming's gaze grew colder as he stared at Zhang Kong for a while before gritting his teeth and responding, Fine. Redo however many. The usual, 15 boxes. Brother Kong nodded, swaying his head. Li Ming sent someone to handle the rework again. But this time, the fury in his eyes was unmistakable, and an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the entire fifth line. Everyone felt the urge to express their anger but dared not speak out, wishing for their manager to retaliate fiercely. Only Huang Shifei felt elated, The rework not only embarrassed Li Ming but also slowed down the production line, finally granting him a moment to breathe. Delightful. Brother Kong observed the individuals engaged in the rework for a while before contentedly entering the restroom, closing the door behind him. He took out his phone and said, "Supervisor, I will give special attention to the fifth line. It has already happened twice today. Don't worry, even if it becomes apparent, what can they do about it?" After ending the voice call, Brother Kong squatted down, reflecting on the supervisor's instructions and Li Ming's impotent rage, finding it all rather amusing. He spent another half-hour playing on his phone before finally standing up and opening the restroom door to leave. Suddenly, a powerful hand thrust him inside, and before he could comprehend what had transpired, two men forcefully squeezed into the cramped restroom stall, both glaring menacingly at him. "What are you doing?" he asked, furrowing his brow, as he did not recognize these two individuals. "Were you just speaking with your supervisor? Intentionally causing trouble?" One of the men, whose demeanor was particularly threatening, inquired. "Don't spout nonsense. What business is it of yours? Let me go." "What is this?" Brother Kong reached out to pry the hand of the man gripping his clothing. However, as soon as he made contact, the other man delivered several resounding slaps to his face, the sound echoing sharply. Brother Kong was momentarily stunned by the blows, his mouth twitching near a dark mole at the corner of his lips. "Why the hell are you hitting me? Are you seeking death? Striking you is merely a light punishment. How dare you attempt to play tricks with us? You are courting disaster." One of them sneered. "Oh, how formidable. Did Li Ming send you? If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, let him try to live comfortably in this factory." Brother Kong retorted defiantly, his neck craned in defiance. Another series of slaps landed, loosening his teeth and causing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. "Fight? You may feel invincible now, but you will certainly regret it later." Anger burned brightly in Brother Kang's eyes. "Later? I'll make you regret it now," one man shouted, delivering a few punishing blows to his face. "You filthy animal, do you have any decency? Flush after using the restroom." Brother Kang's expression twisted in fury. His face flushed as he was brutally pressed down. "Fix him up properly." "Please no." Brother Kong struggled, but he was met with a relentless barrage of punches to his abdomen. After a minute of relentless assault, the two men finally released him. "Here's the video. If you dare to leak it, this footage of you being beaten will be shared." Brother Kong collapsed in the stall, gasping for breath, his mind blank. Time passed, and gradually he regained his senses, hastily rinsing off the filth while the coast was clear, feeling slightly better afterward. "Ah, damn you! Just wait." In a moment of despair, Kong Gu felt as though his entire existence had been shattered. The thought of ending his life crossed his mind as he recalled the video of his humiliation circulating among others. Regret washed over him for provoking individuals of such caliber. He wished he had simply played his role as a quality inspector without drawing attention to himself. Realizing he could no longer remain at the factory, he contemplated fleeing without a trace. At that moment, Li Ming approached, a smile plastered across his face as he regarded Kong Gu. "How are you, Kong Gu?" he inquired cheerfully. Kong Gu was at a loss for words. He wanted to express his anger but dared not reveal it. "You think you can just leave? I can easily disappear from your sight," he retorted, feeling a rush of defiance. Li Ming feigned disgust, pinching his nose and stepping back. "It seems you haven't cleaned your mouth properly. There's still a foul odor." Kong Ji's face flushed with embarrassment, alternating between crimson and pallor, feeling a mixture of rage and helplessness. He contemplated confronting Li Ming but was deterred upon noticing several pairs of eyes watching him from behind. A chilling realization struck him. Was Li Ming affiliated with a gang? "Please spare me. I promise to vanish and never appear before you again," Kong Gu pleaded. Li Ming chuckled. "Tell me, who instructed you to stir up trouble?" "Our supervisor," Kong Gu hurriedly confessed. "She said to create some issues for the quality inspectors." The image of a somewhat stout woman flashed in his mind. He couldn't recall having offended her. Yet, the intricate web of relationships in the factory made it plausible that someone simply took a disliking to him and mentioned it casually. "Is it your habit to create trouble upon request? Do you lack independent thought? Do you possess no freedom of mind?" Li Ming's words pierced Kong Ji's heart, nearly bringing him to tears. As a mere worker, how can I have such lofty thoughts? I dare not disobey my superiors. I will leave immediately and not involve myself in your affairs, Kang Gu declared, feeling dwarfed by the authority of both the supervisor and the man before him. And if you leave, what will become of us? We must continue our work. If you dare to run, you know the consequences, Li Ming threatened. Kang Gu was on the verge of tears, nearly begging for mercy. If you dare to act in certain ways, you must pay the price. From this day forth, you shall not oppose me. Obey, and I will ensure you live a comfortable life. As Li Ming surveyed the quality inspector, a multitude of thoughts flooded his mind. If Kang Gu were to leave, a new inspector would undoubtedly take his place. Kang Gu suppressed his urge to lash out, nodding stiffly. Hidden around the corner, Huang Shifei watched in shock as Kang Gu, who had previously shown defiance, now appeared subservient, as if he were a son to Li Ming. What manner of person was Li Ming, truly? Back at the factory, Li Ming fell into a stupor once more. Meanwhile, Kang Gu rushed to the restroom, turning on the faucet and vigorously scrubbing himself until he felt as though his scalp had been cleansed. Afterward, he composed himself and returned to the factory floor, feigning normalcy as he sat at his station, pretending to engage in work. At that moment, the phone rang, revealing yet another message from the supervisor, implying that he could afford to be a bit more excessive. Kang Gu felt his anger boiling over. Why didn't that scoundrel of a supervisor come himself? After indulging in a mental tirade against the supervisor's entire family, he found himself in a quandary. The supervisor's words were not to be ignored, yet complying would likely lead to even greater misfortune. Weighing the two options, he picked up his phone and approached Li Ming, politely extending the device. Brother, look, our supervisor has issued me yet another command. Li Ming glanced at the screen, his gaze chilling. With a hint of trepidation, Kang Gu asked, what do you think? What should I do? Li Ming scoffed. How do you manage your work? When they say something from above, can't you just play along? Don't you know how to slack off? Can she monitor you at all times? Kang Gu, drenched in sweat, nodded vigorously and returned to his station, replying, rest assured, Supervisor, I will execute your orders with utmost rigor. I've already addressed the issues on line 5 twice, and the results are evident. Splendid. Do well, and I'll consider raising your salary. Kang Gu, upon reading this response, suddenly felt a wave of discomfort. The employees on line 5 also noticed the quality control's shifting attitude towards their supervisor and were taken aback. Wu Yuxuan squinted and remarked, the more I look at our supervisor, the more handsome he seems. Indeed, impressive. Just look at Zhang Kong, he used to be so brash, and now he's acting like a subordinate. Wang Denghong chimed in. Hey, weren't you two just eager to oppose him? Clearly, I'm the clever one. Li Dafei replied with a hint of pride. Hey, we're all clever, aren't we? Wu Yuxuan and his companions exchanged glances, feeling rather pleased with themselves. A bunch of foolish sycophants. Huang Shifei inwardly cursed as he resumed his busy work. Line 5 was bustling with energy, but the supervisors from Line 6 were starting to feel disgruntled. In the second workshop, they prided themselves on having the strongest two lines. Line 6 was the older line, with a supervisor who had a penchant for perfectionism, preferring female employees with prior experience in electronics factories, resulting in consistently stable quality and output. In contrast, Line 5 was new yet dominated by strict oversight, leaving no room for slacking, maintaining a high output, albeit with slightly inferior quality, thus intensifying the competition between the two lines. Yang Fong, the supervisor of Line 6, was assertive and competitive, believing that her line was the best in the second workshop and must suppress any challengers to her authority. Ladies, we of Line 6 have always been the strongest line, ranking first in the second workshop, and even in the third workshop we hold a respectable position. Now, there are lines attempting to usurp our top spot. Do you agree to that? Yang Fong paced back and forth, radiating an air of haughty confidence. We do not agree. The predominantly female workforce of Line 6, invigorated by their supervisor's words, quickened their pace. Sisters, for our supervisor, for our leadership, let us accelerate our production speed even further, the plump girl in charge of the assembly line at the front remarked. Upon hearing her words, The people behind responded with a resounding agreement, thus increasing the speed of the sixth line significantly, almost rivaling that of the fifth line. Yang Fong felt a deep sense of satisfaction as she observed her subordinates working diligently, perspiration adorning their brows. Her heart swelled with emotion. If the higher-ups were to witness this, they would undoubtedly offer words of encouragement. How splendid! The fifth line merely boasts a slightly faster speed, but their quality pales in comparison to ours. With our enhanced pace, the fifth line will lose its advantage. Yang Fong's ambitions were not overly grand. Securing the top position in the second workshop and placing among the top 3 in the entire factory would suffice. This would not only showcase her efforts to the leaders but also prevent her from offending those in the third workshop. As 2 hours passed, the all-female sixth line gradually began to slow down. Yang Fong felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Everyone, let's strive harder and not let the leaders down, she encouraged. The girls rallied themselves momentarily, but after another hour, their pace diminished once more. Yang Fong's expression darkened. After a brief contemplation, she quietly spoke to a striking girl. Wang Shui, aren't you familiar with a few of the guys from the fifth line? Go and inquire if there are any other opportunities. Wang Shui, just 18 and adorned with light makeup, glanced at Wu Yushuan and the others with a confident smile, replying, "Don't worry, supervisor. They are quite obedient." Yang Fong took Wang Shui's position, while Wang Shui donned a charming smile and, seizing the moment as Li Ming walked away, approached Wu Yushuan and his companions. With a playful laugh, she said, "Hey, brothers, why are you working so hard? Our sixth line is nearly worn out." Upon seeing his goddess, Wang Shui, Wu Yushuan adopted a curious, eager demeanor and asked, "Why?" Wang Shui playfully huffed, "Isn't this month the time to select the best assembly line? Our sixth line wants to give it a shot too." "Oh, I see," Wu Yushuan exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him, eager to say more. "Brothers, please take it easy. I'm almost exhausted," Wang Shui cooed, gently rubbing her delicate fingers and casting flirtatious glances at Wu Yushuan, Wang Denghong, and Li Dafei. The attention caused them to become infatuated, revealing their infatuated selves, which pleased Wang Shui greatly. "Brothers, just slow down a bit. I'll treat you to milk tea tonight," Wang Shui suggested. "We can't slow down. How could we?" Wu Yushuan replied, slightly embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Wang Shui's mood soured momentarily, yet she maintained her sweet tone. "Well, you could accidentally make a mistake. Who would know?" "Ugh, a bunch of little losers," Wang Shui silently lamented. To her surprise, the guys, upon hearing her words, seemed to recall some terrifying experiences, their bodies shivering and expressions paling, rendered speechless. "Brothers? Why so quiet?" Wang Shui queried, puzzled. They usually followed her around even to the restroom. "Wang Shui, it is not that I am unwilling to assist, but rather that I am incapable of doing so. You do not understand, you should leave quickly. Our captain is quite formidable," Wu Yushuan said with great difficulty. Wang Shui, undeterred, insisted, "Just do me this favor. I will treat you all to milk tea tonight." She feigned cuteness, stamping her foot and pouting in a mock display of anger. Wu Yushuan felt his heart flutter, and just as he was about to relent, he caught a fierce glare from Li Dafei, which jolted him back to reality. While the allure of companionship is precious, the pleasure of comfort is far more enticing. Consequently, he chose silence and averted his gaze, lest he falter in his resolve. "Get lost. If you don't leave, I'll inform our captain," Li Dafei suddenly shouted. Wang Shui was taken aback, her expression shifting from pale to crimson, then to a deep shade of anger. In a low, venomous tone, she retorted, "You filthy loser, how dare you speak to me like that? Tonight, I will have my brother deal with you." With that, she huffed and returned to her group, all the while messaging a newly acquainted streetwise brother, instructing him to wait at the factory entrance to confront someone. In the midst of a bustling evening, Wang Shui received a reply from the local big shot, indicating that he would bring a few companions over to elevate her status. A flicker of pride graced her lips. However, Yang Fong, noticing Wang Shui's sudden shift from flirtation to dissatisfaction, felt a twinge of disappointment. "Alas, boss, those fellows have no respect for me, despite my attempts to speak kindly," Wang Shui lamented with a shrug of her shoulders. Yang Fang's disillusionment deepened as she observed that Wu Xian was working himself into a frenzy. Anxiety gnawed at her, prompting her to question Zhang Kong's sudden lack of enthusiasm after having previously identified issues. What on earth is wrong with him? She pondered, exasperated. Approaching Zhang Kong, she extended a leg, revealing a hint of flesh, and inquired, "Brother Kong, what troubles you? Your complexion appears rather grim." Zhang Kong, lost in his own musings, responded curtly, "What business is it of yours? Kindly step aside. I am merely expressing concern for you, yet you fail to appreciate it." Yang Fang retorted, her expression stiffening with displeasure. "Go home and worry about your husband. Don't come here causing a scene." Zhang Kong, overwhelmed with irritation, managed to suppress his urge to explode. "Did you forget to brush your teeth? Your breath reeks," Yang Fang shot back, not one to be easily intimidated. Her initial intention to provoke Zhang Kong into sabotaging Wu Xian had taken an unexpected turn. "How dare you? Who hasn't he brushed their teeth? You wretched creature!" Zhang Kang's temper flared, his eyes ablaze with fury. Yang Fang, momentarily taken aback by Zhang Kang's furious outburst, quickly regained her composure and shot back. "Your foul breath suggests otherwise. I come to check on you, and you insult me? Are you out of your mind?" With bloodshot eyes resembling a rabid dog, Zhang Kong snarled menacingly, "Speak another word, and I shall end you today. Do not utter those words in my presence." Fear crept into Yang Fang as she instinctively recoiled from his volatile demeanor. Yet, she knew she had to maintain her composure to survive in this environment. "Zhang Kong, do not be so arrogant. I know your supervisor." Zhang Kong, with a wicked grin, approached Wu Xian and carelessly picked up a board, pointing at the smudged writing. "This is dirty. Redo it. How dare you treat me this way? I will file a complaint." Yang Fang fumed, pulling out her phone to report him. "Go ahead and try. I will ensure your downfall." Zhang Kong retorted, also brandishing his phone, ready to file a preemptive complaint. Thus, they engaged in a heated exchange, each accusing the other, capturing the attention of everyone in the workshop. Their exchanges were audacious, dragging in ancestors and even furniture, escalating the confrontation to an intensity reminiscent of the First World War. Li Ming observed the two individuals engaged in a heated exchange with a curious expression. He was perplexed as to how the quarrel had unfolded, yet he found a certain satisfaction in the situation. Since Yang Fang had offended Zhang Kong, it was reasonable to assume he would target the sixth line without needing any prompting from him. Excellent. Li Ming relished the unfolding drama, hoping for it to escalate further. Meanwhile, Wu Yuxuan and his companions were anxious expressions. Wang Shui had mentioned wanting to have someone confront them at the factory gate. Rumor had it that Wang Shui was acquainted with a few notorious figures outside, and if they truly showed up, the repercussions could be severe. Physical harm was trivial compared to the loss of face. What should they do? Surely Wang Shui wouldn't actually call anyone, right? Wu Yuxuan pondered aloud. It's not a significant matter. Why would she summon anyone? Furthermore, we live in a society governed by law. If they come, we'll just report it to the authorities, Li Dafei argued. What good would that do? We have already suffered blows to our faces, and even if those thugs were apprehended for a couple of days, they would return and retaliate against us, Wang Denghong replied. At this point, the three of them simultaneously sighed, their fears becoming palpable. Dafei, this is all your fault. Your words were too harsh. Wang Denghong expressed his discontent. How is this my fault? If we had heeded her warnings and been discovered by the foreman, would we still be able to live our lives? Li Dafei countered. Damn it. Wang Shui is truly insufferable, always threatening to send people after us, showing us no respect whatsoever. Wu Yuxuan remarked, his displeasure evident. The group sighed once more. Suddenly, upon spotting Li Ming, Li Dafei's eyes lit up. Our foreman seems rather impressive. He navigates this factory with ease and has quite a following, he exclaimed. What is so impressive about that? Can he possibly outshine the influential figures outside? Wang Denghong retorted. Wu Yuxuan concurred with Wang Denghong, nodding in agreement. Not necessarily. I find him quite enigmatic. You may not understand, but never mind. I'll speak with him later and see. Li Dafei hesitated, glancing at Huang Shifei and then at the agitated Kong Gu. When Li Ming sauntered over, Li Dafei seized the opportunity, grasping Li Ming's arm with an ingratiating tone. Foreman, we need your assistance. What kind of assistance? Li Ming asked, momentarily taken aback. Today, that woman from the 6th line came over, causing a ruckus and accusing us of slacking off, and we had to send her packing. She threatened to have us waiting at the factory gate to confront us. Oh, and she insulted you too, claiming you are nothing, he explained. Really? Li Ming inquired, looking at the three of them. They nodded in unison, eager to affirm his question. All right, wait for me at the factory gate tonight, Li Ming instructed. The trio exchanged excited glances. At 9 in the evening, the workday concluded, and Wu Yuxuan and his companions walked together. Do you think this will actually work? One asked. It should, unless she is unable to summon anyone, another replied. Regardless, we can't just hide here. What do we have to fear? One of them said. Where on earth did our foreman go? There's not a trace of him. The three of them ambled along, taking 7 or 8 minutes to traverse a distance that should have only taken 3. Finally, they arrived at the factory gate, where the automatic doors glimmered with red and green lights. They craned their necks, peering into the distance. Do you see anyone? Wu Yuxuan inquired. Only the people from our factory are here. No one else is around. I haven't seen that provocative woman. Wang Shui, Li Dafei, stretching his neck, observed for a moment before speaking. Well, it seems she was attempting to frighten us. Damn it. Let's go enjoy some barbecue. The three of them sighed in relief, their worries dissipating as they strode towards the factory's entrance. Just as they stepped outside, a cold snort pierced the air. Humph, after so long, a few timid turtles finally emerge? Is this what you call men? Wang Shui, arms crossed, disdainfully regarded Wu Yuxuan and his companions. Behind her stood a tall man with a buzz cut, dressed in a tank top, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he looked at Wu Yuxuan and his friends with contempt. Shui, are these the 3 fools you mentioned? They seem rather pathetic. Daring to disrespect my woman? Darling, it's these 3 who told me to scram, Wang Shui said, playfully clinging to the buzzcut man's arm. Wu Yuxuan, upon seeing the buzzcut man and the 4 youths behind him, swallowed hard, his face turning pale, his heart racing with anxiety. You 3, come here at once. The buzzcut man suddenly barked. Wu Yuxuan and his friends recoiled, finding it difficult to breathe, reluctantly making their way over. So, you 3 dare to insult my Shui? Who gave you the audacity? The buzzcut man exhaled a puff of smoke. Hey, you lot, 'cause you're ruckus further away. The security guard at the factory entrance poked his head out of the guardhouse window. You old fool, do you wish to die? A lackey behind the buzzcut man shouted. The guard instantly withdrew his head and shut the window. The buzzcut man pulled Wu Yuxuan and his friends a bit further away, grinning as he asked, So, you 3 think you're quite impressive? Huh? Anything you wish to say? Wu Yuxuan and his companions, their faces ashen, silently cursed Li Ming for his arrogance, especially Li Dafei, who regretted his actions immensely. Hey, big brother, we didn't know. Had we known, we wouldn't have spoken like that. We apologize, Wang Denghong said, eagerly offering a cigarette. Go to hell. The buzzcut man swatted the cigarette away and kicked Wang Denghong. Who are you calling big brother? He growled menacingly. Wang Shui, what do you want? We're all colleagues. There's no need for this. Wu Yuxuan, seeing Wang Denghong in distress, hastily inquired of Wang Shui. Humph, it's quite simple. Slap yourselves and loudly declare your apologies. It would be best if you also obeyed tomorrow. Wang Shui said smugly, arms crossed. The group hesitated, aware that many colleagues were watching from a distance. If they complied today, they might gain notoriety tomorrow. Unwilling? Then kneel and speak to Yue Er. Otherwise, I'll make sure to beat you all to a pulp, the buzzcut man declared. Big brother, please. Spare us, Wang Shui. For the sake of our shared reputation, grant us a chance to redeem ourselves. Li Dafei was on the verge of tears. Who is your shared reputation? The buzzcut man inquired. Oh, just another fool of no consequence. Wang Shui shrugged dismissively. I implore you to refrain from such language. What audacity allows you to speak in this manner? Now, will you take action or submit? Choose wisely. The man with a buzz cut spat out his cigarette, ready to engage. At that moment, what are you all doing? In a hushed tone, A brash individual made a remark that elicited a glimmer of delight on the faces of Wu Yuxuan and his companions. What is this? The crew-cut man cast a puzzled glance at the newcomer, questioning his sanity for not recognizing the ongoing turmoil. What are you doing? Li Ming inquired, his demeanor relaxed and smiling. Who are you? The crew-cut man, sensing a hint of authority in Li Ming, tempered his earlier bravado. Oh, so you're the foreman, Wang Shui commented, glancing at Li Ming and playfully tossing her hair. The crew-cut man's expression shifted as he addressed Li Ming. I thought you were someone significant, but it turns out you're just a foreman from the electronics factory. How impressive. Just average, Li Ming replied with a smile. Exchanging incredulous glances, the crew-cut man's group erupted into laughter. Wang Shui frowned slightly, while Wu Yuxuan and his companions wore expressions of concern. Did the foreman truly not perceive the mockery? Aha! Is this your foreman? He seems a bit dim-witted, the crew-cut man taunted. Hey, since you're their foreman, why not apologize on their behalf? Your subordinate insulted my dear Yue Er. It would be fitting for you to take responsibility. He patted Li Ming on the shoulder, inquiring casually. What do you intend to do? We live in a society governed by law. I advise you against causing trouble, Li Ming responded. A society governed by law? Haha, just for that statement. The consequences will be harsher. Originally, a few self-inflicted slaps would suffice for an apology, but now you'll have to kneel and do the same. The crew-cut man lit another cigarette, unfazed. Are you not afraid we will report you? Li Ming asked, genuinely curious. Report me? What have I done? It's merely kneeling. I haven't robbed you or anything. If you dare to report me, I'll be out in days, and you'll see the repercussions. The crew-cut man's words were both an explanation and a threat. At that moment, his henchmen encircled them, with one pulling out a phone and activating the camera, embarking on a day of self-promotion. Stop the chatter, buddy. If you don't comply within 10 seconds, the punishment will be severe. You'll be our first heavyweight guest in the self-media venture, and afterward, I might even give you a token of $5 or $10. The crew-cut man wrapped an arm around Wang Shui's waist, casting her a triumphant glance. Wang Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement, feeling exhilarated that this was a real man, especially as she sensed the envious and fearful gazes of her colleagues around her, filling her with pride. Wu Yuxuan and the others turned pale, realizing that the arrival of the foreman had only intensified the situation. Wasn't it said he had several brothers? Why had only one come? What should they do now? Brother, I'm really sorry. Can we just slap ourselves without kneeling? Wu Yuxuan whispered timidly. How dare you negotiate? The crew-cut man barked, delivering a harsh kick to Wu Yuxuan's calf, causing him to stumble. Impressive. You're the first to strike one of my employees. Li Ming stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of the trio. The trio felt a twinge of emotion, but they feared that this might further provoke the formidable figure from the underworld, particularly Li Dafei, who subtly tugged at Li Ming's sleeve. I commend your prowess, but you surely do not believe my praise is genuine. Do you? The man with the buzz cut displayed a face of disdain. I shall offer you a chance. Kneel and apologize, and we can put this matter to rest. Otherwise, Li Ming retorted with a cold smirk. The buzz-cut man exchanged incredulous glances with his companions. Meanwhile, behind Li Ming, Wu Yuxuan and the others wore expressions of despair, regretting that they had only needed to apologize, and now, damn it, you've crossed the line. The buzz-cut man, infuriated, raised his hand to strike. Yet, in the blink of an eye, several individuals from the crowd surged forward, each subduing two of them, swiftly overpowering them. I warned you, there was still a chance to kneel just moments ago, Li Ming said with a smile as he patted the buzz-cut man's cheek. Confused, the buzz-cut man and his associates found themselves pinned to the ground, their faces scraping against the cold, unforgiving concrete. Wu Yuxuan and his group were equally taken aback, astonished by the sudden reversal of circumstances, as the onlookers transformed into allies, leaving only a few bewildered bystanders. Who the hell are you? How dare you touch me? Let go of me, or you will regret it. The buzz-cut man seethed with humiliation. He had never endured such indignity before. Ignoring the insults, Li Ming commanded, lift them up and have them stand straight. The young thugs, compelled to stand tall, continued to hurl curses. Wu Yuxuan, who struck you? Go retaliate. Li Ming urged. Wu Yuxuan, finally shaken from his shock, admired the leader before stepping toward the buzz-cut man, cracking his knuckles. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I will make your life a living hell, the buzz-cut man threatened. Seeing the fierce demeanor of the buzz-cut man, Wu Yuxuan felt a moment of trepidation and glanced at Li Ming. What are you afraid of? Li Ming glared at him. Wu Yuxuan swallowed hard, raised his hand, and delivered a resounding slap to the buzz-cut man's face, producing a sharp crack. Both Wu Yuxuan and the buzz-cut man were momentarily stunned. What a thrill!
So bewildering.
So painful, so humiliating. How dare you? You are finished? Mark my words. You are doomed. The buzz-cut man stared at Wu Yuxuan with a wild, crazed look, as if he were ready to pounce. You scoundrel! You dare to insult me? If you do not apologize, I shall force you to. Wu Yuxuan, overwhelmed by rage and the recent humiliation, unleashed a flurry of slaps. The sound of impact echoed relentlessly. Brother, please, stop. I was wrong. The buzz-cut man's face was now swollen, and he looked at the seemingly deranged Wu Yuxuan in fear. Is there even a semblance of decency in this? Is he insane? The others watched in disbelief. Wu Yuxuan was truly unhinged. Brother, today we concede, but as the waters flow, we shall meet again. Today you have triumphed. The man with a buzz cut, whose face was swollen from the beating, decided to feign submission, for a true man knows when to bend and when to strike back. Wang Denghong, upon witnessing the severity of Wu Yuxuan's assault, feared that they might have offended the individual too gravely and began to counsel Li Ming. Let us just let it go. We haven't suffered much, the buzz-cut man said, bowing deeply. Brother, you are formidable. We were in the wrong. His words were sincere, yet his deeply embedded resentment was evident on his face. I have said it before. Kneel and apologize, or you shall not escape unscathed. Li Ming remained unfazed. Brother, do not go too far. We will encounter each other again. The buzz-cut man raised his head, a flicker of anger igniting within him. Am I being excessive? So what if I am? Kneel and apologize. You had your chance before, and once more now. Kneel and apologize, or you shall face dire consequences.
Li Ming spukakuli.
Hands clasped behind his back. The buzz-cut man glared at Li Ming, his eyes ablaze with fury, ready to retort, but when he glanced at the expressionless figures holding them captive, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. Fine, fine. You win. With that, he gradually sank to his knees, bowing his head deeply. His subordinates, faces marked with humiliation, trembled visibly, their eyes reddened. Wu Yuxuan and the others stared at Li Ming in astonishment. His dominance was overwhelming. We are truly formidable, they quaked with excitement. Wang Shui, equally shaken, gazed at Li Ming, her peripheral vision catching the sight of the local toughs kneeling on the ground, her lips twitching as she stammered, Brother, I'm sorry. I was foolish. She endeavored to present herself alluringly, her eyes shimmering with a beguiling allure. You too shall kneel, Li Ming commanded. Brother, I am a girl, Wang Shui trembled violently, pleading. 3, 2. With a thud, Wang Shui collapsed to her knees, her complexion ashen. What a wretch! Pretending to be something she is not. Li Ming scoffed. Wu Yuxuan and the others looked at Li Ming in utter disbelief. This was beyond anything they had anticipated. In the dimly lit room, the atmosphere was thick with tension as Li Ming coldly addressed the few individuals kneeling before him. I understand your dissatisfaction, and I am aware that thoughts of revenge may cross your minds. However, I extend this opportunity once more and urge you to abandon such notions. The man with a buzz cut, still on his knees, gritted his teeth and replied, Brother, we would never. You jest. Let us depart, Li Ming said, casting a glance at Wu Yuxuan and the others. As they walked away, the buzz-cut man rose, supporting himself on his knees, his expression dark and foreboding. Brother, is this how it ends? One of his subordinates asked, bitterness lacing his tone as he watched Li Ming's retreating figure. Let him bask in his triumph for a couple of days. I shall ensure he pays dearly for this humiliation, the buzz-cut man declared vehemently, seething with rage at the significant loss he had endured. We must make them suffer. Compel them to kneel, preferably in a crowded place. One of the subordinates suggested. Look at him. He seems formidable, and there are many of them. Another subordinate voiced his concerns. Formidable? Even the mighty Long Yi was brought down. Does he possess such prowess? The buzz-cut man retorted. In a few days I will gather some brothers. By heavens, if I do not avenge this wrong, I shall eat dirt. He vowed fiercely. I am a woman, yet he dares demand I kneel. I shall call upon you when the time comes. Wang Shui chimed in angrily, her resentment towards Li Ming palpable. She was a beauty, after all, and found it intolerable to be treated with such disdain. Meanwhile, Wu Yuxuan and his companions, having enjoyed their moment of victory, were now gripped by apprehension. Do you think they will retaliate? One of them asked hesitantly. Are you afraid? Wu Yuxuan admitted a little. What is there to fear? Just focus on making more boards. Everything else is none of your concern. Li Ming instructed, exuding a strong sense of confidence. As Wu Yuxuan and the others turned to look behind them, they were taken aback. The brothers who had come to assist them were nowhere to be seen. Brother, where are those guys? Let us all go out for a meal, Li Dafei inquired. What meal? I sent them home to rest. You should do the same, for we have work tomorrow. Li Ming replied loudly. The next day, following the morning meeting, the production line resumed its regular operations. Yang Feng, return these boxes. All of them must be redone, Brother Kong ordered, his face dark with displeasure. Yang Feng's expression was even grimmer than his, as she glared at him with barely concealed fury. Once he departed, her face twisted in anger as she pulled out her phone to report him to the quality supervisor. Since the incident the previous day, Brother Kong had developed a sour disposition, finding fault with everyone he encountered. When his phone rang and he saw the supervisor's number, he shot a venomous glance at Yang Feng, muttering, "Damn that woman." Upon answering the call, the supervisor's tone was far from amiable, instructing him to come to her office. Brother Kang's expression darkened further. Entering the supervisor's office, he found Hu Xiaobei, the quality supervisor, her plump figure squished into the chair as if playing a game of restraint. She frowned, disapproving of Zhang Kang's growing lack of decorum, as he had not even knocked before entering. What is the situation between you and Yang Feng? Hu Xiaobei inquired. What situation? He replied, feigning ignorance. It is merely a routine matter, remarked Kong. Hu Xiaobei furrowed her brows deeper. The quality of the sixth line had always been impeccable, yet they had returned for rework 8 times from yesterday to today, an unprecedented occurrence. Yang Feng called to inform her that only a little over 1,000 boards had been produced in the entirety of yesterday. I am at a loss as to how you two fell out. Have you accomplished the tasks I entrusted to you? Hu Xiaobei was further incensed by this. It was clearly agreed that the 5th line would be scrutinized more rigorously, yet Zhang Kong seemed to have some mental deficiency, fixating on the 6th line instead. The 5th line is beyond reproach. I cannot fabricate issues where none exist. Kong shrugged nonchalantly. Have you no comprehension? Are you devoid of intellect? After years of service, you still cannot manage such a trivial matter. What purpose do you serve? If you can't perform, then leave. Hu Xiaobei was furious. It was baffling, really. The quality of the boards produced in the 3rd workshop had plummeted severely over the past 2 days, especially on the 2nd line, where several significant issues had arisen yesterday, and attempts to conceal them had attracted the attention of higher-ups, which infuriated her even more. Zhang Kang's work attitude only fueled her ire. Zhang Kang's expression shifted as he recalled a few words spoken by Li Ming. Would this make him believe he was attempting to flee? Supervisor, it's not that I am incapable, but the 5th line is performing exceptionally well. I can't find fault with them. I swear on my integrity that if I am lying, I would eat dirt. Zhang Kong spoke with a slightly more restrained and serious tone. Hu Xiaobei regarded her subordinate coldly, perceiving his words as nonsense. Humph, I do not know your thoughts, but you had better produce results. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Zhang Kong was inwardly agitated, feeling trapped. Going after the 5th line for trouble seemed absurd. Should he not pursue it? This relentless supervisor was hounding him like a rabid dog, and the notion of fleeing was daunting. What was he to do? At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Supervisor, may I come in? The voice was exceedingly respectful. Zhang Kong recognized who it was and cursed silently. The sycophant was back. Come in. Hu Xiaobei's expression softened, her tone turning amicable. The door swung open, and a man with short hair and a fair complexion entered with a slight bow, offering a respectful smile to Hu Xiaobei before gently closing the door. Bye-bye, what brings you here? Hu Xiaobei inquired kindly, her demeanor starkly contrasting with her treatment of Zhang Kong. Supervisor, the decline in the second line S quality is too severe. This cannot continue, Wu Bai said, his face marked by respect yet his tone somewhat troubled. Hu Xiaobei sighed. The situation on the second line was indeed outrageous, and even with her authority, she was powerless to assist. Perhaps it's just a challenging batch of boards. Endure this period, and it shall pass, Hu Xiaobei reassured him. However, Supervisor Wu Bai bit his lip, hesitating to speak. What is it? Hu Xiaobei prompted. The second line S foreman is excessively harsh. I cannot manage it, Wu Bai confessed. Kong, observing from the side, felt nauseated. This Wu Bai was truly something. A grown man, for heaven's sake. He noticed this expression. Sharp-eyed Wu Bai, catching sight of it, flashed a smile at Brother Kong, imbued with a hint of ulterior meaning. Brother Kong let out a cold snort. Zhang Kong, what kind of expression is that? Look at your pathetic abilities, so arrogant compared to others. Observe Wu Bai, who shows respect to his superiors and courtesy to his colleagues. Hu Xiaobei remarked, having noticed the change in Zhang Kang's countenance. Zhang Kang's face darkened. What a load of nonsense. What skills does that Wu Bai possess? Aside from flattering you, what else does he have? Damn it, his salary is higher than anyone's. Wu Bai's lips curled into a smug smile as he cast a glance at Zhang Kong. In that case, Zhang Kong, you shall be transferred to the second line, and Wu Bai, you will move to the fifth line, Hu Xiaobei declared. Both Zhang Kong and Wu Bai's expressions shifted. Zhang Kong, you may leave first, Hu Xiaobei commanded. Zhang Kong huffed and departed without a word. Upon entering the restroom, he realized that Hu Xiaobei intended to discuss something with Wu Bai. Humph, will Li Ming think he is trying to escape? Just then Wu Bai entered, walking over to Zhang Kong with a cheerful demeanor, saying, Brother Kong, at your age you ought to be more adaptable. What do you want to say? Zhang Kong replied impatiently. I mean, after all this time at the factory you still haven't figured it out. Truly useless. Wu Bai's fair face bore a hint of disdain. Ha, you think you're useful? You're impressive, is that it? Zhang Kong sneered. Admit it, in just 2 years my salary exceeds yours. The supervisor assigned me to the fifth line. You can't possibly be envious, can you? Wu Bai said with a smile. Upon seeing his demeanor and recalling Li Ming's methods, Brother Kong sneered. Managing the fifth line is no small feat for you. Ha, that's because you're inept. Wu Bai chuckled. Ah. After emerging from the restroom, Kong recalled the unpleasant visage of a certain individual, deepening his disdain. You wish to ascend to the fifth line, do you? Allow me to administer a dose of reality. He retrieved his phone and sent a message to Li Ming, first sincerely admitting fault, clarifying that his transfer was not an act of cowardice, followed by an explanation that his supervisor had berated him for not causing trouble for the fifth line. He also mentioned the situation regarding the personnel changes, subtly noting that this individual presented one FA publicly while harboring another privately. Humph. After anxiously awaiting a response, Kong let out a cold laugh. Wu Bai, with a smile at the corners of his mouth, regarded Zhang Kong as nothing more than a mediocre individual who had languished in the factory for years without progress. Initially, he had shown respect, but now, merely a failure. Brother Bai, what a coincidence to encounter you in the stairwell. How about dinner tonight? My treat. And I can arrange some company, the fourth line supervisor exclaimed with delight. Wu Bai glanced at him and replied with restrained mirth. I'm afraid I have prior commitments this evening, and besides, I'm not particularly inclined to dine. The fourth line supervisor, rubbing his hands together, continued cheerfully, then let me treat you to barbecue. Not in the mood for barbecue either, Wu Bai said, a dismissive twist of his mouth indicating his intent to depart. Hey, Brother Bai, just let me know what you'd like to eat. The fourth line supervisor quickly grasped Wu Bai's arm. Very well, Wu Bai nodded. Regarding what I mentioned to you this morning about speaking to your supervisor, the fourth line supervisor inquired softly. Let us set that aside for now. Since you have confided in me, refrain from further questioning. Wu Bai smiled, hands tucked into his pockets as he walked away. Left in a daze, the fourth-line supervisor eventually muttered with irritation, "What do you want to eat? I suspect you crave something quite distasteful." Wu Bai felt a sense of exhilaration as he ascended to the second floor, navigating skillfully to the fifth line, where he located Li Ming and Yang Fong. Gathering them together, he announced, "Esteemed supervisors, the higher-ups have decided I shall take Zhang Kong's place in overseeing your two lines. Let us collaborate harmoniously and foster mutual growth." Yang Fong, beaming while gazing at Wu Bai, remarked with a smile, "I've heard whispers of your striking looks, and indeed, the ladies on our line are in for a treat today. You are indeed quite handsome, reminiscent of Kuan Kuan." Unable to contain his smile, Wu Bai replied, "Oh, you exaggerate. Flattery from others should be taken lightly. Not at all, truly handsome. Even I concur." Yang Fong interjected, playfully extending her leg to reveal a hint of skin. Wu Bai chuckled heartily, then turned to Li Ming, choosing to remain silent. Li Ming, observing their banter as trivial chatter, thought to himself, "How on earth does this Wu Bai resemble my brother Kuan? He looks more like a butcher with that greasy countenance, not knowing what sort of product he smears on his face, appearing rather unkempt. Ahaha, he does indeed bear a resemblance to Kuan Kuan, with 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth after all." Li Ming laughed. "Come now, Li Ming, show a bit of courtesy. Do not speak so recklessly. He is genuinely handsome, don't you think?" Yang Fong said with a smile, fanning the flames of discontent. She found all the individuals on the fifth line irksome, especially the supervisor, whom she wished would meet an unfortunate end. Wu Bai fixed his gaze upon Li Ming and remarked, "Li Ming, you're doing splendidly well as a team leader. You possess both charm and capability, making quite an impression in the factory, especially these past few days, as even the higher-ups have taken notice of you. With our production and quality soaring, it's only natural to draw their attention, but primarily it's due to our unwavering standards, which is expected." Li Ming replied, "That's reassuring. I hope to maintain this momentum in the coming days, and I appreciate your support." Wu Bai smiled amiably, yet inwardly he had already condemned this team leader, as the higher-ups had instructed him to be stricter. Initially, he intended merely to observe Li Ming's performance, but it now appeared that he truly needed some reprimanding. Otherwise, he might remain oblivious to certain matters. Yang Fong observed the subtle shift in the atmosphere between the two and felt a sense of triumph. The dawn of a promising era had finally arrived, as long as Wu Bai kept his focus on the fifth line. Wu Bai returned to his quality control station, quietly immersing himself in his work, leaving Yang Fong and Li Ming behind. "Li Ming, your emotional intelligence leaves much to be desired. Can't you see that you've irked Wu Bai?" Yang Fong chortled with a hint of schadenfreude. What did I say that made him angry? Good grief, he is not made of glass. How can he be so easily offended?" Li Ming retorted. "Ha, that's precisely why I say your emotional intelligence is lacking. You ought to learn. This factory involves more than just work and production. It's also about navigating human relationships." Yang Fong chuckled as she patted Li Ming on the shoulder and walked away. Li Ming scoffed, casting a glance at Yang Fong before turning to Wu Bai, contemplating before approaching him. Wu Bai sensed someone beside him, and upon seeing it was Li Ming, he quirked an eyebrow and asked, "Li Ming, is there something you need? From your perspective, what do you think is the most crucial aspect for a worker?" Li Ming inquired, "What is the most important thing?" "I'm not quite sure," Wu Bai replied, momentarily taken aback and bewildered. "Well, you're not familiar with Zhang Kong, are you? He likely wouldn't tell you, but let me offer you a private piece of advice. Don't invest too much emotional energy into work-related matters. Otherwise, you'll be the one who ultimately suffers," Li Ming advised. "Huh? What do you mean?" Wu Bai asked, intrigued. "You need not involve yourself in the conflict with the second line. Do you understand? Just go with the flow and take it easy. Of course, this is merely my personal counsel. Whether you heed it is entirely up to you," Li Ming asserted. Heh. Heh. Wu Bai chuckled. "Do you not find your words amusing? You and the second line in conflict? Just based on that, you should focus on getting past me first." In that moment, Wu Bai realized Li Ming was aware of his true purpose for being there. How did he know? Had Zhang Kong informed him? Absurd. A mere junior team leader dared to dream of upheaval? With that sentiment expressed, Li Ming patted Wu Bai on the shoulder and then loudly addressed the fifth-line employees. Brothers, if anyone tries to undermine us, what will you do? Take them down. 7 or 8 voices chimed in unison, followed by a few scattered responses from other fifth-line employees. Wu Bai was momentarily taken aback, finding the whole scene rather comical. Did this fellow truly believe these individuals were wholeheartedly loyal to him? This was merely a minor interlude, and soon the second workshop plunged back into the throes of intense production. An hour later, Wu Bai called out, holding up a board, "Li Ming, come here for a moment." Li Ming smirked slightly as he approached Wu Bai amidst the watchful crowd. "Have the edges of the boards you worked on been properly repaired? Just put them down. They all need to be redone," Wu Bai asserted. "The edges do not affect usability, do they, Wu Bai? Is that really the justification you're offering?" Li Ming replied, "Stop with the nonsense. If I say redo it, then redo it," Wu Bai reprimanded sternly. "It seems my words have fallen on deaf ears," Li Ming remarked coldly. "Don't provoke me into laughter," Wu Bai retorted. Li Ming felt a sense of helplessness. This matter with Wu Bai required serious attention. Furthermore, it was imperative to expedite their progress. Once they secured first place in this evaluation, the position of deputy chief was one he intended to claim for himself. It is imperative to heed my words. However, at present, we must first address the matter concerning Wu Bai. If he continues to act recklessly, it will inevitably disrupt production. Wu Bai disregarded Li Ming's gaze, defiantly asserting, "No matter how wide you open your eyes, what can you possibly do to me?" Recalling Zhang Kang's foolish remarks, he scoffed at the notion that he could not provoke Wuxian.
What jest?
"I am precisely the entity Wuxian should not provoke." Li Ming extended a smile, stating, "You jest. This is simply part of our professional duties. I understand your urgency, but do temper your haste." Observing several young women nearby casting glances in their direction, Wu Bai donned a congenial smile and leaned in closer to Li Ming, whispering, "What is the matter? Is there truly no way out? This is merely a minor reprimand." Li Ming chuckled slightly and responded in a hushed tone, "A minor reprimand? What, then, constitutes a major one?" Wu Bai, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, "A major one? As a quality inspector, it's acceptable if I identify the flaws in the boards. However, if those defects reach the clients unnoticed, what do you suppose will happen?" "Reach the clients? What of it?" Li Ming genuinely pondered. Wu Bai smirked. "Last year, a supervisor was dismissed after allowing dozens of defective boards to circulate. What do you think? That bears no relevance to me. Such issues would never arise in our line," Li Ming asserted. Wu Bai retorted, "Whether such issues will arise is my prerogative to determine, not yours. Suppose I were to inadvertently ruin a few boards and then mistakenly include them in the batch, what then?" Wu Bai's grin was radiant, his breath warm against Li Ming's face. Li Ming paused, then coldly remarked, "Should you dare to do so, I assure you, you will regret it." "Humph, spare me the idle threats. If I were to act, who would know? Would anyone believe you? Certainly not." Wu Bai chuckled derisively. "Then what exactly do you wish to achieve?" Li Ming inquired, sensing the excessive banter. "Ah, you are quite astute. I shall dispense with the trivialities. If you agree to invite me to sing twice a month and indulge in some leisure, I will let you be. Twice for singing and leisure? What a cost that would entail." Li Ming responded with amusement. "Not much, merely a little over 1,000 each time. For a supervisor like you, that is a trifling sum," Wu Bai replied with a grin. "My monthly salary is just over 6,000. If I entertain you, I would be left with nothing," Li Ming countered. "Ah, do you comprehend what investment entails? I aspire to become an assistant supervisor. Currently, others dote on me, and I must maintain my stature," Wu Bai explained with a smile. Feigning a hint of timidity, Li Ming asked, "And why do you extend this courtesy to me?" "Ha ha ha. Excellent question. I relish the sight of the proud bending the knee before me. What satisfaction is there in mere sycophants? The same applies to women and men alike," Wu Bai proclaimed with a hint of arrogance. "Do you intend to be an assistant director in the future? That could prove useful," Li Ming suggested with a mischievous grin. "Wu Bai, shall we retire to the restroom for a more private discussion?" he proposed. Wu Bai's previously confident demeanor faltered at the suggestion. However, feeling the urgency of his own need, he conceded and headed toward the restroom. Go ahead. I'll join you shortly, Li Ming said with a smile. Yet, he pondered with concern about the availability of supplies in the restroom. If there were none, the situation would be significantly compromised. Wu Bai, hands clasped behind his back, approached the restroom, opened a stall, and was instantly aghast, cursing under his breath. What a lack of decorum! He hurriedly switched to another stall, only to find his expression grow even more severe, exclaiming, "What an outrageous situation!" He recalled that despicable individual and wondered how they could be so audacious. How could a group of individuals, none of whom had completed their secondary education, possibly outsmart him? At that moment, 3 more people entered the restroom. Wu Bai glanced at them, feeling no unease, and continued his business. What are you staring at? He noticed 2 of them fixated on him. What are you looking at? As they remained silent, his temper flared. Hey, make some room, one of them said, raising a hand. What do you mean? Wu Bai was taken aback. In the next instant, the 2 individuals chuckled and squeezed into the stall. What is this nonsense? There's no space. Wait outside, Wu Bai protested. So, a quality inspection, is it? One of them closed the stall door, and suddenly, the small space was cramped with 3 burly men. Wu Bai, startled, questioned, what are you planning to do? To deal with you, what else? One replied, pinning his legs and gripping his hands, while another delivered a powerful punch to Wu Bai's abdomen. Just as he attempted to resist, the blow forced the wind from his lungs, rendering him incapable of fighting back as they pressed him to the ground by his throat. Who the hell are you? What is this about? Let me go. Do you know who I am? He shouted. Let go? Not a chance. You're in for it now. Please, brothers, stop. I can treat you both to a meal. Wu Bai's face shifted from crimson to ashen, until he appeared as pale as a ghost. When had he ever been subjected to such treatment? He succumbed to an overwhelming darkness. Half an hour later, Wu Bai stumbled out of the restroom, bewildered, unsure of how he had regained consciousness or what had transpired, only yearning to return home to his mother. Wu Bai, is that you? Li Ming observed Wu Bai's dazed expression and the water stains on his clothes, feeling a pang of sympathy. Wu Bai moved as if in a trance. Wu Bai, you wouldn't want that video to be leaked, would you?
Li Ming whispered, drawing closer.
Wu Bai shuddered, turning to Li Ming, his vacant gaze slowly regaining some clarity as he stammered. Is it you? What grievance do we share? No grievances at all, Li Ming replied. Then why resort to this? Wu Bai teetered on the brink of collapse, driven solely by a desire for survival, desperately wishing to keep this incident from becoming public knowledge. Humph! I didn't intend to do this, but you brought it upon yourself. I warned you once, but you wouldn't listen, so what choice did I have? You could have warned me more sternly. Wu Bai, overwhelmed with despair, wept inconsolably, wishing he could lash out at this wretched creature, yet refraining out of fear of the consequences of being recorded. He chuckled, presenting you with 2 choices. Comply with my instructions, and this matter shall remain a secret known only to us, or resist, and you shall find yourself notorious across the nation. Li Ming stated with an impassive expression. Aren't you afraid I might report you? Wu Bai retorted through gritted teeth. Go ahead and report. It's not as though I was the one who filmed it. However, I trust you possess intelligence. Li Ming replied with a smile. Wu Bai regarded him coldly, his teeth clenched in frustration. Do not gaze at me in such a manner. Your defiance is futile. Is it not laughable to adopt such a stance now? Heed wise counsel and you shall prosper. From this day forth you will comply. Li Ming resembled a malevolent spirit lurking in the shadows, exposing his menacing fangs. Wu Bai took a deep breath and asked, what is it that you wish for me to do? I want you to ascend to the position of quality supervisor as swiftly as possible. Li Ming declared with a grin. That is impossible. Wu Bai shook his head. I will offer you assistance. Li Ming chuckled ominously. Wu Bai stared blankly at Li Ming, particularly struck by the subtle smile gracing his face. Previously, he had never perceived such a smile as anything but endearing, sweet, and refined. Yet, now he found himself questioning why he could be so beastly. Wu Bai forced a smile, wrestling with his troubled thoughts. and eventually succumbed to despair as he slumped against the pile of clutter in the restroom. Ultimately, he felt like a mere plaything, subject to the whims of others. How could one possibly compare themselves to such a creature? Very well, I yield to your will, he nodded. Li Ming returned to his workstation, sitting upon his designated throne as if nothing were amiss, lost in thought. Yang Fong cast a puzzled glance at the workstation, wondering where Wu Bai had vanished to. An hour had elapsed, and she pondered why Wu Bai hadn't stirred up trouble for the others. It seemed absurd to be so idle when the pay was so generous. Observing the rapid pace at which the work was being completed, her agitation grew. She longed to confront them, questioning their frantic haste for money at the expense of their well-being. Hurry up, look at the others. They can't leave until they meet their quotas, she exclaimed. Supervisor, we had 8 reworks yesterday. Surely today won't be the same? A concerned young woman interjected. If we keep working at this pace, it will be for naught. She lamented that yesterday's reworks had nearly exhausted their team, with batch after batch needing corrections that seemed endless. What are you talking about? Working quickly is useless. Yang Fong shot her an incredulous look. The young woman felt aggrieved. It was clear to anyone that the quality inspector had been targeting them. Otherwise, why would there be such excessive rework? Supervisor, perhaps you should mend your relationship with the quality inspector. No matter how well we perform, our line consistently outshines the others, yet they never face rework. Clearly, the supervisor of the other line possesses a certain savoir-faire. The young woman, who had a friendly rapport with Yang Fong, spoke somewhat casually. Yang Fong understood this logic and contemplated it, but Zhang Kang's sudden outburst the previous day had left her at a loss. She could only nod in silent agreement. Noticing her supervisor's growing discomfort, the young woman continued, Supervisor, our fortunes hinge on you. With the new quality inspector today, I believe you can handle it. Yang Fong nodded quietly. If she could foster a good relationship with Wu Bai, everything else would fall into place. Yet, why should such a young woman dictate her actions? With a dismissive scoff, she retorted, Are you instructing me on my duties? The young woman nodded earnestly. Supervisor, your temper can be a bit fiery, and we find it difficult to stand against you. However, the quality inspector is another matter. Yesterday's actions were unwise. If you faced any difficulty with them, please bear it. It is acceptable to vent your frustrations upon us instead. As she spoke, she conveyed a sense of noble righteousness, declaring that if she, Li, did not descend into the depths of hardship, who would? Enough already, you talk too much. My emotional intelligence is quite adequate. I have no issues with social interactions, Yang Fong replied, somewhat exasperated. The young woman, though attractive, had an unfortunate tendency to speak without discretion. At that moment, Yang Fong happened to see Wu Bai walking out of the restroom, his expression devoid of emotion. She contemplated approaching him but, recalling the events of the previous day, restrained herself, opting instead to observe for a while longer. Wu Bai returned to his seat at line 5 and became lost in thought, the recent experience lingering in his mind like a fleeting dream. After half an hour had passed, Yang Fong could no longer bear the silence. He remained motionless in his seat. What could this mean? Hadn't the two of them just had a quarrel? Why was he now so still? Sighing, Yang Fong walked over to Wu Bai's side, clasping her hands behind her back, and lamented, Bye-bye. What's wrong? You don't seem well. If something's troubling you, you can confide in me. I promise I can help you through it. Wu Bai appeared oblivious, offering no response. Yang Fong sighed once more and continued, Bye-bye. If there's anything on your mind, please share it with me. I can help you carry the burden. Her voice was filled with concern as she spoke incessantly. Wu Bai, in his daze, only sensed the constant buzzing of conversation near his ear, which grew increasingly bothersome. Finally, he heard her say, What could possibly be so insurmountable? Work is what matters most. Otherwise, the boss will be displeased. Humph, you know nothing, Wu Bai coldly retorted, casting a glare at Yang Fong. She was momentarily taken aback, her expression stiffening, but she quickly donned a smile and replied, I understand. I've been through my fair share of troubles. To be honest, in a place like the electronics factory, you shouldn't take anything too seriously. Besides, what could possibly trouble our Bai so deeply? You are truly talented. What talent do you think I possess? Speak. Wu Bai fixed his gaze on Yang Fong, his eyes bulging like eggs. Startled by his intensity, Yang Fong felt a shiver run down her spine. There was something off about him. She recalled Zhang Kong's demeanor from the previous day and decided to remain silent, preparing to slip away. Suddenly, Wu Bai seized her sleeve, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "What talent do I have? Tell me." Trapped by his grip, Yang Fong's face twitched as she stammered, I believe you are exceptionally talented, far beyond someone like Li Ming, who isn't worthy to even carry your shoes." Wu Bai's eyes twitched with irritation. "Get lost. What nonsense is this?" He shoved Yang Fong away, his expression dark as if he were a storm cloud. Yang Fong, bewildered by his outburst, thought, "What the hell is this? Am I insane for praising you? Are you out of your mind? This is infuriating. I don't need your praise. What do you think you are? Instead of doing your job properly, you come here with this nonsense." Wu Bai retorted as he strode toward Line 6. The few girls at Line 6 were astonished, not understanding why another argument had erupted, especially as Wu Bai approached them, causing them to feel increasingly anxious. What on earth is our team leader doing? This was the same as yesterday. Why is it happening again? Are we not allowed to work in peace? The thought of a team leader being ineffective sent waves of panic through the girls, and Yang Fong was equally troubled. She couldn't comprehend why this was happening. Was there something wrong with her words? Surely not. Back to work. We must redo all of this, Wu Bai exclaimed, grabbing a board fiercely. As the second workshop descended into chaos, the third workshop was equally shrouded in despair. Ma Shanyu stood rigidly in the manager's office, his towering height of over 1.80 m resembling that of a utility pole. "Speak up, what is the matter?" The production manager, Zhou, sat comfortably in his plush chair, casting a cold gaze upon Ma Shanyu. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on Ma Shanyu's forehead. He opened his mouth, at a loss for words. How could he possibly comprehend the situation? It was inexplicably chaotic, as if there were spirits haunting the entire workshop, with problems arising daily. "Manager, I think, perhaps the poor quality of our cafeteria food is causing the employees to make mistakes," Ma Shanyu hesitantly suggested. "You're spouting nonsense. If this continues, I will have every supervisor in the third workshop dismissed." Zhou manager erupted in fury. "Manager Zhou Qingyang, isn't it rather harsh to dismiss everyone? They are all from our factory, our own people. It feels disheartening to expel them like this." Ma Shanyu's expression changed, looking at Manager Zhou in disbelief. "Our own people?" Manager Zhou cast a curious glance at Ma Shanyu, the corners of his mouth twitching as he leaned back, cradling his head with both hands. "The company has its own regulations, and it is as such. However, you do have a point. I will grant you a few more days. If the situation persists, do not blame the company." Ma Shanyu wanted to say more, but he noticed Manager Zhou's gaze growing increasingly indifferent, clearly unwilling to engage further. Understanding Zhou's temperament, Ma Shanyu dared not speak again and left with a bow. Manager Zhou reclined in his chair, rocking back and forth, his expression growing darker. This group of inept individuals had been living too comfortably for too long, thinking this was a place for leisurely retirement. Did they presume that he, Zhou, was an easygoing person? If production could be achieved, he might be lenient, allowing some minor indulgences from his subordinates, but if there was nothing to show for it, then he could not be so forgiving. Our own people? What on earth was Ma Shanyu thinking? What entitled him to such a designation? It nearly brought him to laughter. After distancing himself from the office, Ma Shanyu's expression soured, and he turned back to glare at Manager Zhou with displeasure. Upon entering Workshop 3 and reaching Line 2, the atmosphere compelled him to frown once more. The entire line, comprising over 20 individuals, appeared listless, as if they had endured a sleepless night. Wang Qingyao, the team leader of Line 2, bustled about like a bulldozer, scolding as she moved. "What do you all intend to do? Can you at least perform your tasks? If you can't, then get out." Her face contorted in frustration. She berated them further. Yet, despite her tirade, the workers remained silent. They thought, "She's not singling me out, so what does it matter to me?" This shared mentality rendered the situation somewhat amusing. The past few days had been filled with minimal work, a stark contrast to their previous burdens. If only this could continue indefinitely. Wang Qingyao, come here, Ma Shanyu called out. Wang Qingyao, nearly driven to madness by the pressure, felt as though there were ghosts lurking around her. At this rate, forget about taking first place. She would be lucky to complete her tasks. What is it? Upon seeing Ma Shanyu's grim countenance, she surmised he had faced some adversity. Notify the other team leaders. We need to hold a brief meeting.
Ma Shanyu instructed.
Only our floor? Should we inform the second floor as well? Wang Qingyao inquired. Ma Shanyu took a deep breath. While there was a competitive dynamic between the second and third floors, today Manager Zhou had made it clear. Failure to perform would lead to dismissal. Just go ahead. I will speak with Li Chongyang, Ma Shanyu replied. Before long, several team leaders from the third floor gathered in the usual meeting room. Everyone, Ma Shanyu began, his expression serious. Manager Zhou has issued an ultimatum. If we do not meet our targets this month, we shall all resign. Inside the room, several foremen's expressions transformed dramatically, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Did you just say that Manager Zhou intends to dismiss us? One foreman queried, skepticism evident in his voice. Initially, the plan was to terminate you outright. However, after I argued my case, he relented, stating that if there is no improvement by the end of this month, everyone will be let go. Ma Shanyu explained. I have dedicated over a decade of my life to this factory, sacrificing my youth. How can they simply expel us without reason? This is unacceptable, lamented one foreman, his face etched with despair. As his words sank in, a somber atmosphere enveloped the meeting room, resonating with the other foremen who shared a sense of dismay. Is it not rather heartless of the factory? After all, we are foremen. Can they truly dismiss us on a whim? One sighed, discontent evident in his tone. Having toiled as a laborer for years, he had finally attained the position of foreman, and now, before he even had the chance to assert his authority, he faced the prospect of being ousted. This reality was difficult for him to accept. Is there truly no room for negotiation in this matter? Our workshop is currently plagued with issues. It may take time to resolve. Another foreman interjected. His remark struck a chord with the others, who began to murmur in agreement. Indeed, it feels as though we are haunted. Everything was running smoothly until recently. Why have we encountered so many errors now? The foremen exchanged glances, contemplating the situation, yet none could devise a solution. I propose a thought. Might it be possible, and I stress that this is merely a speculation, that our workshop is afflicted by some negative energy? Or perhaps we are genuinely experiencing hauntings? One foreman suggested earnestly. After uttering this, he scrutinized the reactions of his colleagues. Noticing their lack of response, he chuckled awkwardly. I merely wonder if there might be even a slight chance. Foolish. They all silently chastised him, though none spoke up. Just then, Li Chongyang entered the room, accompanied by a group of subordinates, including several foremen from the second workshop. Leading the pack was Li Ming, followed closely by Zhou Qingyang and a visibly disheartened Yang Feng. Finding their respective seats, Li Ming plopped down beside Wang Qingyao. From the moment he entered, Wang had been fixated on him, her resentment bubbling to the surface. Does he have to strut around like that? What is he so proud of? Wretched fool. Li Ming, however, made no effort to engage with the woman beside him. Sensing her hostile demeanor, he feared that provoking her might lead to a confrontation, and given his current physical condition, he would likely find himself overpowered. Zhou Qingyang sensed the oppressive atmosphere in the meeting room and recalled the peculiar incidents that had transpired in the third workshop over the past few days. He shot a wary glance at Li Ming, pondering whether there was any connection. Ever since he had stood up for Li Ming, the individuals he had previously encountered had indeed become more compliant. Despite his position as a foreman now being largely ceremonial, forced to provide cigarettes on schedule and ensure their timely departures, with penalties for even slight delays, he was relieved that daily tasks were still being completed. However, he is currently quite content with his working hours, feeling little stress. Although it is somewhat humiliating, it is certainly an improvement compared to before. One should not be excessively greedy. The essence lies in achieving happiness and satisfaction. Yang Feng, seated beside Wang Qingyao on her right, noticed her despondent expression and cautiously shifted her chair to the left, fearful of contagion. despite appearing equally disheartened herself. "How have you been on the second floor?" inquired the lead from the first line in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Yang Fong nearly broke into tears, responding, "Is Wu Bai mentally unstable? Why do you say that?" "I find him quite agreeable," the lead expressed, puzzled. "I suspect he might indeed be deranged. This morning, I went to check on him, and he erupted in a frenzy, berating me. You know my temper. I retaliated, and I'm still dealing with the repercussions." "Really?" the lead exclaimed in astonishment. "Are there many issues with your line as well?" "No, you know our quality is impeccable. It's merely Wu Bai and Zhang Kong targeting us. If this continues, I swear I will lodge a complaint with Hu Xiaobei," Yang Fong declared, her teeth clenched. "Let it go. The entire factory seems to be in disarray. You won't find any favor now," the lead advised. At that moment, Li Chongyang slammed his hand on the table and announced, "Regrettably, I must inform everyone that if production targets are not met by the end of this month, there is a high likelihood that many of you will be dismissed." As soon as Li Chongyang uttered these words, the expressions of those present soured further. They had harbored hopes for a turnaround, only to be met with disillusionment. Li Chongyang, sensing the discontent among the leads, remained unfazed. Truth be told, a change in leads would not affect him in the slightest, having faced such situations before. Those who are capable will remain, those who obey will stay, and the ineffective will be cast aside. This is the nature of society. After all, a boss is not a philanthropist, and it is unreasonable to support a group of inept individuals. "Supervisor, could you perhaps speak to the manager and request an extension of 1 month? I assure you that I can turn the situation around within that time," Wang Qingyao earnestly implored Li Chongyang. "Understood. I will speak on your behalf." Additionally, the reward for the outstanding lead this month remains unchanged. Whoever secures first place will still receive their prize. Li Chongyang nodded in agreement. Below, Li Ming chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief at the factory's harsh measures, considering the complete dismissal of all leads in the third workshop to be excessively ruthless on the part of the capitalists. However, what did it matter to him? This could provide a perfect opportunity to carve out a new path, possibly securing several lead positions for himself in the future. Oh, by the way, the manager mentioned that the line achieving first place this month will have its lead promoted to deputy chief lead.
Li Xungyang reiterata.
Li Ming's eyes brightened. He had heard rumors of this before, and now it was coming to fruition. "Everyone, let us strive diligently," Li Chongyang encouraged before departing. Matters of this nature were neither trivial nor monumental. Had it not been for Ma Shanyu insisting on his presence, he would have preferred to remain in the background. Once Li Chongyang left, the atmosphere relaxed once more, and discussions erupted among the staff. Wang Qingyao, observing the smile on Li Ming's lips, felt a wave of revulsion. "Li Ming, do you truly believe you can claim the top position?" She couldn't help but remark. "Haha, I don't just believe it. I am already at the pinnacle," Li Ming replied with a smile. Wang Qingyao felt a surge of indignation, glancing at Ma Shanyu. "Weren't you supposed to arrange for someone to handle the situation? It seems to have had little effect." Ma Shanyu's expression was complex. He was aware of nothing and thus ignored Wang Qingyao. "What are you pretending to be? Just based on your brief tenure?" Wang Qingyao ground her back teeth in frustration. "Yes, it is indeed based on me. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to challenge me," Li Ming said nonchalantly. "Ah, you truly are insufferable." Wang Qingyao erupted in fury, her demeanor shifting from dejection to rage as she lunged towards Li Ming. Li Ming deftly dodged, shouting loudly, "Zhou Qingyang, go!" In the realm of turmoil, Zhou Qingyang found himself enveloped in a sense of embarrassment, not merely due to the challenge presented by Li Ming, but rather the audacity of Li Ming to disregard his own capabilities. The last encounter had left Zhou's face marred, wounds yet to heal, and now he was summoned to confront Wang Qingyao, a veritable tank of a foe. To be candid, this felt somewhat unreasonable, although he too harbored disdain for Wang Qingyao's arrogance. With all eyes upon him, including those of Wang Qingyao, as well as De Bing and Ma Shanyu, a decision loomed. Should he face her or retreat? To engage? A tank was hardly a suitable opponent. She could easily overpower him with a single hand. To abstain? Li Ming appeared to be a nefarious individual, leading Zhou to suspect that Yang Guangzhou had been admitted to the hospital due to an altercation with this very man's associates. Rumor had it that a hefty sum of 180,000 had been compensated, and Yang lay in the hospital, cursing his fate daily. Ah, Wang Qingyao, has your arrogance grown too vast? My brother Ming is under the protection of De Bing. You presume to strike him at will, showing utter disregard for my brother's standing. How brazen! Zhou Qingyang, in a moment of inspiration born from desperation, employed a stratagem of rallying the troops to rescue Ming, showcasing his impressive prowess in this tactical maneuver. Wang Qingyao halted her advance, casting a glance at De Bing and then at Ma Shanyu. De Bing's mouth twitched. When did your brother Ming become associated with me? He shot Zhou Qingyang a pointed look before forcing a laugh. Wang Qingyao, it would be prudent to cease this behavior. We are colleagues after all. Your constant aggression is beginning to feel excessive. At that moment, Wang Qingyao's round face appeared even more pronounced. From De Bing's words, she discerned an array of implications, ultimately concluding that she was being labeled a shrew. Anger welled within her, accumulated over recent days, threatening to spill over. Her chest heaved as she struggled to maintain composure, her true self on the verge of revelation. Oh dear, shaking so violently? Surely you could toss it onto your shoulder, Li Ming remarked in astonishment. His words elicited barely contained laughter from those who understood, stifling their amusement to avoid outbursts. Yang Feng's previously morose expression was swiftly replaced by laughter, nearly losing control. Others were not much better off, yet managed to hold their composure. Only Zhou Qingyang, perplexed yet too shy to inquire about the hidden subtleties, joined in the silent mirth.
Li Ming.
Today, I shall have my revenge. Wang Qingyao, entirely unhinged, lunged at Li Ming with the ferocity of a wild beast, her teeth gleaming, a testament to years of neglect in her dental hygiene. With no doubt, a bite from her could leave a dent in the very wall. Li Ming, adept in his movements, swiftly evaded her assault, taking refuge behind De Bing, and shouted, Zhou Qingyang, go! Here we go again. Zhou Qingyang bellowed, what audacity! You dare to bite someone under De Bing's protection, showing utter contempt for my brother. He spoke with utmost reverence for De Bing. Here we go again. De Bing, unable to muster anger, was caught off guard as Wang Qingyao's gaping mouth lunged toward him. The soldier could even glimpse into Wang Qingyao's unfathomable throat, a depth that was truly astonishing. Numerous thoughts raced through his mind, yet in reality, it transpired in the blink of an eye. A gaping mouth brushed perilously close to the soldier's head. He felt a wave of foul air sweep past him, and he inwardly exclaimed how dangerous it was. Wang Qingyao, have you lost your mind? You disregard my words. What kind of behavior is this? The soldier scolded. Wang Qingyao crashed to the ground, creating quite a scene. Upon hearing the soldier's reprimand, she felt a surge of grievance. What kind of prowess was it for several men to bully a single woman? She turned back and shot a resentful glare at Ma Shanyu. Ma Shanyu had witnessed the farce unfold in its entirety, wishing to intervene but unable to react swiftly enough due to the rapid developments. However, witnessing the others bully Wang Qingyao left him feeling quite displeased, particularly with Li Ming, who had stoked the flames of discord, showing utter disregard for his authority as a leader. Thus he spoke in a calm tone. Li Ming, are you aware of your mistakes? Li Ming, taken aback, inquired, what mistakes? You dare to ask what mistakes you have made? Your words are unclean. Wang Qingyao is your senior, and you ought to show her some respect. Ma Shanyu, true to his surname, launched a verbal assault on Li Ming. But she insulted me first, both today and on that occasion. Li Ming countered, maintaining a composed demeanor as he explained. And what of that? Shouldn't you refrain from retaliating? Why does she single you out for insults? It takes two to quarrel. Apologize at once, or you will regret it. Ma Shanyu asserted, invoking classic reasoning. Li Ming's expression darkened, and his tone shifted as he retorted. What nonsense are you spouting? That mouth of yours is meant for sustenance, not for spewing filth. You expect me to apologize? You must be delusional. Who do you think you are? Go to hell, you foolish dog. In a single breath, Li Ming unleashed a torrent of insults, momentarily gasping for air before preparing to continue. Ma Shanyu's eyes widened, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He could hardly believe that a mere subordinate would dare speak to him in such a manner. Who had granted him such audacity? Do you seek death? I wish for your mother. What are you trying to pull? Li Ming scoffed. Do you dare lay a hand on me? If you touch me, you will owe me tens of thousands. I have no respect for those who bully others, always threatening to harm this one or that. If you truly possessed such ability, you would have stormed the White House by now. Everyone, including Zhou Qingyang, was astonished at Li Ming's audacity to confront Ma Shanyu, especially after having appeared so timid moments before. Was this a clash of titans? A surge of combativeness ignited within Zhou Qingyang, and in his excitement, he felt invincible, as if he could charge into battle atop a pig. Impressive. My brother Ming. Well done. Speaking to a leader like that, you're bold. You might as well not show up tomorrow. Ma Shanyu's lips twitched, torn between rage and amusement. Enough of your bravado. Your workshop is in disarray, and you dare speak to me about leaving? You should first consider whether you can keep your position as a supervisor. What capabilities do you possess to lead Workshop 3? Look at my colleague, De Bing, who has successfully steered Workshop 2 to remarkable heights. Some individuals, perhaps envious, have been persistently seeking faults in my line from yesterday to today, Li Ming remarked with a hint of insinuation. Upon hearing this, many present exhibited a shift in expression, while De Bing harbored doubts and Yang Fong silently chastised. Ma Shanyu squinted, then suddenly chuckled, saying, De Bing, your subordinates are quite amusing, showing me no respect whatsoever. De Bing smiled and replied, They are young and inexperienced. Do not take it to heart. Ma Shanyu pondered, recalling how just a few years ago, De Bing had been shadowing him, and now he had become quite audacious. De Bing, you must manage your team well. While I do not blame them for their youth, have you not taught them to respect their superiors? De Bing felt his temper rising, thinking, why are you rebuking me instead of addressing Li Ming? Who is the real instigator? Am I to be the one deemed sensible here? Truly, I am at my wit's end with you too. At this juncture, De Bing's emotional intelligence reached its limit. He found himself at a loss for words, unable to confront the situation directly. An awkward silence enveloped the room, with everyone remaining silent. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, two figures were closing the door. What was that brash young man doing? Manager Zhou inquired. Oh, he is the team leader of Line 5, a bit inexperienced. What do you mean, manager? Li Chongyang responded. What is this young man's capability? Manager Zhou questioned. Not bad. Our factory is currently facing setbacks. Yet Line 5 continues to thrive, with both output and quality on the rise. Li Chongyang answered. Oh, quite good. Manager Zhou nodded thoughtfully. Go tell them to quiet down. Later, summon the team leader of Line 5. I wish to speak with him privately. Manager Zhou instructed. The system upgrade has been less than favorable during this period, making it challenging to write the novel. The farcical meeting concluded on an unsatisfactory note, with Ma Shanyu casting a venomous glare at Li Ming and his companions before departing. As he passed by, he uttered a threatening remark. Let us see how this unfolds. Li Ming scoffed dismissively, retorting, such drivel. Perhaps you should return to riding your wife. Zhou Qingyang, observing this exchange with admiration, approached and inquired, Brother Ming, how do you manage to be so audacious? If you were obedient, you could be just as bold. Li Ming chuckled. Am I not compliant? Zhou Qingyang, his green hair obscuring his eyes, appeared somewhat perplexed, having been with Li Ming daily. Keep it up. You're doing great. Li Ming patted Zhou Qingyang on the shoulder dismissively, casting a disdainful glance at Ma Shanyu and his entourage before making his way to Manager Zhou's office. Ma Shanyu's expression darkened. Having been publicly humiliated by a minor figure he previously disregarded, his pride was severely wounded. What audacity from such a petty character! Does he not understand that this world is governed by connections? He thought, inhaling deeply while contemplating various ways to reclaim his dignity. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and resolved to confront that individual. Brother Ma, how did that fellow named Li manage to enter Manager Zhou's office? Is he so brazen as to have ingratiated himself with Manager Zhou? Wang Qingyao observed with a slight change in her complexion as she watched Li Ming enter the office. Ma Shanyu, having noticed this as well, scoffed, what a joke. What leg could he possibly stand on? Even if he did, what difference would it make? Yet, a flicker of hope lingered in Wang Qingyao's mind. Inside Manager Zhou's office, Li Ming stood upright before the man in question, Zhou Run, the manager of the gray electronic manufacturing department, whose skin was somewhat dark and rough. "You've done well? You're quite impressive, young man," Manager Zhou remarked with a smile and a nod. "All credit goes to the company's nurturing and your astute leadership, Manager Zhou. Truly magnificent." Li Ming replied with an expressionless flattery. Manager Zhou's countenance twitched slightly, unaccustomed to such exaggerated praise, feeling it somewhat excessive. Even among those who grovel, none had gone this far. "All right, young man, you have a promising future ahead. If you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them," Manager Zhou said. Li Ming pondered for a moment, hesitating before asking, "Manager Zhou, if I consistently maintain the top production, could I be promoted to a senior position?" Manager Zhou chuckled heartily, delighted by such ambition. He appreciated industrious workers over those who merely wished to languish. "Having aspirations is admirable. I can easily envision your success. Not only can you aspire to be a senior figure, but with your skills you could even occupy a managerial role." "Very well," Li Ming replied with a smile. "You work hard, and I will fully support you." Manager Zhou reciprocated with a grin. Both men shared hearty laughter, enveloped in a warm atmosphere. After offering Li Ming further encouragement and bidding him farewell, Manager Zhou reclined in his plush swivel chair, contentedly spinning a few circles. "Ah, how delightful it would be if my subordinates refrained from internal strife. What significance does that hold? Much like the narratives portrayed in television dramas. This is an illustration of the exercise of power. That fellow Ma Shanyu has proven to be utterly oblivious, and now, as an aging dog, he has outlived his usefulness. A well-functioning workshop has been reduced to a state of disarray under his management. How can he possibly explain this to his superior? One must consider how many pieces of product he has failed to produce, resulting in a significant loss for his employer each month. If the boss is displeased, what fate awaits him as a manager?" At that moment, the phone rang, startling Manager Zhou, for it was a call from the boss. An unusual occurrence, as the boss seldom contacts him directly. Upon answering, he respectfully inquired, "Boss, is there something you need?" The youthful voice on the other end responded, "Zhou Run, I've heard there's been an incident at the factory." Manager Zhou was taken aback. News of the disturbances in the workshop had even reached the boss? He hastily reassured, "It's a minor issue, one I can handle without troubling you." But the boss insisted, "That won't do. I'll come by tomorrow. Make the necessary preparations." After hanging up, Zhou Run fell into deep contemplation. The boss's impending visit was a matter of utmost importance, and while he was not particularly surprised at how the news had spread, he swiftly made a call to Li Chongyang. Upon receiving the call, Li Chongyang also recognized the gravity of the situation and subsequently contacted Dabing and Ma Shanyu. In the second workshop, Dabing, with a stern expression, disseminated the order for a thorough cleaning throughout the entire workshop. Naturally, the employees were elated at the prospect of a day free from work, a most welcome reprieve. Wu Bai, having set aside the 6-line boards, fatigued by the day's toil, made his way to the restroom under the watchful gaze of Yang Fong, who looked as if she had just lost her mother. However, as he approached, a growing sense of dread overcame him, and he found himself trembling with anxiety. What a pitiful state! Wu Bai had developed an aversion to the restroom, yet the discomfort in his stomach became unbearable. Gritting his teeth, he decided to seek relief in the restroom on the 3rd floor, hoping that the unfamiliar surroundings might offer some solace. As he squatted down, tears began to well in his eyes, cascading down his cheeks as he buried his face in his arms, succumbing to a wave of sobs. Crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, he lamented the unjustness of his plight. How had he, Wu Bai, ever been subjected to such humiliation? How could someone as vile as Li Ming exist in this world? Why did he not simply vanish? Just as he was lost in his sorrow, footsteps echoed from outside, sending a jolt of fear through Wu Bai. He struggled to stifle his cries, but found himself unable to control his emotions, biting down on his arm in desperation. The door to the restroom stall creaked open, revealing another occupant, who appeared to be of considerable size. Wu Bai felt a pang of helplessness. He was weeping like a fool and could only wish for this stranger to leave quickly. Suddenly, a peculiar sound emanated from the adjacent stall, causing Wu Bai to widen his eyes in recognition. Li Ming, you scoundrel, why must you exist? Are you even human? Curse you! The voice, filled with sorrowful lamentation, resonated with an intensity that seemed to surpass his own desolation. Wu Bai was taken aback. He recognized the owner of that voice. It was Zhang Kong. Instantly, a vivid connection sparked in his mind, and the brilliance in his eyes intensified. Ah! So he too had endured a similar experience? The sound of weeping seemed even more harrowing than his own? Ha 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 ha! Wu Bai wiped his eyes, rose to his feet, and patted the numbed knees that had been squatting for too long, finally sensing a glimmer of hope in life. It is not the scarcity of suffering that troubles us, but the disparity of it. You have endured and so have I. Meanwhile, Zhang Kong, hidden in the bathroom stall, was sobbing intensely when he suddenly heard a noise from the adjacent stall, causing alarm to surge within him. He quickly stifled his cries, wiped his eyes, and squatted for a moment longer, assessing that the person had likely departed before gingerly rising, his knees still tingling. He tidied himself up and opened the stall door. As soon as he pushed it open, he was met with a fair face adorned with a smile. Wu Bai was staring at him. Taken aback, his expression darkened. It was Wu Bai. What are you doing here? He asked coldly. Kongo, what were you crying about just now? Wu Bai inquired with a grin. Zhang Kong looked at Wu Bai's smile with a sense of revulsion, perplexed by what there was to laugh about. What does my crying have to do with you? Mind your own business, Zhang Kong retorted. Kongo, I find you quite endearing. Let us stop arguing and be good friends, shall we? Wu Bai replied with a smile. Suddenly, a shiver coursed through Zhang Kang's body as he gazed at Wu Bai, feeling that this moment was even more terrifying than his previous ordeal. What on earth had Wu Bai been driven to by Li Ming? What nonsensical words were these? To hell with you, what rubbish are you spouting? Zhang Kong cursed. Kongo, don't be like that. I know you're hurting. I am too, Wu Bai said softly, taking a few steps closer. Zhang Kong stared at Wu Bai in sheer terror, bewildered by this person's intentions. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou, who was idly passing time at school, opened his system panel. Host, Chen Zhou race. Earth human age. 19 gender. Male physical attributes. Elite human. 010000000. Note. Physical attributes include strength, speed, endurance, etc. Mental attributes. Elite human. 010000000. Note. Mental attributes include IQ, resilience, emotional intelligence, etc. Skills. Infinite cloning, 110,000. Skill level. Silver. Skills can be learned. 0051. What methods can one employ to swiftly acquire wealth? Chen Zhou's eyes widened in surprise, astonished by the inexplicable upgrade of the system. Yet, he pondered where to utilize these 10,000 avatars, and how the skill acquisition process would unfold, requiring gradual exploration. Observing his classmates in the classroom, engrossed in trivial chatter. Males debating the allure of certain females, while females assessed the handsomeness of their male counterparts. He felt a wave of annoyance and decided to rise and leave without a backward glance. As he prepared to hail a taxi, he encountered Zhang Han, who, dressed flamboyantly and radiating confidence, was engaged in jovial conversation with others. Upon noticing Chen Zhou, a smirk crept across his face. Chen Zhou, have you skipped class too? Zhang Han remarked, momentarily taken aback by his own words, pondering why he had included the word too. Damn it, encountering this shameless individual had thrown him off balance. If you can skip class, why can't I? Chen Zhou replied while waiting for his ride. Do you think you can compare to me? Zhang Han retorted, his tone dripping with arrogance. If you keep pretending, I won't hold back. Chen Zhou countered with a cold smirk. Fine, you're just a shameless person. I won't waste my breath on you. Zhang Han had recently come to the realization that Chen Zhou and he existed on entirely different planes, rendering any further engagement futile and embarrassing. He felt a sense of maturity dawning upon him after having faced a few setbacks. Seeking guidance from his father, he had gained valuable insights and resolved to embark on an entrepreneurial journey, even borrowing 1 million from his father. Determined to make a significant mark, a true symbol of a successful man. Petty squabbles? How juvenile. A voice interrupted, coming from the young man standing beside Zhang Han, who inquired, "Who is this person?" The young man, well-dressed in high-end fashion with a meticulously styled haircut, bore a slightly effeminate appearance due to the makeup accentuating his features. "Oh, just an ordinary person," Zhang Han replied dismissively, unwilling to elaborate. "An ordinary person dares to act so arrogantly?" The young man scrutinized Chen Zhou, a hint of disdain evident on his face. "Li Fan, what about you?" he asked. Chen Zhou chose silence, refusing to engage with the pair. "Oh, I remember now. My cousin once mentioned knowing a remarkable girl. Surely, her boyfriend isn't you?" Li Fan feigned surprise. "What are you implying?" Chen Zhou shot him a glance, growing impatient. Zhang Han observed the exchange with a sense of relief, but recalling the inexplicable appearances of well-meaning bystanders around this individual, he tugged at his cousin's sleeve, signaling him to cease further discussion. Li Fan, undeterred by Zhang Han's presence, continued, "So why are you acting so cocky?"
Sansing Chen Zhou esa munting agitation, Zhang Han.
Feeling a tinge of trepidation regarding the mysterious individuals that often surrounded him, discreetly stepped back, intent on observing the unfolding drama. He scanned the surroundings for any suspicious figures and, upon finding none, exhaled a slight sigh of relief. "Get lost." Chen Zhou uttered a single word. "Screw you," Li Fan retorted with a grin, raising his middle finger. As Chen Zhou's heart ignited with fury, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, and within moments, 10 men emerged from the shadows, their faces contorted into expressions of malevolence as they charged towards Li Fan. Zhang Han, ever vigilant of his surroundings, suddenly noticed the group rushing forth, the scene strikingly familiar, yet before he could utter a warning, they had already pinned Li Fan to the ground. A series of resounding slaps echoed through the air, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. "Who are you? What do you want? Do you know who I am? Damn you! You're all dead." Li Fan's voice pierced through the chaos, a plea for help that resonated with desperation. Zhang Han, momentarily stunned, turned his gaze to Chen Zhou, whose expression remained inscrutable. This same expression was infuriating. How could he believe that these thugs were not connected to him? What an improbable coincidence! With an involuntary twitch of his face, Zhang Han exclaimed, "Chen Zhou, the underworld in our country is illegal. You are being utterly reckless. Mind your words. I do not know them. There are well-meaning pedestrians on this busy street. This is entirely commonplace. Meanwhile, your cousin is in need of assistance. Why not offer some comforting words?" Chen Zhou dismissed the accusation. Li Fan's cries for help grew fainter, his eyes welling with tears. Zhang Han hesitated, torn between the fear of retribution and the moral obligation to intervene. Fortunately, after a brief flurry of violence, the assailants dispersed, leaving Li Fan sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog. Seeing this, Chen Zhou smiled faintly, just as a car arrived and he stepped inside. "Cousin, who were those people? I must get back at them." Li Fan, leaning heavily against Zhang Han, asked with uncertainty. Zhang Han, unsure of Chen Zhou's intentions, could only offer reassurances. Perhaps they were just a bunch of lunatics. "We'll look into it later. For now, let us discuss our potential collaboration. If we join forces, we can surely soar to great heights, and your family will no longer criticize you for idleness." Meanwhile, on another street, a taxi came to a halt, where Chen Zhou had arranged for Luo Luo to establish a shop. Upon entering, he overheard two familiar voices engaged in conversation. "Luo Luo, do you have any plans?" Shen Baiyu, with her mature and alluring figure, stood at the back of the shop, radiating an almost ethereal glow. "I'm not sure yet. I don't know what he's thinking. Does he have money to burn? Why would he want to open a store?" Luo Luo's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. "His wealth is hardly substantial. This shop costs next to nothing," Shen Baiyu replied with a hint of indifference. Chen Zhou felt a twinge of annoyance. Why did Shen Baiyu seem to harbor some discontent towards him? "What are you implying? Do I not possess enough money? I casually earn hundreds of thousands each month," he retorted. Both women turned to face him, Shen Baiyu's demeanor cool and distant. Despite her somewhat indifferent expression, she held a favorable view of Chen Zhou. intrigued since the incident in Rongqing had caused quite a stir. The perpetrator, a fool, was deemed mentally unstable, and the notorious Dragon Master had met a laughable end on the streets. Shen Baiyu, while skeptical of Chen Zhou, found the entire situation absurd. As Luo Luo caught sight of Chen Zhou, her eyes curved into crescent moons, and she playfully pouted at him. Chen Zhou smiled, feeling a warmth in his heart. You have money? That's wonderful. I have quite a few orders at hand, and I find your sister quite charming. Her presence here is a mere waste. If you possess sufficient capital, I might consider offering you a bit, in light of her connection, said Shen Baiyu with a half-smile. Chen Zhou leaned in a little closer, and a fragrance unique to mature women wafted into his nostrils, causing his gaze to inadvertently linger on Shen Baiyu's ample figure. It was rather tight, and he wondered why they hadn't arranged for a more spacious suite. Could two treasures be comfortable sharing such a space? However, intimidated by the presence of this formidable woman, he quickly averted his eyes and asked earnestly, "What kind of investment? How much is required?" Shen Baiyu smiled faintly. "Given your current qualifications, you'll only be able to engage in simpler ventures. I work in foreign trade and have numerous clothing orders. If you can invest, I assure you, you could earn millions within a year." "That's not an insignificant amount," Chen Zhou mused, but then reconsidered. This was a necessary phase for entering the real industry, and he was still uncertain about how to manage his myriad responsibilities. "I don't grasp the details. My subordinates handle those matters. However, you will need at least 1 million. Shen Baiyu continued with a smile. "Do you have that?" Chen Zhou was taken aback. He indeed did not possess 1 million at the moment. Yet, he could not show weakness before this woman, so he asserted, "I do. I can arrange it swiftly." "Oh, that's splendid. Just don't put on an act. For your sister's sake, I could provide some advance support," Shen Baiyu remarked, somewhat surprised by his newfound confidence, recalling how he had been unable to muster even 20,000 last time at the hotel. "No need. Having money is sufficient, right? It's just about renting a factory and purchasing equipment. Give me a few days, but don't try to deceive me," Chen Zhou replied, the latter part being said in jest, knowing that someone like Shen Baiyu, with countless resources at her disposal, wouldn't he resort to such tricks. "It's not that simple. The clothing industry primarily requires skilled labor. However, I could lend you a hand," Shen Baiyu stated. "No need. I can manage that," Chen Zhou declined. Shen Baiyu chuckled lightly, noting his pride. "All right, given your earnestness, I shall take your word for it. Call me once everything is sorted." After saying this, she exchanged a few more words with Luo Luo before departing, leaving behind an aura of mature femininity. "Brother, where will you procure 1 million?" Luo Luo asked, frowning. Chen Zhou sat down and patted her shoulder, reassuringly saying, "I will definitely find a way. There are numerous methods to acquire money in a short time. Many are even unlawful." "What?" Luo Luo exclaimed in shock. "Fear not. I assure you I will be fine," Chen Zhou replied with a grin. He recalled having seen a post online about a village where the entire community engaged in taking out loans without the intention of repayment. When debt collectors threatened to expose their contacts, it was futile as the entire clan participated. What good would it do? As for those who attempted to collect in person, it would depend on whether the police arrived in time. However, this tactic is inapplicable in Chen Zhou, as online loans necessitate the maintenance of a mobile phone number, which he cannot procure. Nevertheless, he could seek out local usurers, as possession of an identification card suffices. Do not claim that this is unethical. Indeed, it is quite unscrupulous. Usury, after all, purportedly benefits the nation and its people. In the realm of high-interest loans, Chen Zhou, having used a duplicate identity card to procure mobile phone cards, recently invested in several devices which he now found quite useful. He swiftly extracted his phone and embarked on a search, connecting with a local lender. Upon establishing contact, he inquired about the interest rate. The response came promptly. For a loan of 10,000, one would repay only 200 in a month, albeit with collateral required. Realizing this could pose complications, he replied courteously, "I apologize, but I lack any collateral. Thank you for your time." Meanwhile, Zhao Fei, who worked in an office building, noticed the reply from an individual with the ID Demon King and felt a spark of interest. After perusing the person's social media, He confirmed they were an ordinary individual and chuckled to himself, "My friend, do not fret. In dire need of funds, are we?" "Indeed. How much do you require?" Zhao Fei asked. "A few tens of thousands," Chen Zhou replied, not expecting to secure a loan of hundreds of thousands all at once. So he resolved to approach the matter with multiple accounts. "Just a few tens of thousands?" Zhao Fei felt a tinge of disappointment but rallied his spirits, stating, "That's manageable. I can refer you to someone who doesn't require collateral." He promptly messaged a contact with whom he had established rapport, asking, "Brother, there's a novice seeking a loan. Are you interested?" The response was swift. "What's the situation? How much does he wish to borrow?" "Seems like it's a few tens of thousands. Shall I refer him to you?" Zhao Fei replied. "Sure, if it materializes, I'll give you a commission," came the cheerful response. Zhao Fei chuckled, realizing he could earn a little profit from this transaction, pondering why there weren't more individuals of this ilk. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou, observing the responses on his phone, sent a message. "Brother, I am in need of funds. How much can we borrow? How much do you wish to take?" Came the emotionless reply from Lu Hai, a man adorned with dragon and tiger tattoos, lounging in a dilapidated building. "Whatever amount you can provide." "Ah, it seems this fellow is quite desperate for cash. There's potential here." Lu Hai, known in the underworld as Brother Hai, specialized in high-interest loans, commanding a crew of formidable brothers. "Would you dare accept $1 million?" Lu Hai inquired. "Yes, why not? Sounds impressive. Do you have collateral?" "None." Upon receiving this reply, Lu Hai erupted in laughter, bemused by the audacity of someone seeking $1 million without collateral. "My brother, without collateral, such a sum is unfeasible. Perhaps 100 or 80,000 could be arranged." Realizing he could only borrow 100,000 was somewhat troublesome for Chen Zhou. He conceded that's acceptable. "When can the funds be transferred? Where are you located?" After providing an address, he instructed his counterpart to await his arrival. Half an hour later, a BMW pulled up to the curb, and Lu Hai stepped out, scrutinizing the young man who awaited him. "Li Wen?" he inquired. "Yes, brother." Li Wen nodded in affirmation. "Get in, let's talk inside the car." With a resounding thud, the car door slammed shut. Lu Hai scrutinized Li Wen for a moment before smiling and asking, "Brother, are you in dire need of money?" "Indeed, my family is facing some issues. I require funds," Li Wen replied. "However, you lack collateral, which complicates matters," Lu Hai chuckled. "Please, just tell me how I can borrow," Li Wen insisted, handing over his identification card for Lu Hai to examine. After a thorough inspection and verification, Lu Hai nodded in satisfaction and said, "We can proceed with the loan, but first allow me to show you something." He retrieved a phone and, upon opening a video, a gruesome and bloody scene unfolded slowly. The video depicted a man crouched at a table, a visage of sheer terror and helplessness etched on his face, his lips moving incessantly. Surrounding him were 3 or 4 individuals, one of whom stated, "I'll lend you 50,000, but after a month, you've only repaid 10,000, far from covering the interest. Are you begging for mercy? To hell with you." With that, the individual swiftly brought down a knife, severing a finger completely, which tumbled to the ground, oozing blood and exposing the stark white of bone. The video continued, showcasing the man writhing in agony, akin to a fish out of water, contorted in unbearable pain. Though he was held firmly by several others, he remained upright, until one person approached with medical supplies to perform a rudimentary bandaging of the wound. "Next week it will be a pinky. The following week 2 fingers. I wonder how much you can afford to lose," the video concluded. Li Wen watched, somewhat dazed, swallowing hard. "So, do you still wish to borrow? Make sure you can repay, or you might find yourself in such a predicament. And do not even think about alerting the authorities. We are professionals with many means at our disposal." Lu Hai added, "As for the interest, let me clarify. For every 10,000 borrowed, you will owe 400 after a month." "Borrow." Li Wen gritted his teeth. "Excellent, you possess resolve."
Liu Hai Loget.
"Adi, initiate the transfer." At that moment, Li Wen noticed another person in the back seat, and upon closer inspection, realized it was the very individual from the video who had severed the finger. "Hello, brother. May our collaboration be fruitful." Adi smiled, the corner of his mouth revealing a burn mark that twisted like a worm. Li Wen managed a dry smile. Once everything was arranged, a stack of cash was handed to Li Wen. Brother, let me make this clear. Once the money and contract are in your hands, this matter is settled. No jokes. Do not harbor any illusions. If you cannot repay, your life will have value too. Understand, the interest will accumulate alongside the principal after 1 week. What do you mean?
Li Wen inquirat.
Compound interest, Lu Hai replied, confident that Li Wen would grasp the concept. However, Li Wen showed no sign of comprehension. A flicker of doubt arose within Lu Hai. Li Wen counted the money and asked, why is there 5,000 missing? Considering we traveled such a distance, the travel and processing fees are not excessive. You've received the cash. Remember, it's a weekly repayment, brother. Lu Hai gently patted Li Wen on the shoulder, exchanging a knowing glance with Adi, who smiled subtly in response. Li Wen feigned anger, though in reality, he was completely unfazed. Even if he were to withdraw 10,000, it would not matter to him, as he had no intention of repaying it. What if you can't pay it back temporarily?
Li Wen inquirat.
Lu Hai merely smiled faintly, an unspoken understanding lingering in the air. As Lu Hai observed him secure the money, he drove a circuitous route, returning Li Wen to his original location. Instead of heading directly back to Chen Zhou, Li Wen opted to visit the bank to initiate a transfer. Upon receiving the funds, Chen Zhou smiled with satisfaction, exclaiming, damn, the payday loans arrived swiftly. Such resources, he wondered if Rongcheng could withstand his exploitation of them. Chen Zhou believed it necessary for the government to issue decrees to protect such precious resources, or perhaps Rongcheng could implement policies to attract local treasures. With 95,000 in hand, Chen Zhou was in no rush. He indulged in online shopping for items he typically refrained from purchasing, buying a plethora of gifts for Luo Luo. He reflected that such ill-gotten gains should be spent quickly. He made a call home, sending 30,000 back, abruptly hanging up amid his father's skeptical tone, which suggested he suspected his son was involved in dubious activities, all while asserting that it was legal income. He could easily imagine the expressions on his parents' faces. His son, who had been a financial drain for over a decade, suddenly sending back 30,000. They might be thinking all sorts of things. Luo Luo, when my father calls later, he will undoubtedly ask what I'm up to. Just tell him everything is normal and to refrain from overthinking. From now on, we shall focus on enjoying life. Luo Luo nodded, somewhat dazed. To be honest, she too was astonished by the changes in Chen Zhou. Nonetheless, the trajectory was ultimately positive, instilling a sense of security and comfort within her. In a blink, several tens of thousands had dwindled, and Chen Zhou orchestrated multiple avatars to seek loans from usurious lenders, indifferent to the exorbitant interest, as long as the funds were transferred, his mantra being one of non-repayment. However, he maintained a threshold, borrowing only from those who appeared formidable. Meanwhile, he engaged intermediaries to locate factory spaces, having already begun preparations to establish a manufacturing operation. Rongcheng's tertiary industry flourished, while the primary and secondary sectors were less robust, though still present, as evidenced by the existence of garment factories, albeit somewhat distant. He dispatched dozens of avatars to scout for factories, preparing to acquire technical skills. Other avatars were engaged in a comprehensive strategy, aspiring to monopolize the area under the Chen name. At Gray Electronics, the entire factory had polished the floors repeatedly in anticipation of the boss's arrival, ensuring every corner was meticulously clean. Ma Shanyu observed Li Ming directing the operations with a smirk, thinking, let you enjoy your moment. Soon, you shall face the consequences. Damn! How dare a foolish fool challenge me? In the year when the collective strike occurred, Yao Yuan, the true proprietor of Hui Electronics, had already crossed into his 40s, although his appearance suggested he was barely in his 30s. As Yao Yuan stepped out of the car, Zhou Run approached with a disarming smile, assisting him by closing the car door and carrying his belongings. Welcome home, boss, Zhou Run said, his face adorned with a polite grin, maintaining a respectful distance on Yao Yuan's right. On his left stood a slender, astute man wearing sunglasses, who walked with an air of nonchalance, silently accompanying the boss. Zhou Run recognized this individual and, despite his composure, offered a hesitant smile that went unnoticed by the man in the shades. As Yao Yuan walked through the factory premises, He reflected nostalgically on the early days of his entrepreneurial journey when this area was nothing but desolation. Decades had swiftly passed, and he now surveyed the thriving establishment with a sense of accomplishment. This factory alone generated millions in revenue annually, allowing him a lifestyle of leisure, indulging in his passion for dogs and birds. Zhou Run. The factory is quite impressive. It appears remarkably clean, Yao Yuan remarked as he traversed various sections of the facility. Genuinely pleased. It is but a mere obligation. How can one expect to conquer the world if one does not first maintain his own domain? All credit belongs to your sagacious leadership. I merely follow your directives, Zhou Run replied, remaining a step behind, seemingly balanced in his demeanor. Yao Yuan, with a knowing smile, understood the underlying nuances of Zhou Run's words. It was evident that the cleanliness was a hasty arrangement. However, the crucial aspect was the attitude. When the boss arrives, the staff should present themselves accordingly. That was the politically correct approach. Moreover, he found pleasure in it. As he entered middle age, his desire for control had escalated, deepening his fascination with power. Engaging in conversation, they entered the workshop, which was even more immaculate than the exterior. The employees worked with meticulous diligence, their efforts rivaling that of machines. Standing behind one employee, Yao Yuan observed for a mere 2 seconds before his expression darkened. Zhou Run, watching from behind, wore a stiff countenance. After casting a glance at Zhou Run, Yao Yuan moved to the next position, yet his demeanor grew increasingly grave, his face darkening like a charred pot. Zhou Run, trailing behind, felt as if he had lost a loved one, while Li Chongyang and Ma Shanyu shared in this palpable tension. Sensing the somber mood emanating from Yao Yuan. What is happening? How was this arranged? Zhou Run inquired softly. Yao Yuan's inspection path coincided with the second line, now infamous for its subpar performance. The men remained silent, with Ma Shanyu's lips twitching slightly. Shaking his head, Yao Yuan grasped the factory's situation and realized that reform was imperative. Gather everyone for a meeting, he commanded, hands clasped behind his back. Surveying the industrious employees in the workshop, a surge of pride swelling within him. These individuals relied on him for their livelihoods. To put it candidly, he was their king, and they were the cattle and horses of his domain. As the crowd coalesced, numbering in the hundreds from 2 workshops, a low hum filled the air, even in the absence of many voices. The various team leaders wore solemn expressions, quietly reprimanding their subordinates, one layer scrutinizing another, until Zhou Run softly remarked, "Boss, all the employees from the production department have gathered." Yao Yuan nodded, cleared his throat, and announced, "Today marks my first visit to the factory this month. I presume many new employees do not recognize me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yao Yuan, the founder of this factory, and consequently your employer." At this juncture, he deliberately paused. After 3 seconds, a few scattered applause emerged, causing him to feel slightly embarrassed. He feigned composure and continued his discourse. The crux of today's address revolves around a singular theme. Our workforce is excessively large. After a brief observation, it is evident that some individuals are slacking, while others are simply inept. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those below began to shift, as if they could foresee what their employer was about to declare. Effective immediately, the hourly wage will be reduced by 1 unit, Yao Yuan stated. The room erupted in a cacophony of murmurs and protests. Yao Yuan, hands clasped behind his back, waited for the clamor to subside before asking, "Is there anything anyone wishes to say?" Courageously, one employee inquired, "Boss, why the wage reduction? The factory's profitability is low, and this measure is essential for cost saving," Yao Yuan replied. Li Ming, another worker, furrowed his brows, recalling the recent announcement regarding wage increases for the team leaders, and began to grasp the correlation. The other team leaders smirked. A wage reduction for the employees bore no consequence for them as they had already secured their own raises. "Does anyone have an objection?" Yao Yuan asked with a smile. A young man, youthful and innocent in appearance, stood to confront him, saying, "Why was the wage reduction not communicated to us employees? Why should it be?" Yao Yuan chuckled, observing the young employee. The latter opened his mouth to respond but awkwardly lowered his gaze instead. Yao Yuan smiled gently and inquired, "Does anyone else have questions? If not, Let us move on to the second matter. Starting today, work hours will be adjusted from 8 o'clock to 7:30, and quitting time will be changed to 9 o'clock. At this pronouncement, the faces of all employees transformed in astonishment. Not only had their wages been slashed, but their working hours had also been extended by more than an hour. This dog of a boss. One exclaimed, "We refuse to work under these new hours." At this moment, Yao Yuan handed the microphone to Zhou Run, as this was originally meant to be Zhou Run's address. His own enthusiasm had simply taken over. Refusing to work, are we? If minor adjustments to alleviate the factory's burdens dissuade you, then such individuals are unwelcome here, Zhou Run stated, addressing the individual who had spoken. You may proceed to file for resignation, but be advised that those departing now will receive only a base salary of 1,000, with no additional benefits. Upon hearing this, the previously tumultuous atmosphere fell silent. The few who had threatened to resign cast furious glances at their silent colleagues and departed, leaving behind a bitter remark. Continue to be exploited, you won't be crushed. I refuse to serve such a pathetic establishment. Upon the utterance of those words, a dozen or so young individuals followed suit, yet they remained a minority. The older workforce prevailed in number. They lacked the authority to voice dissent, and as long as matters did not escalate excessively, they could endure. Is there any issue? Zhou Run inquired. There is. A person raised his hand high and declared. Zhou Run, along with Yao Yuan and several mid-level managers, turned their attention towards him. A seemingly earnest individual emerged from the crowd and requested, "May I have the microphone?" Zhou Run smiled and handed it over. The man took the microphone and, after mumbling a few words, turned to Yao Yuan and exclaimed, "I want to say, Yao Yuan, F your mother." The room fell silent for 3 seconds before erupting into chaos. Zhou Run's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed to reclaim the microphone. Yao Yuan, wide-eyed and momentarily stunned, realized that his visit to inspect the factory had taken a turn for the worse. Enraged, he leapt up, shouting, "Get him! If anything happens, I will take responsibility." However, before the words had fully left his lips, the offender had already fled. Gasping for breath, Yao Yuan struggled to regain his composure. "Boss, I believe your actions are misguided," Li Ming interjected. Ma Shanyu, Debiijing Li Chongyang, and Zhou Run looked at him in astonishment, while the other managers widened their eyes, puzzled by Li Ming's audacity amidst Yao Yuan's fury. Ma Shanyu chuckled inwardly, pondering whether Li Ming fancied himself formidable. He had intended to make things difficult for him, but now the fool had stepped forward. A truly remarkable turn of events. "What did you say?" Yao Yuan seemed incredulous. "Who are you?" he inquired again. "I am Li Ming, currently a manager of the 5th line." Li Ming replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Yao Yuan smirked derisively. "Ha! Who granted you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Because you are a manager?" He fixed a cold glare on Li Ming. Laughter erupted from several individuals, particularly the senior managers and those who had always been at odds with Li Ming, who laughed with abandon. As Li Ming attempted to continue, Yao Yuan interrupted, "What do you wish to say? Get out of here. What nonsense is this?" Yao Yuan's fury peaked. Li Ming smirked and retorted, "Boss Yao, you will come to regret this. Today or tomorrow, remember to call me, and do so with a sincere attitude." With that, he turned and walked away without a backward glance. Yao Yuan stared at Li Ming's retreating figure in disbelief, thinking, "Regret? This lad seems oblivious to who he is dealing with." The atmosphere shifted in an instant, as the arrival of the boss had incited such a dramatic transformation that the entire assembly felt stifled, scarcely daring to breathe. Just when everyone believed the matter had concluded, a chorus of voices erupted from the crowd. "To hell with this! We are striking!" The synchronized shouts, as if rehearsed, sent shivers down the spines of all present, causing their bodies to tremble. Inspired by the initial wave, many others surged forth from the throng, declaring their intent to strike in protest. In this manner, the number of individuals swelled to around 100, and soon reached approximately 150. Yao Yuan was taken aback by the sudden unity exhibited by the crowd. It was a rarity in his recollection. A few middle-level leaders, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, grew anxious, realizing that such a large-scale strike was untenable. Li Chongyang hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, Do not act impulsively. Difficulties are merely temporary, and this path will prove detrimental for us all. Yet his words fell on deaf ears. As all gazes were fixed on Yao Yuan, Li Chongyang cast a pleading glance back at the boss. Frowning slightly, Yao Yuan turned away, retrieved his phone, and after dialing a few numbers, a smile immediately graced his lips. There was no shortage of workers, nor of those who would be deemed expendable. Challenging me is truly laughable. Turning back, his demeanor had softened, and he remarked, "All right then, those who are striking today, pack your belongings and leave. How about our wages?" Someone shouted defiantly, "We won't depart without our pay." Expecting wages during a strike? You'll be waiting for quite some time, Yao Yuan replied with a cold smirk. Then we shall stay. We will all face ruin together. Not leaving, are we? Recently, he had contacted numerous individuals. As a businessman earning millions annually, his social connections were quite formidable for handling such situations. The strategy was simple. Target the instigators and intimidate the rest. A disorganized mob, driven by fleeting emotions, how long could they sustain this? In the dimly lit office, despite his infrequent visits, Yao Yuan found solace as he sank into his chair, a contented sigh escaping his lips. He retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number, a smile inadvertently gracing his face upon connection. "Brother Chen, I owe you my gratitude for today's affair. Let us meet tonight at Golden Glory." Meanwhile, a group of roughly 10 young men adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers squeezed into a large Iveco van. The vehicle roared to life, heading towards the direction of Huaihui Electronics. "Boss, what exactly are we doing?" inquired a 20-something lad with a Korean bowl cut and a tank top, a hint of apprehension in his voice. Beside him, a darker-skinned man in his 30s, draped in a fierce dragon tattoo, chuckled and replied, "According to the boss, we're here to intimidate some unruly factory workers." "Unruly factory workers? What's that about? By the way, your dragon tattoo is incredibly cool, truly commanding," the younger brother exclaimed, his admiration evident. "Hey, you'll see once we arrive. I think it's about a strike or something," the tattooed man responded, glancing at his own ink with satisfaction. The van screeched to a halt outside the factory, its doors flung open as a throng of individuals spilled out. The gatekeeper, Uncle Chen, was taken aback by the imposing presence, too intimidated to utter a sound. "What are you staring at, old man?" the young brother taunted, reveling in the intimidation. "I'm just observing this troublesome brother of yours," Uncle Chen thought to himself, yet wore a benign smile as he asked, "What brings you here? Generally, outsiders aren't allowed in this factory." "Open the gate. Your boss has sent us," the tattooed leader commanded. In truth, Uncle Chen had already received prior notice and, succumbing to his instincts, decided to assert a bit of authority before finally unlocking the gate. The group filed in, with the younger brother curiously surveying the factory's interior, soon arriving at the workshop where they were met by Ma Shanyu. With eyes alight, Ma Shanyu guided them to the epicenter of the commotion, where around 100 individuals stood, some seated, others agitatedly pacing, their voices filled with outrage. "Goodness, there are so many of them. Can we really intimidate them with just 10 of us?" the young brother queried, anxiety creeping into his tone. "Fear not, they are merely factory workers. Watch me perform," the tattooed leader scoffed, then turned to Ma Shanyu, asking, "Among this crowd, who is the most unruly?" Upon hearing this, Ma Shanyu's eyes brightened as he searched the throng for Li Ming, hoping fervently that he hadn't escaped. After a brief search, he spotted the young man in the corner and pointed him out to the tattooed leader, saying, "That's the one, causing the most ruckus." The tattooed leader nodded and approached Li Ming, raising his voice. "So, you're the one leading the strike? Now you are presented with 2 choices. First, immediately return to your duties. Second," he coolly extended 2 fingers and said, "Either leave this place at once." Li Ming cast a perplexed glance at him and inquired, "Who are you? What business do you have here?" "Very well. Since you have asked, allow me to clarify, lest you remain in ignorance. Listen closely, I have been summoned by your boss. It has come to my attention that some fools are causing a ruckus at the factory, and I am here to restore order. You lot should heed my warning. Vacate this place immediately, or you shall find it impossible to survive in Rongqing. We mean what we say. Do not harbor any illusions. We have connections in every factory in Rongqing, and once we remember you, there will be no escape. The tattooed man's voice boomed, silencing everyone present. At that moment, some individuals recognized him. They were familiar with the factory scene and had some recollection of him, as he was specifically employed by the bosses to deal with troublemakers. Rumor had it that someone who previously caused a disturbance had fled back home, only to have this man track him down and break his leg. Wu Chang, of course, overheard the murmurs in the crowd and felt a sense of satisfaction regarding his reputation, a slight sense of accomplishment swelling within him. The young subordinates behind him looked up at their elder brother with admiration, their eyes practically sparkling with reverence. Brother Ming, I apologize, but we cannot stand by your side in this. We cannot afford to provoke these individuals. They are not to be trifled with. They are desperate and reckless, capable of pursuing us to our homes. We truly cannot afford this. One of the striking employees spoke with a tinge of shame, while those around him lowered their heads, aware that survival took precedence. The circumstances were indeed more imposing than the individuals involved, leaving them with no recourse but to bow their heads in submission. Do not worry. This situation arose because of me, and I shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution, Li Ming reassured, giving the man a comforting pat on the shoulder and uttering some enigmatic words. Wu Chang, is it? You think quite highly of yourself, do you? Li Ming inquired, adopting a grave expression. Huh? What do you intend to do? I should be more impressive than you, right? Ha. Wu Chang laughed in response. His followers regarded Li Ming with disdain, perplexed by his apparent bravado, wondering if he truly believed such posturing was impressive. Close the workshop doors. Li Ming suddenly commanded. Oh, what is this? Are you sealing your retreat? Are you looking to play games? Wu Chang remarked, watching as the workshop doors were shut, a smile playing on his lips. Is that a fish tattoo you have? Li Ming approached Wu Chang, smiling as he spoke. Your mother. Wu Chang raised his hand, poised to slap Li Ming, but just as he lifted it, two individuals seized him, startling him into using his other hand, only to have that restrained as well. Brothers, go. Wu Chang sensed something was amiss. Perhaps he had encountered a more united front than expected. As his subordinates prepared to act, one had already drawn a telescopic baton, a fierce expression on his face, ready to strike, but in the next moment, they witnessed an astonishing scene unfold. A throng of several dozen individuals descended upon him like rabid dogs, subduing him before he could even comprehend the situation. What do you think you are? How dare you come after me? Do you have any authority in this matter? Li Ming raised his hand and delivered several sharp slaps to Wu Chang's face, the sound resonating with a harsh yet dull thud, perhaps due to the thickness of Wu Chang's flesh. You little brat. You have some nerve, now that you're outnumbered. With each slap, Wu Chang's eyes reddened, glaring fiercely at Li Ming, wishing he could devour him whole on the spot. Why are you glaring at me? This is none of your concern. You stepped in here, acting all high and mighty. Li Ming continued to rain down slaps, the only sounds in the room being Wu Chang's labored breaths and the echoes of Li Ming's assault. Wu Chang's underlings, initially there to dish out punishment, found themselves incensed as they witnessed their leader being humiliated. The shame was palpable. Meanwhile, the employees of Hui Hui Electronics stood in stunned silence, realizing that this Li Ming was indeed audacious, more so than they had anticipated, daring to strike a local thug with such ferocity. Wu Yuxuan and his companions watched in exhilaration, recalling a similar scene from that fateful night, though this display was far more electrifying. The thugs from that night were no match for the current spectacle. They too had endured Li Ming's slaps. My brother is truly formidable. Equally thrilled and astonished was Zhou Qingyang, trembling with excitement, his very essence alive with adrenaline. Incredible. Ma Shanyu watched Li Ming in shock, swallowing hard, a twinge of fear creeping into his heart. Would Li Ming seek revenge against him? Wang Qingyao had already slipped into the crowd, having resolved to flee at the first opportunity. Li Ming was too fearsome. You think you're something special? I'm the money lord. Wu Chang's face was swollen, marked by several deep cuts, blood trickling forth. Money, you say? Tattoos? Huh? A gangster? Li Ming wielded the sole of his shoe, delivering another 30 slaps. The sound echoed like firecrackers, causing those of a timid disposition to instinctively shut their eyes. What brutality! Wu Chang's visage was being reduced to a pulp. At that moment, only one thought occupied Wu Chang's mind. This boy must die. Not only him, but before his demise, his family and friends must endure torment, making him regret ever stepping into this world. Speak, are you a gangster or not? Li Ming struck again, delivering another 30 or 40 blows. Wu Chang was left dazed, memories of past events flooding his mind, making him acutely aware that if this continued, he might indeed be beaten to death. Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have gotten involved. Brother. Wu Chang gritted his teeth, feeling deeply humiliated as he begged for mercy. Humph, are you a gangster?
Li Ming skufa.
Yes, we are. Wu Chang nodded, resembling a pig's head. And you have tattoos? What do they depict? A dragon across my shoulder. What? Li Ming struck him a few more times, rendering Wu Chang utterly bewildered. Brother, it's a ribbon fish. Laughter erupted throughout the crowd as Wu Chang lowered his head, his eyes ablaze with a murderous glint. At the moment when Li Ming was perpetrating his violence, a convoy of over a dozen vans, filled to capacity with passengers, surged towards the gray electronic factory from the direction of Wu Chang. At the entrance of the gray electronic factory, a dozen vans were parked, their doors flung open as around 10 ruffians emerged, wielding clubs. In an instant, the previously sparse crowd swelled to over 100, each face alight with a blend of excitement and ferocity. The doorman, Mr. Chen, appeared dazed. What was happening? Why had so many suddenly arrived? Yet, he dared not inquire, sensing the unsettling demeanor of the crowd. It was a security guard's instinct to avoid danger, and these individuals exuded an intimidating aura. He promptly opened the gate, contemplating whether to notify the authorities, but dismissed the thought. This was not his concern. Nearby, a few food stalls had been set up, and as the vans approached, the vendors anticipated the commotion, hastily retreating some distance away. A few inexperienced stallholders were caught off guard, their stands abruptly overturned. Once the throng had entered the factory, murmurs of speculation began to arise. What on earth is happening? Exclaimed a young man, astonished as he watched the gathering. Could there be a brawl inside the factory? An older gentleman suggested. In this day and age, this crowd is enormous. It must be quite a spectacle. This is nothing. A couple of years ago, I witnessed 300 to 400 people in a similar scenario. It felt like warfare, and the police didn't intervene, just a bunch of societal misfits. Wow, impressive. You have to admit, when a crowd gathers like this, it certainly has an imposing presence. A young man remarked. Quite amusing, lad, chuckled an elderly man, seemingly reminiscing about past events. However, in the next moment, the ground began to tremble rhythmically, and a vendor's cart, laden with roasted potatoes, bounced forward as if animated. As time passed, from behind buildings around corners, and from behind trees, a dense mass of people surged forth, rushing towards the gray electronic factory. The stunned expressions of several vendors were quickly overshadowed as they found themselves engulfed by the crowd, evoking feelings reminiscent of the spring festival rush. They huddled weakly against their carts, resembling timid chicks, afraid to utter a word, their eyes humbly following each passerby. Minutes later, the crowd fully infiltrated the factory, and only then did the vendors release their pent-up astonishment. What in the world? Who are these people? The young man's shock had now extended to his very core, leaving him breathless. Today has truly opened my eyes. There must be at least 300 to 400 individuals here. Who are they? A middle-aged man echoed the sentiment of disbelief. It seems the skies over our city are darkening. Those inside are in for a grim fate. An elderly gentleman shook his head with a sigh, his astonishment artfully concealed within his words. It dawned on him that the group in the van was likely in cahoots with the dozen or so individuals who had entered earlier. As for the several hundred individuals trailing behind, one could only marvel at their audacity. In Workshop 3, Li Ming kicked Wu Chang to the ground, following up with several fierce blows. Damn the underworld. I despise you thugs, preying on the weak and fearing the strong. You exploit ordinary citizens domestically while betraying your own abroad. Utterly worthless. Frustrated by the inadequacy of his words, he vented his anger on Wu Chang, ordering the most arrogant of the bunch to step forward. With a flurry of slaps that resonated brutally, the scene became increasingly savage. Many onlookers were struck by a singular thought. Who truly embodies the underworld here? Witnessing such cruelty, they wondered how one could strike with such abandon, dishing out dozens of slaps. Wasn't that enough to tenderize flesh? Wuchang lay on the ground, a tempest of emotions raging within him. He had yet to concede defeat, stubbornly enduring. Why should he surrender? He believed he was merely surrounded by a group of factory workers relying on their shared origins. Sooner or later, he would repay them 100-fold. Damn! He felt as though his molars were about to shatter. What? You think you can resist? Li Ming crouched down, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he addressed Wuchang. Wuchang gasped for breath, avoiding eye contact, fearful of unleashing a torrent of curses. I believe the guests should be arriving soon, Li Ming stated inexplicably, rising to his feet with a smirk. This matter is far from over. I have much to address in the aftermath. Colleagues, anticipate that those who have wronged you will be made to compensate for your losses. He cast a glance towards Yao Yuan's office, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Yao Yuan, coldly observing the surveillance, held no illusions that these individuals could truly threaten him. What tempests had he not weathered? Ha! A mere pack of small-time thugs, believing that numbers equate to power, he held such notions in contempt. Let us proceed. Take the individuals downstairs, he commanded, leading the way. The small-time ruffians were ushered down, leaving the workshop employees baffled by the unfolding drama. Yet many followed, for who could resist the allure of spectacle, especially one as captivating as this? Upon reaching the first floor, they emerged into a vast square, typically the shipping area of the workshop, capable of accommodating hundreds. Li Ming stood at the forefront, reminiscent of an ancient general. The gentle breeze caressed his face as he exerted dominance over the crowd. He delivered a swift kick to Wuchang's side, inquiring, "Are your reinforcements nearly here?" "You?" Wuchang responded, taken aback. "Ha! I hope your allies prove reliable. Otherwise, matters may take a turn for the worse," Li Ming replied with a grin. Wuchang's eyes widened, sensing an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Yet trusting in his boss, he retorted defiantly, "You're clever, but this is Rongqing, far from your playground. Boy, let us see what unfolds." Li Ming chuckled. In the next moment, a throng of fierce-looking individuals surged forth from around the corner of the factory, each exuding an air of menace and hostility. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, the gray electronic figure discerned the gravity of the matter, casting a sympathetic glance at Li Ming and his companions before discreetly retreating to avoid being embroiled in the chaos. Wuchang's group, however, revealed cruel smiles once more, their bodies trembling with anticipation as they concocted plans for revenge. The leader among them, a middle-aged man adorned with spectacles, exuded an air of refinement. Zhang Yijie, the paramount figure responsible for security across various entertainment venues under Qian Ye's command, had navigated the underbelly of Rongqing for decades, earning the moniker Jishabang. Those who fell under his scrutiny seldom escaped his grasp, swiftly succumbing to his influence. This nickname circulated only among the powerful, while his subordinates affectionately referred to him as Brother Jie. "Well, my dear brother, you possess quite the audacity. You are the first to have my men so thoroughly beaten." Brother Jie observed Wuchang's pitiful state, furrowing his brow and, rather than expressing anger, he smiled, a mix of fury and curiosity brewing within him. "Who might you be? Do enlighten me," he inquired. "Call me Minggu," Li Ming retorted with a cold smirk. Brother Jie momentarily faltered, his facial muscles twitching. "I am a man of Qianyi. May I inquire as to your identity? Once more, I reiterate, you are unworthy of knowing who stands behind me, nor is your so-called Qianyi entitled to such knowledge. What you must comprehend is that should you dare to step beyond that Red Bull bottle today, you shall not leave here unscathed," Li Ming declared, gesturing towards a beverage bottle situated a mere 2 steps from Brother Jie's feet. Brother Jie cast a glance at the object, exhaling a plume of irritation through his nostrils. "What audacity! What boldness! Should I commend your youthful fearlessness or deem you simply foolish?" He stepped over the bottle with a resolute stride, commanding, "Attack! Ensure that at least half of these individuals are incapacitated." With his hands clasped behind his back, he spoke with cold authority. His eager subordinates could no longer contain their excitement, ready to charge forth at his command. "Ah, you think there are many of you?" Li Ming bellowed. In the next instant, a throng of individuals surged forth from the opposite corridor, akin to a school of fish, their expressions devoid of emotion as they surveyed the approximately 100 people within the factory. "I have warned you. Those who cross that beverage bottle shall face dire consequences today." Brother Jie's countenance shifted dramatically, shock overtaking him as he surveyed the densely packed crowd surrounding him. Based on his experience, he estimated there to be no fewer than 400 to 500 individuals. It's a fight to the finish. In this moment, the young man reflects on a past event. A vivid image arises in his mind, recalling a time when he stood alone against a dozen armed thugs. Though perilous, he was imbued with unwavering courage and determination. The aftermath was a Pyrrhic victory, yet he emerged triumphant, gaining fame and establishing the legend of Jie Shibang in the martial world, driven solely by a sense of heroism. Despite the multitude, he pressed on. The allure of luxury cars, beautiful women, and the trappings of fame and fortune followed in quick succession, forging his current social standing through sheer effort. At that time, he was merely 20, but now, in his early 40s, he has transitioned from the ease of automatic to the challenges of manual. A crowd of hundreds observed him with impassive faces, resembling a pack of wolves eyeing their prey. He could sense the tension radiating from his subordinates. They were afraid. Jie Er shared their fear, but he could not reveal this vulnerability to his brothers. As the leader, he must uphold the facade of strength. With a sardonic smile, he questioned, "A few hundred of you? Impressive, indeed. Which gang do you hail from? Earning a mere few hundred a month?" As a renowned figure in the underground scene of Rongqing, he understood that these ruffians primarily earned their living through security services, property management, and various illicit dealings. However, Rongqing was known for its stability. Human trafficking was virtually non-existent, and drug sales required substantial backing. Given the number of people present, his knowledge of these industries suggested that such a scenario was unprecedented. "Ah, my friend, there's no need to probe further. You just crossed the line," Li Ming scoffed dismissively. "Don't think that sheer numbers grant you impunity. Those who live this life know better." Jie Er furrowed his brow. "To hell with your rules. You've crossed the line, and you'll kneel and confess today, or I'll break your legs." Li Ming's countenance twisted into a snarl, entirely shedding the gentility he once displayed at the factory. The employees, concealed within the door, were taken aback by both Li Ming and the sudden influx of his cohort. Indeed, they were a gang, and the realization struck Qing Yang with overwhelming dread. Mao Shanyu and his companions felt their courage wane. They regretted provoking this man, uncertain of how retribution would unfold. Yao Yuan, hiding in his office, felt overwhelmed and debated whether to call the police, ultimately deciding against it. He trusted the strength of Brother Chen, believing that law enforcement would arrive far too late to be of any help. He resolved that, after this incident, he would decisively rid himself of these formidable individuals, accepting any financial loss as a necessary cost. For who could have anticipated such a band of thugs working under his roof? "Are these people out of their minds?" he pondered. "They've come to my electronic factory to exploit me, haven't they? No wonder the workshop management claimed it was haunted. It was these rascals all along." He even considered summoning a master to perform some rituals. Jie Er was incensed. How dare this insolent wretch demand his submission? Such disrespect left no room for negotiation. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward, followed by a group of about 20 loyal subordinates, equally fierce in demeanor. In the underworld, reputation is paramount. Once tarnished, can spell ruin for a lifetime. A total of 20 individuals surged towards Li Ming, with Brother Jie leading the charge, the youthful bravado rekindling within him. "In my youth, I could create miracles, and I can still do so now." He roared internally, "I, Zhang Yijie, shall not succumb to this band of youngsters." However, in the next moment, hundreds of individuals, strikingly well coordinated, surged forth like a trained battalion, forming an impenetrable wall that obstructed Brother Jie's advance. "Charge, brothers!" Brother Jie's eyes blazed red with a frenzy. "Fools!" Li Ming derided. The next instant, the two crowds collided. Brother Jie, wielding a short wooden stick, struck one adversary but was swiftly met with a flurry of feet, 7 or 8 powerful kicks landed upon his legs. He let out a muffled groan, losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. Instinctively, he attempted to roll away, yet a dozen feet descended upon him in a relentless barrage, heedless of his plight. His body, akin to a battered sack, writhed on the ground, unable to find refuge. Meanwhile, his 20 or so subordinates were similarly besieged, overwhelmed by 4 or 5 assailants each, unable to even utter a cry, for the moment they opened their mouths, another foot would silence them. After all, with 20 against 400, there was no chance unless armed. The employees of the electronics company stood agape, as if witnessing a cinematic spectacle. This scene was even more thrilling than the exploits of the notorious gangster Haonan. Wu Yushuan and his companions gazed at Li Ming in awe, astonished by their unexpected might, while Yang Guangzhou's bravado paled in comparison. Zhou Qingyang trembled, his heart racing. This Li Ming was not merely a gangster, but a powerful leader within the criminal underworld. Ma Shanyu and his associates, once ashen, now turned ghostly pale, their minds echoing a singular thought. Damn it, why doesn't this factory have a backdoor? Does the foolish boss lack any sense of crisis? Yao Yuan surveyed the chaotic scene below, a deep sigh escaping his lips as he recalled Li Ming's words. Yet, he suddenly smiled. He feared the underworld not, for even if it came to a confrontation, it could merely cost him a bit more. In this day and age, gangsters have no future. Even Master Chen was nearing a clean slate. The subordinates who had followed Brother Jie could only watch in horror as their comrades, those with whom they had shared banter, were mercilessly beaten. A wave of emotion surged within them. Thank goodness we weren't at the front. Otherwise, we would be the ones getting battered, they thought, witnessing the brutal onslaught. Even Brother Jie, once a figure of intimidation, now huddled on the ground, clutching his head like a frightened shrimp. Yet, there were those among them who, fueled by camaraderie, shouted in anger, "If you have the guts, don't bully the few with your numbers. Let us settle this one-on-one." After a few minutes of relentless exertion, as it became evident that the individuals were nearing their breaking point, Li Ming squatted down with a grin, resembling a nefarious character, and inquired, "Brother Jie, do you yield?" Brother Jie trembled all over, gasping for breath, and after a prolonged struggle, managed to utter weakly, "You are quite formidable. Do you truly disregard Master Chen?" At that moment, his entire body had succumbed, yet his spirit remained obstinate. Li Ming found himself somewhat admiring this man's tenacity. Indeed, those who navigate such treacherous waters must possess some level of competence. How audacious to still issue threats at such a juncture. It was reckless to utter anything about Master Chen. Such words could jeopardize him. If tomorrow he were to set a banquet to apologize, it might suffice. Otherwise, I would not forget this affront. Brother Jie, the consequences could be dire, Li Ming remarked with a smile. However, the matter at hand was evidently yours. Clearly, you are unwilling to submit, even under such duress? Are you not afraid of death? Brother Jie snorted disdainfully. Death? In this society, fighting is one thing, but if someone dies, the implications are altogether different. Would he truly be fearful of that? I will make you pay dearly. Li Ming glared at Brother Jie with unyielding eyes, devoid of any emotion, akin to a machine. Observing his gaze, one might mistake him for a fool, yet Brother Jie did not perceive him as such. Nonetheless, this individual was far from normal. Yet, someone of your ilk does not merit my particular attention for demise. Convey a message to your so-called Master Chen. Should he yield, he is to host a banquet. If not, we may continue this. Remember to address me as Brother Ming. Li Ming declared. Brother Jie inhaled deeply, watching as Li Ming gradually retreated, prompting the other ruffians to cease their aggression. It was only then that he hoarsely shouted, "Someone come over and assist me." Dozens of trembling subordinates approached to aid their once proud brother, now reduced to a pitiful state, as they left amidst the gaze of hundreds. Brother Jie felt as though at least a dozen bones had been broken. Having suffered such a significant loss, he would likely be bedridden for half a year. Li Ming turned his attention to the management of Hui Electronics and sighed. Ma Shanyu? Ma Shanyu scrambled out, prostrating himself before Li Ming, exclaiming, "Brother, I failed to recognize your greatness. No, it is I who am the fool. Please, spare me. Begone." Li Ming shook his head. There was little contention between him and Ma Shanyu, and there was no need for further action. Merely a few unfortunate souls. Ma Shanyu crawled away, immensely relieved. Li Ming gazed upwards towards what was presumably Yao Yuan's office, where a massive air conditioning unit hung on the wall. In the midst of the chaos, with the commotion subsiding, Jiegu had already been urgently transported to the hospital. 100 or so younger subordinates, their spirits dampened, dispersed in silence, feeling the weight of humiliation as their leader had been bested in such a disgraceful manner. They had often boasted loudly, only to be outdone by the younger generation. Meanwhile, on the other side, 400 to 500 individuals began to drift away, blending back into the crowd. The members of the Hui Hui Electronics, both in awe and trepidation, regarded Li Ming from a distance, hesitant to approach him. Only a few, like Wu Yuxuan, were unperturbed, viewing Li Ming as an impressive figure and hoping to gain favor. Li Ming, you're incredible, Wu Yuxuan exclaimed, laughing exuberantly, positioning himself beside Li Ming like a devoted follower, while Wang Denghong and others gazed at him with equal enthusiasm. Li Ming, with a gentle smile, replied, "What is so impressive? I'm merely a worker. Being the boss is what truly commands respect." Though Wu Yuxuan and his companions internally disagreed with this sentiment, they vigorously nodded in agreement. "You're all impressive, but we still think you're the most remarkable, Li Ming." Patting their shoulders, Li Ming made his way toward the independent office space on the 3rd floor, where the boss, Yao Yuan, resided. Each situation calls for a distinct approach. When dealing with sycophants, intimidation and manipulation are necessary. In confronting violent individuals, one must be even more formidable, wielding greater authority and commanding a larger following to maintain control. Conversely, different tactics are required for engaging with business owners. Thus, Li Ming found himself standing outside Yao Yuan's office, knocking on the door. After a few seconds of silence, he knocked again yet still received no response. Finally, with a forceful kick, he thrust the door open. Yao Yuan stood inside, his expression sour, and queried, "What do you want?" "I previously mentioned that I require your apology," Li Ming stated, entering the office and disregarding Yao Yuan's displeased demeanor as he settled into the plush office chair. "I acknowledge your capabilities in garnering such support, but do not forget the society we inhabit. Today's events may be overlooked due to prior arrangements," Yao Yuan remarked, maintaining a stoic expression as he observed Li Ming. "What are you implying?" Li Ming asked, taken aback by the boss's demeanor. "This matter should be considered resolved at this point. If you believe it can escalate further, you are sorely mistaken," Yao Yuan continued, scrutinizing Li Ming for any sign of weakness. "Enough with the pleasantries. Offer your apology with sincerity, and we can discuss subsequent matters. Otherwise, your factory's future is bleak," Li Ming asserted. Yao Yuan, grinding his teeth, lowered his head and bent slightly, confessing, "Yes, you are correct. I underestimated the people in my factory. Yet your apology lacks sincerity," Li Ming noted. Yao Yuan, now bending lower with his eyes fixated on his shoelaces, felt the weight of the moment, a sensation he hadn't experienced in quite some time, reminiscent of his youth. "I sense that you find this quite humiliating, even shameful, perhaps uncomfortable? The notion arises from your belief that you surpass me significantly. However, Li Ming chuckled, shaking his head. "What exactly do you intend to accomplish?" Yao Yuan lifted his head, his eyes slightly reddened. "One condition. The hourly wage increases by 2 yuan, punctual attendance is mandatory, and there are 4 days off per month. It is all quite simple," Li Ming stated. "Currently, with a multitude of avatars, one must be allocated wherever needed. This is a prerequisite for system enhancement. Regardless of whether they are real individuals or avatars, they must contribute positively to society."
Impossible.
"The factory's profit margins are slim. If this continues, I shall earn nothing." Yao Yuan resolutely rejected the proposal. "As far as I know, your factory earns several million annually, and a clerk in the office, simply managing logistics, can net 6,000 a month with perfect attendance. How is it that those toiling on the assembly line, giving their all, only make 4,000 or 5,000? The blood you have drained is sufficient for several lifetimes," Li Ming asserted. Yao Yuan harbored disdain in his heart. If one truly possessed the capability, they would establish their own factory. Lacking this ability and resorting to such tactics, Yao Yuan was not one to be intimidated. If you attempt to withhold my wages, it is unlikely to succeed. Humph, who cannot perform the tasks on the assembly line. In our country, the least valuable individuals are precisely these workers. Replacements are readily available. Why should their wages be so high? With inflated salaries, what competition can they possibly offer? Yao Yuan retorted, "Do not presume that I fear you simply because you consider yourself a gangster. Will you strike me or vandalize my factory? The violent apparatus of this nation far surpasses your ilk. Feel free to challenge them." Li Ming fell silent. The man spoke with considerable insight. Every industry adheres to its own operational rules, and as society has evolved, it has become increasingly cohesive. Unless one possesses immense power, any attempts to defy will only lead to self-destruction. However, are these avatars a normal phenomenon? Is there no room for negotiation? Li Ming inquired. Do not be overly naive. I, Yao Yuan, am not easily intimidated. Li Ming gazed into Yao Yuan's eyes, and after a prolonged moment of mutual scrutiny, he spoke. It appears you are unwilling to compromise? I cannot comply. Yao Yuan replied coldly. You will comply, Li Ming insisted. Perhaps, but not at this moment. Perhaps tomorrow or the day after. However, that is of little consequence. Since you have stated it thus, I shall not contest further. Settle my outstanding wages before the end of the workday, and ensure compensation for termination. Otherwise, your factory may find itself unable to operate in the near term. Very well. Yao Yuan smiled faintly, finding the situation unexpectedly straightforward. It seems these people are merely numerous. Matters swiftly progressed, and all individuals involved in the unrest were dismissed. Yet they received compensation in accordance with labor laws, resulting in a tolerable outcome. Yao Yuan stood by the window, observing a group of individuals slowly exiting the factory grounds, a cold smile forming on his lips. Ha! What of the gangsters? They too must obediently vacate. Behind him, Zhou Run laughed, chiding him. In our nation, gangsters indeed possess little room for survival. They fail to achieve anything significant. Yao Yuan remarked with a smile. Why did the boss agree to provide compensation? Simply terminating employment and disbursing the owed wages would suffice. Under normal circumstances, various methods could easily prevent the workers from receiving their due pay. Zhou Run found the boss's decision perplexing. In desperate situations, individuals can resort to drastic measures. With hundreds of them, if pushed too far, they could act unpredictably. It is wise to make appropriate concessions and not completely disregard their dignity. What losses could our factory possibly incur? They would recoup any losses within days. The boss is astute. Zhou Run complimented him. Yao Yuan chuckled and remarked, with so many departing at once, we must expedite the hiring process and consider raising wages to avoid impacting tomorrow's production. Rest assured. Several agencies have assured me they have plenty of candidates and can fill the positions swiftly. Zhou Run responded promptly. Take this lesson to heart. We must avoid hiring individuals of dubious character. Ensure the agencies we collaborate with are reliable. Otherwise, we will recruit directly, and you will oversee the process personally. Yao Yuan advised thoughtfully. Have no worries, boss. Our factory is equipped with surveillance cameras. I will meticulously vet each candidate to ensure no troublemakers infiltrate our ranks. Zhou Run assured him, and Yao Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Zhou rested his arm pensively. His physical and mental prowess had surpassed that of an ordinary person, allowing him to lift weights of 1 to 200 pounds effortlessly with a single hand. His enhanced mental acuity enabled him to control his doppelgangers with greater ease. Currently, several hundred unfamiliar faces were stationed at the entrances of various agencies, as he intended to explore opportunities across multiple industries. However, his primary focus remained on the gray electronics and the evening meeting between Li Ming and that individual known as Chen Yi. At the Royal Garden, a hospital in the vicinity, a group of around 20 individuals was hastily ushered into the emergency room. The sudden influx of casualties struck the medical staff with alarm, leading them to believe a significant disaster had occurred. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that the injuries were the result of a brawl, leaving them even more astonished at the scale of such violence in this day and age. Wasn't this a phenomenon of decades past? Among the agitated crowd was Mr. Chen, known as Chen Daqiang, distinguished by his gold-rimmed spectacles and meticulously slicked-back hair, so shiny that even a fly would hesitate to land on it. At that moment, he stood outside the emergency room, his expression as grim as a winter's day, while a group of company executives behind him dared not utter a word, their silence palpable. Passing doctors and nurses, upon witnessing this scene, found themselves devoid of the courage to even steal a glance. "Doctor, how is it?" Chen Zhou inquired as the physician emerged. "You are the relatives of the patients, I presume? There's no cause for major concern. They've merely sustained numerous fractures and some internal injuries. With time, they will recover," the doctor replied, glancing at the throng in the corridor and scolding, "What are you all doing here? Move along." A voice of discontent arose from the crowd, ready to hurl insults at the doctor. "You bastard! Abbing!" Chen Zhou interjected, causing the man's brash demeanor to instantly subside as he lowered his head in silence. "Doctor, may I step inside to see?" Chen Zhou asked. The doctor pondered for a moment before nodding. "You may enter, but only one person." "Very well, thank you, doctor." Chen Zhou expressed his gratitude and turned to the others. "You wait here." Having given his instructions, he pushed open the door and stepped inside, where the scene was grim, prompting him to furrow his brow. Such sights were reminiscent of experiences from decades ago, now resurfacing. "Ajay, how are you?" Chen Zhou approached the bed of his comrade, Ajay, and was taken aback to see him swathed in bandages, the pungent scent of antiseptic invading his senses. "Brother Chen, I've become the subject of your amusement." Ajay managed a wry smile. Chen Zhou took a seat beside him, scrutinizing his friend before asking, "What happened with the other party?" He was incredulous that there could be factions in Rongqing of which he was unaware. Ajay's knowledge of the local dynamics was unparalleled, and he had never suffered such a setback in all these years. Ajay recounted the entire sequence of events in meticulous detail. Who would have thought that beneath Yao Yuan's command lurked such a band of ruffians? What was initially perceived as a trivial matter has turned into a significant ordeal for you, Chen Zhou remarked, his expression tinged with complexity. Ajay fell into silence, still grappling with the shock of being assaulted by hundreds. But what do these people even do? Are they factory workers? Chen Zhou found it hard to fathom their motives. "I have no idea what they were thinking," Ajay replied, his lips twitching. The two shared a moment of wordless understanding before engaging in an analysis, ultimately concluding, these individuals must belong to a village or locality. Otherwise, how could they have come together to cause such chaos? It's utterly absurd. It seems so. I perceive them to be rather ruthless. As the saying goes, desolate mountains and treacherous waters breed cunning folk, and these individuals certainly fit that description. The victim, Brother Jie, recounted his experience personally. If that is the case, then matters can be handled accordingly. Chen Zhou's eyes flickered, lost in contemplation. "Ensure someone investigates the background of a certain Minggu. I want to know everything about his family. By the way, that fellow has requested you set a table for him to offer apologies. What do you think?" Brother Jie hesitated, pondering that for someone of Chen Zhou's stature to utter such words, the person must either be a true top-tier leader, which is highly improbable, or an arrogant fool, unaware of their own limitations. "Ha! To ask for a table to apologize? How amusing!" Chen Zhou chuckled, shaking his head, his eyes glinting with mirth, though that mirth bore a chilling edge. Brother Jie felt a shiver run down his spine, realizing that the elder brother was genuinely angered. "Well then, of course, we shall go. I am eager to meet this audacious newcomer and discern his true nature." Chen Zhou adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, appearing somewhat scholarly at this moment. Brother Jie felt a tremor in his heart, sensing the awakening of a long-dormant dragon. Brother Chen, at last genuine interest had been piqued. This formidable figure, known in the underworld as the scholarly beast, had stirred. "Jie, take good care of your injuries. This debt will not go unpaid. I will transfer 1 million to your account for your recovery, and each of your brothers shall receive 100,000. "Elder brother, that is far too generous," Brother Jie exclaimed with excitement. "After all, it was for my assistance. Even though I have not involved myself in such matters for many years, I have not yet truly aged." At this moment he was at his peak, in both body and strength. "Rest well. I shall take my leave." Chen Daqiang attempted to pat his younger brother to show camaraderie but found no suitable place to do so. However, he felt that not doing so would lack the proper sentiment. Thus, he patted brother Jie's foot instead. Upon exiting the hospital, Chen Daqiang led a group of individuals out, entering a luxurious Bentley, which slowly navigated the streets. A Bing, arrange for a platinum private room at the Royal Garden. Chen Daqiang instructed. Why the sudden need for a private room? A Bing, seated in the passenger seat, looked astonished. Someone has requested me to set a table for apologies. How could I dare refuse? Chen Daqiang replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, a Bing's expression contorted instantly. In his eyes, Brother Chen had always been the most formidable and admirable figure, having almost single-handedly established their current power. In the realms of construction, entertainment, property, security, and transportation, he had achieved a monopolistic dominance in Rongqing, particularly after Long Yi met an inexplicable demise at the hands of a lunatic, reaching unprecedented heights thereafter. Today, their elevated lifestyle was a gift from Brother Chen, and he would not permit anyone to infringe upon him, even verbally. Was it that group who assaulted Jie? They are utterly oblivious to their impending doom. Brother Chen, allow me to eliminate them. A Bing gritted his teeth, determined. The times of violence and chaos have fallen out of favor. Those in authority express their discontent, causing disarray. Let us indulge him in a game, for I am curious to discern his true character. With a smile, Chen Daqiang cast a glance at the furious A Bing and waved his hand dismissively. Very well, I shall make the arrangements. A Bing, with no alternative, retrieved his phone and sent a message. At the Royal Garden Hotel, Manager Wang, upon receiving the message from Brother Bing, hurriedly set about organizing the necessary arrangements. The mention of a significant figure heightened his sense of urgency. Ever since the incident involving that young man, his standing with Boss Shen had considerably diminished. Were it not for his father's lingering reputation, he might have already been dismissed. The mere thought of that unsophisticated old man made Manager Wang grit his teeth in frustration. As the clock struck 7, the city was ablaze with lights, and nearly every handsome man and alluring woman was out and about, the men attempting to impress the ladies, while the women endeavored to appear as enticing as possible in hopes of attracting wealthy suitors. Chen Zhou, adorned in designer attire acquired from Zhang Han, lounged in an outdoor chair, observing as Li Ming approached the Royal Garden Hotel at a leisurely pace. Li Ming, clad in his humble factory uniform, stood out starkly in such an extravagant setting. However, the presence of 7 or 8 companions lent him an air of authority, deterring any overt scrutiny from the onlookers. As long as he possesses half of the shares, Li Ming strides forward, his steps resolute despite his modest appearance, exuding an undeniable presence. Those who lack courage are mere fodder for the dogs. A few suited security guards observe the group with uncertainty. According to their professional ethics, such individuals warrant close scrutiny. It is imperative to remind them to secure their attire. Yet, sensing the group's formidable demeanor, they deliberate and decide to send forth the most amiable among them for a discreet engagement, lest they incur the wrath of their superiors. Excuse me, sir, is this your zodiac year? The young security guard inquires, displaying remarkable emotional intelligence, tactfully avoiding the direct mention of the unfastened zipper. What?
Li Ming pausas.
Momentarily halted at the hotel elevator. The guard leans closer and whispers, "Brother, your zipper is down. Allow me to shield you while you fasten it." Li Ming glances down, realizing the truth of the matter, yet remains unperturbed, thinking there is still another layer of clothing. After all, what value does pride hold in such circumstances? Hey, what are you lot blocking the entrance for? Manager Wang, eager to convey sincerity, has been waiting here for quite some time. Upon seeing the group of factory workers approach, he merely furrows his brow, his condescending nature compelling him to confront them as he would have in the past. However, growth is inevitable and he has indeed matured somewhat. Yet this group, obstructing the elevator as if they were refuse, hampers others' access. Xiao Li, what are you doing? Manager Wang notices Xiao Li, who not only fails to intervene but stands there, seemingly at a loss. Xiao Li, feeling awkward, retreats a couple of steps. Li Ming glances at Manager Wang, and suddenly, One of his companions lunges forward, delivering several resounding slaps that attract the attention of passersby, who eagerly capture the moment on their phones. After all, such brutish altercations are rare in their lives. Hey, why the hell did you hit me? Manager Wang, momentarily stunned, quickly regains his composure and bellows. What are you all standing there for? Get in there. How can we allow such thugs into the hotel? Meanwhile, the young security guard had strategically retreated at the onset of the altercation, blending back into the crowd of security personnel. Wow, those guys are spot on. They truly are not to be trifled with, the young guard reflects, shaken by the encounter. The seasoned security veterans, still trembling with trepidation, silently acknowledge the wisdom of their predecessors. Those bold enough to dress in such a manner and enter this establishment undoubtedly possess substantial backing. This group must be influential, as evidenced by Manager Wang's bewilderment. Who would dare to act with such brazen violence in the royal garden if not a person of stature? Their modest monthly earnings do not warrant risking their lives. If anyone were to engage in such perilous behavior, it would surely be the head of security. After enduring several more slaps, Manager Wang begins to comprehend that this group is beyond reason, and threats of police involvement or managerial authority will not intimidate them. He hastily resolves to remain silent, awaiting the arrival of the restaurant staff for salvation. If you dare to call the police, you will regret it, Li Ming threatens, to which Manager Wang responds with disdain. At that moment, Chen Daqiang and his entourage entered the hotel lobby, fortuitously confronting Li Ming's group. One of the underlings recognized Li Ming and whispered a reminder. Is this brother Li Ming? Quite imposing, isn't he? Chen Daqiang remarked with a smile. And you are? Li Ming asked, momentarily taken aback as he quickly deduced the man's identity. Indeed, it is I. Did you not request that I arrange a banquet to offer my apologies? Here I am, fulfilling your request, Chen Daqiang replied nonchalantly, leaving those who recognized him utterly astounded. Such an absurdity. Chen, the revered figure, offering apologies to this group? Who were they? Is everything prepared? Li Ming inquired. Do you truly consider yourself significant? Mind your manners, you little brat. A Bing, witnessing Li Ming's insolence, felt a surge of anger. And who might you be? Li Ming retorted. Humph, listen well, you brat. Chen Gu is my elder brother. You would do well to show him respect. A Bing coldly stated. Oh, a mere pauper, are you? Spare me your attitude. I am conversing with your elder brother. What makes you think you can interject? Li Ming replied with a chuckle. A Bing trembled, incredulous at Li Ming's audacity, and the others regarded him with similar expressions, questioning the boldness of this individual. A Bing, seething with rage, was on the verge of losing control. What, do you intend to strike me? Should you dare lay a hand on me? I assure you, no one in your household will survive, Li Ming declared. Chen Daqiang's men furrowed their brows, particularly Chen Daqiang himself, who surveyed Li Ming's group, contemplating the audacity of such unruly individuals emerging from the shadows. A Bing, it's fine. I share a certain rapport with this brother. Step back for now, Chen Gu soothed the agitated A Bing before turning to Li Ming, stating, this is not the place for discussion. Let us proceed. Manager Wang, with a swollen face, emerged, not daring to meet Li Ming's gaze, and ushered them into the platinum private room. Upon exiting the room, Manager Wang exhaled heavily, suddenly engulfed by a sense of helplessness. Here, he implored the influential figures present not to play the role of the cunning fox, for true prowess should be evident without pretense. He could not withstand such pressure. Several security guards, having witnessed the unfolding events, exchanged glances and diligently recorded the incident in their notebooks, ensuring the legacy of security was upheld and not disrupted. Qian Yi, what do you have to say? I was simply doing my job at the factory when your people decided to assault me. Li Ming leaned back in his chair, smiling as he asked. For a fleeting moment, Chen Daqiang's expression stiffened before he replied with a grin. Where did you come from, brother? I have yet to hear of such a figure in Rongqing. As he spoke, the table was laden with exquisite delicacies, worth over 100,000. We merely drift along. Chen Gu, just know that we are not to be trifled with. Today, let us engage in meaningful discussions regarding cooperation, Li Ming asserted. Fuck your mother. Who the hell do you think you are to collaborate with us? A Bing cursed angrily. Chen Daqiang pretended to stop him, It would be undignified to make a scene outside, but now inside the private room, it was the perfect opportunity for Ah Bing to test the waters. Brave words. Threatening to fuck my mother? With that alone, you're looking at a fate worse than paralysis, Li Ming remarked coldly, glancing at Ah Bing. You dare threaten me after insulting my whole family? Do you even understand the rules? Think you're untouchable just because you've got numbers? One word from us, and you'll vanish from Rongqing. Ah Bing seethed. Fine. My whole family now, is it? Li Ming ignored Ah Bing and turned to Chen Zhou with a smile. So, is this your way of apologizing or feeling me out? Not exactly honorable, is it? Chen Daqiang chuckled faintly. Apologize? In all my decades, no one has ever been worthy of an apology from me. So, we're not worthy? Li Ming asked. Kid, we've walked the same path. But these days, it's not just about being ruthless. You know why no one intervened yesterday, despite the scale? You don't. The higher-ups need people like Ajia. They understand the rules, keep things controlled. But what you did crossed the line. That kind of chaos gets crushed.
Qian Ye speaks easily.
Stability trumps all, black or white. I get it. So, Li Ming paused, then grinned. So, I've decided to break those rules. The room fell silent. Chen's men exchanged glances, baffled. Chen Gu's a big shot with plenty of ventures. I'm not greedy, just shaken by yesterday's scare. I'll take half your nightclub, bar and entertainment shares. That's all. Audacious. Ah Bing and the other bosses under Chen's wing erupted in fury. Knew you wouldn't agree. Well, we'll meet again soon. Li Ming stood, casting a reluctant glance at the untouched feast. Leaving so soon? Chen Daqiang's gaze turned icy. Of course. Believe me, if I can walk in, I can walk out. You're a smart man, Chen Gu. Wouldn't want to do anything foolish. With that, Li Ming strolled out without another look. Inside, Ah Bing and the others seethed, fists clenched. Had Chen not been present, they'd have lunged with chairs. Have we traced their origins? Chen asked calmly. A suited secretary handed him a file. We checked their IDs. Strangely, no one in their registered area recognizes them. It's as if they appeared out of thin air. Fake IDs? No, the IDs are real. Government databases confirm them. No family? No, after inquiring about many individuals, particularly Li Ming, it appears he has no family. Chen Daqiang furrowed his brows and contemplated for a moment before speaking. Chow, how has your security company been faring lately? It's been acceptable. I have recruited a batch of recently retired personnel, replied a bespectacled middle-aged man. Very well. The others present instructed that their families should refrain from wandering about unnecessarily, and even if they must go out, they should do so in the company of several companions. Brother, what do you think? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, this group disregards the rules. We must be cautious to prevent any disorderly conduct. Everyone, especially you, Ah Bing, should exercise extra vigilance in the coming days. Upon hearing this, Ah Bing's lips curled slightly, betraying a hint of anticipation. Brother, we cannot allow this situation to persist indefinitely. Can we? Expressed another, displaying discontent. After all, they were individuals of stature, and to be threatened by a petty scoundrel was intolerable. I suspect there are others behind this group. Once I uncover their identities, all will be resolved. A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in Chen Daqiang's eyes. In the midst of middle age, Ah Bing urged everyone to endure, remarking that this young upstart relied solely on his audacity. We are all individuals with families and careers. It is unnecessary to engage with him, is it not? Chen Daqiang observed the silence of his fellow brothers and, with a smile, commented, back in the day, this little brat would have been thrown into the river. Someone cursed in response. Chen Daqiang chuckled softly, choosing silence as he leisurely consumed the meal before him. Later that evening, Ah Bing drove his BMW towards his residence on Baihe Street. The vehicle had been brought by one of his subordinates, as it was not convenient for him to travel alongside Chen Gu. Frustrated, he muttered to himself, what audacity to act so brazenly in my presence. His mood was evidently foul. Who in the company would dare speak to him in such a manner? They would be dealt with severely. As he halted at a traffic light, a taxi pulled up beside him. The passenger in the front seat rolled down the window, peering curiously at the luxury car. Agitated, Ah Bing noticed the persistent gaze and rolled down his window to retort, what are you staring at? Haven't you seen a luxury car before? Are you out of your mind? The man raised an eyebrow in response. You dare to talk back? Enraged, Bing rummaged through the passenger seat, retrieving a steel rod, ready to confront the man. However, the light turned green, and the taxi sped away, releasing a puff of exhaust. Cursing under his breath, Bing pressed the accelerator to chase after it. What's wrong with you? Why provoke such a person? The taxi driver expressed his discontent. Driver, please understand. I merely glanced at him, and he insulted me. I did not provoke him at all. The passenger in the front seat wore a look of grievance. Just let it go. A person driving a luxury car alone at night is best left undisturbed. The driver sighed, glancing at the rearview mirror, his expression shifting in alarm. That man is catching up. In the mirror, a black BMW closely tailed the taxi like a fierce predator. Look at this mess. You've gotten us into trouble, the taxi driver exclaimed, hastily pressing the gas pedal. You're going to get us killed. Oh, come on, it's my fault, not yours, the passenger protested. These people are unreasonable. They resort to violence immediately. I've seen it many times before. Brother Long from Kunshan was just like that. SNT Brother Long dead now? Humph. Enough of that. Today is just my unlucky day. I'll shake him off and adjust the fare later. The taxi driver maintained his composure, one eye on the rearview mirror and the other on the road ahead. Watch the road. The fare can be discussed later. Just drive. The passenger, glancing into the mirror, caught sight of the fierce expression on the occupant of the pursuing BMW and defiantly raised his middle finger. Damn it! Bing slammed the accelerator, propelling himself forward with reckless abandon. The black BMW surged through the night like an enraged dragon, its red taillights flickering with blinding brilliance. Goodness! Has this fellow lost his mind? The driver, startled by the sudden acceleration of the BMW in his rearview mirror, exclaimed in surprise. Just maintain your composure. As long as you don't flip the car, everything will be fine, the passenger advised. Is it merely a matter of flipping the car? Sooner or later, he will catch up to us. You better prepare for the worst, the driver retorted. No worries, let him chase us. When the time comes, just pull over. What could possibly happen? The passenger boasted. Do not underestimate him. That BMW costs a couple of million. He could kill you and not even face jail time. The driver cautioned. I'm not afraid of him. We are many, the passenger replied defiantly. Listen, young man, once you enter society, you must learn to endure. Suffering a bit is not the end of the world. Do not let a moment of impulsiveness ruin your future, for life is long, the driver remarked, seemingly lost in thought. You make a good point, but could you please turn in at the upcoming junction? The passenger suggested. Ahead lay a fork in the road. The left path was a wide main road, while the right was a narrow, uneven side street. Ha! Although that BMW is impressive. I have been driving taxis for decades. My skills far surpass his. Watch me lose him on this rough road. The driver's eyes lit up as he spotted the bumpy side street. He immediately turned the steering wheel, but the BMW remained hot on their tail. After a short distance, the taxi suddenly emitted a loud sputter and a plume of black smoke, its speed plummeting. Oh no! The car has malfunctioned at a critical moment. The driver shot an apologetic glance at his passenger and slammed his palm against the steering wheel in frustration. He had hoped to shake off the BMW on the poor road, but unexpectedly, his old companion had faltered first. The BMW's laser headlights gleamed like a sword, effortlessly navigating the dreadful road conditions. Bin, upon witnessing the taxi's distress, smirked coldly. He braked sharply in front of the taxi and, brandishing a steel rod, pushed open the door. In 2 swift strides, he reached the front of the vehicle and brought the rod down with a resounding clang, creating a deep dent in the taxi's hood. The driver, too shocked to feel the pain of the damage, opened the door with a forced smile and said, "What's the matter, brother? No need to get worked up. Get lost. What's it to you? Wasn't he this little brat just acting tough? Get out." Bin barked, pointing the rod at the passenger and twisting his neck menacingly. Hey, there's really no need for any of this, the driver hastily intervened. Get lost. I'll settle the score with you later. Bin shot a sidelong glance at the driver, smirking coldly. The passenger opened the door and emerged, his expression stoic as he looked at Abin and said, "Is it really necessary to resort to violence just because you're having a bad day? Why are you like this?"
Abin scoffed. Hey mepe.
"Today, I'm in a foul mood. Who told you to cross paths with this brat?" The young man stared at him, expressionless. Abin sneered. "What? You don't accept it?" With a certain swagger, the young man chuckled, as the rear door of the car swung open, revealing 4 men who emerged, their eyes fixated intently on Abing. Originally, they had intended to follow him, but they were taken aback by his explosive temperament, finding it utterly amusing that merely a glance from him seemed to provoke violence. "What a character you are," the young man sneered. Abing's pupils dilated, a shiver coursing through him as his body tensed, and he rasped, "You're tailing me? Are you with Li Ming?" "Astute." The young man snapped his fingers, the sound echoing sharply in the darkness. The 4 men behind him simultaneously brandished glinting daggers, surrounding Abing. "Ha ha ha, well done." Abing laughed boisterously, unperturbed, wielding a steel rod about a meter long, confident that they could not approach him. The 5 men lunged silently, their knives akin to venomous fangs. Abing swung his steel rod, the whooshing sound slicing through the air as he aimed a blow at one man's shoulder, relying on his combat experience. If it struck, the man would surely collapse. Yet, in the very moment the rod made contact, the anticipated scene of the man falling did not materialize. Instead, a cold, glinting dagger plunged into Abing's abdomen. His pupils constricted in shock as a wave of dread washed over him. With no time to contemplate, he attempted to retreat, only to feel another dagger thrust brutally into his side. Unable to withstand the pain, Abing crumpled to the ground, convulsing, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if questioning how he could possibly meet his demise here. After struggling for a few agonizing seconds, he grasped the uneven pavement, feeling his life ebb away, the headlights of a BMW illuminating his face, revealing eyes that had yet to lose their luster. The taxi driver, a silent witness to the horrific scene, trembled in fear, clutching his vehicle and unable to look away. "Fear not, good sir. This does not concern you. A good person shall live in peace." The young man grinned, reassuring the driver, who nodded vigorously. The young man then handed a stack of cash to the driver, before he and his accomplices hoisted Abing's lifeless body into the car and drove away. The driver, staring at the money in his hand, wore a conflicted expression, astounded to have encountered such a dreadful event, a murder no less. After lingering in shock for a while, he ultimately resolved to call the authorities, for reality demanded a pragmatic approach. In the stillness of the night, a dimly lit room bore witness to Chen Daqiang's rigorous physical training. Suddenly, a phone call from a Chen, the liaison, shattered the silence. "Brother Chen, Abing is gone." "What?" Chen Daqiang gasped, a chill surging from his feet to his core, rendering half of his body numb. "Brother Chen, what's wrong?" a fellow workout partner asked, bewildered. "Get out! Get out!" Chen Daqiang felt his scalp tingle, collapsing onto his bed, gasping for breath. A woman attempted to console him, but as soon as she touched him, he harshly struck her away, sending her stumbling and scrambling out of the room. Slumped on the bed, he lit a cigarette, the flickering flame casting shadows on his grim visage. After a prolonged silence, he summoned various bosses to gather at his villa. Half an hour later, 5 or 6 composed young men congregated in the grand hall of Chen Daqiang's villa. "Abing is dead," Chen Daqiang announced, his back to the group, while the expressions of most bosses, except for a few who were already informed, morphed dramatically. It was no wonder he had called them together at such a late hour. The last time was during an irreconcilable conflict with another major player from Rongqing. "Brother Chen, how did Abing die? What happened? He seemed fine yesterday. We even played soccer together," one boss inquired, visibly shaken. Chen Daqiang turned to face them, bloodshot eyes radiating agitation. He signaled to a man present, who promptly recounted the events involving Li Ming. "What's his background?" someone asked. "What background?" "Abing's death is his background," Chen Daqiang replied coldly. An unsettling silence enveloped the room until one voice broke it. "Brother Chen, have they been apprehended?" "They've been caught, but only a few small fries," Chen Daqiang replied, a hint of frustration in his tone. "Small fries?" one boss pondered aloud, then scoffed. Have they watched too many Hong Kong films to act this recklessly, risking everything? At this, the others fell silent. Who wouldn't he desire such loyal subordinates? Yet, in this day and age, who would foolishly sacrifice themselves for a boss? There must still be some naive souls in the mountains who cling to their sense of loyalty. However, such individuals can be a nuisance capable of anything. Brother Chen, do you have a plan? Chen Daqiang, seated, muttered under his breath. What plan could I possibly have? If I had one, would I be so enraged? What plan? I will obliterate this fellow. Does he really think Chen Daqiang is a pushover? He thundered. That's simple. Just a call to Mr. Wang will suffice. We can trace Li Ming's contacts to uncover the truth. Chen Daqiang nodded slightly. It was indeed a viable approach, as long as they could unearth the connection. And what else? Isn't Li Ming a bit too arrogant and loyal? Let us apprehend him and see if he still values loyalty while he languishes inside. With someone backing him, he may not be saved. Any action he takes will inevitably expose him, remarked a bespectacled middle-aged man named Lu Xian, who was adept at cultivating relationships among the subordinates of Brother Chen, managing hotels and fostering connections with numerous individuals. The other bosses nodded in tacit agreement. Upon hearing this, Chen Daqiang's lips curled into a subtle smile. He was indeed becoming involved. Given his current standing, orchestrating the downfall of a so-called gangster was hardly a formidable task. The era when gangsters could thrive has long since passed. However, let me reiterate, everyone should prioritize their safety and avoid any potential pitfalls, Chen Daqiang declared decisively. Their influence was formidable, having spent decades weaving the intricate web of relationships in Rongqing, often resolving matters that appeared insurmountable to the average person with just a phone call. An hour later, a red and blue bus halted outside a modest residence. Several uniformed officers, armed and resolute, entered and apprehended a rather unremarkable-looking man named Li Ming. Is that you? Inquired Team Leader Wang, directing a powerful beam of light onto Li Ming's face, his tone devoid of inflection. Yes, Li Ming replied. May I ask about your relationships with Li Bang, Li Dan, Li Gun, Hu Zi, and Hu Tong? Team Leader Wang's stern demeanor faltered slightly as he read the peculiar names. What on earth? Which parent would bestow such names? No wonder there's violence. I do not know them. Li Ming shook his head, squinting against the blinding light, attempting to lower his gaze. You don't know them? According to sources, you threatened someone prior to their untimely demise just an hour later. Are you really claiming there's no connection? Team Leader Wang gripped Li Ming's hair, lifting his head. I don't know them. I merely spoke idly. How could I dare to commit murder? Everything requires evidence, Li Ming asserted. Team Leader Wang scrutinized Li Ming, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Evidence? Sometimes, evidence is unnecessary. The chain of events clearly demonstrates your motive, and that in itself is evidence, he declared with conviction. Listen here, I'm not legally ignorant. What are you implying? Did I commit murder? Did I give the order? Everything must be substantiated with proof, Li Ming scoffed. Team Leader Wang's lips twitched as he glanced at the camera, then led Li Ming to a secluded corner, leaning in closely to whisper, I know you want to confess, but that's of no consequence. If you can endure, can your underlings withstand the pressure as well? With that, he landed a heavy punch to Li Ming's abdomen and cuffed him in a humiliating position against a pipe. After taking the blow, Li Ming, with a grin, remarked, What's this about, Team Leader Wang? You hit hard. Have you pocketed quite a bit? Enough of your nonsense. Wang shot him a cold glare before exiting disdainfully. Frankly, individuals like him were hardly worthy of his regard. Entering another interrogation room, he found Li Dan seated there, his expression as impassive as ever. Li Dan, have you truly contemplated the consequences? Taking a life inevitably leads to incarceration. If you elucidate the matter clearly, I may find a way to shift the blame onto others. Individuals like you, who navigate the underworld, should know it is unnecessary to bear the burden alone. If convicted, you could face no less than a decade behind bars, Captain Wang earnestly advised. This scenario unfolded in every interrogation room. Although Li Ming was not significantly involved, should any of the five implicate him as the instigator, it could result in that unfortunate individual serving a lengthy sentence. With this thought, A smile crept onto Captain Wang's face. What on earth are you saying? That guy attacked us first. We had no choice but to retaliate in self-defense. There's no instigation here. If you continue to slander, I'll accuse you of defamation. Are you out of your mind? Li Dan retorted. Listen, kid. Think this through. Prison is no trivial matter. It's not nearly as comfortable as the outside world. To hell with that. If I have to go, then so be it. Am I supposed to live in fear of incarceration? Li Dan shouted vehemently. Captain Wang's lips twitched. He could scarcely believe there existed someone so unfazed by the prospect of imprisonment. In the depths of collaboration, Brother Chen, your actions are quite unscrupulous. My brother Ming has been captured by your people, and I demand 60% of your shares. Just as Chen Daqiang had settled all arrangements and taken a seat, a text message arrived on his phone. He felt a jolt of shock coursing through him, nearly tossing the device away. Indeed, this Li Ming has associates. A bead of cold sweat formed on his brow. These individuals are like specters, vanishing and reappearing in a heartbeat. Brothers, is this how you choose to play? He sent a reply, who is playing with you? Within a day, release Li Ming to me. We initially sought a peaceful collaboration, but you insist on this game. Remember, you have but one life. Chen Daqiang stared blankly at the message for a long moment before hurling his phone to the ground, pacing the room like a wild bull, panting heavily. The audacity, the sheer insolence. Do they truly believe him to be a law-abiding citizen? These arrogant little brats are utterly unreasonable. How can such individuals exist? Demanding shares with threats of violence? He could not believe they possessed such power. Xian, have you found anything? He inquired, pulling out another phone. Brother Chen, it's strange, but there's no communication data on Li Ming's phone. Nothing can be traced. Lu Xian, the bespectacled boss, replied, astonished. In this modern age, a complete lack of communication is exceedingly abnormal. Chen Daqiang fell into silence, when suddenly, a cacophony of screams erupted from the phone. He widened his eyes, listening intently. It seemed a beating was underway. All he could hear were the sounds of fists and feet striking flesh, along with Lu Xian's furious curses. You bastards! How dare you come here? Damn it, you old fool, if you want to live, make your cries a bit more convincing. I'll plunge this knife into your navel and make you regret it. A particularly arrogant voice came through the receiver, causing Chen Daqiang's brows to knit tightly. No, brother, let us talk. Let us talk. Don't use the knife, what do you want? I'm innocent. Brother, just let your brother hear this. I only wanted some shares from him, but he was reluctant. A Bing is a prime example. Count yourself unlucky. Cry out more convincingly, or I will truly stab you. Please, no. It hurts. It hurts. Brother Chen, save me. These people are insane. Help. The cries from the phone made Chen Daqiang's head throb painfully, his chest heaving as he coldly queried, what do you want? What do we want? Release my few little brothers immediately, or I will stab this boss Lu. Brother Chen, save me. Two voices echoed through the receiver, and though fury surged within him, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. Finally, he sighed and said, Fine, I shall arrange for their release at once. Meanwhile, in a certain bureau, Captain Wang received a call, his expression turning peculiar. You say to release Li Ming? But according to my experience, there is certainly something amiss with this Li Ming. Release him immediately. He has no connection to Li Ming. Captain Wang was utterly bewildered. What in the world was happening? Yet, he had no choice. He could not afford to offend Brother Chen and reluctantly complied. You certainly have a way with people. Captain Wang mused, eyeing Li Ming with curiosity, unable to fathom how he had managed to persuade Brother Chen to personally call for his release. You struck me once, and I shall remember it. However, I bear no ill will. Perhaps we shall collaborate in the future. Li Ming chuckled, seemingly unfazed. Captain Wang narrowed his eyes, having initially believed the young man would be languishing in jail, only to discover he was free after a mere hour. Utterly absurd. Humph! Captain Wang snorted derisively. Li Ming stretched languidly and departed the precinct under Captain Wang's watchful gaze. He hailed a taxi and made his way to Chen Daqiang's villa. Boss Chen, have you come to your senses? Li Ming inquired, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Chen Daqiang. who squinted back with an impassive expression. Lighten up. It's merely a matter of relinquishing half of your shares. Oh no, I misspoke, just 60%. I'm not demanding your life. That should suffice. Come now. Give me a smile. Li Ming approached Chen Daqiang, fixing his gaze upon him. Chen Daqiang inhaled deeply, his lips twitching as he rasped, "Who exactly are you? That's not your concern. Do you know why I have my sights set on you?"
Li Ming karya.
A flicker of realization crossed Chen Daqiang's mind, pondering whether this individual bore a grudge from the past. Why else would he be targeted in such a manner? Why? He pressed. Because it just so happens you crossed my path. I was in need of an opportunity to shift the situation, and your misfortune turned into my fortune. There's nothing to be done about it. Li Ming replied with a grin. Chen Daqiang's lips twitched, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. Have you thought it over? Li Ming asked as they entered the grand hall. Chen Daqiang's expression darkened. The prospect of losing half his shares was intolerable, and he was reluctant to acquiesce so easily. I sense you're feeling a bit embarrassed, Boss Chen. How about this? I'll invest 100,000. Surely that 1T make you feel belittled. Li Ming suggested. Go to hell. You think 100,000 is worth half my shares? How heartless of you. Chen Daqiang silently cursed, though his face betrayed a hint of embarrassment and indecision. Boss Chen, you 1T regret our partnership. Mark my words, in a few months, you will be grateful for your decision today.
Li Ming asarta.
Chen Daqiang lowered his gaze. Brother Li Ming, you are asking for too much. He fell silent, reflecting on the indescribable indignities he had endured over the past few days. A powerful figure like him reduced to this. Not too much at all. You will understand in due course. Tell me, do you have any enemies? Li Ming pondered aloud. Chen Daqiang glanced at Li Ming, intrigued. I mean, aside from myself, Li Ming added with a wry smile. Chen Daqiang bowed his head, uncertain of what this individual was about to divulge. Li Ming, being a reasonable man, remarked, "It's not ideal to resort to force. Boss Chen undoubtedly feels a lack of happiness. How about this? I shall eliminate your adversaries for you. Is that not a gesture of sincerity?" A chill ran down Chen Daqiang's spine as he pondered the audacity of these individuals. To speak of extermination so casually was far more brazen than the recklessness of his youth. Were the younger generation truly this formidable? The thought of a Bing's fate made him sigh deeply, an overwhelming sense of helplessness rising from within. He glanced at Li Ming and chuckled, "Brother Li Ming,
Please do not jest.
while you possess considerable prowess, my enemies are beyond your reach." What is beyond reach? As long as they are human, I shall find a way, Li Ming asserted. However, Boss Chen, do grant me 2 million to spend first. Upon hearing this, Chen Daqiang felt a flicker of intrigue. Perhaps these formidable individuals truly had a solution. Money was not the issue, so he took a deep breath, suppressing his thoughts, and smiled as he patted Li Ming on the shoulder. In that moment, the two of them appeared as if they were old friends who had collaborated for many years. In this manner, Chen Daqiang found himself in a passive predicament, yielding to someone like Li Ming, for the value of wealth pales in comparison to the sanctity of life. I trust none of the brothers possessed the audacity to oppose. What would happen if they dared to? Bing's fate serves as a cautionary tale, his grave yet unmarked. Lu Xian could testify to the discomfort of being stabbed that very night. Alas, Chen, ever the competitive spirit, sought a graceful exit from his dilemma.
Li Ming nagsibita patiensa.
Allowing Chen to familiarize himself with the operations beneath him, assessing where employment opportunities remained, for his subordinates could not remain idle. Wherever there was a shortage of manpower, they would fill the void. This included various entertainment venues, male models, security personnel, and service staff, among others. The following day, a prominent recruitment sign stood at the entrance of the Hui Hui Electronics factory. The personnel supervisor wore a stern expression, for the boss had instructed them to be vigilant in their hiring process, ensuring that no unsavory characters infiltrated their ranks. With 1 to 200 employees having departed, it was imperative to swiftly arrange replacements. Fortunately, aside from direct hires, numerous agencies had already responded the previous day, presenting a pool of over 1,000 candidates from which to choose. He simply replied that only those aged 18 to 35 were eligible. Anyone outside this range would not be considered. The personnel supervisor lamented the abundance of applicants, The boss had initially planned to raise wages, but upon observing the large turnout, decided to lower the hourly rate by $1 instead. Recruitment proceeded smoothly, with various agencies arriving in vehicles laden with candidates, lining up at the factory entrance for the personnel department to select from. "How old are you?" inquired a personnel staff member. "I'm 33 this year," replied a man with a sincere demeanor, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. 33 and still seeking work at an electronics factory? "You're over the limit," the personnel staff member casually remarked before walking away. However, the man faltered, unable to articulate his thoughts. His countenance fell as he grappled with the grim employment landscape. Having traversed several factories without success, he had hoped to find refuge in this one, only to be dismissed outright due to his age. At 33, he was deemed too old, especially considering that retirement in the country was set at 60, with whispers suggesting even 65. The mere thought of this deepened his despair. "Why reject me at 33? Aren't you hiring those under 35? Queried a younger individual nearby, frowning. The personnel glanced at him, then surveyed the crowd, shrugging with a slight smile that conveyed a clear message. With so many applicants, preference would naturally be given to the younger candidates. Murmurs of discontent spread through the crowd, each face etched with concern as they regarded the factory's personnel. Only 200 positions available. The hourly wage is 13. Form a line. Each will be interviewed in turn. The leaders of the various agencies instructed their candidates. "What is this? 13? Didn't you say 15 earlier?" Someone exclaimed in disbelief. "What are you asking for? Can't you see how many people are here? Those who are 33 can leave. If you think it's beneath you, feel free to walk away. Does complaining make you more capable?" The agent admonished without mercy. The crowd fell into an abrupt silence, and some individuals left directly. 13 yuan per hour. How much could one earn working a full 12-hour day? After accounting for food, lodging, and leisure, how much could one truly save in a year? It would be better to return home and farm. At least that offers a respite from the dreary confines of the factory. The 33-year-old man's expression darkened. His hands clenched tightly as he gazed at the agent and the personnel in the factory for a long moment. Finally, he let out a deep sigh and turned to leave. "Are you really going?" A young man grasped his arm and inquired. "What else is there to do?" "They don't want us," the man replied, a hint of bitterness in his tone. "Hey, don't worry. They'll surely want you. They only need 200 people, and many here will likely leave. If you stay, you might have a chance. By the way, what is your name?" "I'm Li Kun," he responded. "Thanks, brother."
Im Zhangwei.
"It's tough finding work this year. I've been out for months and it's been a struggle. Damn it. Even the electronics factory won't take me, and I'm only in my early 30s. Zhang Wei lamented. "There's nothing we can do. There are too many people, and the bosses have endless choices. This is how it is in our country, relying on this wave of individuals. Who knows what the outcome will be?" Li Kun mused. "You're right, brother. We don't fully understand this situation. If we had been more astute earlier and ventured out more, we wouldn't be subjected to being chosen like livestock now. What a disgrace." Zhang Wei concluded, preparing to leave. Li Kun patted his shoulder, urging him to stay. "Hey brother, wait a moment. This factory is in dire need of workers. Just hold on a bit longer." Zhang Wei smiled faintly, pausing to engage in casual conversation with Li Kun. 13 yuan an hour, starting at 7:30 and finishing at 9, with half an hour for lunch and dinner, and only 2 days off a month. Insurance kicks in after 2 months. If you can't work, you can leave now. Someone shouted from the distance. This is absurd. In the past, I wouldn't have lingered a second longer. But now, jobs are scarce and they're still picky about this type of work. Zhang Wei grumbled. Li Kun chuckled softly, glancing toward the commotion. Damn it, 13 an hour? Go home and suck the life out of your family. Then, get lost. I won't stand for this. A voice erupted in fury, and a few individuals stormed out. The personnel and agents were momentarily taken aback by the sudden outburst of curses, quickly donning expressions of disdain. What right do these people have to be choosy? Can't they see the situation? Do they really think there's something special? Those who don't want to work can leave. It's a two-way selection. There's no need for such anger. You wouldn't be able to handle higher wages anyway. What's the point of complaining? The personnel supervisor shouted. Go to hell. Wages are even lower than before. Your factory is truly heartless. Damn it, you can earn over 100 just picking up trash in a day. A chorus of curses followed, and a significant number of people left in an instant. Look, brother, people are leaving in droves. Li Kun remarked with a smile. Zhang Wei was momentarily taken aback, pondering why everyone seemed to possess such a formidable temper. Was it his own weakness that prompted this? Yao Yuan and Zhou Run exchanged knowing smiles as they observed the hundreds of interviewees gathered at the factory entrance. There are quite a few people, Zhou Run remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, the Chinese people are commendable. They are diligent and uncomplaining, adhering to whatever is asked of them. The abundance of applicants was advantageous. If one group was unwilling, another would readily step in to fill the void. Just like now, despite the significant drop in wages, a throng of individuals still flocked here. Yao Yuan gazed at the distant crowd, likening them to machines generating wealth, and he couldn't help but reflect on how domestic conditions were superior to those abroad. Today's entrance must be strictly monitored. Any signs of trouble should result in penalties. We must make up for the production delays incurred over the past few days, Yao Yuan commanded, his gaze following Zhou Run's departing figure, and suddenly, Li Ming's words surfaced in his mind, causing a wry smile to form on his lips. That naive fellow, still hoping for a wage increase while reducing working hours? How utterly amusing. In the swift course of onboarding, the contract was signed, and 200 individuals officially commenced their employment. The atmosphere was still charged with speeches, followed by the call of various team leaders. Zhang Wei found himself assigned to the second workshop, his heart brimming with excitement. He never anticipated that the situation would unfold as that young man had described, where everyone seemed to vanish in an instant. He felt a twinge of envy, recognizing that youth held its advantages, unlike him, who was gradually becoming a cog in the machine of corporate life. Hey, why are you just standing there? Get to work. I've heard it's quite strict here, Zhang Wei remarked, glancing at the side where Li Kun rested his chin on his hand, motionless.
Li Kun shuklat sufli.
Meanwhile, De Bing furrowed his brow deeply, a familiar sensation lingering in his heart. Observing the new employees idly sitting, he recalled the tactics employed by Li Ming and his associates. Summoning his courage, he approached a new employee, asking, "Young man, why are you just standing there?" "Oh, De Bing, what do you mean? It was agreed with your boss," but he went back on his word. "We're just here to have some fun," the young man replied with a smile. A chill crept through De Bing, as he realized he did not recognize this individual, yet he could easily call him by name. Was it possible that he and his companions were already marked by some group? Are you with Li Ming?" De Bing inquired with a smile. "Hey," the young man replied with a chuckle. De Bing hurried away to find Li Chongyang and Ma Shanyu, all three of them pale as they observed the new employees mimicking the same idle stance. They exchanged worried glances, their minds racing with a singular thought. What were these people? They were truly ghost-like. Notify the boss. Li Chongyang felt a chill at the nape of his neck. He found himself unable to manage the situation and was reluctant to become embroiled, sensing the significant risks involved. Such matters were better left to the higher-ups. His position was far too low. In the workshop, the veteran employees silently observed the newcomers, their emotions tangled. On one hand, they resented the disruption that could jeopardize their earnings, while on the other, they felt a kinship with them. The boss was utterly unreasonable, treating them as if they were less than human. They silently supported the newcomers, yet feared overstepping, worried about being remembered by the boss and facing repercussions later. "Young fellows, aren't you afraid of what you're doing?" someone finally asked, unable to contain themselves. "What's there to fear?" The young man replied, momentarily taken aback. "Isn't it a waste of time if there's no money to be earned?" He added quietly, "Are you saying you would accept 13 yuan an hour?" An older employee inquired. "What choice do we have? The arm cannot twist the leg." The veteran responded with a hint of resignation. "Do you know what the foundation of our country is?" The young man asked. "What is it?" The older employee replied, momentarily confused. "This and that. This one is already rusty, and that one has decayed." The older employee fell into a haze of confusion, unsure of the meaning behind those words. Yao Yuan's face turned pale as he surveyed the entire workshop of striking employees, internally seething with a desire to eliminate them all. Yet, he maintained a facade of a smile as he spoke. Everyone can discuss their issues amicably. Continuing down this path is detrimental to all. Boss Yao, your demands are clear. If you merely desire better treatment, why would there be unrest? You are truly heartless, someone cried out loudly. Yao Yuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his fury, and replied with a forced smile. What are your conditions then? It is quite straightforward. Raise the wages and slightly reduce the working hours. Is such a request too much to ask? Yao Yuan clenched his teeth in frustration. Does he think this is easy? With this approach, I stand to lose hundreds of thousands in a year. He coldly gazed at everyone and declared, No way. If this is unacceptable, do not expect to commence work. We will continue the strike. If you have the capability, you may recruit elsewhere, even at exorbitant wages. If you are capable, then by all means, give it a try. Yao Yuan felt a chill in his heart. He contemplated calling the police, but this matter fell outside their jurisdiction. Incredible, such unity. He wondered what kind of individuals Li Ming's group truly was. However, the current situation seemed insolvable. The 100 or 200 recruits were all affiliated with Li Ming, an absurdity that even this seasoned boss found utterly outrageous. This person. He dared not ponder further and managed a strained smile, saying, I understand your demands. Let us proceed with the conditions you mentioned. After uttering these words in a daze, Yao Yuan felt a wave of humiliation wash over him, and he immediately turned to flee. The muffled cheers of the employees behind him pierced his lungs like a dagger, rendering him breathless. Back in his office, he gritted his teeth and pulled out his phone, sending this predicament to various bosses. Has Boss Yao really capitulated? Is there still such a thing as a strike in this day and age? This was unexpected, one boss replied with surprise. What is the situation with Boss Yao? Really? The workers strike, and you find yourself powerless? This is rather amusing. Boss Yao, by conceding, you could lose the equivalent of a house in a year. Can you bear that? Yao Yuan looked at these mocking remarks, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. You have not experienced it. If you did, you would understand. He retorted. Ha ha ha, our industries are different. It requires skill, and average individuals cannot infiltrate. Even if they do, what can they accomplish? The employees cannot stir up much trouble. Today's events are merely a jest from Boss Yao. Yao Yuan recognized this boss, surnamed Chen, who earned significantly more than he did in a year. If we speak of capability, which boss lacks it? Yet this fellow operates in the energy sector, and they met at a social gathering. He was quite arrogant but possessed the means to be so. It was said he had dealt with numerous fatalities under his command, all effortlessly managed. His background was substantial and shrouded in mystery. Yao Yuan felt he could not contend with this boss. Every encounter left him sensing a fierce intensity emanating from him. In a fit of rage, Yao Yuan threw his phone, which shattered with a loud bang, the battery exploding. Ah, Li Ming, you are truly despicable. His eyes burned with rage. How dare you go to other bosses, yet target this electronic factory owner, knowing he is an easy target. Damn it! The feeling of exhaustion is accompanied by a profound sense of helplessness and the heartache of lost promises. Meanwhile, in another opulent building, Chen Zhou gazed at his phone, where Boss Yao's words unfolded, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. A boss who can drive his employees to such extremes is nothing short of incompetent. It is truly laughable. To even dare to present such matters is absurd. Were it me, I would simply let the factory go bankrupt, allowing everyone to rest and witness who falters first. Indeed, such incompetence is staggering. Reclining on a plush sofa, Chen Zhou wrapped his fingers on the table, and a bespectacled beauty in a fitted professional outfit entered the room. Approaching his side, she delicately retrieved a cigar from the drawer, skillfully cutting and lighting it. A dense plume of smoke escaped as Chen Zhou savored a deep inhalation, then remarked with a smile, "Bing bing, fetch me something." The beauty shot him a disdainful glance before gracefully turning away. Ice watched her boss, who was sprawled on the sofa, and remarked, "Li Xiao will meet you in a couple of days."
Li Xiao.
TSK. I've been out of town lately, and Haven T had the chance to pay attention to things here. What does he want to see me about? Chen Zhou opened his eyes, feeling rather fatigued and somewhat out of sorts. I'm not sure, He's reluctant to share, said Bingbing. Chen Zhou gazed at Bingbing, recalling their initial encounter when this woman exuded pride, confronting numerous obstacles at his company yet still refusing to relent, even when met with failures. Had it not been for a family crisis, he mused, she would have remained unyielding. A smirk formed at the corner of his mouth as he remarked, "Seems Li Xiao has some designs on you. Doesn't he have designs on everyone? Well, that's enough of this. I have work to do," Bingbing replied. With her rosy lips, soft and supple, she retouched her makeup in the mirror, appearing unchanged from when she entered, and gracefully walked out. Chen Zhou lay on the sofa, a hint of a smile gracing his resolute features, the air imbued with Bingbing's pure and unpretentious fragrance, which invigorated him. Regardless of the woman, as long as she possesses vulnerabilities, she can certainly be conquered. He had heard she was in a relationship with a boyfriend of several years, merely holding hands in public. How amusing, he thought, chuckling softly to himself. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou lay in a chair like a lethargic dog, having gained some clarity on the factory matter, confident that he would soon become his own boss. "Luoluo, don't you think life is rather comfortable?" he asked Luoluo, who was overseeing renovations, as she intended to open a clothing store in that location. "Comfortable? You're lounging around every day. Aren't you supposed to be starting a factory?" "That's not how one does it," Luoluo replied, her figure increasingly alluring, radiating youthful vitality. You don't understand. I can make money even while lying down. In a few days I'll renovate a house for my family. Didn't my father say our house is only 2 stories? It's rather embarrassing. I'll build him a 20-story one," Chen Zhou said with a grin. "Are you out of your mind? Building a 20-story house in the countryside?" Luoluo responded, speechless. Chen Zhou chuckled, closing his eyes as his mind raced, functioning like a supercomputer with each thought processed in real time. On the street, Li Wen set up a stall when his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Lu Hai. He chose not to answer, yet the phone continued to ring insistently. "Brother, answer your phone? It's driving me crazy," said a nearby vendor selling skewers, frowning. "Why should I? It's a loan shark." "I'm not picking up," Li Wen replied. "A loan shark? You borrowed from a loan shark? What for?" the skewer vendor inquired, surprised and curious. "Hey, what else? To run a business." "Running a business? You've been selling at this stall for a few days. What kind of business is that? Do you really need to borrow from a loan shark for selling sausages?" The vendor expressed skepticism. "Of course I wouldn't lie to you. I borrowed it. What can he do? If he is capable, let him come find me," Li Wen declared. The brother selling skewers was increasingly skeptical, convinced that this man was merely boasting, and he chuckled silently. "What a charade. You borrow money at exorbitant interest and yet continue to sell grilled sausages here? Does this pretense bring you some thrill? Truly laughable." A fellow vendor, also selling grilled sausages, remarked with a sardonic tone. His business was evidently less prosperous than Li Wen's, as his sausages were priced 50 cents higher. Indeed, Li Wen's sausages were 5 dimes cheaper than all others on the market. There was no alternative. His sausages were purely technological, lacking in genuine craftsmanship. If they weren't 50 cents cheaper, who would patronize him? This street, located near a school, was frequented by hordes of students after class, and vendors seized this opportunity to earn a bit of money. Countless vendors like Li Wen lined the street. What pretense? I did borrow money at high interest. I just refused to repay it. They are focused on the interest while I am concerned with the principal. The key is simply not to repay, Li Wen declared. The brother selling skewers shifted his vehicle aside, sensing that this individual might be somewhat unstable. However, he still advised, "Brother, if you truly borrowed, I suggest you run quickly, or at least find a way to repay it. Those people are not to be trifled with." Run? The monk can flee but not the temple. How could a loan shark operate without capital? He is merely boasting. I do not understand the purpose of such pretense, another brother selling sausages scoffed, particularly disdainful of pretentious individuals. Besides, why should I run? If they truly come after me, I would still seek to borrow from them, Li Wen retorted. At that moment, several onlookers, fellow vendors, shook their heads, pondering whether this man had lost his sanity. What audacity to act so arrogantly while merely running a small stall. If one were so confident, why compete for mere sense of profit here? It's utterly baffling. The incessant ringing of his mobile phone was irksome, and Li Wen fished it out, answering with a shout. Are you ever going to stop? Don't you understand the concept of politeness? Not answering means I do not wish to engage. Do you comprehend social etiquette? Lu Hai sat on his bed, his expression grim, surrounded by a jumble of clothes. Upon hearing the furious outburst from the receiver, his eyes widened, and after confirming the phone number, he took a deep breath and inquired, Is this Li Wen? Indeed. It is. What do you want? Lu Hai's stomach churned violently, feeling an unsettling pressure rising within. It's already the 6th day. Why haven't you answered my calls? Why are you calling me? If you have nothing to discuss, don't seek me out. Lu Hai's eyes widened even further. For a fleeting moment, he nearly doubted whether this person was truly Li Wen. Have you forgotten something? He reminded. What is it? Are you never going to stop? Last week, you borrowed 100,000 from me, Lu Hai stated. 100,000? What of it? Today is the due date. It's time to repay, Lu Hai asserted. I had completely forgotten. 100,000? I haven't even recouped my investment in my business yet. Brother, I am just as frustrated. Business is exceedingly tough these days, don't you see? Lu Hai's lips twitched in irritation. This fellow was truly playing the fool. Damn it! We had agreed beforehand, brother, that this is no joking matter. We are in this together, and this debt must be repaid.
Liu Hai asserted.
I don't have it right now. I can't produce it. How am I supposed to repay? No funds available? Are you jesting? I don't care whether you can produce it or not. Do you think I'm joking with you? Kid, if you wish to avoid a life rendered crippled and incomplete, you'd best settle some of this debt today, Lu Hai declared. Brother, I genuinely don't have it. My business is just beginning to take off. How can I repay you like this? Besides, your loan sharking is illegal. You deducted 5,000 from the 100,000 I borrowed. Lu Hai was so infuriated that he almost laughed, his stomach twisting in agitation before he managed to retort with a cold smirk. Kid, you didn't say that when you borrowed the money. Now you come to me with these excuses? To hell with you. Where are you? What do you intend to do? The interest is exorbitant. I'm giving you a chance now to repay just a portion of the principal. Forget about the interest. Upon hearing this, Lu Hai spat viciously and shouted, To hell with you. If you don't repay the interest, I swear I will make sure your entire family pays the price. If you don't want to end up a cripple, you had better prepare the principal and interest within the hour. He hung up the phone, his anger surging. Offering him the opportunity to repay only the principal was ludicrous. Why borrow at such high interest if one only intended to repay the principal? These people thrived on the interest. Not merely thriving, but they feasted upon it. He made a call, employing certain means to ascertain Li Wen's location, and a cold smile crept across his face. Gathering 5 or 6 individuals, they piled into a van and set off with a fierce determination toward their destination. In the bustling atmosphere of the street, a conversation unfolded among a group of friends. Who wields greater influence, Brother Hai? What did that guy say? Adi, the seemingly unassuming one, leaned back lazily against his seat, inquiring. Damn it, that fool claimed he would offer me a chance. Just return the principal without any interest. Who does he think he is? Lu Hai, driving furiously, felt his frustration mounting, the veins on his forehead bulging. Is he really that audacious? Incredible. I've dealt with countless borrowers, yet I've never encountered someone like this before. What on earth is he thinking? Adi chuckled, recalling his impression of Li Wen, a man who appeared somewhat naive. Typically, individuals like him were easy to manipulate. A mere scare would have him groveling. Perhaps he was merely pretending? Nevertheless, it mattered little. There were numerous ways to bring him to his knees. As the car sped down the road like a wild dog, it soon halted near the street where Li Wen was located. This is close to the school. Li Wen mentioned he was in business. Perhaps he has opened a shop catering to students, Adi speculated. Can one truly conduct business here with just 100,000 yuan? Lu Hai questioned, skeptical of the high rental costs in this area. Perhaps he has additional funds. Otherwise, how could he possibly borrow such a substantial sum? He must have had a prosperous past, Adi reasoned. Regardless, the wealthier he is, the better. The compounding interest will ensnare him. No one I've lent money to has been this reckless, Lu Hai scoffed. The group, comprising 5 or 6 individuals, scoured the street. Brother Hai, could that be him? Adi furrowed his brows, gesturing toward a specific location. Lu Hai glanced over, confirming with a cold demeanor, approach quietly. Let us not alert him. Meanwhile, Li Wen sat on a stool, just finishing packaging sausages for a few young women, earning a meager 3 yuan. Hey brother, you truly borrowed from a loan shark? A fellow vendor, who had overheard Li Wen's conversation, gazed at him in shock. Is there any doubt? Li Wen grinned. Aren't you afraid? Can you repay it? What are the interest rates? The vendor bombarded him with questions. Fear? Nonsense. Loan sharks are merely intimidating and illegal. I borrowed 100,000 but received only 95,000. Do they think I'm a fool? Li Wen retorted. However, brother, they operate outside the law. I heard from a friend about someone who borrowed from a loan shark and, after a month of non-payment, had their tendons severed. Eventually, his wife had to resort to selling herself to repay the debt. You! The vendor looked at Li Wen with sympathy, already presuming the worst for him. Who says I won't repay? I will do business to settle my debts. Li Wen declared loudly. What business will you pursue? The vendor asked, perplexed. I sell sausages. Yet, with each sausage costing around 80 to 90 cents to produce and yielding less than a yuan in profit, combined with a price 5 times lower than competitors, how many would he need to sell each day to even cover the interest? It seemed unlikely he would even manage that. The skewers vendor suddenly felt a pang of pity for this individual. He was likely not entirely sane, was he? It was laughable, relying solely on grilled sausages while dabbling in usury. Such a person ought to meet their demise sooner rather than later. I wouldn't be surprised if he vanished one day. Should we report his disappearance when that time comes? Another sausage vendor harbored a profound hatred for Li Wen, as his arrival lowered prices by 50 cents, leaving him bereft of business. Truly despicable. What could possibly happen? Li Wen remained unfazed, stubborn. Several thoughts echoed in their minds. Lu Hai observed Li Wen setting up his stall, pondering the peculiarities of what he claimed to be business. Selling sausages from a roadside stall? He found himself at a loss for words. There were just so many people in this world, and he had encountered one who firmly professed to be engaged in business, only to end up here. Brother, this fellow is selling sausages. I suspect he genuinely lacks funds, Adi remarked from the side. After a prolonged silence, Lu Hai finally responded. Lack of funds? Humph, that's not for him to decide. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lu Hai shouted, Li Wen, you truly are something else, hiding out here? Li Wen, occupied with his sausages, looked up upon hearing his name and smiled, asking, What's up? The group exuded an intimidating aura, evident enough to deter nearby vendors who, possessing street smarts, distanced themselves, keen to observe the unfolding drama. This fellow was being confronted. It appeared grim for him. Should we call the authorities? What? Are you seeking death? If you report this, you'll be done for. Mind your own business. This guy is no saint, the onlookers reasoned, leading to a collective silence. What's the matter? Damn it. Weren't you quite bold over the phone? Selling sausages? Repay me. Lu Hai seethed in a hushed tone. Repay? Not a chance. I'll repay when I've made enough, Li Wen retorted. Lu Hai's eyelids twitched, wishing he could crush Li Wen's skull with a single stomp. He exchanged a knowing glance with Adi, who, understanding the signal, cheerfully approached Li Wen and said, Brother, let us discuss this elsewhere. It's too crowded here. Li Wen glanced at them and replied with a smile. Sure. The group climbed into a van, the door slamming shut with a thud. Brother, when will you repay me? Lu Hai inquired. As you can see, my business is doing well. I should be able to repay by next year, Li Wen replied. Are you joking? Lu Hai asked with a laugh. What? Can't wait? Well, I've made a few hundred in the past few days. Let me repay a little now, Li Wen said. A few hundred? That's not even enough to cover the interest. Are you out of your mind? Lu Hai's fist landed hard against Li Wen's abdomen. I gave you a chance. I intended to repay your principal, but this punch counts as that, Li Wen gasped, clutching his stomach. What the hell are you? Just wait. I'll make you regret this. Lu Hai was on the verge of losing his mind. The vehicle sped along, soon halting at an abandoned factory. A dog barked loudly, its chain clattering ominously. A group of men escorted Li Wen inside, where the dim light revealed a musty odor that assailed the senses. As they progressed deeper, they arrived at a platform, a place Li Wen recognized from the video. You bastard! No matter what means you employ, whether selling kidneys, blood, or toiling in a coal mine, you cannot withhold a single cent. Lu Hai, seated in a commanding manner,
coldly regardà Li Wen.
Brother, which of your 10 fingers or toes do you find unsightly? I could easily sever them for you. Adi, wielding a hand axe, grinned at Li Wen, lifting his chin with the blade in a mocking manner. The others pulled out their phones, their faces alight with fervor. Don't say I haven't given you a chance. I'll take a finger each week. If you don't repay the debt promptly, you'll be left utterly incapacitated. Lu Hai squatted down, locking eyes with Li Wen. Wait, just give me 2 more minutes. Li Wen replied, perplexed. Lu Hai paused, a frown crossing his face. Quite amusing, this fellow. Lu Hai playfully slapped Li Wen's cheek, the sound echoing, eliciting laughter from those around them. Just as they reveled in the moment, a truck arrived outside, and a dozen expressionless individuals disembarked, charging towards the factory. Lu Hai, loan sharking isn't a simple endeavor. You need influence and skill to sustain it, Li Wen declared. Lu Hai was taken aback, perplexed by Li Wen's audacity to speak such words in his situation. Who lacks influence? Are you a fool, dazed and confused? I command a dozen brothers in Rongqing, each with severed fingers. Do you dare suggest I lack power while you claim to be formidable? Lu Hai extended his hand, ready to strike again. Indeed, we possess considerable power. A voice resonated through the vast factory. Lu Hai and his companions were startled, their pupils narrowing in alarm. Who are you? Lu Hai inquired, frowning at the group of men. They are ours. Is it too brazen to treat him this way? The leader replied. Your own? It's only natural to repay debts. We fear no numbers. Lu Hai retorted, brandishing his axe. How dare you? You demand 10,000 and expect us to repay thousands daily? Who do you think you are? Release him at once. The leader commanded. Lu Hai inhaled deeply, a cold smile spreading across his face. Many?
Don't jest, brother.
The rules are the rules, and none have dared defy the ones I, Lu Hai, have set. Will you release him? I offer you a chance. You have the opportunity to settle 20,000 in one payment, or you 1T survive in Rongqing. Each of you will lose a finger. Go to hell. You're overstepping, the leader retorted, and as his words echoed, the group surged forward recklessly. Lu Hai, having grown up amidst a life of turmoil, was no stranger to violence, his hands stained with blood on more than one occasion. Yet, as ruthless as he was, his adversaries proved to be even more formidable. With a single swing of his axe, blood gushed forth. However, in the next instant, a steel rod crashed mercilessly against his neck. Darkness enveloped him, and when he regained consciousness, he found several of his companions bound and helpless, while their assailants stood before them, expressionless. Feeling the searing pain coursing through his body, Lu Hai glared fiercely and gritted his teeth, declaring, So you think your numbers make you powerful? Do you even realize whom you have provoked? Many of you, damn it. It dawned on Lu Hai that this Li Wen had deliberately deceived him for the sake of usury, and to his dismay, he had become ensnared in the web. Who are you? Li Wen inquired, curiosity lacing his tone as he approached Lu Hai. You'd be shocked if I told you, Lu Hai retorted with a cold smirk. Then, for heaven's sake, who are you talking about? Li Wen shot back, delivering a fierce kick to Lu Hai. The blow sent Lu Hai's head snapping back, his face a ghastly mix of crimson blood and white snot, leaving him disoriented and battered. Who is it? Who is it?
Li Wen relentlessly kika.
Demanding answers as Lu Hai's head bobbed like a ball. Observing the scene, Adi and the others felt a chill of terror. It was evident that Li Wen was intent on inflicting fatal harm. You see, the principle can be returned, but you squandered your opportunity. Remember this, Li Wen said as he approached Adi, casting a scrutinizing glance at him, causing Adi's heart to race. To hell with you, swinging that broken axe at everything, Li Wen exclaimed, delivering a brutal kick to Adi's unsuspecting face, shattering a row of his front teeth. Remember, if you have grievances, you can always come find me. His voice faded into the distance until it vanished completely. Lu Hai and his companions lay there for what felt like an eternity, their bodies racked with pain, particularly in their heads, which felt as though they were being pierced by needles. Lu Hai glanced at Adi, his eyes filled with venomous resentment. Impressive, truly impressive. So many of you, is it? Let us see whose influence reigns supreme. He raged inwardly. We came to view the property. Adi had lost all his front teeth, clutching his mouth as he spewed blood in great gulps. When he could no longer manage, he began to pour it back into his mouth. It was a sight reminiscent of someone drowning, truly tragic. The others, less severely injured, rushed to assist, cursing as they did. Beasts. Truly, you are nothing but beasts. Lu Hai observed from the sidelines, having never encountered such a grave misfortune. It was infuriating. Should we call the police? One of the younger men inquired. Lu Hai shot him a cold glance, admonishing him to remain silent lest he provoke further calamity. The young man paled and bowed his head, silenced by fear. Call Sang Lin. Have him come to pick us up, Lu Hai commanded. An hour later, a large van pulled up at the factory entrance, and several individuals disembarked. The leader was a slight figure with dark skin, appearing to stand just over 5 feet tall, yet his eyes bore an untamed ferocity that was anything but ordinary. Upon entering the factory premises, he surveyed the grim scene before him, visibly taken aback. Sang Lin, we've encountered a band of ruthless individuals. Lu Hai gritted his teeth. Sang Lin raised an eyebrow, refraining from further inquiry as he instructed his companions to assist the injured brothers into the vehicle. Inside the van, a smirk played on Sang Lin's lips as he regarded the severely wounded Lu Hai. Are you suggesting that you fell victim to underhanded tactics? Lu Hai's expression darkened. Though reluctant to admit it, he nodded. Ha! You lot are truly amusing, Sang Lin cackled, his laughter sharp and grating, irking Lu Hai and his companions. Damn it, what are you so arrogant for, you monkey? Lu Hai retorted. This situation cannot be dismissed lightly. Their numbers far exceed ours. Humph! Ineptitude is ineptitude. If the boss were to learn of this, your fates would be sealed. Sang Lin replied coldly. Lu Hai felt a shiver run down his spine as he recalled the mysterious boss's methods. This was merely an unfortunate incident, Lu Hai asserted. Ha! I see that your prolonged peace has dulled your necessary ferocity. In your words, what would that make you? Useless? Sang Lin reclined, reprimanding those within the vehicle. Indeed, a peaceful environment breeds only ineffectual weaklings. Had this been in our territory, they would have been dismantled by now, chimed in one of Sang Lin's similarly gaunt companions, laughing. The atmosphere in the van grew heavy. Lu Hai and his companions, battered and bruised, were forced to endure the derision of others. As their laughter grew increasingly boisterous, Lu Hai could no longer contain his anger and shouted, "This is the mainland, not your territory. What do you think you are?" Sang Lin's laughter abruptly ceased, his expression turning steely as he leaned closer, baring his yellowed teeth. "What did you say?" he asked, his voice sharp like that of a true monkey. Upon uttering his words, Lu Hai felt a pang of regret, unwilling to meet the eyes of this group. He murmured, "They are no ordinary adversaries. Their methods are quite ruthless. We have suffered a setback. We must contemplate our next steps carefully." He had witnessed firsthand the ruthlessness of the gang led by Sang Lin. To them, a person was no different from livestock. Sang Lin retracted his head and, with a dismissive smile, remarked, "Point out where the people are, and I assure you, they'll receive something special by tomorrow morning." Lu Hai sniffed and replied, "We brothers are severely injured. It would be best to send them back first." Sang Lin glanced at Adi, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes, and fell silent. The vehicle sped along, oblivious to the 2 cargo trucks steadily following behind. Li Wen, seated in the front passenger seat, fixed his gaze on the large van ahead, a smile playing on his lips, knowing that this group would not relent easily. Thus, they lingered nearby, and to his surprise, a whole crowd had arrived, piquing his interest. What kind of people were these? They seemed somewhat out of place, and damn it, another short one, swaggering as he walked. They trailed along, eventually arriving at a suburban area where the houses were dilapidated, mostly inhabited by the elderly. The vehicle halted outside a walled property, where someone inside opened a large iron gate, allowing the van to swiftly enter. Li Wen and his crew parked by the roadside, gathering like wild dogs around the wall, a throng of dozens. Inside stood a 3-story building, its blue glass obscuring the view of what transpired within. Inside, Lu Hai and his companions lay on makeshift beds, some receiving medical examinations while others were being treated. "Brother Hai, this looks serious," one man gasped upon seeing Audie's condition. "I know damn well," Lu Hai whispered back. "What happened? At this rate, Audie will only be able to eat porridge for the rest of his life. How did it come to this when we went out to collect a debt? It's too brutal." The man continued to chatter. Lu Hai's eyelid twitched. He was tempted to slap him. "Brutal? You're useless, going out to collect debts and getting beaten into a fool. If someone didn't know any better, they'd think you were the ones in debt. It's utterly laughable." Sang Lin burst into laughter at the exchange. Lu Hai's eyes nearly popped from his head in frustration. He wished to stab that insufferable monkey right then and there. "What, can't take it? Let me go fetch them for you. I'll show you what true cruelty is," Sang Lin declared. Lu Hai provided the address to Sang Lin, saying, "They shouldn't still be there, right? It's fine. A little outing is good. This cursed place is stifling," Sang Lin replied. Lu Hai frowned, concerned that this group might stir up trouble which would be problematic. Ultimately, he cautioned, "Just don't cause any ruckus. We're not joking around here." Humph! Sang Lin sneered coldly, descending the stairs with 7 or 8 followers. Lu Hai watched their retreating figures. Despite his disdain for the group, he still hoped they would bring the others back, allowing him to vent his frustration. Upon reaching the ground floor and opening the iron gate, Sang Lin was taken aback to find a crowd of unfamiliar faces waiting outside, instantly raising his guard as he inquired, "What do you want? This place is quite nice." "Boss, we're here to look at the property. Could you let us in for a tour?" Li Wen replied with a cheerful grin. Sang Lin was momentarily stunned. Property viewing? This seemed amiss. Just as he was lost in thought, Li Wen, accompanied by a throng of around 30 or 40 individuals, burst into the courtyard. Sang Lin, taken aback, gazed at the unfamiliar faces that suddenly filled the space and hurriedly retreated into his room. "What do you want? Leave at once, or we shall not be polite," he exclaimed. "Damn it, we said we were here to view the house. What nonsense are you babbling?" Li Wen retorted with a laugh. Sang Lin quickly dashed back upstairs, where Lu Hai was lying on the bed, somewhat excited, eagerly anticipating Sang Lin's return with the group so that he could teach them a lesson. However, upon seeing Sang Lin and his companions hurriedly ascend the stairs, he was filled with confusion. "What is going on?" he inquired. Sang Lin rushed into his room, opened the safe, and retrieved a dark object before emerging with a smile, stating, "A crowd has arrived outside, claiming to be here for a house viewing." Lu Hai was taken aback. "A house viewing? What is this about?" He found it perplexing, as this property had been secured through connections and was undoubtedly reliable. Surely, it could not be yet another foolish real estate agent approaching them. As Li Wen leisurely ascended the stairs, the interior resembled that of an old rural dwelling. The ground floor housed a common room furnished with several spring beds, while the floor was strewn with discarded head shakes and various packaging. Climbing to the second floor, he found another common room, presumably adjacent to the bedroom. Suddenly, Lu Hai's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Li Wen, exclaiming, "It's you! What brings you here? Do you know each other?" Sang Lin inquired, having caught the implication. Lu Hai, his expression darkening, replied, "They are the ones who assaulted us." "Oh, what do you intend by coming here?" Sang Lin's demeanor shifted to one of coldness. "Nothing much, merely here to view the property," Li Wen stated nonchalantly. Hearing this, Lu Hai's face contorted in disbelief. Surely this individual must be deranged? He had intended to seek them out, yet here they were, presenting themselves. Quite amusing, indeed. Sang Lin chuckled heartily. "You are not from around here, are you?" Li Wen asked with curiosity. "Who the hell is from your side? What a piece of work!" Sang Lin retorted dismissively. Li Wen's eyes widened in surprise as he remarked, "You're not from here, yet your Mandarin is quite impressive. What exactly is your purpose? I wish to know." Of course, I am here to deal with people like you Chinese." Sang Lin's gaze grew increasingly icy as he drew a handgun from his pocket, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips. "Li Wen, Taken aback, queried, "What do you mean? Is that a real gun? Ha, do you think it's a fake? Would you care to find out?" Sang Lin laughed, suddenly finding this man amusing. "Go ahead. Shoot." Li Wen grinned, taking a step forward, his gaze fixed intently on Sang Lin. Sang Lin hesitated momentarily before chuckling. "Kid, don't be foolish. This gun is no toy. Now, tell your people to leave, and ensure those who attack today stay behind." "Why?" Li Wen asked. "Because of your mother, you fool. I told you my influence is considerable. Did you think I was joking? Damn it," Lu Hai shouted from the bed behind him. "If I don't make you realize the cruelty of society today, then I'm not worth my salt." Li Wen turned to Lu Hai with a smile, saying, "So you're Brother Hai, right? Allow me to inform you that my influence is also quite substantial. You've just insulted me several times. You'll see the consequences soon. Fuck you. What are you trying to prove? What good is your number? I could shoot you dead with a single bullet." Lu Hai, dizzy with anger, felt the pain from his injuries intensify, wishing he could personally eviscerate Li Wen and his companions. Sang Lin observed coldly, waiting for their verbal sparring to conclude before addressing Li Wen. "Did you hear what I said? Quickly tell your people to scram. Hey, you lot, come forward and identify who the attackers were." Sang Lin commanded his companions. At his words, a lightly injured young man stepped forward, exhilaration coursing through him. This sensation was utterly thrilling, akin to a childhood memory of seeking vengeance with the help of older peers. He glared ferociously at the individuals across from him, pointing them out one by one. "Kid, you seem rather excited, don't you?"
Li Wen remarca.
"To hell with you. You're the one who hits the hardest. I will make sure to torment you later," the young man retorted through gritted teeth, vividly recalling how brutal Li Wen's soccer kicks were. "Everyone else, get lost. I don't shoot with discretion," Sang Lin threatened, aiming his pistol at the crowd. The group remained unmoved, prompting Sang Lin to shout at Li Wen, "Did you hear that? Tell them to leave. Are you out of your mind? You want us to leave so you can beat up the few of us left? Have you lost your senses?" Li Wen replied. Sang Lin, pointing his gun at a seemingly simple-minded fellow, shouted, "Do you value your life? Step back, or I'll put a bullet in you." In their territory, a handgun was the most formidable weapon, and no one could face him without trepidation. Never had anyone dared. Yet this young man stood frozen, staring at him as if he hadn't heard a word, his gaze unervingly reminiscent of a drug addict gone mad. "Did you not hear me? Step back. Are you deaf?" Sang Lin bellowed, jabbing the gun in the young man's direction. "Careful with that gun. It might go off," Li Wen cautioned from the side. Sang Lin then pointed the gun at several others, but they remained resolutely fixed on him, showing no signs of retreat, as if they were oblivious to his threats. "Fine. You refuse to leave. Huh? You won't let them go?" Sang Lin stepped within 3 paces of Li Wen, aiming the gun at his forehead. "Still not leaving? Huh? You're the boss. Surely you don't wish to lose face in front of your subordinates? What do you want to say?" Li Wen inquired, curiosity piqued. Sang Lin smirked coldly, signaling to a few of his subordinates, who then approached with knives in hand. Sang Lin pushed one aside, keeping a vigilant eye on the crowd. "I initially intended to let your subordinates leave, but now I've changed my mind. They are so obedient. Your reputation must be quite high." "That's not the case," Li Wen replied. Sang Lin chuckled coldly as several of his men advanced towards Li Wen with knives drawn. "What exactly are you planning?" Li Wen asked. Lu Hai, overhearing Li Wen's tone from the back, felt an urge to vomit. At such a moment, why was he still acting cute? If these ruthless outsiders took a liking to him, he would soon realize the gravity of the situation. "Humph, which hand dealt the blows? Show it," Sang Lin demanded. "I used both my hands and feet," Li Wen responded with a smile. Sang Lin was momentarily taken aback, suddenly enraged as he realized he had been played. His eyes bloodshot, he bellowed at Li Wen, "Show this Chinese fool our prowess. Cut off his limbs and hang him up. Whoever dares to touch me will die." Sang Lin warned, keeping his gun trained on the crowd behind Li Wen, though he was confident they would not dare approach. Still, he felt the need to assert his dominance. "Only this man deserves to perish. Consider your own worth, and whoever dares to confront me shall face the consequences. Are you fools? A handful of monkeys dare to provoke us, And if I do not leave you all incapacitated today, then I am not a Chinese. Li Wen chuckled coldly, eyeing the approaching assailants. What does this mean? Sang Lin, still pondering Li Wen's words, suddenly found himself engulfed by dozens of individuals, their movements remarkably synchronized, devoid of hesitation. He felt a multitude of shadows surge toward him, and before he could pull the trigger on his gun, a fist struck his jaw with tremendous force. A resounding thud echoed in his mind, accompanied by a ringing in his ears. Subsequently, a flurry of kicks rained down upon him for 2 or 3 minutes, rendering him a mere heap of flesh writhing on the ground. You audacious monkey! How dare you act so brazenly on our turf? Who the hell granted you such audacity? Li Wen declared, stepping on Sang Lin's head with a menacing tone. Despite struggling to maintain his consciousness, Sang Lin could only think one thing. Why are these people so different from those he usually encounters? They are nothing like the others. Speak. What do you do in the mainland? Surely it cannot be usury? Li Wen inquired, squatting beside him. Sang Lin glared at him coldly, remaining silent. Forget it. All you monkeys are fools. Let someone else ask. Li Wen instructed, summoning Lu Hai over. Lu Hai gazed blankly at Li Wen, a tumult of thoughts swirling within him. What the hell is this person up to? It was merely a loan of 100,000. Why does he need to be so imposing? Is he truly so bored? Brother Hai, I ask you, what business does this foreign monkey have here?
Li Wen pressa.
Liu Hai's eyelid twitched.
Hesitating before letting out a piercing scream as Li Wen struck his knee with an axe. The excruciating pain rendered him speechless. Speak, are you mute? Li Wen demanded, relentlessly striking with the axe. Sang Lin watched, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably, filled with fear. Lu Hai was in agony but felt wronged. How could he respond when being beaten so fiercely? Come here. Li Wen pointed at a young man who had identified the assailants. The young man's face turned pale as he trembled toward Li Wen. Brother, I just warned you to be cautious. Li Wen brought the axe crashing down on his head, and he collapsed like a lifeless log, convulsing uncontrollably. Li Wen harbored no sympathy for their fate. Each of them bore the weight of countless broken bones and shattered ribs. In this life, one must eventually pay the price for their choices. It merely depended on whether one could withstand the reckoning. Lu Hai, shaken to his core, forced himself to speak in a desperate attempt to appease. This is merely a stronghold. Usury is just a sideline. Our primary business involves trafficking individuals abroad. What kind of trafficking? Li Wen inquired. Gambling, telecom fraud, illegal labor, human trafficking, and more, Lu Hai divulged in one breath. Li Wen, suddenly enlightened, turned to Lu Hai and inquired, This must be quite lucrative, am I correct? Moderately so, Lu Hai replied, We are merely laborers. The profits primarily belong to the owners, and we are not particularly well informed. Who is your employer? Li Wen pressed on. I've only encountered him once. He is a proprietor from a company called Fulan. Lu Hai responded candidly. Is he the only one in our country? Do you truly exploit your fellow countrymen to send goods abroad? Li Wen frowned. I am uncertain, but there may be foreign owners as well whom I have never met, Lu Hai stated. Damn it. Yet another set of scoundrels preying on their compatriots. Li Wen's gaze turned icy as he addressed Sang Lin. What can you tell me about your employer? Sang Lin hesitated for a moment, recollecting his employer's ruthless methods, but was determined to maintain his composure. Damn it! With a swift strike, Li Wen brought down his axe, sending bone fragments scattering. Sang Lin screamed like a wounded animal, writhing on the ground. This scene sent shivers down the spines of the others, their fear reaching its zenith. The man was undeniably merciless. Lu Hai spat out a piece of bone that had lodged in his mouth and implored, Spare us. I will tell you everything. This employer contacts us periodically to instruct us to deliver goods abroad. Li Wen's eyes brightened as he asked again, It is indeed profitable, isn't it? Yes. It seems the owner drives a Ferrari. Lu Hai gulped nervously. Very well, when he reaches out to you next, please inform me. Let us settle here for the time being, Li Wen said with a smile. Lu Hai nodded stiffly, aware that he dared not show even the slightest hint of defiance against such a devil. In the opulent halls of Tianhao Entertainment, Li Wen regarded Lu Hai and his companions with a stern demeanor. Do not attempt any tricks, he warned. Let us consider today's events as if they had never transpired. Should your boss inquire about this matter and you falter, you are aware of the repercussions. Lu Hai and his associates shivered in fear, their thoughts consumed with the desire to escape this predicament and return home to tend to their mothers. Meanwhile, in the lavish villa of Chen Daqiang, the usual crowd gathered once more, but this time an additional figure was present. Li Ming lounged confidently on the sofa, observing the successful individuals arriving one by one, their prosperous status evident from the gleaming buckles of their belts. This marked Li Ming's inaugural encounter with the core members of Chen Daqiang's esteemed group, and the others regarded him with a mix of curiosity and subtle scrutiny. "Allow me to introduce this gentleman," Chen Daqiang stammered, his discomfort palpable. "This is, Li Ming, and he is." Chen Daqiang faltered, unsure of how to present Li Ming to the assembly. The core members maintained serious expressions, having already surmised Li Ming's identity, their gazes growing increasingly frosty. An air of tension enveloped the villa. "Allow me to introduce myself," Li Ming stated coolly. "I am the one who dealt with Jie Gu, and I am responsible for the demise of a Bing. The wound on Boss Lu's navel? That was my doing as well." His words sent a ripple of dread through the room. Such audacity was almost unfathomable. Only Chen Gu and Lu Xian remained silent, heads bowed. "What do you mean by that? Are you threatening us? You ought not to be so arrogant." A boss instinctively assumed a defensive posture. Li Ming turned his gaze toward him, and all eyes shifted to this boss, some displaying a glimmer of anticipation. "Who is this boss?" Li Ming inquired of Chen Daqiang. The latter's expression faltered. Such a public affront was unthinkable. Did this young man possess no sense of decorum? Regardless of his bravado, he ought to afford some respect. "Oh, this is Boss Zhou, a car dealer with decent profits," Chen Daqiang reluctantly introduced. Li Ming nodded, glancing at Boss Zhou with a smile. "This esteemed boss pays me a monthly protection fee of 100,000. Otherwise, well, you can imagine." Boss Zhou's countenance shifted dramatically, incredulous that such demands were being placed upon him. The other bosses looked on in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless before casting their bewildered glances toward Chen Daqiang. With a dry mouth, Chen Daqiang understood their unspoken thoughts but struggled to articulate. 100,000 is not excessive. Do not let minor matters lead to greater losses. A Bing's business is something we all share. At the mention of a Bing, the gravity of their fallen comrade's fate weighed heavily upon them, plunging the group into an uncomfortable silence. Boss Zhou felt a surge of indignation, yet he could not disregard Chen Daqiang's authority, ultimately acquiescing to the situation. "And do not dare present me with such disdain. The fact that you are required to pay protection fees is a privilege, for otherwise, you would have met your end on the streets long ago." Li Ming, with a coarse tongue, exuded the demeanor of a street thug, lacking in sophistication. Nevertheless, the individuals present within the room listened intently, their expressions grim yet obedient. "Stick with me, and in 3 days you'll feast 10 times. Soon enough, you'll realize that today's choice was not in vain," he proclaimed. Observing the silence among them, he nodded in satisfaction and continued, "I have quite a few brothers under my wing. Do any of you esteemed bosses have positions available?" The bosses exchanged peculiar glances at this remark, but it was not surprising, considering the multitude of associates Li Ming had in the electronics factory. "Speak up," he demanded, slapping the table. One man, surnamed Wang and known as Wang Dayu, replied, "Well, our nightclub is still in need of several massage therapists. What do you think, Brother Ming? Do you require male therapists as well?" Li Ming inquired, intrigued. Indeed, many female bosses prefer male therapists. It adds a touch of allure, Wang Dayu elucidated. "Very well." Li Ming nodded approvingly, then turned his gaze to the other bosses who, wary of his fearsome reputation, each divulged available positions. Only Boss Zhou remained silent, and Li Ming, upon glancing at him, chose not to press further. "All right, I will arrange for people to commence work at your establishments. The remuneration will be standard," he concluded. As the meeting adjourned, the bosses departed with complex expressions. Chen Daqiang, feeling troubled yet wearing a smile, remarked, "Brother Ming, in a few days, young Master Li wishes to meet with me. Would you like to accompany me?" "Who is young Master Li?" Li Ming queried. Chen Daqiang's expression turned serious as he replied, "Haha, you will discover that when the time comes." In Rongqing they hold the reins. Is he that formidable? Li Ming asked. Humph. Even more so. My current situation is rather precarious, and this young master Li. Chen Daqiang's countenance darkened, hesitating to continue. All right, I look forward to witnessing it, Li Ming assured him, patting his shoulder in consolation. Chen Daqiang regarded this formidable figure, uncertain if he could navigate the turmoil he faced. If resolved, the efforts expended would be worthwhile. If not, he dreaded to contemplate his fate. The following day, Chen Daqiang brought Li Ming to Tianhao Entertainment City, the most lucrative venture under his command, generating over $1 billion in annual revenue. This place is the epitome of entertainment in the city. It has everything you could possibly imagine. Chen Daqiang boasted about his creation. For instance,
Li Ming inquirat.
Aha, I wonder if Brother Ming has heard of that game where one plays with their face covered. Chen Daqiang replied mysteriously. What? Li Ming was taken aback. Just wait. You'll see, Chen Daqiang announced as he parked in the internal lot, leading the group to a lavish private room. Inside, several scantily clad women, radiant and exuding an enticing aroma, stood up upon their entrance, greeting Chen Daqiang with a respectful bow. He embraced one of the women with a grin, saying, Brother, choose anyone that catches your eye. If none do, I assure you, you will be satisfied shortly. Chen Daqiang gazed at Li Ming with a smile, fully aware of the adage that desire can be as sharp as a blade. Indeed, he felt as if the weight of his 100+ pounds had diminished day by day under the allure of these captivating women. He couldn't help but doubt that this rustic fellow could withstand such temptation. Once one experiences this lifestyle, how could there be any reluctance in conversation? Li Ming, observing the approaching women, subtly wrapped his arms around one, feeling it insufficient, and then drew another into his embrace. After a brief moment of amusement, he quickly grew tired and snatched away the woman clinging to Chen Daqiang, offering no regard for his feelings. Chen Daqiang's expression turned awkward as he watched his companion appear humiliated in the hands of that fellow, exclaiming in astonishment that this man was indeed a lecherous demon. Hey, Minggu, you're in high spirits, but wait until the real show begins, Chen Daqiang remarked, noting that it was already midnight. A high-definition screen flickered to life, and he felt a surge of excitement as he watched the men and women about to make their entrance, his breath quickening in anticipation. In the dimly lit room, Li Ming observed with curiosity as he embraced two young women, leaning closer to the screen. Chen Daqiang cast a glance over his shoulder, and the girls immediately slipped away from Li Ming's grasp. Unperturbed, he focused on Chen Daqiang's expression, sensing that what was to come would be of considerable significance. The blue hue of the screen illuminated Chen Daqiang's face, his excitement palpable as he rubbed his hands together, brimming with anticipation. What could possibly elicit such a reaction from this formidable figure? This thought ignited Li Ming's own curiosity. As men and women entered the scene, the environment gradually came into focus, revealing an enormous private room adorned with plush carpeting and shrouded in an air of mystery. This place is filled with the elite of Rongqing. Take a good look, Chen Daqiang remarked with a smile. What does that mean? Li Ming still did not comprehend, thinking it was merely a dance performance. His gaze remained fixed on the screen, his expression increasingly perplexed. The chaotic scenes unfolding before him were beyond comprehension, bordering on grotesque. However, when he finally recognized the individuals Chen Daqiang had mentioned, his heart raced, and his breath became shallow. It dawned on him that among them were. Li Ming shook his head, feeling slightly dizzy as this revelation shook the very foundation of his understanding. Well, what do you think? How are these people faring? There's even more shocking content. Chen Daqiang chuckled. How can they be like this? This can't be real, Li Ming exclaimed in disbelief. My friend, your experience is still limited. Each individual here possesses a remarkable background. The least among them hails from families worth billions. If we consider the more distinguished ones, it's simply astonishing. Chen Daqiang glanced at Li Ming, then quickly returned his focus to the screen, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Why are you showing me this? Li Ming furrowed his brow in inquiry. Look at that young man. Chen Daqiang pointed to a lad who appeared to be in his early 20s. Li Ming turned his attention to a youthful man hiding in a corner with a seemingly sophisticated woman. Don't underestimate this guy, That woman holds an extraordinary position. Qian Daqiang whispered, glancing around to ensure their privacy, as the women had long departed, leaving just the two of them. That woman is the wife of someone significant in Rongqing, he added, gesturing with his fingers. Li Ming's realization dawned upon him. So that's it, he mused. The young man seemed quite impressive, enjoying the company of such a distinguished woman with an alluring figure. He must be quite fortunate. A look of envy crossed Li Ming's face. He's doing all right, indeed, to have her by his side and be compliant enough to frequent such places. One must admit some people are truly remarkable, Qian Daqiang grinned. As Li Ming continued to observe the wild scenes on the video, he felt his throat tighten. It was too overwhelming to endure. He took a few steps back and asked, "Why are you showing me this?" Chen Daqiang's eyes widened, fixated on the screen, his throat constricting as he absorbed the unfolding scene. Upon hearing Li Ming's inquiry, he chuckled and replied, "This lad possesses a veritable gold mine, raking in millions annually. Do you have any thoughts on that?" Li Ming's interest was piqued immediately, and he hastily inquired, "What kind of thoughts?" Should anything happen to this fellow, I have a plan to infiltrate and seize that mine," Qian Daqiang declared. Li Ming's eyes sparkled as he responded, "If we take it, how shall we divide the profits? Let us stick to a 50-50 split." Qian Daqiang raised a palm. "No way, 70-30, with me taking the larger share." Li Ming shook his head. Qian Daqiang's lips twitched. This fellow truly had a cunning heart, audaciously demanding 70%. "Brother, we haven't even discussed the finer details. I'll need to forge connections and invest quite a bit. Your demands are excessive." After a moment of contemplation, Li Ming proposed, "I'll provide manpower. This lad won't see the dawn. He doesn't look well. Let us settle for 60-40, with me taking the larger portion. Sound fair? All right, so be it." Qian Daqiang gritted his teeth, though feeling slightly disadvantaged. He had deeper considerations at play. "Well then, I'll go check on this fellow and see what's amiss," Li Ming declared. Qian Daqiang felt a shiver at Li Ming's words. The chilling notion that someone might not survive the night left him bewildered. He was curious about Li Ming's background but refrained from asking. Meanwhile, the activity on the screen had ceased, and the atmosphere was palpable with the severity of the situation. Undoubtedly a catastrophe unfolding. "We must not leave any traces. Everything must be immaculate," Qian Daqiang insisted. "Humph, you can rest assured about that," Li Ming replied coldly. Qian Daqiang observed Li Ming's impassive demeanor, a sense of inexplicable shock washing over him. At that moment, not far from Tianhao Entertainment City, in a massage parlor, Zhang Luo reclined languidly in a chair, stating, "Boss, send me a girl, one soft and gentle. My feet are quite sore." The proprietress, a stout woman with lips as red as blood, thick and bold, awkwardly explained, "I'm sorry, sir, but all the girls are currently occupied. Would you mind waiting?" "Wait for your mother. I came for a massage. As a customer, I deserve priority. You expect me to wait?" Zhang Luo's breath reeked of alcohol. However, the proprietress remained unfazed. "Oh dear sir, we have plenty of customers at the moment. If you'd like, I can attend to you myself. Get lost. You and your rotund figure." Zhang Luo kicked her aside. Then his gaze landed on a man standing nearby. "This guy looks decent. Let him attend to me." The proprietress, still smiling, replied, "Sir, he is new and a bit inexperienced. Go, let him serve me. Did you hear?" Zhang Luo shouted. The proprietress, exasperated, turned to say, "Li Yan, go ahead, but be polite." Li Yan nodded and approached Zhang Luo, taking a seat before beginning to massage his feet. "What on earth are you doing? You can't even give a proper foot massage. What kind of work do you do?" Zhang Luo suddenly shouted, his voice rising in frustration. The proprietress, observing the commotion, quietly retreated, sensing that this individual was merely inebriated and posed no significant threat. Li Yan, undeterred by the cacophony surrounding him, focused intently on his task. Out of nowhere, Zhang Luo kicked him in the neck, splashing water across the room, and inevitably onto Li Yan's face. He instinctively reached up to wipe it away. Zhang Luo, his face flushed with anger, glared at Li Yan and shouted, "How dare you wipe your face? What kind of service attitude is that? To hell with you. You've only spent 388 today." Li Yan replied calmly, "So what? Do you look down on a 388 bill?" Do you even earn that much in a day? I can make that in just a few hours. Is it not enough to buy you for a day? Zhang Luo retorted angrily. Suddenly, the door swung open, and several individuals clad in the SPAS uniforms entered. What the hell are you puffing about? One of them exclaimed, striking Zhang Luo across the face with a resounding slap. Zhang Luo, pinned to the bed, shouted indignantly, "How dare you hit me over a mere massage? You'll regret this tonight." Zhang Luo was well connected and had many acquaintances. However, at that moment, the assailants released their grip on him, opening the glass door to the room and stepping outside. Zhang Luo pulled out his phone and quickly relayed the events to a few friends, urging them to bring their weapons for a night of vengeance. Li Yan and his companions paid no mind to Zhang Luo's rants. Once they had distanced themselves, they casually squatted on the ground, resembling a group of drunken revelers. Chen Zhou felt his knees weaken, particularly after stepping out into the wind, nearly losing his balance. But fortunately, his friends were there to steady him. Reflecting on how he had persuaded the woman to join them and the thrill of engaging with someone of her stature, he felt a tremor of excitement within him. Damn, she pretends to be a lady of high society, but this is exhilarating. Far more thrilling than any woman I've encountered. See you tomorrow, guys. Chen Zhou waved goodbye to his companions, watching as they drunkenly drove away, silently cursing their recklessness. He would have felt little sympathy for any potential accidents, but if they ended up in trouble themselves, it would be a different story. He waited for his younger brother to take the wheel, while he meandered about leisurely. Suddenly, someone approached him and asked, "Did you have fun?" "What?" Chen Zhou was taken aback. "I asked if you enjoyed yourself with that woman." Chen Zhou chuckled, looking at the man before him. "What's the matter? Are you envious? Mature women are a thrill. By the way, you're not that old yourself. Do you have anyone at home? Let me show you a good time. I can easily toss you a few 100,000. Why are you silent? I'm talking to you. Do you know who I am?" Chen Zhou staggered forward, slapping the man's cheek, the scent of alcohol wafting from his breath. "What's the matter? Are you mute? Damn you!" With a careless kick, Chen Zhou treated the man before him as if he were merely a dog. Li Yan observed this individual, whose face flushed and whose gaze was vacant, resembling a mere wastrel, yet he boasted of substantial wealth. "You've reached your end. Others may fear you, but I shall end you with a single strike." Li Yan hissed under his breath, suddenly drawing a knife and plunging it into Chen Zhou's chest, withdrawing it only to stab again, repeatedly thrusting in and out. Blood gushed from Chen Zhou's chest like a torrent from a broken faucet, and he collapsed to the ground, writhing like a dying pig, the crimson liquid mingling with the dust that enveloped him. Murder! A passerby caught sight of the scene and screamed in terror. Zhang Luo, crouched in the massage parlor, witnessed the entire incident unfold, his eyes wide with sheer horror. Meanwhile, a Cadillac pulled up behind the massage parlor, and 4 or 5 individuals emerged, cigarettes in their mouths, cursing as they entered through the back door. "Zhang Luo, who the hell is so audacious? My friends and I are utterly bored lately." At a small gathering, Zhang Luo stammered, "Forget it, there's nothing to worry about. What's wrong with you? Are you frightened?" The newcomers brandished sticks, their fierce gazes betraying their excitement. "It's nothing. Let's go home." Zhang Luo continued to gaze anxiously at the distant figures, his fear intensifying. The others noticed his unusual demeanor and inquired, "What's the matter with you? You used to kick at a barking dog on the road. Can't you see? Look over there. That guy is truly formidable. I'm nothing compared to him. Quick, help me leave. He'll definitely come after me." Zhang Luo, growing increasingly agitated, pointed in a direction and shouted. The group turned to look, their eyes widening in shock. One man wielded a knife, thrusting it violently, revealing mangled flesh and entrails. They were overwhelmed by a wave of nausea, and soon began retching. "Help me get out of here. I was acting tough just now. But that guy is surely coming for me. Hurry." Zhang Luo pleaded desperately. Finally, the others snapped into action, their faces pale as they helped him into the car, speeding away swiftly. After several minutes of driving away from that street, Zhang Luo exhaled in relief. Goodness, that sight sobered me up. Who was that person, going straight for the knife? Yet, despite his words, he still trembled, clearly not entirely free from his terror. Zhang Luo, what happened? Companion asked. After recounting the events, there was a moment of silence in the vehicle. Zhang Luo, you must consider yourself fortunate. If that man. One of them began, but left the thought unspoken, the implication clear. Let us keep a low profile from now on. This society is too perilous, Zhang Luo remarked after reflecting on the incident. Meanwhile, in Tianhao, Qian Daqiang stared blankly at Li Ming, observing his calm smile, which sent chills down his spine. How is this guy so unfazed in the face of danger? He pondered. In this world, while murder may not always lead to capital punishment, it often results in severe consequences. The audacity of those individuals to attack without hesitation was utterly absurd. Bing's fate was not unjust, and Qian Daqiang felt relieved about his own decisions. How could one protect themselves against such a group? Unless. He shook his head, dismissing the thought, and smiled at Li Ming. Brother Ming, there won't be any issues, right? What problems could arise? That kid was just drunk and disrespectful, leading to his own troubles. What could possibly go wrong? Li Ming replied with a smile. Qian Daqiang winced, sensing something unsettling about him. Will your little brother's resolve be unwavering? Absolutely. You need not worry about my little brother, Brother Chen, Li Ming assured him. With a hiss, Qian Daqiang felt the chilling presence of this individual once more. Having previously regarded him as a formidable adversary, but now, as an ally, he perceived an even more terrifying essence within the group. After a moment of contemplation, he conferred with Li Ming regarding the distribution of resources held by that young man, repeatedly assuring him that there would be no issues. He mentioned that the young man had connections, but alas, those connections were now deceased. His father, however, would be meeting them the following day. As a prominent figure himself, Qian Daqiang quickly regained his composure after his initial shock, smiling as he anticipated the encounter, thinking to himself, Chen, your son has met his demise, and yet you still wish to engage with me? What sort of person is he, really? Li Ming inquired. You shall find out tomorrow. He is, after all, a significant figure. Even a mere drop from his wealth would suffice for our sustenance. Qian Daqiang replied with a grin. The next day, within the serene and elegant confines of a private club, replete with classical charm, Li Ming and Qian Daqiang entered the inner chamber. Noticing Li Ming's wrinkled attire, Qian Daqiang frowned and remarked, Brother, you might want to spruce yourself up a bit. Your outfit appears rather ostentatious. It's of no consequence. Substance is what truly matters, Li Ming retorted, glancing at his crumpled short-sleeve shirt with indifference. Indeed, substance. Qian Daqiang nodded in agreement. As they conversed, they entered a room already occupied by two individuals, a middle-aged man and a younger one. The middle-aged man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, while the younger one seemed to be under 30. Old Qian has arrived. Come, take a seat. This young man must be Li Ming as you described, the younger man said with a warm smile, gesturing for them to sit. Qian Daqiang acknowledged the young man with a nod and took a seat at a distance. Li Ming followed suit, seating himself beside him. The young man cast an interested glance at Li Ming, his curiosity evident. Let me introduce you. This is young Master Li. Qian Daqiang indicated Li Ming. Li Ming offered a polite nod. And this is Mr. Chen Xiao. He is quite a powerful individual, you know. Just a little from his resources could sustain a small business for a lifetime. Qian Daqiang added, gesturing towards the middle-aged man, though his tone lacked warmth. Chen Zhao's expression darkened, remaining silent as he sat there. Qian Daqiang, noticing his demeanor, suppressed a smirk. At that moment, young Master Li sensed something amiss with Chen Zhao's state and asked curiously, Old Chen, what troubles you today? In response, Chen Zhao lifted his head, forcing a smile that fell flat, his voice hoarse as he spoke. My son has died. Upon hearing this, he turned his gaze toward Qian Daqiang, his eyes betraying a hint of hostility. Mr. Chen, what do you expect from me? You suspect me because your son is dead? I am a legitimate businessman. How could I possibly be involved in such matters? After all, how many years have we known each other? Qian Daqiang replied, slightly displeased by Chen Zhao's scrutiny. What happened? Li Yushi interjected, intrigued. Last night, my son was stabbed on the street, and there was no saving him. Chen Zhao lamented. Oh, such a thing occurred? Is society's order truly in such disarray? Yue Er expressed his astonishment. Last night, the police apprehended an individual who appeared to be mentally unstable, a disgruntled worker seeking vengeance against society. Unfortunately, my son crossed paths with him. Chen Zhou, despite having lost his son, exhibited little sorrow, his words laced with hostility. Boss Chen, with your son deceased, why do you linger here instead of attending to matters? Inquired Chen Daqiang with a smirk. Chen Zhou cast a disdainful glance at Chen Daqiang and retorted, when young Master Li summons, I must respond. Ah, impressive. Li Ming mused, recognizing that Boss Chen was not an ordinary figure. His deference to young Master Li piqued Li Ming's curiosity about the latter's true identity. I too must ingratiate myself, Li Ming thought. It was rather fortuitous that Boss Chen's son was that fellow. His nonchalance amidst tragedy suggested he had numerous offspring. Yue Er observed Chen Zhou, a faint smile gracing his lips. Given your earnestness, I shall not disappoint you. A project will soon be entrusted to you. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhao's face brightened as he remarked, Young Master, I have encountered considerable troubles at my site lately. Might a work unit be dispatched? Yue Er cast him a disapproving glance and replied, Mind your conduct. This time I shall overlook it, but there will be no second chance. Yes, thank you. Young Master, Chen Zhou responded hastily. Chen Daqiang, observing the exchange, felt a twinge of discomfort. Despite his personal disdain for Chen Zhou, he recognized the man's capabilities. He had swiftly forged a close relationship with young Master Li in just 2 years, making Chen Daqiang feel somewhat overshadowed. At that moment, a series of dishes were served, all unfamiliar to Li Ming. After indulging, he suddenly said, Young Master Li, might you extend a favor to me? Yue Er paused, then burst into laughter, glancing at Chen Daqiang. Your recommendation certainly has merit. He then asked, What can you bring to the table? Li Ming pondered briefly before responding, I have several brothers who fear nothing. Would that suffice? Ha! Fearless, you say? How fearless are they? Such a trait is not in vogue nowadays. Yue Er chuckled. They don't even blink. Li Ming asserted. All right, Chen Zhou, you mentioned there have been disruptions at your mine. This young man claims his associates are fearless. Why not let him test that? Yue Er suggested. Chen Zhou regarded Li Ming with disdain, recognizing from his demeanor that he was not an impressive figure. He wondered how Chen Daqiang, in his ineptitude, had brought this individual to such a gathering. What bad luck. Very well, as young Master Li has stated, I shall allow it. Young man, a group of outsiders has recently arrived at my mine, and I suspect they are up to no good. If you can handle them, I will reward you with 500,000, Chen Zhou declared. If you succeed, I can grant you a request, added Yue Er. 500,000? That seems rather modest, but it will have to suffice. Li Ming cast a disdainful glance at Chen Zhou, then turned to Yue Er and remarked, A few of my brothers wish to infiltrate the law enforcement agency. What do you think? Yue Er was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, How amusing! This matter can be both challenging and simple at the same time. However, there's no rush. Let us discuss it further after you have demonstrated your capabilities. As Chen Zhou gazed at Li Ming, an inexplicable sense of disdain washed over him. This lad was clearly not of their ilk. However, when the young Master Li spoke, he had no choice but to acquiesce, saying, Very well, let us discuss this further later, my brother Li. Yet, his indifference was palpable to anyone present. Boss Chen, are you not showing respect to young Master Li? Li Ming suddenly interjected. Chen Zhou was momentarily taken aback, as were Yue Er and Chen Daqiang, before they all broke into laughter. Chen Zhou chuckled awkwardly. This young man had a knack for speaking foolishly, resembling a simpleton. Yue Er looked at Li Ming with amusement, thinking to himself that this foolish lad held some charm. With a bit of nurturing, he could become a loyal aide. Only Chen Daqiang observed Li Ming's naive demeanor with a rising sense of unease, pondering what antics this young man was up to. Yet, upon witnessing Chen Zhao's evident disregard for Li Ming, he felt a sense of schadenfreude, thinking, Enjoy your arrogance now. There will come a time when you'll be pierced as deeply as you have pierced your son. Ah, Brother Li, you cannot say that. Boss Chen values strength. And, Boss Chen, do not blame Brother Li. He has just emerged from the countryside and is still learning the ropes. Chen Zhou subtly fanned the flames. Li Ming glanced at Chen Zhou, who averted his gaze, and then, with a nonchalant smile, asked, aside from that mining operation, what else does Boss Chen have? Chen Zhou regarded Li Ming with deep contempt. He was indeed a village bumpkin, utterly clueless. Despite his irritation, he bit back his frustration and replied, is the mining operation not sufficient? Its daily yield is equivalent to a year's income for a village. Impressive. Li Ming's eyes sparkled with interest. Yue Er found the situation amusing, savoring his exquisite meal with a smile. The group dined in a lackluster manner, exchanging a few questions and answers. As time slipped by, the meal was far from enjoyable for Chen Zhou, who felt suffocated by the presence of Li Ming and Chen Zhou, especially the former, whom he wished he could strike on the spot. In contrast, Yue Er found the experience entertaining, especially with Li Ming, considering how beneficial it might be to have such a talent under his wing. However, despite Chen Zhou's introduction, he would still weigh the lad's capabilities. Once the meal concluded, the group prepared to take their leave. Yue Er gestured for them to depart before heading back to his room. As Li Ming and the others exited the chamber and traversed the corridor, Li Ming remarked, Boss Chen, what young master Li just mentioned. Chen Zhou halted, casting a cold glance at Li Ming, and replied, why the hurry? When the time comes, simply mention my name on my territory. Will you not provide a contact number? What if it becomes inconvenient later? Li Ming inquired. Chen Zhao's lips curled slightly as he detected the sourness in the air. With a light shake of his head and a smile, he quickened his pace. Boss Chen, I am aware of the tragic loss of your son, and I empathize with your profound sorrow. However, we must attend to the matters at hand. I, too, share in the grief of your son's passing. Please, Boss Chen, strive to find some solace. Chen Zhao's eyelids twitched as he turned to glare coldly at Li Ming, saying, Brother Li, if you cannot speak wisely, it is best to remain silent. Individuals like you are ill-suited for urban life. With that, he turned to leave. Boss Chen, may I inquire about your domain? Kindly share the location, and I shall find my way to assist you in resolving the issues at hand, Li Ming declared. You? Just try, Chen Zhou scoffed. Those who dared to cause a ruckus at his mine were no ordinary troublemakers. They were a band from a village, whose sole aim was to incite chaos, leaving even the most unscrupulous individuals in a state of disarray. Just me, give it a try, Li Ming retorted. Chen Zhou furrowed his brow at the young man before him. He had encountered arrogance before, but never such unbridled hubris. Coldly, he provided the address and then strode away. Li Ming watched Chen Zhao's retreating figure and suddenly smiled. Brother Ming, what are your thoughts on this Chen Zhou? Chen Zhou inquired from the side. He must possess considerable strength, right? How does he compare to you, Brother Chen? Li Ming asked. Strength-wise, he is somewhat on par with me. However, he has a certain flair for flattery and generosity, which are indeed his merits, Chen Zhou replied. Are you not concerned that he might suspect you of orchestrating his son's demise to seize his assets? Li Ming questioned. After all, we are in a competitive relationship, and it was he who snatched this from me. Why should I not reclaim what is rightfully mine? Besides, Brother Ming, it was you who caused his son's demise. Chen Zhou expressed his discontent. Not I, but a passerby, Li Ming clarified. Chen Zhou shook his head at Li Ming, saying, What are your plans moving forward? What to do? This Chen Zhou is clearly not a man of virtue. I intend to ascertain what he is truly up to, Li Ming asserted. Chen Zhou felt a chill in his heart and began to harbor a modicum of sympathy for Chen Zhou. By the way, who exactly is this Li? He appears rather formidable, Li Ming inquired. Hush, keep your voice down. The Li family is quite influential. His father is from Rongqing. Chen Zhou held up 2 fingers, his expression grave. Li Ming was taken aback, realizing the magnitude of the Li family's stature. It was no surprise that someone of Chen Zhou's caliber would tread carefully around such individuals. Damn it, he is merely a son. How can he carry such weight? Li Ming felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Young Master Li's circle is one that outsiders would eagerly strive to penetrate. Some go to great lengths just to catch a glimpse of him, Chen Zhou remarked. Ha ha! Li Ming chuckled, recalling a certain singer who performed domestically while courting mayors abroad, along with her shameless mother and her declaration of my heroic mother. As the two exited the private club, Li Ming glanced back. From the outside, the building appeared unremarkable, not much different from the homes of ordinary citizens. Yet, it was only upon entering that one could truly appreciate the opulence within. Some individuals may appear ordinary on the outside, yet within, they diverge significantly from the common populace. Masquerading among the ordinary, Li Ming gazed upward, the west wind casting a waning light, signaling the arrival of evening. Within the private club, Yue Er reclined in a rocking chair, its rhythmic creaking punctuating the stillness as he closed his eyes, seemingly reveling in the moment. Suddenly, a faint smile graced his lips. How intriguing it is! His father was indeed correct. Regardless of who one may be, even a fool cannot resist inhaling the intoxicating aroma of power. In his view, Li Ming was sufficiently naive and simple-minded. With proper nurturing, he would undoubtedly clear numerous obstacles in the path ahead. However, he mused with a chuckle, a bit of refinement is still necessary. There remains a certain coarseness, an unappealing quality that renders him somewhat lacking compared to old Wang and his ilk. With a smile lingering on his lips, young Master Yue Er murmured to himself, as if he were a deity in this realm. A cacophony of jarring sounds reverberated incessantly in Zhao Jun's ears, even in the depths of the underground, dozens of meters below. The morning's labor had finally come to an end. Covered in dust, Zhao Jun approached the water pipe, where a torrent of water cascaded down like the relentless fire of a machine gun, washing away the grime that clung to him. He let out a satisfied roar, a sound echoed by others in the washroom. With a smile, Zhao Jun turned off the tap, relishing the moment, although lamenting the absence of hot water. After a day of toil, how delightful it would be to indulge in a warm shower. But the mine was not so generous. However, he consoled himself, for he was here to earn a living, and a bit of hardship was nothing for a man like him. Money was what mattered. Contemplating the prospect of earning hundreds by day's end, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. Upon exiting the washroom, a throng of workers made their way to the cafeteria, where a line had already formed. As Zhao Jun's turn approached, he craned his neck to glimpse the day's offerings. Cabbage stew, onion and radish soup, and pork neck with kelp awaited him. Damn! Zhao Jun exclaimed, summoning his courage to voice his discontent. Why are we served the same dishes again? They don't look appealing. The cafeteria attendant, without lifting his gaze, retorted, want something better? Go to that other cafeteria. This is what you get here and it's free, so what else do you expect? Feeling slightly embarrassed, Zhao Jun scratched the back of his head. Should he retaliate? The attendant struck the large metal basin with a ladle, producing a resounding thud. Fine, Zhao Jun conceded, holding his bowl out to be filled. Zhao Jun, come here, a voice called from a distance. Turning around, he saw a man beckoning him. What are you doing over there? The man shouted again. Hey, fellow countrymen. Zhao Jun chuckled awkwardly and hurried over to the man. What's up? Wang Kuei, eyeing the young man before him, smiled broadly, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepening. Why are you queuing for that? Is that fit for human consumption? Feeling somewhat sheepish, Zhao Jun replied, if I don't eat there, where else can I go? What nonsense! With money you can eat anywhere.
Wang Kui exclaimed.
Throwing an arm around Zhao Jun's shoulder and guiding him forward. Stick with us, and not only will you have good food and drink, but I can also introduce you to lovely women. You haven't had a woman yet, have you? Caught off guard, Zhao Jun felt a blush creep over him as he stammered. Where would I find women? I don't have much money. Oh, money is easy to come by. Come on. Forget about that. There's plenty of it. Wang Kuei led Zhao Jun into a smaller cafeteria, approaching a large table already occupied by numerous patrons. With a subtle nod, Wang Kuei signaled, and immediately two people vacated their seats. Come sit, Wang Kuei urged, pushing Zhao Jun into a seat before taking his own. Let us eat. We're all out here. It's not easy for anyone. Let us enjoy our meal, Wang Kuei remarked, as the others at the table exchanged knowing glances and chuckled, picking up their chopsticks to serve themselves. Zhao Jun felt somewhat at a loss, but upon seeing the dishes laid out before him, he couldn't help but swallow hard. The fare here was far superior to that of the previous cafeteria. Not to mention, That dish of braised pork, glistening a vibrant red and adorned with a sprinkle of green scallions, was truly a sight to behold. Zhao Jun felt as though his eyes could hardly process the abundance. "Come on, brother, eat heartily. This is merely a trifle," Wang Kuei said, observing Zhao Jun's reaction with a smile curling at his lips. "But I don't have any money."
Zhao Yun's cheeks flushed slightly.
"What need have you for money? We're treating you. It's tough for all of us out here," Wang Kuei replied with a cheerful demeanor. All right.
Zhao Yun,
captivated by the array of dishes, set aside his worries and began to eat heartily. In his hometown, such delicacies were a rare find. The entire village was shrouded in dust, devoid of such visually appealing dishes. Had it not been for the tales of lucrative opportunities outside, he would never have mustered the courage to venture forth, leaving behind his ailing mother without knowing how she fared, relying on neighbors for care. Once this month passes, I shall return home, Zhao Jun thought to himself, mouth full of braised pork. An hour later, the table was cleared, and Zhao Jun, with a satisfied belly, let out a contented burp. "Time to get to work," he declared. "Indeed, brother. Time to work. How was the meal?" Wang Kuei asked, affectionately draping his arm around Zhao Jun's shoulders. "It was delicious. I've never tasted anything so exquisite. Big brother, you truly are good to me. I must treat you in return," Zhao Jun said with a grin. "Ha. No worries. Let's head to work." Wang Kuei laughed, guiding Zhao Jun towards the mine. Behind them, a few others lounged lazily in their chairs, watching the retreating figures of Wang Kuei and Zhao Jun, smiles playing on their lips. "Hey, is Wang Kuei up to the task?" someone whispered. "What can't he handle? He is a good big brother to this fool. Isn't he that enough? There aren't many like him left. Wang Kuei is quite fortunate," another chimed in, envy lacing the tone. Deep within the mine, Zhao Jun toiled earnestly. Wang Kuei and Zhang Yuan exchanged a glance, stepping away from the freshly excavated area. "Zhao Jun, come over here. You take this," Wang Kuei called out, waiting in place. Hearing Wang Kuei summon him, Zhao Jun hesitated for a moment before making his way over. "What is it?" "Just work here. Be careful," Wang Kuei instructed. Zhao Jun, not entirely grasping the implication, felt too proud to refuse and picked up the machinery to begin working. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a stone plummeted from above, startling Zhao Jun, who looked on in trepidation. "Isn't this a bit dangerous?" Zhao Jun remarked. "What danger could there be? Just focus on your work," Wang Kuei replied. Feeling a bit sheepish, Zhao Jun licked his lips and resumed his labor. Minutes passed, and Wang Kuei observed the increasingly grim expressions within, softly chastising. "What on earth have you done?" Zhang Yuan, equally perturbed, murmured, "I did my part. This lad simply has good fortune." As Zhao Jun was about to emerge from within, a momentary snarl crossed Wang Kuei's face as he grasped a shovel and stepped inside. "Brother Wang, there's nothing here," Zhao Jun remarked, tools in hand. "Indeed, there is 200,000.
Wang Kui retorted coldly.
"Ah," Zhao Jun replied, confusion etched on his face. "It's right here." With that, Wang Kuei forcefully struck Zhao Jun's head with the shovel, producing a resounding thud. Zhao Jun toppled to the ground, his eyes wide, clearly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The world around him spun. A buzzing noise resonated in his ears, and he faintly heard Wang Kuei's voice. "Brother, don't blame us. We're impoverished, unable to earn a living. At present, we must resort to this line of work. When will we ever earn money? There is no choice but to implore you to contribute. Perhaps in your next life you may be born into better circumstances." Another thud echoed, and then silence ensued. Subsequently, the two men altered the scene to create the illusion of a minor collapse, meticulously searching for any discrepancies. Once assured of their cover, they managed their expressions and fled the area, feigning tears. An hour later, a group of emergency responders unearthed Zhao Jun, each bearing a countenance as grim as the last. This marked the third incident of the month. Truly cursed. The safety officer glared at the individuals before him, especially fixating on Wang Kuei as he recounted the events, his gaze icy and penetrating. "Wang Kuei, this was your doing, wasn't it?" Wang Weigua asked, forcibly suppressing his murderous rage. "Boss Wang, do not speak recklessly. We were merely doing our job and this is what transpired. Is this how you treat people? Wang Kuei feigned anguish, though a closer inspection revealed an underlying insincerity. Let me make it clear, we are not to be trifled with. Engaging in this kind of work requires careful consideration of the consequences, Wang Weiguo stated coldly. Indeed, but let us discuss the matter of compensation. My brother has no one but an elderly mother, and it pains the 7 or 8 of us deeply, Wang Kuei lamented. Wang Weiguo's lips twitched. Very well. You all wait. I must deliberate on this matter. Wang Kuei smiled and departed with his companions. Manager, it's evident they are to blame, the assistant remarked, his demeanor dark. Who could argue otherwise? They are quite audacious. Were it not for the strict regulations, none of them would leave here alive, the assistant continued. Do you think we fear them if we don't compensate? What advantage would we gain from escalating this? Do you have any idea how much we lose for every day of work halted? Wang Weiguo reprimanded. The assistant's face flushed crimson. Wang Weiguo contemplated countless strategies to deal with this group of individuals, yet ultimately succumbed to resignation. In today's society, the death of a person carries immense repercussions. It is manageable to conceal such an event, but should it become public knowledge, the consequences would be dire. This group evidently came prepared. Damn it, Wang Weiguo thought stoically, when suddenly his phone rang. Upon answering, his expression shifted. Is this Manager Wang? I am a representative sent by your employer. I have heard that there have been disturbances at your establishment. We are here to address the issue and are waiting outside, but they won't let us in. Please come out to greet us. The voice was distinctly youthful, prompting Wang Weiguo to frown involuntarily. The tone was rather presumptuous, insisting on a personal reception. Moreover, he had not been informed of any such arrangements from above. He quickly made a call, and upon receiving a reply, his demeanor darkened. From the tone of his superior, it seemed that this group could be dealt with rather casually. Thus, he instructed Xiao Wang, please go outside and bring that group in. After giving his orders, Wang Weiguo sat back in his chair, feeling an unsettling discontent. Damn it, why must he be troubled by every sort of person? What on earth were these individuals up to? It was utterly bewildering. In this world, is there such a thing as retribution? Wang Weiguo sat in his office, feeling agitated. His boss was already displeased with him over this matter, which had caused quite a stir, and ultimately, he was the one suffering the consequences. How utterly despicable! If one must perish, why concern oneself with so much? In the past, such individuals would have been dealt with collectively. The higher-ups are merely idle. With so many people in this world, who would notice if a few were to vanish? They could always be replaced, after all. Humanity has a remarkable capacity for reproduction. Wang Weiguo took a deep drag from his cigarette, contemplating his grievances. Now he had become the target of scorn. Where could he possibly voice his complaints? Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed outside, and a throng of individuals burst into his office, filling it to the brim, which only amplified his discomfort. Who are you? He hissed, tapping his temple in a feigned contemplative gesture. You must be that Wang fellow, right? The leader of the group, a young man, accompanied by others who appeared to be in their early 20s, stood before him. To Wang Weiguo, this was nothing short of a farce. He even questioned whether his boss had lost his senses by sending such a bunch to confront him. Call me Manager Wang, he reprimanded. Young people ought to behave like young people. Greetings, I am Li Shui, an associate of Minggu, replied the young man, a light smile gracing his youthful face, exuding an air of intellectuality. He approached Wang Weiguo, patting him on the shoulder as a signal for him to rise. Instinctively, Wang Weiguo stood up, only to be abruptly pulled aside, watching in disbelief as Li Shui settled into his chair. Enraged, his brows furrowed in fury as he shouted, "What the hell are you doing? What's all the fuss about? I'm merely occupying your seat, not your wife. You act as if you've lost your mind. Is this all you can muster, old man?" Pathetic, Li Shui retorted from the chair. Wang Weiguo's head buzzed with indignation. He had never encountered such insolence. How dare this young brat speak to him in such a manner? His eyes reddened with rage, and he was on the verge of lunging at the boy when he felt someone restrain him from behind. Despite his vigorous struggle, he was unable to break free, cursing vehemently as if he had gone mad. Goodness, is this how you lose your composure? Li Shui remarked. Do remember, Minggu is of the same generation as your boss, and in terms of seniority, I am entitled to occupy this position. Wang Weiguo was so infuriated that he nearly laughed, a bubble of snot escaping him. He glared at Li Shui, bellowing, "Are you all just here to watch the show?" In response to his words, 5 or 6 individuals clad in uniforms rushed in, their expressions fierce. "Manager, who's causing trouble?" One inquired. "What does it matter who's causing trouble? Just deal with them," Wang Weiguo shouted vehemently. What followed was a cacophony of punches and shouts. For a fleeting moment, Wang Weiguo relished the chaos, but soon his expression turned to one of shock. "Stop. Please, stop. We were wrong. We're just here for the paycheck, earning only a few thousand a month. This beating isn't worth it. Please, I beg you, it hurts. It hurts too much." Wang Weiguo recognized the pleading voices of his own employees. He turned his head and saw several of his subordinates being pinned to the ground, receiving blows with a crackling sound, causing his eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. This group, damn it, was simply outrageous. "Brother Wang, there's no need to be like this. Boss Chen has given his orders. Just stay aside. My brother Ming is of the same stature as your boss, and behaving this way will not bode well for you in the future," Li Shui remarked. Wang Weiguo's eyelids twitched again as he took a deep breath and replied, all right, you are impressive. Just let them go. Now that's more like it. That's the spirit for dealing with significant matters." Li Shui clapped his hands, and Wang Weiguo's subordinates were immediately freed, rising to wipe the blood from the corners of their mouths, glaring resentfully at the assailants. One individual, nursing his injured arm where it had been struck by a hammer, winced in pain. Wang Weiguo decided to temporarily yield. A true man knows when to bend. This matter was trivial, and he would settle accounts once he understood their background. "Now what's all this commotion about?" Li Shui inquired. Wang Weiguo, seated on the sofa, observed Li Shui's refined demeanor and recounted the entire sequence of events, concluding with, "Young man, you cannot handle this." Li Shui was taken aback. "Are you serious? Is there really such a situation? Why don't you report it to the police?" Wang Weiguo scoffed, utterly incredulous that such naive youngsters could manage this affair. The darkness in this society is far too prevalent. You are still young and have seen little." Li Shui fixed his gaze on Wang Weiguo. "In the event of an incident, regardless of the circumstances, you must cease production, correct? Why are you saying so much?" Wang Weiguo was reluctant to elaborate further. The young man's words were as abrasive as they were incessant. "All right, provide me with the suspects, and I shall investigate," Li Shui commanded. Wang Weiguo coldly snorted, intending to deliberately disregard these individuals. "Hey, I'm asking you a question. Are you mute?" Li Shui cursed vehemently. Wang Weiguo's temples throbbed as he clenched his fists, glaring at Li Shui. "Go and give him the information." An assistant, witnessing their manager's humiliation, felt a surge of empathy and shot an accusatory glare at Li Shui before retrieving the documents and handing them over. However, this was the extent of their cooperation, as it was evident that this group lacked sophistication and had inadvertently courted trouble. Li Shui studied the materials earnestly, and after half an hour, he coldly stated, "Fine, let us start with Wang Kue. Didn't you mention something about an incident earlier regarding compensation?" "Yes, someone just died, and there's no surveillance," Wang Weiguo replied. "A safety incident would warrant a production halt? Nothing else?"
Li Shui quería.
Wang Weiguo was unsure of the meaning behind the question but nodded nonetheless. "All right, call him in to discuss compensation. I want to see what kind of people we are dealing with," Wang Weiguo thought to himself, feeling a surge of frustration at the condescending tone of the young man. "Go on, why are you standing there? If I were the boss, your work attitude would have already cost you your position," Li Shui bellowed. Wang Weiguo, filled with indignation, summoned Wang Kue and a few others into the room, leaving only himself and Li Shui within its confines. Li Shui, seated gracefully on the sofa, relinquished her position to Wang Weiguo. Upon entering, Wang Kue surveyed the 2 occupants, his gaze briefly lingering on Li Shui before dismissively shifting to Wang Weiguo, feigning tears as he lamented, "Manager Wang, what has transpired? My brother met with a most tragic fate." "Very well, how much do you desire?" Wang Weigua inquired. With a pained expression, Wang Kue replied, "My brother was the sole heir in his family. Before his departure, his mother implored me repeatedly to look after him. Yet, who could have anticipated this? I am truly a wretch. How shall I ever face her again?" Wang Weigua, maintaining an impassive demeanor, retorted, "State your demands. How much compensation do you seek?" 300,000. Wang Kue declared. 300,000? Are you out of your mind? Do not let greed cloud your judgment. Wang Weigua replied, his anger palpable. Anything less than 300,000 is non-negotiable. Otherwise, I will report this to the authorities. Wang Kue asserted. Go ahead and try. Do you think anyone will heed your call? Wang Weigua scoffed. Ah, Manager Wang. We all understand the gravity of this situation. It is a matter of one chance, not 2 or 3. Should it escalate further, you will find yourself in a precarious position. Wang Kue remarked with a smirk. At that moment Li Shui, who had been quietly observing, interjected, "Do you not feel any pangs of conscience for your actions?" Wang Kue was taken aback, regarding her as if she were a fool, choosing to ignore her. "What you are doing is unsustainable. Remember, there is a reckoning in this world," Li Shui continued. Wang Kue smirked. "My dear sister, you speak the truth. Indeed, there is karma. Yet I harbor no guilt. Each year, I toil to earn a meager living, providing my wife and children with some clothing. This money never truly reaches my hands. You still have a wife and children? Their situation is dire, yet one might argue they could simply remarry." Li Shui jested. Wang Kue glared at her, seething. "What did you just say? Are you threatening me? Who do you think you are?" With a smile, Li Shui responded, "Ah, Manager Wang, take your time with this matter. There is no rush." Wang Weigua's expression darkened further as he thought to himself, "I had expected you to be more formidable, yet you are just as weak. Very well, but 300,000 is exorbitant. I cannot make such a decision unilaterally. You may leave for now and await my response," Wang Weigua stated. Wang Kue's lips curled into a slight smirk as he cast a disdainful glance at Li Shui before sauntering out of the room. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wang Kue discovered a gathering of familiar faces, their jovial banter interrupted by his visibly troubled demeanor. "What's the matter? You look rather unwell," jested a burly man with a beard. "It's no wonder, really. A trick can only be used once or twice before the newcomers become displeased," he added, as a few others sipped their drinks, the atmosphere growing increasingly lively. Wang Kue, overhearing their conversation, expressed his dissatisfaction. "This is entirely your fault for being reckless. Now we're in quite a predicament."
What predicament?
"Do you think they would dare to spill the beans? Are their hands not clean?" inquired the bearded man. "That's not the issue. I assure you they lack evidence. It's just that a group of strangers arrived today, speaking nonsensically, and I fear there may be unforeseen consequences." Wang Kue replied with a furrowed brow, recalling the young man's unsettling smile, which stirred a sense of agitation within him. "A group of strangers? Oh, Wang Kue, are you truly concerned? Even if they were deities, they'd still have to pay up," the bearded man scoffed. Wang Kue felt a sting of humiliation at being belittled, glaring as he retorted, "Stop with the nonsense. Who's afraid? I merely wish to collect my money quickly. We need it at home. That insolent brat dares to threaten me, and I have half a mind to deal with him." "Enough. We are here to earn money, not to engage in bravado," a man in his 50s interjected. At this, both the bearded man and Wang Kue fell silent, each pulling out a cigarette to smoke in contemplation. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. The men exchanged glances before one of the younger ones went to answer the door. "What do you want?" Wang Kue asked, narrowing his eyes at the newcomer upon recognizing his face. Well, it seems you're living quite well." Li Shui entered, hands clasped behind his back, approaching their table laden with pork knuckles, beer, drinks, and sunflower seeds. "What do you want?" Wang Kue asked, irritation evident in his tone. "Don't be so hostile. Speak to me politely," Li Shui snapped, his eyes glaring at Wang Kue like a dead fish. Wang Kue, noticing the 7 or 8 individuals following Li Shui, chose to hold his tongue. "Humph."
Wang Kui, San Dabiao, Liu Yang.
Li Shui called out, his voice commanding. "What do you want?" the bearded man and the middle-aged man asked, their expressions turning serious. Are you Sun Dabiao? Li Shui inquired, fixing his gaze on the burly man. What of it? Sun Dabiao replied, taking a drag from his cigarette. Li Shui ignored him, turning to another. And you must be Lu Yong? Just get to the point. Spare us the rambling, Sun Dabiao retorted, annoyance creeping into his voice. Nothing much. Just informing the three of you that it would be wise to turn yourselves in and clarify the situation. Perhaps you might save your lives. Otherwise, things could take a turn for the worse, Li Shui said with a disarming smile. At his words, the expressions of the men in the room shifted dramatically, the atmosphere growing heavy with tension as they all fixated their gaze on Li Shui in stunned silence. What are you staring at? Actions have consequences, and one should not rely solely on luck or assume that money is easily acquired, Li Shui remarked indifferently. Sun Dabiao took a deep drag from his cigarette, his gaze turning fierce. Young man, one may indulge in reckless eating, but one must choose words carefully. Evidence is paramount in all matters. Boss Chen is affluent. He would hardly falter over such a trifling amount, would he? Please, spare me the lecture. I am not affiliated with Boss Chen, Li Shui responded. Then what business do you have here? You prattle on as if you understand the world. Youth should not presume that society is easy to navigate. With your attitude, I've seen countless like you meet their demise, utterly unaware of their own insignificance. Wang Kuei exclaimed, his fury palpable as he stood to face Li Shui, his lips frothing with indignation. Very well, I merely came to inform you. Whether you accept it or not is entirely your affair, Li Shui sneered, casting a glance at the others in the room before departing. As Li Shui exited, the remaining individuals stared in silence for some time. Finally, Sun Dabiao crushed his soda can in frustration, cursing, where did this fool come from? Wang Kuei, maintaining a stoic demeanor, remarked, today's youth are insufferable, full of self-importance, looking down on everything and everyone, believing they must educate others. Truly absurd. This fellow, what is his true intention? Is he merely here to threaten us? Lu Yong, who had been silent until now, furrowed his brow. Who knows? Perhaps he seeks to intimidate us. Sun Dabiao scoffed. Lu Yong continued to frown, sensing that the situation was far from straightforward. Let us not overthink it. There are about 10 of us. What is there to fear? Let us go out and have some fun tonight. We can always change locations, Wang Kuei suggested. With that, smiles broke out among the group. After all, the purpose of earning money was to enjoy life. Hey, I spotted a girl last time. She was quite alluring. I wanted to have my way with her, to make her scream. One boasted. Stop exaggerating, you never last more than a couple of minutes. Even if she screams, it's merely professional decorum. Honestly, she feels nothing. Another retorted. Enough. I can be quite impressive, you know? Laughter and banter ensued, dissipating the earlier tension. After 9 o'clock, a group of 10 emerged from the mine. Wang Weigua, smoking a cigarette, watched them with lingering dissatisfaction. A bunch of simpletons enjoying life to the fullest. Li Shui's bravado is deafening, yet he is nothing but a waste of space, chattering on and now vanished without a trace. Wang Kuei and the others were headed to a nearby town, only half an hour's journey from the site. With no vehicles available at this late hour, they had to rely on their feet. Halfway through their trek, someone remarked, I think I hear something. What nonsense. It's probably just wild dogs. Hurry up. I can't hold it any longer, another urged. After walking a bit further, the same person insisted, no, really, listen, there is a sound and it's getting closer. At that moment, the others also began to discern an indistinct noise approaching, prompting them to halt and scan their surroundings. Soon, a blinding beam of light shone from behind, revealing a few figures approaching. Who is it?
Wang Kui inquired.
Where are you fellows heading off to at this late hour? Let me join in the chase. The familiar voice made Wang Kuei and his companions frown. They recognized it as Li Shui's voice. What does he want to catch up for? As the footsteps drew nearer, it became evident that it was indeed that foolish Li Shui, flanked by several expressionless individuals, their presence somewhat unsettling in the darkness. What exactly do you intend to do? Wang Kuei asked. Haven't I made myself clear? Just clarify the situation and return the money you obtained unethically, or hand it over to me. That would suffice. Is my message not clear enough? Li Shui replied. Wang Kuei and his companions exchanged glances, their lips curling in disbelief. Could this fellow truly be mentally impaired? Aha! Are you sure you're not the one with the problem? You're spewing nonsense at us, and even if we had done something, why should we heed your words? Are you joking? Wang Kuei could no longer contain himself. One must have a conscience. Don't you have children at home? Engaging in such deeds, do you not fear retribution in the future? Li Shui asserted. Ha ha ha, retribution? Merely surviving is a blessing. Why should I fear retribution? The lack of money is my greatest punishment. Upon hearing Li Shui mention children, Wang Kuei recalled his own child, around 10 years old, who was perpetually engrossed in video games, rising before dawn to sneak into internet cafes and disappearing at nightfall. If his child were too. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. His priority was to earn more money to ensure a better life for his child. The disparity between people is indeed greater than that between man and dog. You were given an opportunity, yet failed to seize it, Li Shui remarked with a shake of his head. Ha ha ha. Wang Kuei and his companions exchanged glances, and their comrades had unknowingly closed in around them. Kid, do you not find it ridiculous to threaten us like this? This could be life-threatening, Sun Dabiao said coldly, fixing his gaze on Li Shui. What? Are you actually contemplating murder? Li Shui was taken aback. Wang Kuei and his companions chuckled coldly, stating, Murder? Not at all. Killing you would yield no benefit. We do not engage in such matters. In the midst of chaos, Li Shui chuckled at the absurdity of the situation, declaring, What benefit is there in killing? Let us refrain from such actions. The group surrounding Wang Kuei was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend her words. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed, as dozens of expressionless individuals emerged from the shadows, their cold gazes fixed upon them, evoking an even greater sense of dread than before. In mere moments, Wang Kuei and his companions found themselves encircled. What is the meaning of this? Wang Kuei inquired, beads of sweat forming on his brow, as the peculiar nature of the circumstances weighed heavily upon him. Did I not mention earlier that you are utterly useless? Li Shui retorted. Wang Kuei swallowed nervously. What do you intend to do? What do you think? You shall find out shortly. Li Shui replied cryptically. Kid, spare me your bravado. Do you think I fear you just because you have numbers? To hell with you. What can you possibly do? Who are you trying to intimidate? Sun Daipio spat disdainfully. Brother, there is no need for hostility. Such an approach benefits no one. How about we all disperse amicably? It's not easy for anyone here. Brother, do me a favor, and I shall treat you all to a fine meal later. Lu Yong interjected, donning a congenial smile. Lao Lu, what nonsense are you spouting? I refuse to believe this kid can do anything. Who is he trying to scare? I have faced far worse. What kind of fool thinks that calling a crowd will intimidate me? Sun Daipio scoffed, incredulous, recalling a time when he had stood against hundreds without flinching. Lu Yong sighed internally, maintaining his friendly demeanor while discreetly slipping his hand into his pocket. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away, Wang Weigua furrowed his brow, peering into the darkness ahead, having caught a faint sound. He parked his vehicle by the roadside and cautiously approached, lowering himself to the ground. What is that? He wondered, widening his eyes as he discerned a large group of individuals. What on earth are they doing gathering in such numbers at this late hour? Damn it, none of you are worth a damn. Today you will witness the true meaning of brutality. Li Shui's voice rang out, leaving Wang Weigua momentarily stunned. He was astonished by the audacity of her tone, more brazen than during the day. Pressing forward, he took advantage of the terrain to gain a clearer view. To his astonishment, it was Wang Kuei and his crew. He had not anticipated their confrontation would escalate so swiftly. Initially, he thought it merely boastful bravado, but now it seemed they were indeed clashing. Yet, he pondered what they intended to accomplish by surrounding one another. A mere beating? If only it were that simple. These individuals were not easily intimidated. Damn it, who do you think you're scaring? I've consumed more salt than you've walked roads. Wang Kuei's voice echoed defiantly. Wang Weigua raised an eyebrow and moved a little closer, allowing for a clearer view of the confrontation between Wang Kuei and Li Shui. Li Shui took a step back, yielding her position to allow another to stand in her stead against Wang Kuei and his companions. Wang Kuei, do you know what the most pitiable thing about humanity is? Li Shui whispered. What nonsense are you spouting? Get out of the way and stop your incessant chatter, Sun Dabiao retorted impatiently, having discerned that this group was merely posturing. If they intended to strike, they would have done so already, rather than engage in endless prattle. With this realization, he felt emboldened, pointing at Li Shui and declaring, if you can't put on a front, then don't pretend. Get out of my way. You're wasting my time. Can you bear the consequences of this? You wretched creature. After uttering these words, a wave of satisfaction washed over him, as if a burden had been lifted. Li Shui gazed at Sun Dabiao, studying his bushy beard, and with a sudden flash of a blade, chaos ensued. A piercing scream erupted from Sun Dabiao as he felt an excruciating pain in his hand. Looking down, he saw 2 of his fingers severed, tendons and flesh hanging loosely, blood gushing forth as a searing agony overwhelmed his senses, leaving his mind blank. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his injury with his other hand, blood still spurting, his mouth agape, veins on his forehead throbbing like serpents, unable to utter a sound. This transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the others reacted, Sun Dabiao was already sprawled on the ground. Wang Kuei was the first to react, stepping back cautiously while eyeing Li Shui and her group with wariness. Lu Yong, his pupils dilated, clutched a small dagger tightly in his pocket, a gift from his wife before she departed, intended for his protection. Yet, he found himself too frightened to draw it, paralyzed by the swiftness of the assailants, who acted without a hint of hesitation. What manner of individuals were they? He observed Li Shui, contemplating how to extricate himself safely from the situation. Sun Dabiao, now able to emit cries of agony, wept and shouted, "Damn you! How dare you cut me? You're dead meat. I will make you pay." The pain had rendered him incapable of rational thought. Li Shui crouched down, mirroring the movement of the assailant who had struck, both fixated on Sun Dabiao as he writhed in pain, tears streaming down his face, his expression a tapestry of fear and anguish. "Are you frightened?" Li Shui inquired softly. "I'm not afraid of you. If you have the guts, come at me again." Sun Dabiao gasped, struggling for breath but managing to retort. Li Shui chuckled, and with a swift motion, struck again, this time slicing Sun Dabiao's hand deeply, exposing bone and severing blood vessels, blood flowing profusely. Sun Dabiao, his teeth clenched, curled into a ball, resembling a caterpillar recoiling from extreme heat, his pain reaching a crescendo. "Come on, this is unnecessary. Someone could die." Wang Kuei swallowed hard, attempting to intervene. "Oh, so you recognize the potential for death," Li Shui remarked, her gaze fixed on Wang Kuei. "Come here," she beckoned. Wang Kuei hesitated, but upon witnessing the tragic state of Sun Dabiao, he resolved to follow his instincts and approached, crouching down. "What did I say to you earlier?" Li Shui inquired. Wang Kuei was at a loss for words, yet he chose to yield for the moment. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. "Brother, I failed to recognize your stature. You are indeed a formidable figure, while we are merely seeking our daily bread." "Brother, did I not mention that this world operates on the principle of karma?" Li Shui interjected. Wang Kuei was taken aback, sensing the gravity of the situation, but he mustered the courage to reply, "Brother, there's no need for this. We are all here to make a living. Do you wish for the money I've earned? Who the hell cares for your pitiful sum? I earn my living through my own merit."
Li Shui raturta.
Just as his words hung in the air, a sudden, fierce glint appeared on Wang Kuei's cautious face. He lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Li Shui, brandishing a small knife that had inexplicably appeared in his hand, pressing it against his side as he shouted, "Damn it, do you think we grew up without hardship? I tried to speak with you civilly, yet you presume yourself a big shot. Show some respect, or I'll stab you." Li Shui's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, "Do you really think that taking me hostage will suffice?" Wang Kuei froze, suddenly experiencing a sharp pain in his back. A dagger had been plunged into his kidney, a gaping wound instantly appearing, blood gushing forth, revealing the deep crimson of his insides. Wang Kuei felt all his strength draining away. the knife slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. "Brother, I was wrong. I beg you, hurry and call for an ambulance. I'm going to die." He collapsed, clutching his side in desperation. Li Shui cast a cold glance at him and said, "With such an injury, the ambulance won't arrive in time. You're doomed. Use this fleeting moment to reflect on the cherished memories with your family. Consider whether your child will have a good future, and ponder the pain of the person you've harmed. By the way, let me ask you, do you feel pain?" Wang Kuei gasped like a fish out of water, his mouth opening and closing in a terrifying manner, the color draining from his face, starkly visible in the darkness of the night. "You think that by killing me, you can escape? You will die too." Li Shui scoffed, "I have not killed you. It was someone else. I will be just fine, much like you were before." Wang Kuei glared at Li Shui with resentment, feeling his body grow colder, surrendering to the ground as tears streamed from his eyes. He mumbled incoherently, but one could discern a plaintive, "Mom, it hurts so much. As individuals, our interests may not outweigh everything, but they certainly take precedence over the health and even the lives of others." Sun Daipio stared in shock at Wang Kuei, particularly at the gaping wound that revealed his kidney, nearly on the verge of vomiting. "Brother, my dear brother, I am guilty. I will turn myself in right now. I am guilty. Please do not kill me," he pleaded desperately. "Now you choose to beg for mercy?" Li Shui asked with a smile. "Grandfather, spare us. We were merely momentarily blinded by greed. We cannot be blamed. Earning a living is tough. We lack education and connections, and this is our only means of making money." At this moment, Sun Dabiao no longer felt any pain and hastily knelt to plead for mercy. "Are you the main culprit?" Li Shui inquired. Sun Dabiao quickly nodded in affirmation. Li Shui then turned to Lu Yong, whose body was covered in goosebumps, staring in terror at the young man, his lips trembling as he stammered, "Brother, what are you hiding your hands in your pocket for? Show me," Li Shui coldly commanded. Lu Yong awkwardly retrieved a dagger. "You look so honest. Were you just about to stab me?" Li Shui questioned. Lu Yong hurriedly shook his head in denial. Suddenly, a subordinate lunged forward, delivering a vicious blow to Lu Yong's arm joint, eliciting a horrific scream as a portion of his forearm, still attached to sinew, hung limply from his body. Lu Yong collapsed to the ground, wailing like a slaughtered pig, rolling in agony. The other young men from Wang Kuei's group stood frozen, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, with the more timid among them trembling uncontrollably, barely able to stand. "Today one and all shall not escape. Those who oppose us, damn it, what fate can they expect?" Li Shui thundered. "Brother, what are you going to do?" someone asked. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a scream erupted as he clutched his palm. "What am I doing? I am ensuring you all become crippled for life." With that, cries of anguish echoed, as each individual lost at least 2 fingers. Beneath the pitch-black night sky, a chorus of lamentations filled the air. Wang Weiguo watched in shock, his lips quivering, his backside seemingly possessed, bouncing erratically, until he finally managed to utter, "My heavens! This gang is utterly lawless, so brutal." Meanwhile, in the distance, the wail of police sirens began to pierce the night. In the tumultuous phase of incident occurrences, not long passed before a vehicle, adorned with red and blue lights, came to a halt. He received reports from the public about an unlawful gathering, where it appeared that a brawl had ensued. Adhering to the principle that a report necessitates action, he and his young apprentice proceeded to the scene. "Xiao Wei, are you not exhausted at this late hour?" The new recruit assigned to him, named Wei Wei, had just begun his duties this year, constantly proclaiming his ambition to solve major cases, with aspirations to join the elite squad. Little did this youth comprehend that merely patrolling could be quite sufficient. "Uncle Chi, I'm brimming with energy. The mere thought of a potential brawl excites me. I recall watching the notorious Hao Nan from Causeway Bay. I dreamed of confronting a crowd like that, engaging them directly. It would be quite exhilarating." Wei Wei's eyes widened, his words tumbling forth in a rapid stream. He shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips. What on earth was this youth thinking? Upon arrival, he pondered why such a large group would be awake at this hour. He parked the vehicle and pushed through the throng, with Wei Wei trailing closely behind, instinctively observing the individuals present. Yet he gleaned nothing substantial, only sensing a singular expression among the crowd. As he ventured deeper, an unsettling feeling began to take root, amplified by the harrowing cries that began to alter his expression. The sound reminded him of a previous incident where an individual had been severely injured by a vehicle. He felt a surge of excitement. As he forced his way through the innermost crowd, his eyes widened in shock. He stood frozen for a brief moment, nearly crying out, but years of professional experience stifled his impulse. He inhaled deeply, the air thick with the stench of blood. The scene before him was utterly horrific. At least a dozen individuals lay on the ground, writhing like maggots, their deep crimson blood darkening in the night, severed fingers and limbs scattered like discarded sausages, some already trampled into the mud. A significant case. He immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Maintaining a stoic demeanor, he surveyed the surroundings, refraining from shouting, for he understood that humans are emotional beings. Once incited, they could act unpredictably. Wei, alert the bureau. We have a serious situation here. Wei, still in shock, felt an odd sensation rising from his stomach, coursing through his chest, his heart racing, and constricting his throat as if he were choking on a ball. It was not until he called out several times that Wei snapped back to reality, trembling as he sent a request for backup to the bureau. Meanwhile, he remained vigilant, acutely aware that even the slightest misstep could provoke conflict. The individuals capable of creating such carnage were not ones he could afford to gamble with. Indeed, he dared not take that risk. Before long, a convoy of vehicles arrived at the scene. The deputy director of the Rongrong district, his expression grave, surveyed the horrific tableau before him, equally taken aback. The occurrence of such a scene in the current mainland context was utterly unfathomable. What on earth are you all doing, gathering in such numbers? Deputy Director Yang Lin surveyed the large crowd gathered around him, a look of confusion crossing his face. Could it be that they were merely spectators? Uncle, we are just onlookers. There's been a fight, and it was quite brutal, someone remarked. Without needing to be told, others had already begun reviewing surveillance footage from nearby streets. After some investigation, they had narrowed down the time frame of the incident, but unfortunately, this particular stretch of road lacked any cameras. Thankfully, the presence of numerous witnesses significantly reduced the complexity of the case. A perimeter was quickly established at the scene, revealing that the incident had resulted in 1 fatality and 13 serious injuries, with 10 suspects apprehended alongside 5 individuals who appeared suspicious. A fleet of vehicles, flashing red and blue lights, roared down the main road, the cacophony of sirens piercing the air. The onlookers gazed in shock at the impressive display of authority, speculating on the nature of the event that necessitated such a response. Inside the police station, Deputy Director Yang Lin, arms crossed and expression somber, inquired, Yimin, why did you take a life? Simply because I saw him cursing by the roadside, and it was rather unpleasant. I approached him out of goodwill to suggest he refrain from such behavior and cultivate some decorum. He attempted to strike me, and in self-defense I fatally injured him, came the reply. You mean to say you approached him with the intent of being kind, which escalated into a deadly confrontation. Yang's brow furrowed. How could someone be so reckless as to commit murder over such trivial provocations? Indeed, I cannot abide such individuals lacking civility. Yang inhaled sharply, recognizing that while the young man's statements were dubious, he did not seem to be jesting. To kill someone out of a misguided sense of benevolence? Was he truly that naive? Do you understand that murder is a capital offense, and there is no escaping the consequences? Yang stated gravely, I understand, sir. I admit it was I who killed him. I plunged my knife into his kidney. He deserved it. Yang stared at the young man in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how he could maintain such an attitude in the wake of such a grave situation. Surely, there must be something amiss mentally. Do you know the other individuals involved? Yang pressed. I recognize a few, but I am not well acquainted with the others. Why did they resort to such violence? Yang continued. Birds of a feather flock together. Perhaps we are all of a similar disposition, the young man replied. At this point, Yang could no longer contain his frustration and wanted to erupt in anger, but he restrained himself. This line of questioning seemed futile, and he resolved to consult the victims instead. However, they had all been transported to the hospital, making it an inconvenient time for inquiries. In the conference room, the various heads responsible for the interrogations convened. "What have you discovered?" Yang inquired. "We're at a loss for words. This group might be mentally unstable. One of them claims he was merely a concerned citizen trying to assist and accidentally severed someone's finger in the process." Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present, including Yang, turned peculiar. This was truly absurd. Regardless of what these individuals may claim, the matter has been officially recorded. Ultimately, they are undeniably implicated in the events that transpired. Their methods were exceedingly brutal, and in this era, such an incident is bound to become a sensational case that reverberates across the nation. A fatality accompanied by 13 injuries. At this juncture, Yang Lin vehemently unscrewed the lid of his thermos and took several gulps of water before continuing. "I can only imagine the reaction from above regarding the situation, as well as the responses from across the country, and even from abroad." His words cast an invisible shroud of tension over the conference room, causing all present to furrow their brows. "Recently, our city of Rongqing has been anything but peaceful," Yang Lin remarked gravely. Everyone nodded in agreement, sensing the unease. In the past month, Rongqing has witnessed a series of alarming events. First, a murder in broad daylight, followed by a dramatic street chase that culminated in a homicide involving 5 assailants. Just a couple of days ago, another individual was fatally stabbed in the street. But this time, the incident escalated into a large-scale brawl, resulting in 1 death and 13 injuries. Within the span of a mere month, we have encountered a surge of violent crimes that typically would take a year to manifest. Contemplating this, their expressions turned solemn, as they could only surmise the fury that would erupt from above. Seated in his chair, Yang Lin's gaze grew profound as he slowly articulated. "I fear that Rongqing is about to face a severe crackdown.